Chapter 1 Boy Under the Night Sky. Under the starry night sky, the rough Bennett Castle guards the plain like a giant. This is the land of the Knights of Bennett. It is located at the junction of the Principality of Kamei and the Dirt Mountain in the southernmost part of the Holy Land. Is an important granary in the Principality of Kamei. The wheat fields in the moonlight are neatly arranged, and gently shaken with the breeze on the summer night, as if showing the richness of this land. Scared, a 12-year-old black-haired boy is waving a huge sword, and on his body is an iron armor. The armor is very large. His height of about 1.5 meters let him wear the armor. It looked like a bell clasped on his body, but his small face was very serious, as if he was doing something sacred. Every time the boy waved the great sword, he yelled, on the one hand, to exhale, and on the other hand, to squeeze out every trace of strength in the body muscles. The sound of da-da-da awakened the boy, who focused on swinging the sword. He turned his long black hair to reveal a young and tender face. The sweat had wet the black hair and pressed it close to his cheek, with purple eyes. Shows a luster like a dream. Abel, see what I brought to you. Jumped off an 18-year-old young man with long blonde hair, thick eyebrows, tall nose bridges, and blue eyes, wearing leather armor. There were riding boots on his feet, and he said, taking a small package from the saddle. Brother, you are back. Instead of being as curious about gifts as adolescents, Abel greeted the young people politely. As for this attitude of Abel, Zach, as his brother, has become accustomed to it. Since was awoke from a horse injury a year ago, he has grown up a lot and became very mature. Both boys were the sons of the Bennett Knights in Bennett Castle. Older is Zach, 18, the eldest son of the Knights of Bennett, a 4th-level trainee knight, who has just returned from the town of Fort Lee. And the younger one, who is still working hard at night, is the second son of Bennett Cavaliers, who has just begun to train for Cavaliers for 2 months. As the eldest son of the Knights of Bennett, if Zach can become a knight, then this knight collar in Bennett Castle will be inherited by Zach, and the second son Abel can only strive for a livelihood. But these did not affect the feelings between them. Every time Zach went to town, he would take out some pocket money from his own pocket money to buy some gifts for Abel to fulfill his duties as an elder brother. And Abel is always very sensible to discuss with his father for training resources, because although this knight collar is 100 miles away, there are no special products, and it can only be maintained by the income of food. After tax, there are only 500 gold coins. This money has to bear the cost of the castle, and the eldest son Zach's knight training costs. Basically there is no surplus. Abel took the parcel from Zach. This was a long box, which was carefully wrapped with a layer of colored cloth, showing Zach's intentions about the gift. What a beautiful dagger! Abel yelled in surprise, tinkering with the dagger in his hand. This dagger is made of fine iron. It is heavier than ordinary iron daggers and is more expensive in value. A lot. Just like it. I'm lucky today. A guy who doesn't know how to sell this dagger is only 70% of the price of an ordinary iron dagger. I bought it. Seeing Abel's favorite dagger, Zach, my heart was so happy that Abel had rarely had such a childlike smile for a year. You practice next, I'll go home first. Zach did not continue to disturb Abel's practice. It is important to know that the entire castle has only one set of such iron armor, and most of the day this set of armor was assigned to Zach himself by the Knights of Bennett, and only at night. Abel practiced using. Trainee knights practice, first of all, is to practice the corresponding introductory swordsmanship. These swordsmanship can effectively compress and deposit every trace of power in the muscle, and finally give back to the body a kind of chi. These chi will slowly accumulate to form chi pulses. Each time a chi pulse is formed, the level of apprenticeship is increased. After 5 chi pulses are filled in the body, the chi pulse will be compressed to form a chi core. Knights with gas cores are already regular knights. They can use fighting spirit to fight, and fighting spirit can stimulate various combat skills and improve the knight's combat effectiveness. And to be able to quickly compress the strength in the muscles, after thousands of years of exploration, the knights found that wearing heavy armor to practice can better increase the speed of the formation of chi pulse, so each knight must have an iron armor. This set of armor can be practiced in. Peace diamond is a strong shield to protect yourself in wartime. And by reducing or increasing the armor pieces on the armor, both the beginner knights and more advanced knights can use the same armor to practice, so the armor and war horses are the standard for knights. Knights without armor and war horses, no one would recognize his knighthood. 97. 98. 99. 100. When Abel waved the last sword, the last strength of his body disappeared, and one could not help but lie down on the ground. Purple Eyes looked at the stars in the sky, and his mouth was light. He said softly, "Which star is my home?" The original Abel was dead a year ago during the fall of the horse, and a soul from the earth occupied this body and became the new Abel. This is why Abel's personality changed this year. A 30-year-old soul enters a body in the age of 10, no matter how careful, it will make people feel different. But because of the impact of falling horses, everyone thinks that it is just a child who is scared. Abel, whose name is Li Yabo, is a senior fitness instructor. He is busy with work. I remember that he arrived home at more than 10 p.m. that day. If he was upset, he took out his notebook and opened the old game Diablo 2 to play, because Diablo 2, this classic game, is one of the few games in his notebook, and it is also his reserved game. I opened the icon and played the game for a while. It was found that Book of Town Teleport showed 0. He often forgot to buy the Scroll of Town Teleport. However, it was boring to pass the time, so he opened the modifier and modified the Book of Town Teleport. After a while, he looked at the attributes of the Book of Town Teleport with satisfaction, and automatically replied the number every minute. Just feeling cool, a lightning strike in the sky hit the building where Li Yabo was located. The lightning pin of the building had no effect. The lightning directly hit Li Yabo, who was playing with a laptop, through a wire. When Li Yabo woke up, he found himself the second son of the Bennett Cavaliers, also named Abel. Aside from those thoughts in his mind, Abel, who had recovered some strength, stood up and walked towards the castle with his big sword. Today he feels very good and may be promoted to a first-level trainee knight at night. Abel, who returned to the castle, didn't go to dinner. At this moment, there was still half an hour before dinner, during which time he was going to maintain the armor. Carefully clean the sweat stains on the armor little by little, every nail and every small gap must be cleaned, and then recare with maintenance oil. This process is very careful for Abel, whether it is Abel or Zach, even the Knight of Bennett, after using this armor, will protect the armor, which is the tradition of the knight and the necessary means for the family to pass on the armor. Next is the giant sword. This giant sword is a kind of two-handed sword. The huge sword body and the unmodified sword handle embody the viewpoint of the person who cast the sword. It is simple and practical. After everything was done, Abel took a bath and came to the restaurant, where his father Bennett Knight, his mother Nora and his elder brother Zach were already present. Chapter 2 Heradick Cube. Bennett Knight wore a white cotton top. The cumbersome buttons reflected aristocratic luxury. His face was serious. Abel has been for a year. Rarely, Bennett Knight's expression is too much. The change was only a year ago when Abel woke up and saw the Knight Bennett for the first time. The joy in the eyes of the Cavaliers made him still remember. Mother Nora was a kind woman. During Abel's cultivation, she fed Abel with food every day, and never let the waitress intervene. This is also an important reason for Abel to recognize the family. Prayer before meals is the last thing Abel is accustomed to. After 30 years of atheism, when he arrived in this world, he found that everyone here is religious, and people here believe in the holy light. No one spoke during the meal. Although the knight was the lowest class nobleman, the rules that the nobleman should abide by, and the family did the same. The large piece of beef was divided into 4 portions. The father and Zach had the most too, and the mother and Abel had much less. The food consumed by the knight would become strength and eventually become chi. Serving a formal knight and the rank 4 trainee knight is already a heavy burden, so it can only reduce the supply of others. When he was on the planet, Abel did not eat so much beef as a fitness instructor. Although it is a lesser supply, it is also a pound of beef, but now he is only 12 years old. Eaten up beef and porridge from the plate. Eat more. A soft voice came, and then a large piece of beef was sent to Abel's plate. Mother Nora cut most of her beef and put it on Abel's plate. Bennett looked up and said nothing. He just ate his beef in silence, but the beef cut his hands a bit. There was a slight sound between the knife and the plate. It is very rare. The elder brother Zach heard his voice, glanced at his father, and his father gave him a glance, then bowed his head obediently to eat. Thank you, mother. Abel is not polite. This is the mother's love for herself. Accepting this love is the right choice. After dinner, the Knights of Bennett left Zach as usual. The next time was the time for the Cavaliers to guide Zach. Abel was not eligible to participate. Only after becoming a first-level trainee knight can he participate in this kind of meal after teaching. Abel returned to the room without wasting time. The beef in his stomach and the chi accumulated today will go through the final night breathing to finally form the chi pulse. Night breathing is the most important secret technique in night practice. All knights have their own night breathing. This breathing technique is inherited from the family or learned from the Knight Academy. Warriors who have established great skills on the battlefield can in exchange for combat night breathing. Abel was sitting on the carpeted floor, sitting cross-legged, and at this moment his mind slowly calmed down. The inhalation in his mouth changed from slow to fast, his belly slowly bulged, and then a quick exhalation, a white mass the breath blew from Abel's mouth, like a sharp arrow flying out a foot and disappearing into the air, and at the same time the dinner in the belly was quickly consumed. After 20 consecutive breaths, Abel's one-day exercise was quickly formed into a chi pulse by consuming food in his body. After this chi pulse was formed, there was a shaking, and Abel thought that today he was again when it was about to fail, the shaking stopped, and a force fed back from the chi pulse to the body. In a moment, both the body and the spirit suddenly returned to the state of waking up in the morning. Finally became a first-class trainee knight. A year ago, when he saw his father Bennett's sword with a white light and cut a thick bowl of tree, Abel knew that he had come to a place completely different from the original Earth. The same world, and gaining strength is the best way to survive in this world, so at that time he asked his father to teach him to become a knight. At the time, the Knights of Bennett made a clear statement of the situation in his home. As a second son, Abel could only perform knight training without affecting the practice of his elder brother Zach, and resources would only be allocated when extra resources came out. To Abel, all resources in the home must be given priority to Zach. At the same time, as the son of the Knights of Bennett, he can also learn the knight heritage of the complete Bennett family. Later, Abel learned a lot of preparations such as horse breeding, weapon maintenance, riding, archery, and knight etiquette in a few months, and then officially learned knight training 2 months ago. Abe, who was happy, suddenly found that the chi pulse in his body was draining rapidly. The position of the loss was his right arm, and he couldn't help anxious in his heart. Then the first chi pulse that had just formed would disappear, thinking at that time, the churn stopped. Fortunately, it stopped. Although I lost some energy, it will recover after a day or two of practice without affecting my level. Pull the sleeve apart and look at the right arm facing the airflow. A faint shadow is displayed on the arm. If you don't look closely, it will not be easy to find. Abel observed carefully why this shadow is so familiar. This is Heradick block. Abel's body jumped from the carpet. This is a heraldic block. How could it be possible that he would not be mistaken? This is indeed a heraldic block. He played Diablo 2 for so many years, how could you not recognize the most important artifact in Diablo 2? This Heradick Cube passed with me. Abel walked around in his room excitedly. A person saw something familiar in a strange world, and it felt like a traveler in the desert. Found a kettle full of water. The Heraldick Cube was not shown before, it is estimated that there was no energy. Today he was upgraded to a first-level trainee knight. The loss of chi was the impact on the Heraldick Cube, so he could see it himself. Possibility of appearance of Heraldick Cube. Settled, Abel lightly touched the Heraldick box on his right arm with his finger, and a space emerged in his mind. The space was divided into 12 squares, of which 2 squares were covered by a blue book. Occupied, the other grids are all empty. Book of Town Teleport. Abel recognized the book at a glance. It was the Book of Town Teleport that he modified before being struck by the electric shock. You can see the properties of the book in his mind and automatically reply every minute. The number, remember to modify it before throwing it into the Heradick box, this is Abel's habit. Take out the Book of Town Teleportation. Thinking about it, the Book of Town Teleportation appeared in my hand. This is a large book, as big as a magazine on the earth, with a dark golden pattern on the cover of the blue sky. From time to time, a pattern of luster flowed on these patterns, making the book transmitted by the town even more mysterious and noble. Will I be able to go home after using the teleportation book in this town? Sudden thoughts speeded up Abel's heartbeat, and he could go home to see his parents, take another bite of his mother's food, and then after smelling the smell of his hometown, in a year of traveling to this world, Abel seemed to see the hope of returning home. He never felt homesick like this now. Gently open the Book of Town Teleports, just like opening a rare treasure. 20 scrolls of town teleports are shown. These town teleport scrolls are made of white sheepskin and tied with blue ribbons. With dark gold stripes, just tear this ribbon and you can open the portal. Abel put his hand on the town teleport scroll, and the town teleport scroll gently lifted his finger. He couldn't help but be anxious. How could he not approach? Work harder, thinking in your mind, the strength of the hand is increased. This time the hand was not bounced off, the ribbon was successfully torn open, a ball of fire appeared in the hand, and Abel quickly threw the fireball in his hand on the ground, a hole was burned on the carpet on the ground, and the fireball disappeared. How could it not succeed and how could it turn into a fireball? Abel tried a few more times, and the results were the same. As soon as the town's teleportation scroll was torn apart, it would burn into a pile of black ash. Moonlight shined through Abel's sleeping face, and a breeze dries the tears on his face. The body wrapped in the quilt shivered a little in the breeze, and it seemed that a weak sound could be heard in the night. Voice, Dad, Mom. It's just that no one can understand in this world. That's Chinese, it's the language of the hometown, it's the voice of a wanderer. Chapter 3 Shadow Leopard. The morning sun illuminated the entire castle. Under the sun, the castle showed a huge figure. Compared to the night castle of the same level, this castle is already huge. It is passed down by the first generation of Lord Bennett. The castle was built in 10 years. Due to the incompetence of some heirs in subsequent generations, Bennett's title was lost, and only one knight title was retained, which made Bennett annoyed when he talked about it. The greatest regret of the Knights of Bennett was that he did not get enough combat power. In the war with the orcs, although the Knights of Bennett were brave and stubborn, they did not accumulate enough combat power in exchange for the title. Therefore, Bennett's 12-point dedication to the education of children, especially the eldest son Zack, as long as Zack can become a knight before the age of 30, then the heritage of this castle is guaranteed, and the next thing to see how hard Zack can make himself and whether he can promote his title. Bennett had no requirements for his younger son. He originally planned to find someone to teach him some arithmetic when he was young, and then helped him find a better job in the city, but the younger son chose the path of a knight. The Knight of Bennett was a little uneasy. The path chosen by his younger son was more difficult than his brother's, because without his own castle, without his own war horse and armor, the younger son would later become a wandering knight, a kind of noble recognized occupations, slowly earning some money to buy their own war horses and armors, can be settled before the age of 40, and most of these homeless knights will fall on the road. Have you been promoted? The Bennett knight in the training field was somewhat surprised to find that his second son Abel was successfully promoted to become a first-level trainee knight after 2 months of training. You know that it took him 4 months to advance. His eldest son, Zack, also spent 4.5 months, but his youngest son, who paid the least attention, was promoted to become a first-level trainee knight without resources and attention. Yes, my father, he was successfully promoted last night. Zack stepped forward and hugged Abel. Tall Zack hugged Abel directly and circled in the air, laughing and shouting, "My dear brother, you are a genius." During Abel's constant struggle, Zack put down Abel, he patted Abel's shoulder vigorously, and said with certainty, "You are a genius." The Bennett shook his head slightly with joy and sadness, and sighed, "It's a pity, a pity." If Abel is his eldest son, or if the income of the Cavaliers can be higher, then he will definitely train Abel fully, but this is the current situation, it is not easy to fully guarantee Zack's training, let alone mention Abel. Yesterday, I got the Heraldic block. Although there is no way to use the town teleport scroll, the Heraldic block is not an ordinary thing. After getting up in the morning, Abel has always remembered the formula of the Heraldic block. There are not many formulas that can be used now, so today I will go to town to see what is helpful to myself. Master Father, I want to go to Fort Lee today. Abel did not hesitate to ask his father directly. This is the characteristics of the Knight family. If there is anything to ask directly, there is no need to make a roundabout. Abel, from the beginning I'm not used to it, so far I've fully adapted to this way of speaking. Well, you have just been promoted, don't train today, just go to town and relax. Zack said, I'll help you with your horse. He ran to the corridor, found a bridle, helped Abel to saddle, helped Abel to get on the horse, and secretly threw him a gold coin. The Knight of Bennett looked at everything and said nothing, but the euphoria on his face overflowed with expressions. To know that the brotherhood of countless aristocratic families is inferior, this brotherhood is precious. With the exception of war horses, other horses are known as stallions, because war horses eat special oats and soybeans, and they need 10 gold coins per month. Without these special feeds, the war horses will be in a short period of time. Will fall off, cannot run fast, it will become a normal horse. This bridle riding by Abel is a 2-year-old pony. Although it is a bridle, it is also a breed of war horse at home. It was only because of inability to feed that it became a bridle. Abel was riding a horse, followed by a servant Norman wearing a leather armor and a long sword. Norman did not ride a horse, but just ran behind the stallion. Fortunately, this was a small stallion. The stallion was not fast. Coupled with a pony, Norman ran without difficulty. Norman was a veteran brought back from the battlefield by the Knights of Bennett. After returning from the battlefield, he followed the Knights of Bennett and his family to settle in Bennett Castle. This is also the attitude of the aristocracy to the servants. Let the servants be grateful to the aristocracy, and can fundamentally guarantee the loyalty of the servants. Norman swordsmanship is superior, relying on the warrior mystery provided by the Bennett Knight to become a 6th-level warrior. Although there are no special skills, but relying on superb swordsmanship, the combat power is also very powerful, so when Abel went out, Bennett always rests with Norman. Master stopped. Norman had pulled the sword from his back, held it in his hand, and stared at the woods by the road. It is half an hour away from the castle and half an hour from the town of Fort Lee. You can't ask for help from both sides if something happens in this position. Abra took the horse, pulled the iron dagger from Zack from his waist, and asked softly, "What did you find?" Abel was much higher than Norman right away, but after careful observation, he found nothing. In a strange roar, a dark shadow came out of the woods. Abel saw it now, it is a shadow leopard. The speed of the shadow leopard was too fast. I ran to the bridle in a few steps and bit the horse's neck. This bridle was a descendant of the warhorse. At this critical moment, the bridle hissed and jumped back, just passing the shadow leopard. This one must be a bite. Norman had already rushed up, the sword was cut forward, with a howling sound in the air, the sword had been split towards the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard is not an ordinary leopard. It generally does not appear during the day and still appears on the road. Its favorite is to hide in the dark and wait for the prey to pass, and bite the prey's neck. This situation is estimated to be today. The shadow leopard was so hungry that he rushed out of the forest to find his prey. The speed of the shadow leopard is too fast, every blow of Norman is avoided by the shadow leopard, and the attack of the shadow leopard is not very useful. The experienced Norman can always use his great sword to successfully block the shadow leopard's attack. Abel jumped from the horse immediately, and slowly approached the battlefield. The shadow leopard didn't care about this small human, and experience told it that as long as the human with the sword in front of him was knocked down, there would be enough food. Did not immediately enter the battlefield, Abel just slowly looking for opportunities around the battlefield. Entering the battlefield at this time will only cause trouble to Norman, and for the shadow leopard, the small humans, even if they do their best nor can it crack its fur. At this time, the first contact between Norman and the shadow leopard began. Norman's long sword was chopped on the back of the shadow leopard. It was originally a sword that was cut to the neck. A twist in the shadow leopard gave way. Vital. The shadow leopard's tail was drawn on Norman's leg, and Norman's face showed a painful expression. At this moment, Abel took a deep breath, and a powerful force poured out of the chi pulse. This was a way for the trainee to overdraw his body. There was only one blow, and a large amount of chi in the chi pulse was in an instant turned into strength. If there is a second blow, the chi pulse will be broken. It is said that time and time are fast. The moment the shadow leopard is in the middle of the sword and throws his tail, there is a pause in the air. This is the opportunity that Abel waited for a long time. He stepped on the ground and the men rushed out. The shadow leopard in the air also saw Abel's figure, but although the injury was not fatal, it also affected its activities. Abel's dagger protruded behind the shadow leopard and inserted through its back door. "Oh!" the shadow leopard squeaked. At this moment, Abel had released the dagger in his hand, and the men had stepped back, and then a black tail swept past Abel. Norman limped with injury to Abraham behind him. At this time, the shadow leopard had been rolling on the ground constantly, his voice was getting smaller and smaller, and he stopped moving slowly. Abel was about to step forward to check. Norman grabbed Abel and said, "Be careful." After taking the scabbard from the back, he threw it to the shadow leopard. The moment he was about to hit the shadow leopard slammed out, "Get out of the claws," grab a bit on the scabbard, and no more sound. Norman stepped forward to pick up the scabbard from the ground, and looked at the paw prints on it, saying to Abel, "Master, many beasts have the habit of making the last hit." Then he lifted up the shadow leopard's body from the ground, looked at the wound on the back door, took out the dagger from the wound, and said with a smile, "This is the young master who killed." "What did the young master say?" "Take it to town and sell it." Abel looked at Norman's legs again and said, "Next, you ride a horse and put the shadow leopard on it." Norman was not polite. For him, his own life was from the Bennett family. The injury did not affect the road. The best way was to ride a horse. Chapter 4 Fort Lee. The town of Fort Lee is called Fort Lee because there was an ancient castle called Fort Lee here. As more and more people came here, houses were erected around Fort Lee and slowly formed. In the current town of Fort Lee, the current mayor Baron Rex lives in the castle. When arriving in Fort Lee, the sun was almost noon. Abel and Norman talked about it. First they went to church and spent 10 silver coins to ask a priest to cure Norman's leg injury with treatment of minor injuries. When he came out of the church and looked at the tall and solemn church, Abel shook his head, or the church made money. It was just a low-level divine art, and he received 10 silver coins. 10 silver coins are enough for an average family to eat for a month, but for the priest, it is a matter of waving a hand. Then, under Norman's guidance, I came to Shandong's furnishings store. When I saw the shadow leopard, the shop owner was surprised. This shadow leopard was complete except for a wound on the back, plus it was a high-value shadow leopard, and the boss quickly bought out 10 gold coins. Norman was very satisfied with the price. Abel didn't know the market very well. When he saw Norman nodded, he agreed to the deal. These 10 gold coins, plus a gold coin given to him by Zach, and 5 gold coins he saved, totaled 16 gold coins. The purchasing power of gold coins is still very strong here, which makes Abel always feel I have some money. This time I came to Fort Lee for a purpose. Abel asked Norman to buy goods by himself. What he bought next did not want to be known. When I came to Libao Business Center in the center of the town, the signboard of the business was the silhouette of the ancient castle of Libao, with a large facade. It was almost noon now, and there were not many people inside. Abel came to the counter and looked at the merchandise inside. There were various daily necessities, as well as jewelry, clothes, etc., just like a large grocery store. Are you Master Abel? A fat middle-aged man walked out of the counter with a smile on his face and gave a noble flower gift to Abel. Although the other party's aristocratic etiquette is very non-standard and it's not appropriate to use flower etiquette here, Abel replied politely. You must know that it is difficult for ordinary people to learn aristocratic etiquette. It is very good to be able to use the noble ceremony. Yes, do you know me? I'm Tim, the owner of this shop. Your corner is marked with a thorn shield by Bennett's Knight, and I know your brother, Master Zach, so I take the liberty to call you. Tim said again. A weird ceremony. The thorn shield is the coat of arms of the Bennett family. Becoming a qualified noble, remember that as many noble coats of arms are the way to go. In the memory of Abel, Abel accepted literature, music, and nobility from an early age. Etiquette and heraldry are very important courses among them. Mr. Tim, do you have a separate gem here? For Abel politely calling himself Mr., this made Tim very happy. Although the young knight's second son in front of him was not a noble, his identity was very noble, and he respected the noble people. This made Tim feel better, and he quickly replied, yes, Fort Lee can provide you with all kinds of gems, Master Abel. Saying that, Tim ordered someone to open a large box on the counter. There were several rows of gems in the box. These gems are very small. In such a small place, few people can afford gems, and larger gems useful, it doesn't show up in such stores. Abel picked 6 rubies of the same color and size from the box and asked, Mr. Tim, how many gold coins are these? Just give 6 gold coins, Master Abel. There wasn't much counteroffer. Abel knew that this kind of shop opened by a businessman in this town would not confuse the price of himself in this town, or the price of a knight family, so he took 6 gold coins from his arms. Pass it to Tim. Tim took the gold coins with both hands, found a cloth bag to help Abel put 6 rubies in, and then respectfully sent Abel out of the shop. After leaving Fort Lee, Abel found an unoccupied alley, took 3 rubies out of the bag, tapped his fingers, put them into the Heradick box, and meditated once again on the synthesis formula. 3 of the same gem is synthesized into a higher level gem. If there is nothing wrong, after clicking the synthesis button by yourself, the 3 gems should disappear, and you get a large ruby. Suppressing the mood, the fingers lightly pressed on the synthetic button under the 12 squares in front of the eyes. The 3 rubies emitted a white light and disappeared, and a large circle appeared in the uppermost square of the Heradick square. Ruby, take the ruby from the Heradick Cube, and take a closer look in the sun. It is a beautiful gem. Each side perfectly reflects the brightness of the sun, emitting a pure light, crystal clear red, gleaming in the sun. This ruby is higher in order of size and quality than the previous 3 rubies. Although it is not known about its value, Abel believes that the value is definitely more than 3 gold coins. Then I also synthesized the second ruby. I took 2 rubies in a cloth bag and thought about where to sell them. I definitely can't go to the Fort Lee commercials. Think about it, I just bought 6 rubies from there, and worked for a while. Went there again to sell 2 better rubies, and the fool knew that there was something wrong. After walking on the streets of the town for a while, I saw an auction house ahead. This was Edmund Auction House. Looking at the sign, Abel found relevant information from memory. Edmund Auction House is the largest auction house in the Principality. Basically, Edmund Auction House is opened in every town in the Principality of Cameroon. Its 500-year history guarantees the credibility of Edmund Auction House. The Demon Auction House will auction some rare treasures, attracting the nobility and wealth of the whole Duchy of Carmel and surrounding. Duchy. Welcome to Edmund Auction, can I help you? A standard goose egg beauty wearing a gorgeous dress made of silk from the east, long blonde hair, clear and bright eyes, without a trace impurities, fair skin shattered without any flaws, and the sound was very soft and pleasant, and he gave a noon greeting to Abel. Beautiful lady, I want to find someone to identify the gemstones. Abel returned with a noon greeting. From this etiquette, you can see the strength of Edmund's auction house. When the right etiquette is used, this is the standard for nobles, and those who can use this etiquette at least have studied the noble etiquette course. These courses are not what you want to learn. Without corresponding status, no one will teach you these. Just call me Yvette, young and handsome sir. I am the director here. Let's talk upstairs. Yvette knew that he was an identified person when he saw Abel coming in. So instead of having other people participate in the reception, she received it herself. In the sitting room on the 2nd floor, after the two sat down, a servant served 2 cups of coffee. Abel, who had been away for a long time, couldn't help but take a sip of the coffee. Very good coffee, although he could not say where is it made, but he still knows the quality of the coffee. The family's economy is not good, and it has been a long time since I have had such good coffee. Yvette looked at the young man who could be said to be a boy. The respect for the noble person did not depend on his age. The words that nobles often drew were the services of the auction house. Abel took the cloth bag out of his arms, took a ruby out of it, and handed it to Yvette, asking, Miss Yvette, look at the value of this gem. After receiving the gem, Yvette carefully looked at the interior of the gem against the light. After a few minutes she looked up and said with excitement, perfect cut, perfect structure, no flaws, transparent light. Do you sell rubies? I will give you a maximum price of 300 gold coins. Chapter 5 Edmund Auctions. Regarding the perfection of the ruby, Abel knew something, and the Heradick Cubes were also artifacts. How can the synthesized things have flaws? They can only be the most perfect in the same level. The value can reach as high as 300 gold coins, which Abel did not expect. From 100 to 300 gold coins, a gap of 100 times makes Abel more aware of the preciousness of this Heradick Cube on his body. If such a treasure is known, that would be a disaster. This is already the safest store in Fort Lee. The price given is also very satisfying to Abel. He took the last ruby out of the bag and handed it to Yvette. He said to Yvette, there is another ruby of the same type, and the price is just what you said. Yvette took the second ruby, and after viewing it, praised the noble's unique aria, saying, flame and passionate gems, 2 equally perfect. I need some medicine for cavaliers. Is there anything I can recommend? Like Abel's elder brother Zach is using medication every month. It is a magic potion made by a pharmacist. After taking it, practice can increase the formation of qi. The name of the drug is called qi coagulant, but no one explained more to him, because his level was too low. Edmund Auction House can provide you with a price of 10 gold coins per bottle for the basic, gas elixir. Yvette paused, with a smile on her pretty face, took the coffee on the table and tasted it. It's true that there is a lot of dregs in the primary, gas condensate. Users often take it and it will cause harm. Generally speaking, 1 month's use of the primary, gas condensate, will take a rest and allow the body to recover. Come. What about the efficacy of the primary qi condensate? This was Abel's most concerned, he asked in response. The best use method is to take 5 bottles per month for training. The effect of these 5 bottles can make this month's training equal to 2 months of training, and then take an interval of 1 month and then take 5 bottles. Yvette is very clear about the role of the auction house's merchandise, and she can see that the boy in front of him is blank in this regard. There is a primary Qi condensate, so is there a more advanced Qi condensate. Of course, the medium-level Qi Chang medicament takes 5 bottles per month, and then taken at intervals of half a month. The medicinal effect is 5 bottles equal to 4 months of training. The high-level Qi Chang medicament serves 3 bottles per month. Disabled, each month of training is equal to 5 months of training. Looking at the eyes of the boy in front of him, Yvette laughed out loudly. Our auction house now only has a medium-level gas condensate at a price of 50 gold coins, and a high-level gas condensate is only available in the head office. Abel knows that there is limited consumption power here, and he doesn't need to inquire about the price of high-level gas condensate. It must be scary. There are not many rich people in Fort Lee who can afford the middle-level gas condensate. Not many. Yvette hesitated. It seemed that the boy in front gave her a lot of favors, so her body leaned forward and approached Abel, and said gently, according to the pharmacist at the auction house headquarters, if the trainee knight takes the gas condensate practice, the more you take, the more difficult it becomes to become a formal knight, because no matter the primary, intermediate, or advanced Qi coagulant, the drug residues will be accumulated in the body after taking it. The more drug residues you take, the more you will have. When you hit the formal knight, these drug residues can hinder success rates during shocks. Abel felt the kindness of Yvette, and he could tell such important information to himself for the first contact, which made him very grateful, and he could not help but add the honorific words, "Beautiful Miss Yvette, thank you for reminding me, this is very important to me. Are there any medicines that do not have such harm?" Of course, there is a master-level gas elixir produced by the elixir of the pharmacist. There is no guarantee for the production of this medicine. It is said that a master can produce about 10 bottles of master-level gas elixir each year, and these condensate potions will not appear to the outside world. They will be directly given to their relatives and friends by the master, or bought by the nobles and the royal family. Our Edmund auction house's own potions master will take out 5 bottles each year. The amount of each bottle is auctioned, and the price of each bottle is more than 1,000 gold coins. Taking only 1 bottle of the master class of gas condensate can give a trainee knight less 1 year of practice time. Yvette's tone both answered with envy and pride. If there is no Heradick Cube, Abel will not buy a gas condensate even if he is slower in practice. Through previous practice, it has been shown that Abel's knighthood is not bad. Brother, he is definitely a genius. Now he is only 12 years old. Although this body, like the Europeans of the earth, is already a teenager, he is still young and has enough time to practice. It can only be said that it is a matter of time to become a formal knight. But now that Abel heard Yvette's introduction to the master class of gas condensate, his heart moved, and each bottle can save 1 year of training time, and it has not had a negative effect. This is really perfect. Isn't it just some gold coins? These gold coins are easy to come by, just try it. Abel, who is determined in his heart, looks up and says, "Give me 54 bottles of primary gas condensate potion. Will the remaining money be enough to buy a crossbow?" After experiencing the dangers on the road, Abel has found the danger of this world. Walking on the avenue may be attacked by ferocious beasts, and the shadow leopard is killed by him. Although it is related to his calm, there is also some luck. You see, ain't rely on luck every time. Equipment is also important. And the big sword and armor now have no money after buying the potion. Even the rich Abel dare not buy it. He has no ability to protect his secrets now. The hand crossbow is a good choice. Like the daggers given to him, they are all weapons that can be easily hidden. How about this hand crossbow made by a dwarf? Yvette went out and brought the primary gas elixir and an all-gray hand crossbow, and placed the crossbow on the table in front of him. Picking up the crossbow with one hand, the crossbow is not heavy, only 2 pounds, whether it is the crossbow arm or the handlebar. Even the crossbow string is gray. It looks very inconspicuous. There are several ugly pits on the handlebar. The whole. Abel looked up and doubted Yvette. This crossbow is a second-hand item, and the gemstones on it have been snapped off, leaving only the crossbow to be sold to me. Yvette pouted and chuckled, and then said, "The handbow made by the dwarf. The brand new at least 500 gold coins, and this hand crossbow is considered a boutique made by dwarves, but people were deducted gemstones, plus this color is not welcome, or how will it stay to this day? I want it." Abel can see that Yvette is very good to herself. Although she doesn't know the reason, but based on his experience as a man, this woman will not lie to herself. You need to pay attention to taking these medicines, you are still young. Yvette discharged 54 bottles of primary, condensate medicine, neatly into a box, handed it to Abel's hand, and reminded Abel softly once, and then again he gave him a few crossbow arrows for hand crossbow. Thank you, Miss Yvette, I will pay attention. Abel's serious attitude made Yvette understand that Abel knew her reminder. When he came out of the auction house, Abel already had 54 bottles of primary, gas condensate, in his pocket, a hand crossbow and 5 crossbow arrows. And at the window on the second floor of the auction house, Yvette stood behind the window and looked at the back of Abel's departure. She couldn't help thinking of her younger brother, who had been away from home for 2 years. His younger brother was almost so big. Chapter 6 Master Elixir. After the Abel meets Norman, it's getting late, and it's already a little sloping to see the sun. Now it's time to leave the town of Fort Lee and return to Bennett Castle. It will be unsafe later. Norman did not say anything when he saw the box in Abel's hand. He didn't care what the young master bought. His task was to ensure the safety of the young master. In fact, Abel couldn't help it. I wanted to put the box into the Heradick Cube, but the Heradick Cube only recognized that each bottle of medicine occupied 1 square, and the maximum number of potions was 10 bottles. Taking up 2 squares, there is no way I can just hold it in my hand. Nothing happened along the way, and I returned to the castle safely. At this time, the Bennett Knight and the elder brother Zach were practicing riding. It was considered good that Abel chose to return at this time. Except for the elder brother, neither his father nor his mother would ask himself whatever they buy. Their parents strictly abide by the rules of the nobility and respect every family member, including the secrets of the family members. Abel in this life feels another kind of affection. This kind of affection is different from the parents on earth. The love of parents on earth for children includes almost all aspects of the child's life, the child's learning, the child's friendship, and the child's love. The child's marriage, they think that the child keeps secrets to himself is the distrust of parents. And the parents of this life will listen to Abel's choice in almost every important choice. Even if this choice may make a significant change in Abel's life, just like Abel chose to become a knight, Bennett Knight clearly knows that the road was difficult for the second son of the family, but he still agreed with Abel's choice. This is a different kind of love. Both of these loves made Abel very enjoyable. He was very fortunate that he could get 2 in his life. A different but equally heavy love. After returning to the room, Abel had been unable to wait to open the box, and took out a bottle of primary, condensate potion, from it, and looked closely at the afterglow of the west. This bottle of primary, condensate potion, was in the sun. The white wall of the bottle that is constantly blinking on and off in the middle of the bottle is not of any other value, but this appearance, on Earth, is of invaluable value. Abel couldn't help sighing. Since seeing the Book of Town teleport yesterday, he hasn't felt much home for a year, and now he thinks of home on Earth from time to time. He shook his head and forced himself not to think about those things. At present, the most important thing is his own experiment. If he succeeds, he can become stronger faster. Take out 3 bottles of primary, condensate potions and put them in the Heradick Cubes, and tap the synthesis button with a sorrowful mood. 3 bottles of primary, condensate potions disappear in a burst of white light and become 1 bottle of condensate, gas elixir. This bottle of gas elixir is different from the previous primary, gas elixir. The appearance of the primary, gas elixir, is swirling around a white arc of light, and now this bottle of gas elixir, the potion, is swirling around a blue arc of light. Successful, Abel's heartbeat has accelerated at this moment. This should be the intermediate, gas condensate. Although he has not seen the intermediate, gas condensate, he has already determined that the synthesis formula of the Heradick Cube will not. Something went wrong. After earning 20 gold coins, Abel raised this weird idea in his heart, and couldn't help laughing. In terms of value, 3 bottles of primary, condensate potion, each 10 gold coins, 3 bottles are 30 gold coins, and a bottle of intermediate, condensate elixir, is worth 50 gold coins, but isn't it 20 gold coins? But in this solemn moment, Aber's eccentric thoughts raised in his mind made him feel funny. Put in 3 more bottles of primary chi condensate, and now Abel feels that he has become a pharmacist, and he is dispensing medicines very professionally. Well, although Abel was so excited at this moment, his hands did not stop. He kept putting the primary, condensate potion, into the Heradick Cube to synthesize, and then the synthesized intermediate, condensate, the potions were placed on the table, and soon, 54 bottles of the primary gas condensate were synthesized into 18 bottles of the intermediate gas condensate. Looking at a box full of primary, condensate potions turned into 18 bottles of intermediate, condensate potions lined on the table, Abel was very excited. Even if he did not synthesize a more advanced condensate pharmacy, he also has a means to survive in this world. As long as he learns pharmacy in the future, it is also a good choice to make a large number of intermediate, condensate medicaments to become respected pharmacists. Of course, it is his current to become a knight. First choice. After calming down, I picked up 3 bottles of intermediate level, gas condensate, from the table and put them into the Heradick Cube. After clicking the synthesis button, nothing unexpected happened. 3 bottles of intermediate level gas condensate disappeared in white light. A bottle of gas elixir appeared in the grid. A golden arc of light flashes around this bottle of gas condensate. Under the charming golden light arc, the gas condensate looks very noble. This is a high-level gas condensate. The pharmacist can make it normally, and although the senior pharmacist can also make it, but like the master pharmacist production rate of the master pharmacy, the senior pharmacist can only make the advanced gas condensate when the light flashes. Abel didn't know the value of this kind of advanced gas condensate, but there were not many master pharmacists in the principality. Abel knew this. Next, 18 bottles of intermediate gas condensate became 6 bottles of advanced gas condensate, and by now Abel was convinced that he was right, and it was the right choice to spend all his money on these medicines. Another 3 bottles of high-level gas condensate were placed in the heraldic box, and the synthesis button was clicked. As in the previous many operations, 3 bottles of high-level gas condensate disappeared, and the wall of 1 bottle swirled from time to time. A gold potion with a flash of dark golden light appeared. This is the master's gold potion. Abel carefully took this bottle of gold potion with his fingers, and finally the bottle. The color of the medicament in the Ningqi pharmacy is no longer the transparent color of the primary, intermediate and advanced, but a liquid like amber, which is slightly sticky when gently shaken. After another operation, Abel finally got 2 bottles of mastery gas condensate potion, a powerful potion with no negative effects, the final potion for the trainee knight. The question of how to use these 2 master-level gas condensate potions is already in front of Abel, and it is impossible to expose the Heradick Cubes. This is his most important survival basis in this world. You can slowly find opportunities to take safety first. The more Abel knows about this world, the less secure he is. On Earth, everything can be explained by science, and in this world, the power of a knight cannot be explained by science on Earth. Norman's injured leg, although not badly injured, hurt his bones on the Earth for 100 days, and here, a church priest used a low-level divine skill to easily heal it. And the town of Fort Lee where Abel is located is just a small town. If it is those big cities, what kind of unexplainable things will happen to the capitals above them? Chapter 7 Father's Guidance. The dinner time of Bennet Castle is always on time. Because there are several knights in the family, the dinner time is set at 8 p.m. Today's dinner is as usual, beef, porridge, mashed potatoes. Due to economic reasons, beef has no spices. Expensive spices can only be used by rich nobles. Those spices are transported from the elven territory of the distant bi-monthly forest. After the price increase of the elves and human merchants, the price has been so high ordinary people stagger. After the silent and warm dinner, Abel was preparing to go back to his room. During the day, he went to Fort Lee. After a battle, he rushed for another 2 hours. He wanted to go back to the room to wash. The rest of the castle is good. It is not convenient to wash things. Abel, who has just arrived here, is really not used to the sanitary habits here and can only design a set of water diversion facilities. Bennet Castle is built on an underground spring. Like most castles in the world, if there is no separate spring, the castle is basically a dead land. When surrounded by the enemy, it is when the castle perishes. So the construction of the castle is based on the amount of spring water. It is said that the underground spring water in the castle of the Grand Duke can supply the living water for thousands of people. The amount of underground spring water in Bennet Castle is not small, enough for hundreds of people to live without problems, and there are less than 100 people in the castle with attendants, guards, and their families, so the spring water is sufficient. Abel brought in the carpenter of the castle, built a water wheel powered by the drop of spring water, and sent the spring water directly to a large wooden water tank made high up in the castle, and then connected by fire-treated bamboo pipes. When I came to the room, I didn't think about using copper pipes. The price is too expensive. In addition to the cost of processing, the castle itself does not have iron ore, so it does not have its own blacksmith. I want to process even iron pipes. There is no way to start, so Abel thought of connecting with a bamboo tube. After the bamboo tube is roasted with fire, it can change direction and become more durable. In the room, a wooden bathtub for bathing and a wooden wash basin were made, and even a toilet was made, which finally made Abel find a sense of modern life. In this world, wood is really worthless, unless it is very precious wood. As long as you have the strength, you can cut it yourself. All the trees in the 100-meter Bennett's collar are your own. The carpenter's wages are even less. The carpenter in the castle is a person who lives on the castle. When there is no carpenter at work, he also has to work in the farmland. Only when the carpenter is needed will the carpenter quit the work on the farmland. The end result of this incident was that all the rooms in the castle were changed to Abel's design, and the carpenter was also signed a confidentiality contract by the Knights of Bennet. No one can make this set for anyone without the permission of the owner. System. And this wooden castle diversion system was carefully recorded by the Knights of Bennet and stored in the family's back room as the noble family's heritage. Bennet understands that this equipment is okay to use by himself. If it is disclosed, it will bring disaster to the family. Those big nobles will collect this technology into their own family and kill everyone who knows. Bennet has seen too many things. After passing this incident, Abel did not make any inventions. When there was no foundation for strength, some inventions were made. For the family and for himself, it is a very dangerous thing. The world has existed for countless years. Just looking at history can be seeing the history of 10,000 years ago. It has always existed and has not changed. I don't know what kind of power is maintaining the stability of this world. Like on the earth, this social form can give birth to a new century. System, and the world has operated for thousands of years according to the same rules. Abel, you stay with Zach. Father Bennet called Abel, who was about to return to the house, and then said, "You are already a level 1 trainee knight, you can stay and listen to my teachings." In the training room of the castle, the attendant had prepared the wooden men, and the knight Bennet took a wooden sword from the weapon rack near the wall, then stared at Abel's face and said, "I heard your performance, a junior knight level shadow leopard, with the help of Norman, but you have been successfully killed by a trainee knight. I am very surprised. On my growth path, there are countless geniuses. They have higher qualifications than me, greater strength than me, and faster than me, but most of them have not lived to my age. Do you know why?" The Knight of Bennet was very serious. He said much more than usual, and Abel had never heard his father say so much since he came into this world. That's because the knight's strongest shield is the fastest sword. A knight can launch an onslaught and dismount a horse to pull a strong bow. Some of these geniuses train their fastest, and some train their strength to the best. Strong, but as a complete heritage of the Cavalier's family, I can make myself not the fastest, not the strongest, but in the fastest I am the strongest, in the strongest I am the fastest, I'm the best able to resist attacks in front of them. The Knight of Bennet shouted with excitement, because our ancestors gave us the most complete inheritance of the knights, and our family handed these inheritances in my hands from generation to generation, and I will give them to you in the future. It's the most precious asset in your hand that is more valuable than gold coins and more expensive weapons and armor. The Bennet threw the wooden sword to Zach and shouted, "Zach, show your brother how the Cavaliers really attack." When Zach took the wooden sword in his hand, his eyes had changed. He stared fiercely at the wooden men in front of him like a beast, as if the knight's defensive action was in front of the sword. Then he took a breath and defensive action. It has instantly transformed into a knight's charge. During the charge, the wooden sword in the hand has been thrust forward. The wooden man was killed in a breath. For a short time when the wooden man was in the air, Zach's sword was already on the wooden man's leg. Hit the 3 swords with the back, the waist and the throat. The whole process is done in one go, like the flowing water of a pier, and all the moves are like the knight's textbook standard. You can do it faster. Father's requirements are always strict, and Zach, who always smiles, nodded earnestly and understood. Did you see clearly? This is a typical knight attack. First, use the charge to open the enemy's defense, and then use a sharp sword to end the battle. Every knight's combat action has been perfected for thousands of years. What we have to do is to complete perfectly in accordance with the fighting action, and there is no need to modify it. These fighting actions of the knight are summarized and improved by countless knight seniors with blood and life. Speaking of here, the Knights of Bennet seem to think of something with a mocking tone, saying, "There are always some so-called geniuses who want to change these combat actions, and no one of these geniuses I meet is alive." All you have to do is turn these fighting moves into your body's instincts, let your body remember it, and at any time you move faster than you think. Abel is now awake from the pride of killing the shadow leopard during the day. For a real knight, or a trainee like the older brother Zack, who has received formal education, his little cleverness is completely useless. In the following days, Abel practiced night fighting during the day, put on iron armor at night to practice muscle strength, and performed night breathing exercises before going to bed. And the amount of beef every night is much more than before. Abel can share as much beef as his elder brother every night. In a silent family, Abel always feels that his father seems to have made a decision. Chapter 8 Amazing Decision. Probably the reason for being a fitness coach in the past. For the knight's various combat actions, Abel mastered quickly, and can already be standard and fast. Now the difference is proficiency and his own strength. The use of bows and arrows in the family heritage, riding spear charge, sword and shield skills, big shield skills, etc., have been mastered after half a year of endless training, which made big brother Zack complain about the injustice of the gods. It took him several years to master these skills. And his father Bennett always had a thoughtful look to make Abel vaguely feel that something was about to happen. In the past 6 months, Abel didn't use the master class of gas condensate. After learning the importance of the knight heritage from his father, he decided to learn the family knight heritage first, and then find the opportunity to take the master class of gas pharmacy. I did not expect that. It had just passed 6 months without using any medicine, and Abel was already a level 2 trainee knight. At dinner, Abel noticed that the atmosphere was not right after he sat down. His mother Nora's eyes were a little swollen, and his father Bennett's expression seemed very firm. Before preparing to eat, Bennett stood up and confronted Abel. Said, "My son Abel, you are the most promising child I have ever seen. The gods have given you wisdom and bravery, but the Bennett family is unable to train you. This is the loss of the Bennett family. It is also blasphemy against the gods." Bennett glanced at his wife, and then glanced at his 2 sons. He said in a low voice, "I have spoken to my good friend Cavaliers Marshal Harry. For the next few years, Abel will learn from the Marshal Cavaliers, and if he is satisfied, his unicorn coat of arms will be inherited by you." Abel, the martial knight, knew that he was the best brother, best comrade in arms, and best brother and brother of the Knights of Bennett. Both of them participated in the war with the orcs, were born and died together, and returned to their hometown together. Unlike the Knights of Bennett, the Knight of Marshall had no children. His wife lost his life in an accident, and the Knight of Marshall never married again, staying in the castle where his wife was buried, and the Knight of Marshall there has been no heir. This is a painful choice for the Knights of Bennett, not only because Abel Bennett will be renamed Abel Harry, but that his son will truly leave his family, will represent another family, will put the coat of arms of another family on your clothes, your armor, and your flag. The arrangement of the genius second son Abel has always been a headache for Bennett Cavaliers. He has thought of many ways, including asking for the long-lost wife, Nora, the businessman's father, Case, but considering that there is no condition for Case, the idea of being able to train a knight is not enough to grow a knight alone, plus Case is in the Principality of Koror, the idea ends. Bennett's full name is C.C. Bennett. The reason everyone calls him Bennett is that on this plane the Bennett family lives only here, as early as 200 years ago. The ancestors of the ancestors won the title of Lord, and obtained a piece of land, which is the current Knight Bennett, then called Lord Bennett. The main line of the Bennett family lives in Bagang, the capital of the Principality of Kamei. If you send Abel there, although Abel may become a knight there, he will also become a certain line of the Bennett family. Guarded by his children, Bennett Knight did not want his second son to pay his own freedom or even his life for others. And the Knights of Bennett were unwilling to be laughed at and lost the Lord. He had long decided that only when the Knights of Bennett were upgraded to Lord Bennett, he would visit the main line of Bakong City. The pride of the Knight, the pride that should not be trampled by others. Knight Marshal Harry is different from Knight Bennett. The Harry family is a famous big family in the city of Pekong. Knight Marshal achieved victory in the war. With the help of the family, he obtained a knighthood. In relation to the Knights of Nate, this fiefdom was chosen as the Knights of the Knights 300 miles away from Bennett's Knights, which is now the Harry Knights, where everything is new, and even that castle is a new castle. The inheritance of the Harry Knight family is very good. There have been high-level knights. The inheritance philosophy of the Harry family is different from that of the Bennett family, but the Bennett Knight never denies the excellence of the other's inheritance. Knight Marshal Harry has told him many times that he wants to adopt an adoptive son to become an heir, but the conditions for such adoptive sons are not easy to find. Non-noble children need not be considered, but noble children have their own missions, such as a nobleman has 3 sons, and the eldest son has the right of inheritance. But in this world, maybe a duel, maybe a conflict, maybe just a disease, it is possible that the life of the eldest son will be killed, and then the second son will then inherit the right of inheritance. This is also the way of nobility inheritance. No one will dislike their children too much, it is just a matter of spending different gold coins on education. Abel is a genius. The Bennett Cavaliers can be sure that his experience are sufficient. He knows how good his second son is. In order not to delay Abel's growth, he made this a painful decision. The Bennett family will lose a knight that may be very powerful in the future, and it is only because of gold coins. The atmosphere of the dinner was very dull. The eldest brother Zach dropped the beef from the fork to the dinner plate several times. In general, the Bennett Cavaliers would severely reprimand the eldest son for being rude. There, slowly eating her own food, her mother, Nora, ate very little and shed tears most of the time. After dinner, the servant stepped forward to clean up the table, and the Bennett knight called the last son Abel to his study alone. The study is the place where important letters and vouchers are stored in the family. It is usually forbidden for others to enter. This is the first time that Abel has entered here. The portraits and other walls are made up of whole bookcases in which neatly arranged rows of large or small or red or black books. In the middle of the study is a huge desk made of a single piece of wood. Due to years of use, the mirror batter formed by the natural friction above makes the study reveal the thickness of history. Here is the core of the knight collar. All the orders are issued here. The Bennett knight pulled out a large box made of oak from the table. The box was decorated with deerskin all around. The top of the arched lid had a handle made of red copper. One side of the lid was made of deerskin. Into a buckle. Unbuttoning the buckle, Bennett opened the oak box, neatly packed with equipment. He took out a piece of leather armor, which is a half-length leather armor, inlaid with shiny square small pieces of iron on the chest and back, folded from a few pieces of white iron from the shoulder to the elbow. This is a piece of inlaid leather armor, a kind of armor between iron armor and leather armor. It is much cheaper than iron armor and even cheaper than chain armor with similar protection. Stronger than ordinary cotton and leather armor, this iron-infused leather armor has also become an option for economically ridden knights. This set of leather armor was made by the master armor maker in the army when I killed a trophy of a scorching cow in the war with the orcs. Then he took out the lower part of the leather armor from the oak box. Half set, a pair of leather pants with white iron knee pads at the knees. This is a light sword. This is a boot in calfskin. This is a glove. I have nothing too precious for you, my son. Abel looked at the equipment in the box, and a little crystal appeared in his eyes. He knew this equipment. This is his father's spare equipment. A knight cannot have only one set of equipment. Iron armor is sometimes hit in battle. Bad, during the period of sending it for repair, the spare equipment is the guarantee of the life safety of the knight. Without hesitation and refusal, Abel took the oak box handed over by his father. The box was very heavy. This was the most precious gift a father could give his child. When I returned to the room carrying the oak box, my mother was already waiting in the room. The mother's gifts were very simple. All of them were clothes, underwear, outerwear, night training clothes, gowns, and even handkerchiefs. I didn't have this time. Crying, just holding Abel's hand and slowly telling him how to interact with people outside, talking a lot, very quiet at night, the study in the castle, Zach's room, the oil lamp in Abel's room is on all night. Chapter 9 Realm of Continuous Improvement. In the early morning, Mother Nora left Abel's room. Abel sat quietly on the stool in the room, thinking about his life in the castle in the past 2 years. His actual age was more than 40. I understand Bennett's ideas very well. If Abel does not show extraordinary learning ability and outstanding knight training qualifications, then everything can be the same as before, and he will leave home at the age of 18 instead of just now. Abel, 12, is going to a strange place. Tap your finger on the Heradick Cube on the right arm, and take out a bottle of gold potion with a dark gold flash from it. Abel decides to drink a bottle of gold potion today to enhance his strength. Bennett Castle will like a patron saint. Abel felt safe when he came to this world. Now he is leaving the castle. Abel, who has lost his sense of security, urgently needs to improve his strength to ensure his safety. The amber potion slipped through the throat into the body, and a continuous breath was continuously swallowed from the body, circulating in every muscle of Abel's body. He was sitting on the carpet, constantly using the night breathing is used to transform these generated qi. These qi are very peaceful, just like the qi generated during normal practice, except that these qi do not consume food in their belly, but directly form air pulses. The third air pulse is in these with the support of qi. It slowly formed, and the speed of formation was very stable. It was not as thrilling as Abel's breakthrough. Each time the breakthrough qi pulse disappeared at any time, but it was very solid. Abel's night breathing is used every night, and it has never been so long as today. He can only breathe 20 night breathing every night on weekdays. Today's night breathing is continuous. Breathing makes the curtains of the room swing with the rhythm of breathing. A full half an hour later, the body's medicinal effects slowly dissipated, and Abel's qi pulse has stabilized at 3 pulses, and the amount of qi pulse that has not formed qi pulse is enough to form another qi pulse. This surprises Abel. This is much stronger than what the auction house calls a master class of qi condensate. In fact, there are also differences between the master level, gas condensate, mentioned by the auction house. The true perfect, gas congeal, does not contain a bit of dross, but no matter how high the master's level is and how skilled he is, there will always be to the extent that humans can't. Abel's gas elixir is synthesized by the artifact Heradick block. During the synthesis process, each time the CD is combined, the power of the dregs and the medicine are strictly controlled according to the rules. Effect. What is the power of rules? The power of rules is the power of God. It is the power of God. As an artifact, the Heradick Cube can use part of the power of the rules of God to change the synthesized items. A flawless bottle of gas elixir is of course much stronger than the ordinary master's gas elixir. Except for the Heradick Cubes, where can I find a who is bored to help trainee knights refining pharmaceutical agents? So really, the gas condensate on Abel's hand should be called the perfect gas condensate on the level, or the final version of the gas elixir. I stepped up to the first level in half an hour. This strong temptation made Abel not hold back, and he took the last bottle of qi condensate from the Heradick Cube and drank it. The sensation of the rapid increase just now is back, and the night breathing technique allows the qi produced by the qi condensate to continually condense into a part of the qi pulse, and slowly the fourth qi pulse is also formed. This bottle of qi condensate also lost its efficacy after Abel's fourth gas vein stabilized. Standing up, Abel found that he had black stains all over his body, white underwear had been dyed black-brown, and the odor of those stains on his nose. Needless to say, the body that had been slowly improving for several years was forced to ascending in a short period of time. The impurities that were gradually expelled from the body by the air in the past few years are also discharged when the body is ascended, which is now the case. Quickly ran into the bathroom, Abel threw all his clothes, washed all the stains on the whole body with soap horns, and even changed 3 buckets of water before he cleaned himself up, then opened the window for the fresh air in the morning, bring out the odor in the room. In the past 6 months, Abel has grown 10 centimeters in height and has reached 1.6 meters. After a long period of systematic cavalry training, every muscle on his body is angular. Abel himself is a fitness coach. He knows how to be better through training to exercise perfect body. Abel admires the martial arts of this world. No matter the soldiers or knights he meets, as long as he has weapons, he can be incredibly powerful, but the world attaches much less importance to empty-handed combat. Most soldiers or knights are barbaric when you are empty-handed. You hit me with a punch and I fight you with a punch. As a fitness coach, Abel is proficient in boxing, free kick, Muay Thai, and Tai Chi. Although he is not a master of boxing when he is on the earth, his rich theoretical knowledge makes him a master of freehand fighting in the world. In the unarmed combat with the elder brother Zack, Abel can easily knock down the elder brother who is much higher and stronger than himself. Unarmed combat is not the power that determines everything. In front of the unarmed combat techniques that have formed a scientific system on the earth, the skills of freehand fighting that Abel is familiar with in this world are very clumsy. This is related to the world environment. The greatest enemy of humans is the orcs. Fighting with the orcs in unarmed combat in front of the mighty physique and lightning speed is an act of death, and empty-handed fighting between nobles is also a very bad manner. The contradiction between the nobles was solved with swords. Abel shook his fist and made several combat moves, and felt his strength and speed. Because the strength and speed rose too fast, he couldn't control the sudden increase in strength. When he was about to drink water, he squeezed the wooden water glass. Fragmentation, the uncontrollable power, reflects the disadvantages of rapid growth of strength, but this is acceptable. Abel is only 12 years old this year, less than a month is the new year, and only 13 years after the new year. At the age of 13, he reached the height reached by his older brother at 18. When Abel was studying Taijiquan, the teacher of Taijiquan once said that Taijiquan is the best way to control strength. Taijiquan is implicitly restrained, continuous, and uses the style of boxing, which is soft, fast, and flowing. The mind, qi, form, and of the person gradually converge. Abel stood in the room, slowly adjusting his own voice. God also slowly calmed down from the excitement of the continuous advancement. The first form of Taiji started, the second form of King Kong pounded, and the third form was lazy. Jia had been up to the end of the 74th style, and it was already bright. As the power of the 4th level trainee knight brought by the upgrade has been completely integrated with the body with the help of a set of Tai Chi, the power has not become smaller, but has become more rounded. Abel stood in front of the mirror in the room. Even found that he can control his externally manifested power through Taijiquan. If the control of Taijiquan is completely released, then experienced practitioners can see that Abel's level is a 4th level trainee knight, but he uses Taijiquan after controlling. You can let the other party see the level you want to show to the other party. Of course, this level cannot exceed your own level. This is very useful for Abel now. He is thinking how to explain to his father that he has been promoted to 2 levels in one night. This can be solved now. He wants to control the external level to the 2nd level and pack up with satisfaction. Get your own stuff. Chapter 10 set off. The morning in early December was a bit cold. Today's Bennett Castle is very busy. After getting up in the morning, the servants are busy cleaning the carriage. The 2 stallions pulling the carriage are also fed with soybeans, and the sky blue is hung on the horse. Decorative pendants. The attendants trimmed their weapons, cleaned up their respective leather armor, boots, and Bennett's horses were carefully combed and replaced with gorgeous saddles. When Abel took his servant out of the room with his servant, a noble guard of honor consisting of 6 pikemen, and a team of not ornate but very clean carriages were waiting in front of the castle. The spearmen are wearing uniform sky blue cloth armor, half-height leather boots on their feet, a sky blue cloth hat, and a 3-meter-long gun. Only the 3-meter-long gun is the real army. The other items are all made by the castle tailor. The cloth armor can make the arrows servants take the arrows out of the body more easily. It cannot hold the arrows down, let alone the cold-proof cloth hat. The 2 pikemen standing in the forefront stood with 2 flags at the tip of the gun. The pattern on it was the thorn shield of the Bennett family. The carriage did not have too much decoration, but the curtains and door curtains were also replaced with sky blue. Sky blue is the main color of the thorn shield, so in formal occasions, the decoration of the castle is mainly sky blue. While Abel was loading the box on the carriage, his father Bennett rode out of the castle on a steed, followed by his mother, Nora, with tears in her eyes, and her elder brother supported her. The knight of Bennett looked very solemn. His shiny silver-white armor reflected the cold light under the sun, and there was no helmet on his head. The helmet, shield, and sword were hung on the saddle. On the side, the hair is simply tied into a ponytail shape, and the cold wind blows, and the hair dances with the cold wind. The shield hangs on the outermost part of the saddle. The azure thorn shield coat of arms covers the entire shield and contrasts with the azure large sword scabbard. My mother didn't speak, as if she had finished all the words last night, just looking at Abel like this, like looking at the most beautiful treasure in the world. The elder brother Zach knew that one day Abel would leave the castle. This is a tradition. No one would violate it, so he always cared about and cared for his only brother, but he did not expect that this day would come so early. Zach stepped in front of Abel, and held Abel in his arms, so strong that even Abel, who was in the same state, felt pressure. Remember to come back when you are free. This is your home. The elder brother, who usually talks a lot, does not say much at this moment, but this affectionate sentence makes Aber's already peaceful heart almost out of control. The winter morning sunlight didn't make people feel warm, the wind was a bit strong, and the banner with the family thorn shield pattern on the team was blown out. Abel didn't get into the carriage, but rode on the horse that had been almost 3. The old grandma immediately followed in the middle of the team. The set of iron-inlaid leather armor sent by his father was too large. Now he was wearing a leather cowhide lined with wool and carrying a light sword on his back. The weight of the sword was actually too light for him. The gift from his father was not very practical for him, who was already a 4th grade. Abel looked back at his mother, Nora, who was still watching the team leaving, and Zach, who was supporting her, and immediately turned around again. He was afraid he would turn back and tears would fall uncontrollably. When the team left, there were not many people. Because of the need to leave some guards and guards, they brought only 6 pikemen, a coachman, plus Bennett and Abel, a total of 9 people. They followed Abel last time. After attending the Knights of Bennett, the attendant Norman went to Fort Lee to stay as the second master of the territory and to stay to protect the castle. What is explained here is that, as the lowest level aristocracy, not everyone is qualified to be a knight's servant. Loyalty, reliability, strong force, and low status are important conditions. Like Norman in the Bennett family, he followed the knight to fight heroically from the battlefield. After his loyalty was recognized by the knight, he found out the warrior mystery from the family heritage and taught it to him, making him an official warrior. And upgraded his status from an ordinary guard to a knight attendant higher than ordinary civilians. And many homeless knights want to find the opportunity to become a knight servant of a fiefdom knight. From this we can see the identity of the knight servant. We must know that after the knight servant has paid his loyalty, the knight is responsible for all the expenses of the servant, including weapons, armor, and the placement of the servant family, so that both the servant and the knight must be cautious about collecting a servant. Perhaps the servant will save you or harm you in the next battle. The team traveled for 6 hours. Except for a half-hour break at noon, the team has been traveling for the rest of the time. No one has interrupted the aristocratic team led by the cavaliers, even those beasts. Feeling like a dormant active volcano, the Knights of Bennett erupted at any moment, and bypassed the team. This is the farthest time Abel has ever left home, whether it is the 11 years in memory or the nearly 2 years since he came to the world himself. Because it is winter, the scenery on the road is not attractive, there are only some evergreen plants dotted on the dark earth. Fortunately, it did not snow. Although these dirt roads were a little dusty when people and horses walked on it, they were better than mud after rain or snow. Abel heard that the roads in the bustling areas were large on the ground. Paved with rocks, it reminded him of the concrete road on the earth. Abel thought that if the cement were made, these roads could become as hard as those paved with rocks. Patting his own head, he told himself in his heart not to think about the inventions and creations, and the lack of strength would harm himself and the family, just like the castle drainage system. In the high cabinet of the Knights of Bennett. As a person with modern education, Abel obviously felt that his thinking was more active than the teenager in his memory, and even more active than when he was on the earth. This is why he mastered his speed quickly when he learned knight skills. Not only it is a knight skill, he can easily learn other noble etiquette and cultural knowledge, and keep in mind that sometimes he cannot help wondering whether this is the physical welfare brought by his crossing. The road ahead turned from a dirt road to a gravel road, and the road surface was much smoother. The Knight Bennett turned back and pointed to the road in front of Abel and said, "This is the characteristics of the martial knight, especially for face." He asked all both are the best. If it were not for the plains and there were no mountains to mine boulder, then he would make this road a boulder road. Watching his father's lightly polished armor on Knight, the sky blue decoration specially made for horses specially prepared for today, and the new equipment on those pikemen, Abel would like to say, "Father, if you have money, you must be better than the cavaliers of Marshall." Chapter 11 Adoption. Marshal Harry's Harry Knight Collar is located 300 miles west of Bennett Knight's Collar. Harry Knight's Collar and Bennett's Knight are separated by a Lord's fiefdom. If not to bypass Lord's fiefdom, the two knights, there is no need for 6 hours between the collars. Although the Knights of Bennett are fiendish knights, they are considered to be aristocratic, but for the nobles with real titles, the knights are just quasi-nobles. In addition, the Knights of Bennett are not good at interacting with other nobles. There was only a polite distance between the nobles, and he asked him to ask a lord to let his armed convoy pass his fiefdom, and he would rather make a detour than make a long way. At about 3 in the afternoon, the convoy reached Harry Knight's Collar, and in the distance saw 2 red tapestries with the same height as the city walls hanging on the left and right of the castle wall, with a white unicorn 4 foot off the ground. Growling, "It's Marshal Harry's coat of arms." Abel saw that the expression on Bennett's knight's face was not good-looking, and seemed to be stimulated by the huge heraldic tapestries in front of him. According to Abel's knowledge, the heraldic tapestry on the wall of Bennett's castle hall was only 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. After the tapestry was made more than half by the previous lord, the Knight Bennett took out his teeth made of a large amount of gold coins. That is also the pride of Bennett. He always said that this is the wealth left for future generations. This guy must be intentional. I told him about the heraldic tapestry. Bennett clenched his teeth and squeezed a word from his teeth. Abe watched the expression of Bennett's knight, quietly slowed down his horse, and moved away from the already dangerous Bennett's knight. At the gate of Harry's castle, a 40-year-old knight in full-body gold armor stood in the middle, and on both sides were 2 rows of full-body leather-armored sword guards. The golden armor of the knight is engraved with the pattern of the sun on the left chest, and the shield-shaped coat of arms of the white unicorn with a red bottom on the right chest, coupled with the tall body of the knight, and the mature temperament accumulated on the face due to age, look chic. Martial. With a loud yell, the Knights of Bennett jumped down from their horses, and the fighting spirit in his whole body was violent, just like a tiger eating a bite, striding toward the Knight of Martial. Every step, the footsteps, and the ground would make a loud noise. Cece. The martial knight also yelled, the original chicness disappeared, and his blonde hair fluttered in the air with his fighting spirit, rushing towards the Knight Bennett like a lion. The people on both sides were stunned. Didn't they hear that the two knights were best friends? How can you meet when you meet? The Bennett and Martial Cavalier got closer and closer, and they did not stop when they were able to punch and attack each other. The two jumped in place and collided fiercely in the air. No fists, no feet, just his chest slammed into the air, and a loud voice sounded to Abel as if 2-inch full-powered cars were colliding. The two who landed from the air stepped back a dozen steps each, and Bennett, who had just struggled to gain a foothold, cursed, "Why didn't you say in the letter that you are an intermediate knight?" On the other side, the martial knight looked at his golden armor distressedly, and he scolded and scolded, "You guys didn't say you were an intermediate knight." Bennett looked at the dent in his armor, thinking about how many gold coins he needed to fix it, and the number made him shout, "You shame me, if I am not an intermediate knight, now I am already lying on the ground." Everyone, each other. The Knights of Bennett and the Knight of Martial looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and when everyone around them thought they were going to fight again, the two laughed and hugged each other at the same time, slapping each other's armor. The sound is like hitting the iron. What kind of aristocratic etiquette the Knights of Bennett had at the moment, and the chic style of the Knights of Martial, all of them were gone. Some were just the excitement and wanton embrace of the brothers. Abel looked enviously at the old brother-like friend. For his secretive person, this kind of caring friend was too difficult to find. The adoption ceremony was very formal. Under the auspices of the priest of the Harvest Goddess Temple from Harvest City, Bennett delivered Abel to the hands of the martial knights. The martial knights handed a dress with a white unicorn coat of arms draped on Abel. The adoption ceremony was completed in the justice of the priest. After the ceremony, Harry Castle held a ball to celebrate that the castle finally has an heir, and Harry Castle will be passed on. For the lords who have adopted sons who have no children and have no right of inheritance, if the lord dies, then the fiefdom will be nationalized, and those who live on the territories will lose their life support, so there is a new heir. It is a very important matter for a territory without children. The prom knight Bennett did not participate, but led the team back to his castle after the ceremony. It was impossible for him to participate in this kind of dance to celebrate the adoption of his son, so the martial cavaliers not much retention. The martial knight took Abel to the two-story annex building on the left side of the castle, and gently opened the door of the annex building. He very kindly pulled Abel into it and introduced enthusiastically, "Abel, hereafter your room, I hope you can feel as secure here as at home. The first floor is large. The ground is a hard stone floor. On one side, there are bar tables and several high-back chairs. All other places are empty. A weapon rack is placed next to the wall. There are big swords, shields, bows, and spears on the shelf, even a great axe for the orcs. This is a living room. It is better to say that it is a small practice room. It also meets the living requirements of a trainee knight. The trainee knight takes a lot of time to practice. The layout here greatly facilitates Abel's practice. It shows that in the decoration hall, the martial knights took care. The second floor is the bedroom. As soon as I went up to the second floor, I saw a large feather bed that I wanted to lie down. The white sheets made me feel a little unbearable to touch it. The glazed white oak walls and the same white wool rug on the ground make the room elegant and holy, and the views from the castle can be seen through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows. It can be seen that due to the white unicorns on the coat of arms, the martial knights love white. Everything on this second floor is white, even the largest wardrobes are made of white oak. I have your clothes ready. Knight Martial opened the closet, which was full of various clothes, and then he said, "There is still some time for the welcome party. You can take a bath and rest, and wait for a while. The maid comes to remind you and help you put on the dress for the ball." Martial Knight gave Abel a smile with a sunny smile, which made Abel feel warmth in his heart, and asked before turning back downstairs, "Do you need anything else?" "You're welcome, this is your future home." "No, you've arranged well enough." The easygoing and caring of Abel by Martial Cavalier made Abel overwhelmed, but he knew that everything the martial cavalier did was to make himself accept the home. After the martial knight left, Abel stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the bedroom on the second floor and looked at the night view. The lights in the distance were moving. Those were the carriages for the guests who came to the ball. It is very close to the Harvest City of the city. The size of Harvest City is far from comparable to that of the small town of Fort Lee. This will be my future home. When I came to this world, my parents and elder brother, who just recognized their new identity, came to a new family, accepted a new life, shook their heads, sighed, and matured. Abel didn't look like that. He was thinking about future growth, and his parents would be able to help them later. A sound of footsteps came from the stairs, then the bedroom door was opened, and a maid with a round face about 20 years old walked in lightly, and asked Abel respectfully, "Your bath water has been put, are you ready now?" Under the guidance of the maid, Abel came to the castle's master bathroom. The all-wooden bathroom exudes the wood-specific fragrance. The hot water in the bathtub made of marble is full of white water. Putting some dried petals added some floral fragrance to the water. When Abel entered the bathroom, the maid was also prepared to follow in, but was stopped by him. As a person receiving modern education, he was not used to having a maid come to take a bath for himself. After bathing, put on the prepared underwear in the bathroom, and put on the prepared gown with the help of the maid. Chapter 12 Welcome Ball. The servants greeted the guests invited by the martial knights outside the gates of the castle. These guests were the surrounding lords and the nobles of the Harvest City 100 miles away. From this point of view, the martial knights have a wide range of friends. Of course, this and his family, the background is inseparable. The evening was held in the hall of the castle. Hundreds of huge smoke-free candles lit the entire hall. Red wine transported from the Principality du Bagang City and the fresh game hunted in the forest behind the castle attracted people's taste buds. It's getting dark, and the guests in the hall have already arrived. No one will be late for this kind of ball. Compared with the diversity of nighttime leisure activities on the earth, people in this world have very few activities at night. The poor can't afford expensive oil lamps at night, so they rest early. And the activities of the nobles at night are just reading books. The nobles in the city will have the opportunity to listen to opera, but those performances are not available every day. The cost of holding a dance party is very high. The average aristocracy can only hold 1 or 2 such parties a year, and it can no longer bear it. Abe S. Bennett, Knight Leader, has never held such a party since he remembered. I don't know how the martial knight manages his finances. He should really let the Bennett Knight and martial knight learn financial management. Abel thought so. Abel is the protagonist of today, so he and the martial cavaliers rested on the second floor of the hall, and waited downstairs. The butler in a black tuxedo shouted, "Dear martial cavaliers and Master Abel, please." Everyone's applause sounded, and the martial knight took Abel slowly down the stairs, and he kept nodding to the guests. When the martial knight held up his glass, the atmosphere of the ball reached its peak. At the ball tonight, Abel didn't know anyone except the knight of martial. He was under 13 years old, and no lady came to ask him to dance. Abel looked around casually, except for occasional guests. "We'll say hello to him," he politely returned to the ceremony. "There is nothing for him." "Good luck, brunette." "Yeah, really a lucky guy." "Why isn't such a good thing?" "As you look like, you might as well choose me." At the corner of the ball, several young people were laughing and joking together. They didn't notice that they had approached Abel. When they saw Abel, they were embarrassed for a while, and then a young man in a white dress stood up. "Come out, give a salute to Abel and say sorry, we didn't notice your arrival." "I don't need to apologize, I'm interrupting your conversation." Abel returned at dinner, and calmly replied. Before coming to Harry Castle, Abel had considered that someone would talk about this, but as a person who is actually 40 years old and 2 generations old, he didn't take these arguments seriously. Abel's attitude seemed to welcome the favor of several young people. They led Abel to talk about some interesting things, such as a new jazz lover. What praise someone hit. The young man in the white gown was Isaac, the eldest son of Baron Victor in Harvest City. Just now he showed great envy to Abel's good fortune and could be adopted by a childless knight. Isaac's father, Baron Victor, is one of the many jazz in Harvest City. Although these jazz living in the city are rich, most of them are engaged in business because they want to maintain the aristocratic luxury life. It must be based on a large number of gold coins. Although businessmen are inferior in the eyes of nobles, in order to live, they can only engage in business operations that they despise to earn gold, and the status of the fiefdom lord, even the fiefdom knight, is more important than that of their baron without fiefdom. Higher. There is no castle without the land, and you can only live in the city. No big house can compare with the freedom of your castle, and the output of the land can have a continuous income to maintain your own life and family, and the funds of the guard. Abel can understand Isaac's envy. As long as it is not malicious, Abel can tolerate a light sip of red wine, listening to a few people talking, and inserting a sentence from time to time makes people feel that he will not be too cold, but not too warm. At this time, a gloomy glance swept over, and Abel, a fourth-level apprentice knight, caught the malice in his eyes for the first time. He looked at the light with no trace of it, still shaking his wine glass in his hand. It was a boy with a straight figure and a handsome face. His blonde hair was uncluttered. His eyes were too slender and somewhat feminine. Gently touching Isaac, Abel asked softly, "Who is that?" He swept at the boy with his eyes inadvertently. "Hey, his name is Daniel, a disgusting fellow." Isaac turned to look at the boy and turned back dismissively. "What's going on?" Abel asked curiously. "He is the son of a businessman. His sister is married to Lord Walker in Harvest City. He has also entered the aristocracy, but he is still not satisfied." Isaac said here and looked up at Abel. Then, he said, he heard that the martial knight had no children, so he asked his sister to help him become the adopted son of the martial knight. His sister had no choice but to ask Lord Walker to find the martial knight, but the martial knight rejected it in person. Isaac took a sip of wine, as if talking about Daniel's rejection made him feel good. This thing spread in the aristocracy. "Do you know what everyone says?" Seeing Abel's calm expression, Isaac continued boringly, "Everyone says that Daniel has no self-knowledge, and Lord Walker is very shameless because of this. In fact, Lord Walker didn't want to think about it. The martial knight would accept a businessman will his son be the heir. Even if he promises, his family will not." Speaking of these gossips, Isaac's interest increased greatly, and he uttered everything he knew in one go, and also made Abel understand why Daniel hated himself. Some can't stand the boring topics of these people. The important things in these young people's mouths are lacy news and gossip. They took a chance and greeted a few people, and Abel went to the bathroom. The Daniel saw Abel walking towards the bathroom, and he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Abel didn't enter the bathroom, just stood near the window near the bathroom, letting the outside wind blow his hot face. Just 12 years old, he drank some red wine, and felt a little bit of wine. After blowing the cold wind, feeling more comfortable, putting the wine glass on the windowsill, Abel reminded himself that his body was still too young to drink wine. He used to know all this when he was a fitness coach, but the atmosphere of the dance just made him forget his age. After doing a self-examination, he decided to stop drinking before he reached adulthood. As the master of today, it is very rude to leave the ball for a long time. Turning around, when Abel was preparing to return to the hall, a figure rammed at him. Almost at the same time as Abel's body he responded, and the powerful fourth-level trainee knight's breath poured from his body. The figure that hit him did not shake him in the slightest after touching his body, but was bounced by the stress of his body. The man flew for 3 meters in the air, slipped another 2 meters before falling to the ground, and stopped, falling to the ground motionless. Someone just saw this scene. It wasn't until the man was bombed out that he knew that something had happened. Someone had come over to look at it. "It's Daniel." A knight stretched out his hand and turned the person to the ground, and found something. "Oh my dear Daniel, what's wrong with you?" A young woman in a noble fluffy skirt hurriedly trot over and saw Daniel on the ground, crying out loud. The master martial knight came to the scene, saw the situation on the ground, and asked Abel, "Abel, what's wrong?" "I don't know. He hit me, and he flew out like this." Abel opened his hand and made an innocent expression. The martial knight looked at Daniel on the ground. He didn't need to think about it and knew what was going on. Abel had just arrived today. He didn't even know a few people. As the owner of today, he would never try to teach today's guests without any reason. He still remembers the young man, Daniel, because after rejecting this young man's rude request, he was still ridiculed by his friends, but because of Lord Walker's relationship, he did not investigate the matter. Today, Daniel attacked the heirs of the castle at the ball he hosted. This is not an ordinary move, because as the heir of the castle, Abel already truly has the identity of a noble, and it is a felony to attack the noble in this world, not to mention the attack on the castle's heirs in other. People's castles is an act of death. The martial knight ignored the crying woman, looked back at Lord Walker in the crowd, and said to Lord Walker in a deep voice, "Are you bringing Daniel to my castle today to challenge the Harry family? Or are you preparing fight me for an honor duel?" Lord Walker glanced ugly at Daniel on the ground. To be honest, if he knew that Daniel was so brave, he would not dare to bring Daniel here. This time, Daniel also asked to see what kind of person he was. Become the heir of the martial knights. Chapter 13 Morning. I'm sorry to bring someone with this identity to a noble party, and you can handle it as you wish. Lord Walker gave a big gift to the martial knights, a noble ritual that has been publicly acknowledged kind of representation. The Knight of Martial returned the gift and turned to the outside and shouted, "Guard, put him down and send it to the law enforcement officer of Peigang tomorrow." "No, you can't do this." The crying woman was dragged away by the gloomy Lord Walker and left the castle without waiting for the ball to end. At the corner of the hall, the butler Lin Sai stood in the shadow like an invisible person. He could see the process of the conflict just now, as if he had discovered something. The curiosity flashed in his eyes. A farce just added more talk to the aristocracy, and no one would care about an unlucky guy who had offended the Fiend Knight, not to mention that this unlucky guy was not a nobleman. After the party, the guests who stayed had already arranged into the guest rooms. Butler Lindsay, who was busy with all this, found the martial knight who was wiping his armor. "What? Abel is a 4th level trainee knight, you read that right." Martial's knight in the center of his armor fell to the ground and made a loud sound, but these did not lower his surprise. "Yes, although I am only a level 5 fighter, Master Abel's momentum at that moment is the momentum of a real level 4 trainee knight. I can't read this wrong." Butler Lin Sai nodded heavily, 12 points answered with affirmation. "Haha, this guy from Cici has lost a lot of money. It seems that he doesn't know that his second son will be such a genius. If he knows how he will put such a genius into my hands." Martial Knight patted the table yelled. "I heard that Zach, the eldest son of Bennett Knight, is 18 years old, and is only a level 4 trainee knight." Steward Linser whispered to remind Martial Knight. "Yes, Abel is a good boy. He was afraid that his practice speed would affect his elder brother and make him lose his confidence in practice, so he concealed his strength." Knight Martial thought he had found the reason and couldn't help it. Abel's behavior moved. "Write a letter to the old guys in Pakistan, tell them the news, and ask them to provide a set of Qiyang armor. When I left, I was only given a set of imitations. Beloved armor, then said, I have brought in a super genius for the family, and the family has nothing to say about how to do it, and it takes the old guys to bleed some blood." "Okay, master." Butler Lindsay didn't care about the tone of the martial knight. The knight's enthusiasm for Qiyang armor was like his love for his dead wife. Qiyang armor is the standard armor of the Qiyang Legion of the ancient Haori Empire. Whenever the sun shines on the armor, it will emit a blood-red light. The strong protective ability makes all knights heartbeat, which can emit blood-red light. The peculiar effect made the aristocrats eager, but unfortunately, since the fall of the Hao Empire, most of the Qiyang armor has disappeared, and a small part of the Qiyang armor that has survived in the world has also been collected by various nobles and rarely seen in the market. The next morning, Abel was washed with the help of the maid, and came to the restaurant. In the restaurant, the martial knight was already waiting for him. Feeling the disrespectful, Abel saluted to the martial knight, "Sorry, I have kept you waiting so long." "It doesn't matter. How was the rest last night?" Knight Martial asked casually. "Very good and comfortable." "Don't stand, just sit down." The Knight of Martial waved and let Abel sit down. After praying, the servant began to have breakfast. The richness of the breakfast was beyond Abel's expectation. Eggs, red sausage, and bacon were paired with green vegetables. Abel was surprised by the green vegetables in this cold winter. Seeing Abel's surprise, Knight of Martial explained with a smile, "This is Druin's work. They use mystery to make vegetables, and the price is in line with its identity. There is also a profession like Druin in this world." Abel moved in his heart and asked, "Apart from Druin, what caster is there?" The martial knight saw Abel interested in the topic, put down his knife and fork, and said, "You're talking about a wizard." "Sorcerer." A picture of the destruction of the teleportation scroll in the town appeared in Abel's mind. Is he unable to use the magic scroll because he is not a wizard? Abel's heart heated up again, and he decided to find an opportunity to learn more about the wizard. After breakfast, Knight of Martial led Abel to the study, poured a cup of coffee for Abel, waited for Abel to taste it, and said, "Abel, you are now a member of the Harry family." After a pause, the martial knight organized the language, and then said, "Some things, let me say it clearly. Last night, you showed the momentum of a 4th level trainee knight." Abel was startled, and looked up at the martial knight. Unexpectedly, yesterday, he only discovered the use of the power of the 4th level trainee knight once. "Don't worry, I know you are only for Zach's sake, and you haven't revealed your true level." Seeing Abel's response, the martial knight said, holding Abel's shoulder. Abel did not explain the misunderstanding of the martial cavaliers. Such a misunderstanding is more perfect than his own explanation. "I don't know how you suppress your strength, but I want to say that this suppression is not a good way. The power of the knight is violent and violent. If you suppress the power, you will lose its original nature." Hearing the words of martial knight, Abel knows that this is a difference in understanding of power between the two worlds, and he uses Tai Chi to control the power. For the people in this world, the power loses the violent and violent strong aggression, and the knowledge I learned on the earth believes that strength must be soothed in the body, and it must be implicit, so that we can maintain ourselves and live long. Abel decided to follow the advice of martial cavaliers. In the final analysis, this world is an era of cold weapons. Only in this era can people know how to use power. It is too luxurious to maintain longevity in this world. It is this that kills the enemy to survive the essence of world power. Then how should I master this power? Abel asked directly. I already have a solution to this problem, and I came here the same way. Martial Knight took out a long sword from the table and said, "Look at this long sword as the knight's most important weapon. How much do you know about this sword?" Abel took the sword, groped his hand on it, and observed it carefully. He returned it to the martial knight and said, "This sword is about 1.5 meters long and weighs about 20 pounds. Knight Martial waved the sword in the air and said, "This sword is a knight-style sword. It is repeatedly forged 100 times with iron. It is 1.58 meters long and weighs 21.2 pounds. Know why I am so? Is that clear? This is your sword," Abel said softly. Although the voice was very light, the Knight of Martial could still hear it clearly, watching Abel a little unconvinced, and laughed. "Do you know the exact length and weight of your own light sword?" Abel was speechless, and touched his nose unnaturally. "As long as you study in the smithy for a year, you will also master this ability, and you will master the weapon more than the average trainer. At the same time, forging can make your power fully exerted, and your power is full. Rage can be controlled again." "Well, you convinced me. Where do I learn to forge?" The martial cavalier asked with some complacency. "Do you know why I'm so rich?" Abel has always been a bit confused. It is necessary to know that the domain of the martial knights is not larger than that of the Bennett knights. Abel shook his head, and he kept burying this question in his heart, and wanted to find a chance to ask. "That's because there is an iron ore in my territory," Knight of Martial said proudly. "I discovered this iron ore shortly after I got this territory, and because of this iron ore, I was able to put the castle it was built as Emma envisioned." Speaking of his wife Emma, the Knight of Martial looked a little sad, and sighed, saying, "Emma designed this castle at that time, and some of my savings and Emma's savings did not add up, but we still started building the castle that has eyes, and when we were running out of gold, we discovered the iron ore, so that my dream and her can be realized." Chapter 14 Master Benson. The smithy is not in the castle, but near the iron ore field. The martial knight and Abel took a carriage to get there in 20 minutes. Far away, I heard the sound of a hammer hitting an iron block, and following the sound, I saw a row of neat stone houses made of huge stones. The roof of each stone house had a huge chimney. At this time, 4 of the chimneys were smoking black smoke. Seeing these stone houses, Abel also saw from it that the martial knights attached great importance to the smithy. Those megaliths are the same as those used in the castle. They were all transported from distant mountains, not to mention their value, but the cost of transportation is a huge expense. Master Benson here was invited by me from Harvest City. After meeting, we must respect him. His craft is the best in Harvest City. If it is not his son, he wants to give the shop in the city to his son. I also ask not to return to Master Benson. Knight Martial explained to Abel carefully. "Martial, you are welcome." Standing up to 2 meters tall, with a sturdy figure and a beard in his 50s, Master Benson has already greeted him when he saw the Lord's carriage, and simply bowed his head, even if it was a gift. The martial cavalier who didn't care about these returned a gift and said to Master Bensmus with a smile, "I brought a young man to be your apprentice today." Master Benson turned to Abel and asked hesitantly, "You are talking about this child?" "Marshal, don't think I don't know the difference between a young man and a child. This little guy is a child, at best not more than 14 years old. Know that studying with me is a strong apprentice, not a minor child." Due to the welcome of Master Bensham, many people nearby came around. "Master Bensham, this is my adopted son Abel. He is a trainee knight and needs to learn from you to forge to strengthen your power." "The idea is good, but no, I will not accept him." Master Benstern said solemnly, "For a noble master, forging is a very hard work, and I believe that an apprentice knight so young can have the power to swing the hammer." "Master Bensham, I can endure hardships, and I have great strength." Abel stretched his arms and made a strong posture. "Ha ha." In front of Master Bensham, who was as strong as a bear at 2 meters high, Abercane's height of 1.6 meters made a strong posture, and the contrast made the onlookers laugh. "Abel, 2 years from now, when you are 15 years old, taller and stronger, if you want to learn forging, I will teach you." Because Abel was the adopted son of Martial Knight, so Ben Master Sam promised Abel patiently. "How strong is it to meet your requirements?" Abe asked. Looking at stubborn Abel, Master Bentham said, "Come with me." The Martial Knight led Abel along with Master Bensham to the yard behind the stone house. The onlookers crowded together to the backyard. "How many times can you say this child can lift? It would be nice to be able to lift one. He's an apprentice knight, and I say he can lift the second one. I bet he can lift one. I bet I can raise two." The voices of everyone were talking loudly. Both Martial Knight and Abel ignored these arguments, followed Master Bensham to the backyard, and saw that on the side of the backyard, 2 large irons were arranged from small to large, with an iron rod in the middle. Something. Abel's more and more familiar. This thing is the same as barbell, but it is much rougher than the barbell he knows. Even if the cultural background is different, people's understanding of how to better exert their power is still similar. These iron chains were made by me to train the apprentices. They range from small to large. The smallest one is 50 pounds, the largest one is 400 pounds, and each additional 50 pounds from left to right. Master Bentham pointed to the ground and said the chain device. "Garden, come here." Master Bentham pointed to a big man in the crowd who was almost as strong as the master himself. "Master, me, I'm not lazy, I just dumped the slag." Garden explained with a stammer, his dark face was sweaty with tension. The onlookers laughed. Everyone knew Garden. This was a new apprentice after Master Bensham came to the castle. Because of his hard work, Master Carr had been accepted as a disciple by Master Bensham. There is a big difference between an apprentice and a disciple. Apprentices often have to do a lot of hard work, such as burning a lot of wood every day in the smithy. The segmentation of this wood into pieces is the job of the apprentice. Salary. The disciples are different. The disciples can prioritize the master's craftsmanship and receive a salary that matches their craftsmanship every month. Garden, I asked you to show Abel how to use the iron lock, and let him know the power required to become a blacksmith. Master Bentham liked this disciple very much. He was honest, hardworking, and eager to learn, and for martial the care of the cavaliers, he also wants someone to replace him to continue to serve the martial cavaliers after his old age. "Okay, master." Garden smiled arrogantly, rubbed his hands on his body, walked to the 3rd chain lock, turned his head and said to Abel, "Abel, you can see my movement. Grasp each side of the iron bar with both hands and scream." The 150-pound iron lock was lifted from the ground at once, and he easily lifted it over his head. Garden did not seem to lift the 150-pound iron lock, and it's like a straw. "Okay." In the shouts of everyone around him, Garden dropped the iron lock on the ground. Garden looked up at Master Bensham, who nodded to him and said, "Garden, go on." Garden walked to the 4th lock, and this time he lifted the 200-pound lock with ease. Then came the 5th iron lock. This time, Garden was obviously not as easy as he started, but he still raised his head. At this moment, the crowd of people watching and holding their breath, watching Garden walking towards the 6th iron lock, but the 300-pound iron lock, let alone raise it, it was not easy to think of it. This time, Garden stood in front of the 6th iron lock and did not lift it immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. After a while, Garden opened his eyes and sang, and the 300-pound iron lock left the ground, rose, and his face became red with force, and the blue tendons on his neck burst. The crowd was cheering loudly as Garden finally lifted the iron lock over his head, and the scene was very lively. "Garden, you have more strength, and you will surpass me in a few years." Master Bentham looked at Garden with relief and said, "It's far worse than you." Garden was blushed by the master, and he felt embarrassed. "Abel, it's up to you." Master Bentham looked at Abel, thinking that Abel would retreat when he knew it. How could he know that Abel had approached the third chain without mercy? Abel just watched Garden's demonstration. To be honest, he still recognized Garden's power, but the unskilled method of weightlifting made him really disagree. As a fitness instructor, the barbell is one of the equipments he has played the most before. Garden's strength is 300 pounds. If Garden can lift the Earth's weightlifting skills, then 350 pounds can be lifted, and Garden's posture has many errors. It's just that his body is too strong, so there is no harm. If the wrong weightlifting method is used for a long time, it will certainly cause harm to the body. Is he going to lift the 150-pound iron directly? Oh my god, he can't lift it. Is he crazy? Talks around came again, and Abel frowned. He didn't like others to look at himself like a circus. "All leave here." Master Bentham saw that Abel didn't like the crowd, and thought he was embarrassed to be ugly in front of everyone, so he stepped forward to drive away the crowd. Seeing Master Bentham getting angry, the crowd burst into a panic. "Don't force yourself, do your best," Master Bentham advised Abel. Chapter 15 Learn to Forge. Abel nudged the dirt on the ground with his hand. There was no anti-skid powder, so he replaced it with dirt. This is the habit of Abel as a fitness coach. He won't slip when he has mud on his hands. Now his body is too young. He doesn't want to make a lot of injuries, so he should start with the details. Take care to protect your body bit by bit in your daily routine. Abel stood in front of the 150-pound iron lock, with his legs standing close to the iron rod in the middle of the iron lock. The two hands held the iron rod with his mouth opposite each other. He lifted the iron lock from the ground over his head in a continuous motion, and his arms were completely straight on his head. The whole process of lifting was done in one go. Master Bentham gave a quiet whisper. Although it was only 150 pounds, Abel's movements were significantly smoother than Garden's. The view of the martial cavaliers on the other side is different. The iron lock that Abel lifted started from the feet, then passed through the legs, passed through the waist and the front, and finally reached the arms. This is somewhat the same as the energy storage in the cavalier's technique. Abel can use this technique the first time he lifts an iron lock, and he has reached a very high level of understanding of power. Throwing the 150-pound iron lock, Abel stood in front of the 200-pound iron lock again, and lifted it with the same posture. Then came 250 pounds, passing easily. Under the stunned gaze of Master Bentham and Garden, Abel was standing next to the 300-pound iron chain that Garden had just lifted up. Grasp the iron bar with both hands, this time with your hands closer than before, bend your legs to pre-squat, lift the iron lock, place the iron lock on your shoulders over your chest, and then stand, then hold the iron bar with both hands and bend the arm, jar parallel to the iron rod. The straight arm is pushed up, and the iron lock has been raised above the head. "Marshal, where did you find the monster?" Master Bentham woke up in a dream, and asked the martial knight. "What is a monster?" "He is a 4th-level trainee knight." If the physical strength cannot lift 300 pounds, what a 4th-level trainee knight is. The martial knight was very upset that the master called his adoptive son a monster, and directly put Abel's level. "Speak it out." 4th-level trainee knight, my deity, how old are you kid this year?" Master Bentham asked Abel in surprise. 13 years old right away, Abel replied softly. "That's the 12-year-old trainee knight. Which guy is crazy? How could he give you such a baby as an adoptive son?" Master Bentham looked at the martial knight scornfully. "What's wrong with me? I'm an intermediate knight too, okay?" Knight Marshal shouted loudly. "You seem to have just entered an intermediate knight. Such a genius should be given to the knight captain to train. Even if there is a big knight captain, he will accept such a disciple." "You don't care, let him learn forging with you." "No problem." Martial Knight, who has been with Master Bentham for many years, doesn't want to care about the master anymore. Because the master is noble, if not Martial Knight and the master have an intimate relationship, please also do not return to the territory of the master, and the master's one-on-one character always makes the martial cavaliers feel big. Let him stay, Marshal, are you sure that you will teach him not to delay his future? Master Bentham agreed again. This sentence made the Knight of Martial say to Abel, you stay here during the day to learn from the master, and practice the knight's skills at the castle sooner or later. Then some deserted and fled the smithy. Garden, you teach Abel some basics first. Master Bentham went to his workshop after finishing talking. Your strength is so strong, Garden praised, looking curiously at Aber, a small man. Your strength is also great. Abel was trained by the cavaliers, but he can see that Garden is just an ordinary person, so the strength of Garden is really great. But I am much older than you. I am 19 years old, you are only 12 years old, and I watched it when you lifted 300 pounds. It was really easy. You should be able to lift a heavier iron lock. Say for sure. You just haven't fully exerted your strength. If you want to learn, I will teach you how to lift the chains like me when I have time. Really? Can I really learn that kind of technique? Garden jumped up in excitement and turned back and said to Abel earnestly, I will teach you to forge skills seriously, as long as I can, I will give you. It has been almost a month since I arrived at Harry Castle, and there are 3 days to go before the new year. Abel has been studying in the smithy for almost a month. With regard to forging techniques, Abel also learned all the basic skills from Garden. At the moment he is making his first great sword by himself, and he is going to give this great sword to his elder brother Zach as a New Year's gift. The hot red block was clamped by Abel with iron pliers in one hand, and was beaten on an anvil with a 10-pound hammer in one hand. After dozens of rough blocks were hit, it slowly became cold. Throw the rough into the stove and heat again. The smelting technology in this era is not high. Abel can understand that the blacksmith's job is to repeatedly beat the heated iron block, and then heat and beat it after cooling. The number of such repetitions reaches 30 times, which means that the iron is made 30 times. The 100-shaped long swords that Marshal Knight showed to Abel in the study were made of 100 iron blocks. An ordinary blacksmith can only make 30 to 40 rough roughs at most. As a disciple of Master Garden can make 60 rough roughs. Only masters in the smithy can make 100 rough roughs. This repeated tempering is not difficult for Abel to understand. After reading the science column, he knows that this tempering is only a means to remove the carbon in the rough. The more this kind of tempering, the less carbon is in the rough, and the better the quality of the rough. The process of hitting the rough with the hammer for nearly a month has allowed Abel to master the skills of using the hammer. With his learning speed, he can already accurately grasp the position of the strike. The rough has been refined by him. It has been 50 times, and the roughened pieces that were tempered 50 times need to be strengthened with each strike, but Abel's hand is still very stable. Not far away, Master Bentham silently looked at Abel. Although the master did not teach any knowledge of Abel during this time, the master has been paying attention to Abel, and Garden has been following the master for 5 years. Teaching Abel some basic skills is enough. Looking at each movement of Abel when he hits the rough, Master Bentham always feels a strange fluency. Abel's speed is not fast. Every time he hits every second, it looks very easy. But the master knows that a 100-pound hammer strikes hundreds of times, and most people can do it, but the number of times required to strike 50 exercises is different. But from the morning until noon, there is no stop, 1 strike per second. Beat constantly. Abel's percussion method was he figured it out after practicing banging in this period of time. This is the same as punching in boxing. According to some tests, heavy punches in boxing are the strongest of all boxing methods. That is because of boxing. The body uses the body as a transmission medium for power, not just the power of the arm. And now Abel's way of hitting the rough is like this. He didn't use too much power for each hit, and brought the power from the foot to the body, and finally to the arm, driving the hammer to hit it, and then using the rebound force of the hammer. As long as a little force is added, the hammer is raised to the original height, and then the next cycle is performed. This kind of tapping is actually not very laborious, but this technique is difficult to master, and Abel also found that as long as there is a theory based on this, his body can make corresponding actions. If this child is not an apprentice knight, why is such a talented blacksmith doing those beatings and killings? With Abel's learning ability and current level, as long as he learns in his hands for several years, he will definitely become the new master blacksmith. Master Bentham was tangled. After forgetting to eat, Abel finally turned the rough into 80 drills at 2 p.m., and then he could not refine the rough, because even if he tried his best, the rough drills in 80 were hard to beat. already. Chapter 16 Epiphany. Master Benson went to Abel, picked up a 30-pound hammer from the tool table, and threw the rough into the furnace. He looked at the furnace and said to Abel, "You are the most I have ever seen. Gifted child, I will do it only once, and you can learn as much as you can." The hot red rough was clamped out of the stove. Master Benson placed the rough on the anvil and raised the hammer high. After carefully observing the rough, the heavy rough was dropped. Each blow was very slow. But each hit was very heavy, and the power of the hit made the huge worktable beating. After being roughed to 80 drills, the rough billet is already very hard. Forcible tapping will not only play the role of forging, but will also damage the internal structure of the rough billet. Therefore, after the 80th drill, change the sledgehammer. Look at the rough texture of the rough. You have a lot of strength. As long as you carefully master this skill, there is no problem. Master Benson beat a rough while guiding Abel. Abel's purple eyes stared tightly at the rough. On the landing point of the master's hammer, he could see some subtle streaks. On the dark red rough, it was difficult to find, but the master one stroke hits the texture, and each stroke changes the shape of the rough, and the next texture needs to be found again. Master Benson threw the rough that had been trained in 81 into the furnace, handed the 30-pound hammer to Abel's hand, and said, "You try it." Abel took the hammer and used iron tongs to take out the rough red ingot from the stove, staring at the rough. "Where are the stripes?" Thinking in his mind, Abel's attention was getting more and more concentrated. Everything around him seemed to disappear. The whole world was left with the rough in front of him, and the rough became bigger and bigger in Abel's eyes. Every tiny trace was reflected in his mind. "Found, you are here." The 30-pound hammer slammed heavily on the rough. The huge noise did not affect Abel. The rough in front of him was transformed into a shape by this blow. "Where are you?" "Haha, you are here and found you." It was another hammer that hit it. At this moment, Abel was like finding a novelty toy, finding the stripes, and then hitting it with a hammer, and then finding new ones, and then hitting them. The huge sound continued to sound, which is no better than Master Benson's slow. Master Benson was stunned at this time. The child in front of him had already made him jealous. Yes, he had made a master jealous of a child who had just learned to forge for a month. This is spiritual power. Master Benson shouted incessantly. He certainly knew what it was like. His teacher, the dwarven forging master, Robin, was a spiritual forging master. That was true. The master is not like Master Benson. Master Benson is only known as a master by nearby people because he is proficient in forging various weapon armors. Master Robin is a master forge recognized throughout the continent. Master Benson studied with Master Robin for 10 years because he lacked the mental power to learn deeper forging techniques and return to his hometown. The reason why Master Benson successfully forged rough bills with more than 80 drills is because of the master's own continuous refining. Experience. The masters rely on these experiences to forge rough bills with 100 drills. At the beginning of Master Benson's study, Master Robin used the mental power to find the structure of the texture, so Master Benson could see Abel's state at a glance. Master Bentham did not disturb Abel's forging, but quietly turned and left. When he left, he already had a decision. He wished that his disciple could do it for himself. Abel, caught in this peculiar state, did not notice the departure of Master Benson, and the rough stock on his hand also returned more and more times over time. When the 100 exercises were completed, Abel was awake from his previous state. He felt exhausted, especially the lack of spirit, as if his head had been emptied. His head was dizzy, and he had a feeling of vomiting. The 30-pound hammer on his hand slipped from his hand, dropped on the workbench, and made a loud noise. Looking at his trembling right hand, Abel recalled what had just happened, and he seemed to have entered a strange state. In that state, I seem to be relying on instinct to operate, but this state is too much burden on the body. Feeling the body, what happened? Abel found that there was a large amount of chi in his body accumulating on the side of chi, and the amount of chi was scary. I didn't think much about it, no matter how dirty the ground was. I sat on the ground with my buttocks and started the night breathing technique. The accumulated chi next to the air veins gathered quickly and concentrated towards the 5th air vein. What's wrong? Garden found Abel sitting on the ground, hurried over, and was preparing to step up and raise Abel. Don't touch him. Master Benson appeared next to Abel, stopped Garden, and stared at him. Everything is rough. The master looked around at the other apprentices who heard the sound preparing to come over, and waved them all away. Go tell the martial knight and tell him to come here, Master Bencham said to Garden, looking back. Yes, Master. Garden strode out of the smithy. This marshal who had lost his luck, his adopted son has been upgraded again. Master Bencham muttered to himself, and since receiving this disciple, he has been more and more shocked. This time Abel's promotion to the 5th level trainee knight was very smooth. Almost all the chi was automatically gathered to the 5th vein as he heard the command. So it took only half an hour to successfully become a 5th level trainee knight. Abel didn't quite understand this upgrade to become a 5th level trainee knight. He obviously just upgraded 2 levels to become a 4th level trainee knight. Why did he upgrade again after 1 month? This time, he didn't take any medicine. With questions in his heart, he stood up and saw Master Bencham on the side, and everyone else in the smithy stood far away. It was clear that Master Bencham was protecting him. Be grateful to the master. With a bang, the door was kicked open, a figure rushed in, and yelled, "What happened to Abel?" This is the Knight of Martial. At this moment, his long golden hair was half wet with sweat and stuck to his face, partly because he was cluttered in the wind by the wind, and he had completely lost his chic appearance. Seeing Abel standing there as if nothing had happened, nothing looked like something, Martial Knight shouted, "The kid of Garden also dares to lie to me, and I will not teach him well after a while. Who is going to teach my disciples?" Master Bencham looked unhappy, gritted his teeth and looked at the guy who was scolding on the in front of him. "Uncle Marshall, I accidentally upgraded again," Abel whispered. "What's upgraded? I'll talk about it after I clear the theory with Bencham first." The Knight of Martial turned his head to Master Bencham as he was preparing for the theory, and suddenly he stopped. "Wait, you said you've been upgraded again." The Knight of Martial looked at Abel incredibly up and down, pushed one hand to Abel, and Abel's body instinctively flashed the 5th level probation knight. "It doesn't make sense, how can you upgrade to upgrade? What were you doing at the time?" Knight Martial asked Abel. Abel also hesitated for a moment, saying with certainty, "Nothing, just roughing the rough." "Did you eat something?" "I ate breakfast." "I ate it with you." The Chinese food was not eaten because the rough was being refined. Abel also wanted to know the reason, so now I have to answer questions. How is it possible that if iron is used to upgrade the knight level, I will come to fight tomorrow too? Knight Martial pointed to Master Bencham and said, "If iron can be upgraded, this guy would already be a big warrior." Master Bencham sarcastically said, "As long as you hit the iron to enter the realm of epiphany, of course you can upgrade, or you try. Abel, if you don't find another rough, and then hit the iron, and then enter epiphany, then the youngest knight in the principality is you." Knight Martial just said. Not only Master Bencham rolled his eyes. Even Abel couldn't help covering his head. Chapter 17 Great Sword. Although he has been upgraded to a 5th level trainee knight, Abel's spirit is still very bad. Master Bencham saw him and hurriedly let him rest well. The martial knight led Abel out of the smithy and walked out. When he walked out of the smithy, he saw the carriage dedicated to martial knights from a distance. Abel couldn't help but glance down at the knight's boots, which was covered with dirt. It took more than 20 minutes from the castle to the smithy carriage. The distance, the martial cavaliers could not wait, and ran over to reach himself quickly. You know that the Knight of Martial is a nobleman of the fiefdom. This kind of running around in his territory is very shameful, but the Knight of Martial did it for Abel. Abel looked at the happy Knight of Martial, the embarrassed knight of this particularly good-looking knight, but he was happy for his upgrade, and he couldn't help but warmly said, "Uncle Martial, thank you for everything you have done for me. The kid wants to do so much." The Knight of Martial patted Abel's head, pulled Abel into the carriage, and the carriage ran towards the castle against the sun. Ding, ding, ding. Abel had already come to the smithy early the next morning, and asked Master Bencham for a separate operating room. The master knew that this was the first time Abel made a big sword. I didn't want to be disturbed, so I agreed. Abel's idea is that he does not want others to see how he built this great sword, because he will use some techniques that have never been seen here before, and carbonizing and hardening techniques learned from earth science programs. The rough of the sword must be continuously exercised to reduce the carbon content. The less the carbon content, the higher the quality of the rough. However, if the big sword after molding is carbonized, some carbon is added to the edge of the sword to increase the hardness of the big sword. Abel put the formed big sword into a crucible. This crucible is specially fired. It just fits in a big sword. It was prepared a few days ago. The big sword in the crucible. Cover the top with charcoal, tempeh, and dirt, then seal the crucible and place it in the stove to heat it. Charcoal and tempeh are naturally used for carbizing, and soil dust is still a dispersant. The benefits of this carbizing technology are that the carbization obtained by the sword is very uniform and stable, and the carbon potential is high, and the efficiency and effect are quite good. In fact, this technology is still used on modern Earth, which is the so-called steel method. When it comes to quenching, there is also a corresponding technique for quenching in the world, which is to throw the sword into cold water for rapid cooling, but this has also led to a large increase in the rate of rejects. Because of the rapid thermal expansion and contraction from hot iron to cold water, the internal stress in the metal is unbalanced during quenching, which causes the sword to crack in the cold water. Sometimes after passing the quenching, cracks will also appear after taking out for a period of time. The quenching technique used by Abel this time is a relatively special quenching technique. It is a new method of ancient swords in scientific programs. When the sword is taken out from the crucible, it first moves back and forth on the wood carbon to allow the wood carbon to energy. Fully contact the sword body, and then put it into the bucket for quenching. In this bucket, half of the water and the other half are animal fats. The large swords that have been burned to nearly 1000 degrees Celsius first enter the animal fats. It is absorbed, but the heat transfer speed of animal fat is not fast. The sword is not affected by the stress, and then enters the cold water. At this moment, the temperature is not as high as before. The sword is quenched for a second time in cold water. After the sword was cold, he took it out of the quenching barrel, and Abel bounced it with his hand. The sound was very crisp. Although the quality of the sword was unknown, the sword was already made. Ask the servants to clean up the things in the operation room. Abel doesn't want people to see any associations with these things. The world wants to invent and create something very dangerous. Garden, can you help me find someone to make a sword? Abel asked, embarrassed, when he found the busy garden. Some of the swords were made of iron or wood, and some were made of horns or some other hard materials. But the technique of carving swords was not learned by Abel, and he had to come to Garden for help. Is this the first great sword you made? Garden took the great sword from Abel, took a closer look, and said with an excited, hoarse voice, "This is a great practice sword. God, this is a great sword." Garden has been studying here with Master Bencham for 5 years, and can only forge 60 exercises. 100 exercises has always been Garden's dream. Master Abel, you are really a genius. Garden praised sincerely, and then stroked the blade of his sword with his hand, as if he found something, flicked the sword back with his fingers, and pressed his ears carefully against the back of the sword, listening to the echo of the big sword. It's impossible. How could this happen? The performance of this sword is Bylien, but the hardness of the sword body is much higher than that of ordinary Bylien swords. Master Benson will make a Bylien sword every month. These swords are Harry Castle, one of the sources of wealth. Garden not only watched the masters practicing swords, but also maintained these Bylien swords, so the familiarity with Bylien swords was much higher than others. The surface of this great sword by Abel is very strange, and it is very different from the 100 swords that the master usually makes. Garden can't tell what is different, but experience tells him that this sword is more than other 100 swords. Practice big sword. In order to verify this, Garden chopped the big sword into a piece of wood ready for fuel. It was almost effortless. The big sword slid over the cream like a hot knife, and silently divided the piece into 2 sections. How did you make this great sword? Garden was impatient to know about the sword. I just forged it according to your instructions, and Master Bencham helped me when I was in trouble, Abel explained. Garden seems to have misunderstood how good this sword is, because Master Bencham helped Abel finish the last part. He couldn't help but secretly resolve that he must study well with the master, and later he can forge such a weapon himself. I've collected some very good horns, and they serve as the handles of big swords. I will put them on at night, and help you with the scabbard. Can this sword stay with me? Garden thought very much. Simple, the forging method of this sword is very strange. You can spend 1 night to study it, which is very good for your forging level. This night, Garden did not sleep all night, installed the sword with the best horns, and found a crocodile skin scabbard. Then, he watched this strange big sword in front of the oil lamp. In the morning, Garden brought the big sword to the smithy. One night's observation made him very surprised. If it was not because he was afraid of destroying Abel's sword, he would like to take this sword and the master training in the master warehouse. Cut the sword. Garden, what's the matter with you? Master Bentham couldn't help wondering that Garden, who had red eyes, couldn't help but look like the honest men who hadn't slept all night. Master, I didn't understand the sword you made for Abel. I thought about it yesterday night. After touching his head, Garden looked at Master Bentham somewhat embarrassedly, wondering if he was too stupid. Master Bentham took the big sword and pulled it out, saying, "This is the big sword that Abel forged yesterday. I just instructed him the day before yesterday how to train the rough. When you reach the bottleneck of 80, I will teach you. This is the great sword, the one that Abel forged." Master Bentham was also a little surprised. The master's experience was much higher than Garden. The technology contained in this great sword can be said to be a family mystery, a mystery that increases the hardness and sharpness of the weapon. Although the master is very tempted, he knows that the mystery of spying on a family is to form revenge with that family, regardless of the Harry family or the Bennett family. No wonder yesterday Abel asked to use a separate operating room. It turned out that Abel wanted to use family secrets to make a great sword. This made him understand the behavior. Master Bentham warned Garden not to ask Abel about this, it should have never happened. Chapter 18 Harvest City. Bennett Castle, today is the last day of the year, tomorrow is the new year. At dinner, Knight Bennett took out a letter and a long parcel and gave it to Zack. "This is a New Year gift from Abel. He is still good to you. Neither my mother nor you have a gift." He probably felt that his sentence was a bit sour. Nora gave him a white look and said, "The child just wrote less than a month ago. Remember to write to us. It's not easy, do you send a gift?" Zack took the letter and parcel, opened the parcel first, and revealed a large sword. This is the Bailian great sword made by the master. Withdrawing the great sword from the scabbard, Zack recognized the sword at a glance. The Bailian great sword has always been valuable in the market, although the price is as high as 1,000 gold coins. Let everyone stun, but there are still countless rich people rushing to buy with a purse. The sword is a standard weapon of the knight. When two knights fight, a knight with 100 swords can easily cut off the opponent's sword, so that the opponent loses his weapon, and the consequences of losing the weapon to the knight in battle anyone can imagine it. I just heard his wife, Nora, said that she is not bad for gifts. When she saw the great sword in Zack's hand, and she was still using the 80 sword, she couldn't help but say, "I am really bad gift. Show me." For a good weapon, as a knight, there is no resistance. It is better to take it from Zack than to grab 100 swords. Bennett is here. Waving in the restaurant, he waved and said, "Abel is really like this boy." As soon as he arrived at Harry Castle, he gave away the things from the castle. "I will write back and talk to him." "That's not the case," said Zack, who was reading the letter. "Abel said that this was the first weapon he forged and gave me as a New Year's gift." Bennett's great sword stopped in midair, staring at the letter in Zack's hand and asking. The letter said that the great sword was forged by Abel himself. "Yes, father, Abelson made it very clear." Zack replied affirmatively. "How is that possible?" "Marshall studied a blacksmith for a year, and a year later he made a knife that can only cut beef on the dining table. Abel went for a month and forged a sword with a long practice." Bennett Knight felt that he had given Abel a friend as an adoptive son. He might have regretted it after a few years. No, it should have started after seeing this 100 swords. Regret. The new year of Bennett Castle was spent in a strange atmosphere, Zack's surprise, Bennett's remorse, Nora's thoughts, but all that Abel and Harry Castle did not know. Harry Castle, Marshall Knight and Abel took the carriage to Harvest City to participate in the New Year reception hosted by Lord Viscount Dickens. The reception started at night, but the Marshall Knight took Abel early in the morning. The road from Knight's Marshall's Castle to Harvest City is particularly well maintained. The entire road is smoothed by small pieces of rock, with the middle high and low sides of the curved road. The carriage runs on it with only a slight bump. The 100-mile journey took just over an hour. Seeing the Harvest City from a distance is like a savage tiger. Only when you approach it can you feel its majesty and spectacularness. This is the largest city in the south of the Principality of Kamei. The walls are 20 meters high and the walls are loaded. Dozens of artillery cannons showing the severity of the city. "Uncle Marshall, why is Harvest City so tightly guarded?" Abe asked strangely, looking at the 20-meter-high wall and the large number of defensive equipment on it. "This is the southernmost part of the Holy Continent, the hinterland of the human world, and a duchy separated from the Orc Empire, known as the safest duchy. Why make the city a war fortress?" Abel, we have at least one official knight in each of the fiefdoms of the Principality of Kame, and in this harvest city, the respected Lord Viscount Dickens is a knight captain. The eyes of the martial knight were a little confused, as if in retrospect. After some memories, he sighed and said, the reason for this is all because of the Orc Empire. But the Orc Empire is in the far north, the miracle town guarded by the Human Alliance. These Abels know that the Miracle City defended the Orcs in the north in order to enable the human kingdom to live safely. In this world, the Orcs are the most warlike people. The crazy breeding of their races has led to their frequent lack of food. In order to alleviate the food crisis, the Orcs will wage war. On the one hand, they will rob food through war, and on the other hand, they will reduce the population. The human closest to the Orc Empire has become the target of the Orcs. In order to survive, the human beings gathered all their strength to build a military fortress in the only passage between the human society and the Orc Empire in the Budapest Mountains. This city is a miracle city. All humans know that as long as there is a miracle city, there is no need to worry about the Orcs' aggression. In the past few decades, the Orc Empire has increased some attack methods. They used human-capable flying beasts to take people over the Budapest Mountains to damage the rear of human beings. Knight of Martial said in a somewhat skeptical tone, it is said to be disruptive, and I agree that this is a trial. Talking, the carriage has reached the gate of the Harvest City. A long line in front of the 10-meter-high gate is waiting to enter the city. In the front are soldiers checking, charging, and then releasing. The soldiers are not fast. If you line up at this moment, I am afraid that it will take an hour to enter the city. But the carriage did not stop. In the envious eyes of the queuing crowd, the carriage directly entered the city from the other side. This was the first time that Abel felt the privilege of the nobility. Before, whether in Bennett Castle or Harry Castle, he felt that he was a child of a wealthy relative to the people around him. This makes Abel, who has gradually integrated into this world, still somewhat unaccustomed. In his original world, others lined up. If you cut in, others will stare at you with contempt. Here, Abel went straight into the city without even getting the carriage. The carriage came to a courtyard. This is the temporary residence of the martial knights in Harvest City. As soon as he arrived at the gate, Robin, the left-behind butler, greeted him. Robin, Abel will be staying here for 2 days, packing up the independent yard, and Aber will be there afterwards. Knight Marshal ordered the steward as he got out of the carriage. Yes, master. Housekeeper Robin has long heard that the martial knight has an adopted son, and has become the heir of the castle directly. Now when he hears the command of the martial knight, it can be seen that the knight attaches importance to this Master Abel. In addition, the best place to stay, the knight's word became the private residence of Master Abel. Abel, are you going to visit a friend with me or to play in Harvest City? Seeing Abel's somewhat hesitant look, Knight of Martial couldn't help laughing. Of course, don't ask, I will arrange Robin to accompany you to visit Harvest City. Regarding the adopted son Abel, the martial cavaliers seemed to attach great importance to it, and did not force Abel. Just seeing Abel's expression, he knew Abel's choice, and the knight respected Abel's opinion. Rejecting the request of housekeeper Robin to accompany him, Abel rode a horse and looked at the shops on both sides of the street. The streets of Harvest City were very wide, probably because of the new year, and there were many pedestrians on the street. As I was walking, there was a noisy sound in front. The sound was familiar. I drove the horse to the noisy place, and saw that Zack was arguing with 3 young men in leather armor, and a blonde hair was standing beside him. The young girl, 17 or 18 years old, is smart and playful, smiles with a sly smile in her eyes, and is watching Zack arguing with 3 young people with interest. Brother. Abel's voice was a little excited, and he was surprised to see his family here. He jumped off the horse and pulled the reins toward Zack. Abel. Zack saw Abel and came up with a tight hug. Let go of Abel, and Zack turned his head and introduced them to the 3 young people. This is my brother Abel. Then he said to Abel, this is Martin, Joshua, Bob. The young girl gave Abel a lady's gift, and introduced herself with a light smile. Hello, my name is Emily. Emily looked up and down with some curiosity after speaking. Abel returned a gift and saw the elder brother Zack peeping at Emily's expression, and laughed inwardly. The elder brother has reached the age of love and already has a girl he likes. Would you like to write a letter to tell his mother? Martin didn't seem to think that Abel was so young, and after a moment of disappointment, he asked with a hint of uncertainty, you are the one who helped Zack forge a great sword. Abel nodded with a smile. Yes. It's you. Martin immediately gave a salute with great enthusiasm and said, "Fortunately, fortunately. I didn't expect you to be so young." It can be seen that Martin is a very talkative person, has a very easygoing personality, and feels very easy to get along with. Abel impressed him very well. Chapter 19 Gambling. Tall and thin, Joshua grinned and said, "Martin, I think we are most likely to be deceived. How could it be that he forged the Byllian sword? 100 swords." Abel turned to look at Zach. His elder brother would show up without receiving a gift, right? Zach rubbed his hands a little, and took a peek at Emily, saying, "I and Emily talked inadvertently. These three guys didn't believe my brother helped me create 100 practicing big swords, we were just arguing about it." Abel stared blankly at his elder brother. His father didn't always say in front of himself that his elder brother was mature and stable. The elder brother in front of him seemed to fall into Emily's love network and couldn't help himself. "That's the handwork I learned to forge," Abel explained lightly. When I heard Abel said that Byllian Dagian is a hand-worked work, a few people couldn't help but be a little speechless. The Byllian Dagian, which can only be forged by a master blacksmith, was called a hand-worked work. Soaring arrogance came to the face. "Which master do you learn from forging?" Emily asked with a pair of big beautiful eyes. "I followed blacksmith to learn forging." Abel replied honestly. He had a very good attitude towards this girl who might be the future bitch. Martin couldn't help but say, "Master Benson is a respected master of blacksmithing. How long have you studied with him?" "A month." Martin, Bob, and Emily all shouted in unison, "My God, it's incredible. Do you really believe that this child can forge a great sword in only 1 month?" "Even if his teacher is Master Benson," Joshua said with a sneer. "What's your matter?" Emily interrupted Joshua relentlessly. Joshua and Zach both like Emily, and she knows this, but she is very disdainful of fighting others' younger brothers to please her, and Emily knows that Zach will not lie to herself of. Joshua glanced at Abel slyly, and gave a smirk, saying eccentrically, "Abel, don't say Master Bensham's work for your own sake." Zach exclaimed angrily, "Joshua, don't blame me for turning your back on you." Martin stood aside, separated the two and said, "It's easy to know if Master Bensham's work is in front of the sledgehammer weapon shop. Could you ask the appraisers there for identification?" "Of course it's okay." Zach glanced at Abel's calm look, and Abel nodded to him, he said. Joshua haha laughed and said, "Zach, you really believe that Abel can forge a great sword? Let's make a bet." Joshua patted the sword on his back and said, "I bet on the work of the real Master Bensham. If the sword is not the work of Master Bensham, then even if I lose, my big sword is yours. If it is the work of Master Bensham, then your big sword is mine. Do you dare to gamble?" Martin hurried forward and said, "Don't play so big, forget it, don't make a bet." Even Bob, who was silent, came forward to persuade him, "All friends, it's better to bet you all for a good meal." Joshua shouted, "Don't you dare, Zach." Emily just shouted, "I'm the referee, who dares to rely on me to see if I don't clean him up?" Martin and Bob looked at the excited Emily and could not help but sigh. With this one, the gambling can't help it. Abel can't help frowning slightly. Since meeting, Joshua has been attacking himself constantly. He has never seen him before. Is he the enemy of his elder brother? But it can also be seen as a trivial matter among friends. Gamble, bet. Zach said angrily, and Joshua kept laughing at himself and his brother in front of Emily, making his heart full of anger. Seeing that this was already the case, everyone hurried to the hammer weapon shop. Sledgehammer Weapon Shop is a shop specializing in weapon armor in Harvest City. Upon entering, you will see huge counters made of iron and wood. The weapons in this world are very heavy and there are only counters made of this kind of iron and wood. Can carry the weight of the weapon. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to the Hammer Weapon Shop. I'm Ted, the store manager. Is there anything I need? A thin middle-aged man said hello to several people. Director Ted, we are going to appraise a great sword, and ask your best appraiser to help us appraise it. Joshua said impatiently. Wait a minute, I'm the referee, give me both swords, I'll take responsibility for it. Emily reached out to block Joshua, and said with a serious and responsible expression on her face. Zach didn't say anything, he just handed the great sword to Emily, and Joshua seemed very reluctant to hand over his sword, but saw that Zach had given the sword to Emily first, there was no way but to hand over the great sword to Emily. You are worse than a woman. Emily seemed to forget that she was also a woman when she said this, and grabbed the sword in her hand. At this time, the store manager Ted has called an old man with a beard and introduced, "This is the chief appraiser of the sledgehammer weapon shop. You only need to give him the long sword. The appraisal fee for each weapon is okay. For 2 gold coins." Emily threw out 2 gold coins, put Zach's big sword on the counter, and said, "Please identify whether this weapon is the work of Master Bencham." When the old appraiser heard that the appraisal was a master's work, he suddenly got a spirit. He pulled out the big sword from the counter and looked carefully. Gradually, the old appraiser's eyes were a little straight, showing a very frantic look, and people suddenly rushed to the big sword. Stroking the big sword with his fingers. "It's perfect. Which master is this masterpiece?" The old appraiser murmured, "What kind of mystery is used on the Bylien sword? How can this sword be so sharp?" The old appraiser made no secret of his appreciation of the Bylien great sword, and seemed to have forgotten a few people on his side. Cough. Emily coughed twice to remind the old appraisal, and then repeatedly asked, "Are you sure if this weapon is the work of Master Bencham?" "Oh, no, of course not. I don't see which master's work this is, but it must not be the work of Master Bencham," the old appraiser said with certainty. How is this possible?" Joshua knew the expression of the old appraiser and knew that it was not what he imagined. When he heard the affirmative reply from the old appraiser, he immediately stopped. After doing it, he jumped up and said, "You need to see clearly, don't talk nonsense, I can't spare you." The old appraiser looked at Joshua coldly and said proudly, "If you are not satisfied with the appraisal results, you can go to the city's mansion to sue me. The sledgehammer weapon shop is the property of the city's mansion, but if you want to make trouble here, please consider be clear about the consequences." Emily glanced at Joshua, who was flushed and did not dare to attack, and disgustedly picked up 2 large swords and left Joshua, a look I didn't know. When the old appraiser saw Emily put away the big sword, her face was full of pity, and she asked, "Can this 100 swords be sold? I can give out 120 gold coins." The words of the old appraiser caused strangeness among the crowd. Emily asked, "Don't you say that the value of Bylien Dagian is 1,000 gold coins? Why did you acquire 1,200 gold coins?" Several other people were also curious, and Abel didn't expect to be on the side, but for the first time, he used some other world's method to increase a great sword by hundreds of gold coins. That is an ordinary Bylien great sword. The value of the boutique in Bylien great sword is far higher than that of ordinary Bylien great sword. This sword uses extraordinary mystery, and it is a boutique among boutiques. In the hands of a powerful knight, it is possible to cut off the ordinary Bylien sword in almost a few swords. Any powerful knight gaining this sword is even more powerful. When leaving the sledgehammer shop, Joshua felt faceless and stayed here because he lost the bet, leaving alone. "Zach, you have to treat." Martin and Bob looked enviously at the 2 big swords in Zach's hand, and Emily looked at Abel with curiosity. Her good education kept her from asking what mystery was. "Abel, can you help me forge a sword? I can give you money." Emily shouted with big eyes and asked Abel softly. "I only forge weapons for my family." Abel refused completely, letting Martin and Bob on the side cut off their careful thoughts. Emily seemed to be thinking of something that could not help but glanced at Zach with a red face, and then faced Abel. "Oh." Chapter 20 Synthesize again. "Take him with me, see where he lives, and notify me if he is out of town," Joshua said to a servant who followed him in a cold voice. The servant answered, and followed Abel far away. "I will let you regret what happened today." Joshua knows that Zach is a trainee knight at level 4 and 5, and it is not reliable to find someone to stop Zach, and Zach is a fierce knight. Heir status, if things are revealed, then you will have a big trouble. And Abel was a blacksmith, and even if he was a master blacksmith who followed Master Bencham, no matter how genius he died, no one would bother him for a blacksmith. Joshua did not know that he was going further and further on a road of no return. Zach won the gamble, and several people were going to celebrate in high-end restaurants, but Abel didn't go with Zach and just came to Harvest City. Abel also wanted to buy something, and said goodbye to Zach. Abel checked the gold coins on his body. In addition to the original 20 gold coins on his body, there were 50 gold coins that the martial knight gave him to play in Harvest City, a total of 70 gold coins. He found a jewelry store and bought 138 with all the gold coins. A small gem, so as not to attract the attention of others, he bought these gems and ran them in 4 jewelry stores. Seeing that the money bag was running out, there were only 2 gold coins left in it. Abel didn't dare to synthesize on the street. Instead, he found a hotel and asked for a single room, which was slowly synthesized with Heradick cubes. It took only a short time to synthesize the light road, and Abel had synthesized 20 rubies and 26 sapphires. Abel looked at these gems, thinking of the formula of Heradick's cube in his heart. He didn't know what kind of gems in the real world were equal to those in Diablo 2. Looking at these gems, he had a thought in his heart, and then try one synthesis at a time. Take out 3 sapphires and put them into the Heradick cube, and recombine them. When you take them out, it is already a large sapphire with a round shape and countless cutting surfaces around it. Try again, thinking in my heart, 6 sapphires in my hand turned into 2 large round sapphires, and then put 3 round large sapphires into the Heradick cube, click to synthesize. This time the sapphire turned into Abel-shaped sapphire can be determined this time. This time the gem is the perfect sapphire. In Diablo 2, the final version of sapphire also looks like this, and the Heradick cube forcibly converted the sapphire into a customized one in the game. Looks like it. Looking at the melancholy blue sapphire in the shape of a drop of water in his hand, Abel was not ready to sell this perfect sapphire, because the synthetic gem in Heradick's cube was too perfect, and he had an artifact, Heradick's cube. Abel was also very careful in the process of selling these ordinary sapphires. Fortunately, the harvest city was very large, and the process of selling sapphires was very smooth. Abel knew what the 111,000 gold coins looked like this time, but he couldn't bring it with him. He replaced them with hundreds of gold coins in the fortune temple, all thrown into Heradick cubes. Fortunately, Heradick's cube only shows a set of numbers when putting in 111,000 gold coins. It does not occupy the grid, and when it is taken out, it becomes 100 gold coins or gold coins, which is very convenient. 100 gold coins are a commonly used currency in large transactions. 100 gold coins are slightly larger than ordinary gold coins. They are covered with various anti-counterfeiting patterns. The production of god marks can only be made through the temple. Therefore, this kind of 100 gold coins is safe. Very sexual. Abe, in a good mood, figured out how he would use this large amount of gold coins. He didn't notice the servant behind him, who was also very depressed. Today the owner asked to follow a young man, but this young man people are too able to stroll, almost riding all the jewelry shops in Harvest City, and the servants are too tired now, and I just hope that Abel can find a place to rest quickly. Looking up, he saw a signboard. This was Edmund's auction house. When he saw the familiar signboard, Abel couldn't help but think of the gas elixir purchased at Edmund's auction house. His gas elixir had run out. The next step is to attack the realm of knights. If you practice slowly, you must slowly accumulate several years to have enough gas to condense the gas core. After starting to use the master level gas elixir to increase 2 levels, Abel was still worried about whether there was any problem with his rapid ascension. Who knew that after he had just elevated 2 levels, he had an accidental epiphany. He was promoted to the first level again, which made him discover that the rapid ascension of the realm was not only by using drugs, but also by other methods. The breakthrough after his epiphany, both Master Bensham and Martial Knight took for granted. There was nothing to worry about Abel's rapid promotion. According to Abel's understanding, since there is no problem with other methods, there is no problem with the non-negative gas elixir, so go buy some gas elixir. As soon as he entered the Edmund auction house, Abel heard a familiar voice. Edmund Auctions welcomes you. Can I help you? The voice continued, with a little surprise. It was you, young and handsome gentleman. Miss Yvette, how did you get here? Yvette chuckled and said proudly, because of my good performance, I was promoted from Fort Lee to Harvest City as deputy director. Congratulations, Miss Yvette, Abel said in a polite manner. For such a young man to be able to be a deputy director in a big city such as Harvest City, Yvette must have a very strong ability, and Abel respects excellent people. Congratulations to someone she knows. Yvette was happy for 12 minutes. When she got a new job, she was under a lot of pressure. This is different from the small town like Libao Town. There are only 3 deputy directors here. What are you buying today? Yvette asked softly. Give me 162 bottles of primary chi condensate. Abel calculated in his mind and gave a number. Yvette is very excited about such a large number of junior chi concoction transactions. This big business is very helpful for her to gain a foothold in Harvest City. a total of 1,620 gold coins, you give 1,600 gold coins. Yvette casually quoted the price and said after discounting. Abel salutes Yvette, please wait. He said Abel took 1,600 gold coins from the Heradick Cube and put them in a money bag, then took it out and gave it to Yvette. After a while, the clerk had already taken out a medium-sized box, which was densely packed with 162 bottles of primary Qi condensate. Riding back to his place of residence, Abel immediately returned to the room to synthesize 162 bottles of primary gas condensate into 6 bottles of master gas condensate. Looking at the amber gas condensate, Abel said the improvement of strength is full of confidence. I put 6 bottles of masterclass gas condensate in Heradick's Cube. I think of Yvette I met at the auction house today. Ms. Yvette never asked her name, and she traded with her twice. Smoothly, relying on the reputation of Edmund Auction House and Ms. Yvette's cautious attitude, Abel decided that in the future, she could hand over some inconvenient things to Yvette. Outside this courtyard, although it is the new year, the weather is still very cold. A servant is curled up in the dark, staring at the gate of the hospital. This courtyard is only a temporary residence of the Martial Knights, so it is not famous, and if you know that this is a noble residence, I do not know if the servant has the courage to continue to monitor. Sometimes ignorance is the most terrible. After dark, a horse-drawn carriage took the Martial Knight and Abel to the city's mansion to attend the New Year's reception, and the servant did not know whether Abel was on the carriage, and the gates of Harvest City at night were closed. After a moment of hesitation, the servant decided to stay and continue to monitor. Chapter 21 Boring Reception. The prosperous level of the city's main house exceeded Abel's imagination. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw an oversized fountain. The lamp that led to him from nowhere printed the flying spring water, shining with a magical luster. The servants of the city's main house leading the guests, each wearing a black servant suit, all of them are polite and thoughtful, and the guards around the tour are wearing half-body armor and holding long swords, showing at least a level of at least 4 professionals who practice vindictive spirits everywhere show the extraordinariness of the Viscount aristocracy. Professionals include warrior, knight, and assassin classes. They are all based on fighting spirit, and have generated some special abilities. Warriors are ordinary professionals. Most combative people are warriors. Warriors can use swords, hammers, lances, and almost all weapons. The most powerful are knights. Good education and rich resources enable them to have the most comprehensive training and the best equipment. Warhorses and armor are their standard. Assassins are among the least number of them. In addition to practicing fighting, they also need to learn a lot of ways to hide themselves. The fighting of assassins has become more violent, and the price is shortening the duration of fighting. In the Principality of Kame, it is difficult to obtain a title. His Royal Highness has suppressed the number of nobles from generation to generation, and has formulated a series of rules to reduce the right to inherit the territory and titles. For example, the rule that women cannot inherit titles is not a title. Each inheritance is lowered by 1 level. If there is no successor, the land will be taken back, etc. In countless years of continuous power collection, countless aristocratic families disappeared. There is only one condition for obtaining a title, and that is to make great contributions to the principality. This was particularly difficult to obtain in times of peace, and after the war, the gain of warfare came at the cost of a large number of quasi-aristocratic deaths. Therefore, in recent years, the contradiction between the king and the nobility has become more and more serious. The big nobles have continuously increased their strength, while the king has been looking for opportunities to hang off nobles who dare to challenge the king. You only need to look at the title of Lord of the Harvest City to know that the title of the nobleman of the Duchy of Kame is low. The lord of a city is the Viscount. For a city of the same size, at least the Duke of Thunder in the neighboring Principality of Thunder. Of course, these things are very far away for Abel. It was only in the carriage when he arrived that Martial Knight talked to Abel casually when he talked to the lord of the city. Martial, as a knight who obtained the land by war, didn't care about these things. Just to talk about it as an interesting thing. Just when Abel saw the guards of the city's capital, he couldn't help but think of the big nobles that the Knights of Martial talked about constantly strengthening their strength against the king. Just looking at these hundreds of guards, each was a professional, even just a low-level warrior. Professional, the powerful combat power of these hundreds of people can also stand up to the combat power of a legion of thousands. The crowds in the hall disappointed Abel's food in the city's main house. Because it was winter, only buffets and grilled meats were served on the buffet table, and red wine was adequately supplied. With the appearance of Viscount Dickens, the reception officially began. First, the Viscount's speech. Although there were many people in the hall, Viscount Dickens, the knight captain, passed the powerful speech to everyone's ears. According to the martial knight, it is said that this is an annual show of strength. Whether it is financial or powerful force, this will allow Viscount Dickens to better manage this vast land. This was the most boring reception that Abel attended. None of the people here knew Abel, but after the martial knight took him to know a few friends, Abel went back to the corner by himself, watching quietly. The high-end party in this world also knows that no food is not prepared, because very few people come here to get food. They are all carrying red wine and talking around. In this environment, Abel's eyelids became heavier and he fell asleep slowly. After walking around the street for a day during the day, the noisy sound around him was like a lullaby. It was not until the end of the reception that the martial knights wake up. When he came back, the knight of martial laughed at Abel very much. The knight did not believe that a 5th-level trainee knight would be tired from sleeping at the reception because he was shopping. The next morning, the martial knight took Abel onto the carriage and was going back to Harry Castle. When he left the yard, the housekeeper Robin sent the carriage out of the gate, and Abel extended his head from the carriage and waved goodbye to Robin. This action made the servant who had been watching the yard frozen for a night confirmed that Abel was about to leave, and hurried to report to the master. What, did they go to the south gate? See. Joshua heard the report from his servant, and after confirming it, summoned his staff. Joshua's father is a lord, and because of his good business, he has bought more than 10 stores near the main road in Harvest City these years, and has almost a 50% share of Harvest City's ready-to-wear market. The strength of the Lord also made the Lord's only son Joshua have better conditions for training. The 19-year-old Joshua is also a level 4 trainee knight. The Lord has always dreamed of Joshua being able to become a fief sir. Because of this, the Lord never hesitated about Joshua's growth. Only by helping Joshua to purchase a great sword, can you see the Lord's investment in him, and bet that the loser Joshua did not dare to make this happen. I told the Lord that I just wanted to report the revenge first, and then I found the opportunity to talk to the Lord slowly. A team of 12 people was gathered. These were strong servants at home. Each was a horse and a sword. Joshua rode on a fiery red horse. The team set off. The martial knight is tasting a red wine from a friend in Harvest City in a carriage, and leisurely moves slightly with the ups and downs of the carriage, but the wine surface in the wine glass does not move. Abel was trying to learn the knight's posture at the moment, but the carriage in this world is too hard to absorb even a shock. Sometimes a shock comes and he has not come and reacted. The red wine in the wine glass started to be violent. The ground shook, but Abel was not discouraged, watching the knight carefully, impersonating it. Although the horse was not fast, it was also faster than the carriage in a short time. 13 people had quickly approached the carriage, and Joshua's cold face showed a sloppy smile. Interesting. Someone dared to chase my carriage. The knight of martial stopped the wine glass in his hand, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Abel also felt an abnormality from the ground vibration. He glanced at the martial knight. Since he came out to join the party with the martial knight, he did not bring a sword, but just took out his puppet, mounted an arrow, and was ready to fire. Come on, stop the carriage and drag me out, Joshua ordered to the 12 servants. If Joshua saw the carriage from the front, he probably wouldn't do it. The front of the carriage had the noble family coat of arms. The 12 servants held up their swords and waved towards the carriage. The driver knew that the martial knight was in the carriage, so he was not in a hurry, but warned loudly, "This is the Harry family carriage. Attacking the carriage will bear the fury of the Harry family." The 12 servants who rushed up did not know about the Harry family. If Marshall's horse-drawn carriage was estimated, they could know it, so 12 people did not stop the hoof, and rushed towards the carriage to stop it. Joshua had already caught up, and at first glance he saw the very conspicuous white unicorn coat of arms on the front of the carriage, and a dash of coldness rushed straight from his back to the top of his head. He even led someone to attack a nobleman. The carriage, the driver's words just didn't hear clearly, but when he saw the fearless look of the driver, he knew that the other party's origin must not be small. At this point, the attack on the aristocratic carriage was a foregone conclusion. Joshua was already riding a tiger at this time. He couldn't help secretly killing the driver. If the driver and the little blacksmith in the car were killed, who would know that he had done it of? All killed. Joshua spit out 3 words grimly. The 12 servants stumbled. They usually only help the master to bully people. At most, they interrupted their hands and feet. They never killed anyone, but the master's instructions were also obeyed. So 12 people messed up. He rushed to the driver with his sword. Chapter 22 Assault. At this moment, the carriage curtain was picked, and a figure flashed out of the car. It was the Knight of Martial holding a big sword. The servant who rushed in front of the driver was preparing to cut to the driver. The Knight of Martial, the big sword, flashed a white grudge, splitting the servant from head to toe, and the bridle under him, into 2 pieces. The blood was ejected a few meters away as if exploding, and the servants who were behind the blood rain was lingering. They did not hold the martial knight. The knight jumped from the carriage and slashed at the neck of a servant with the sword in the air. The servant did not even have time to react, and his head flew out. Before the horse of Shua. Joshua was stunned by the sight in front of him, and his body became weak for a while, and the men fell off immediately. At this instant, another 10 servants were slashed by 5 of the martial knights, and the other 5 were no longer on the horse. The sword was also thrown on the ground, and the opponent was a formal knight using fighting spirit. They were all lying on the ground trembling, and the strength of the knight was their memory of ordinary people's deep bone marrow. Abel was also frightened by the process of the martial cavalier's shots, violent, direct, and swift. This is the impression that the martial cavaliers gave him, which is very different from the always smiling cavaliers. You are a knight. I am the eldest son of Lord Joel, and I demand the treatment of noble prisoners of war. Joshua said to the martial knight stutteringly. The treatment of noble prisoners of war is a way unique to this era to deal with the capture of nobles. First of all, according to the rules of the knight system, if the knight performs gloriously in the face of the enemy, the victory or defeat of the knight is not so important. So as long as the hero had fought bravely, being captured was not shameful to the knight. Secondly, most of the knights had economic and political status. After their capture, the conditions for their release were a ransom. For example, a superior lord is captured and a lower knight is obliged to take himself hostage and pay a ransom. In the end, the battle was frequent and the outcome was easy. Who can guarantee that it will not be himself who is captured next time? Therefore, treat the captives and release them on condition of ransom. The Knight of Martial looked mockingly at the trainee knight who had collapsed without a fight in front of him, considering whether to deal with him according to the treatment of noble prisoners of war. Joshua. At this time, Abel jumped off the carriage and saw Joshua on the ground. He didn't expect it. Because of a little contradiction, the nobleman would bring someone to attack himself. Do you know? The cavaliers of Martial vaguely knew the cause of the attack, but even if there was a conflict in the city, and then they led people to kill each other, the cavaliers rarely heard about it, but the cavaliers gave the right to Abel. This is also a good opportunity to develop Abel's ability, so he went on to say, Abel, let this matter for you. Abel didn't care about Joshua's life or death, but it wouldn't do him any good to order Joshua's life. It would be more beneficial to have more points. If you want to come to the martial knight, you won't think too much gold. Then bring back to the castle, Joshua, you will enjoy the treatment of noble prisoners of war. Hearing Abel's disposition, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of martial knight's mouth, and Abel chose not to pay for ransom for the development of the castle for his hatred. Abel's idea is actually very simple. Joshua's strength is too poor to be his opponent at all. If Joshua is a formal knight, then he will choose what kind of aristocratic prisoner of war treatment, and the dead enemy is good. Enemy. What happened next was Abel. He untied the 5 servants' belts and tied their hands together. Except for the unlucky stallion which was cut into 2 by the martial knight's sword, the other 11 stallions were lined up with the help of the driver, the captive was thrown into the saddle, and he himself rode on the fire. The red warhorse followed. Joshua was placed on the first horse, and Abel was also pulled out of the belt. Although he did not tie his hands, as long as Joshua dared to run, his pants would fall off. Then again, Shua wasn't stupid enough to become a pig, and he would never run away in front of a formal knight. It wasn't until Joshua now knew that he was attacking the owner of Herry Castle, and Abel, whom he called the little blacksmith, was the heir of Herry Castle. At this moment Joshua's idea was to return the name the servant who watched Abel was hacked to death. After returning to Herry Castle, Abel handed the captive to the housekeeper Linser, and then the housekeeper Linser talked to the other housekeeper about the transfer of the captives and the payment of the ransom. The ransom paid is based on everything, and according to Joshua's identity and the consequences of his crimes, everything will be left to the stewards themselves. Abel resumed his original life again, doing morning exercises every morning. After breakfast, he went to the smithy to forge, and returned to the castle at night to practice night breathing, and then rested. In this way, a month passed step by step. This month Abel forged 5 swords of long practice, but all used the techniques of this world, and did not use special carburizing and hardening methods. Master Bencham is very happy. No matter how good your secret technique is, the foundation is the most important. Abel's behavior that values foundation has been praised by Master Bencham. That morning, Master Bentham called Abel. "Abel, follow me." Master Bencham's room was in the master's workshop. When he entered the room, the master took a huge and heavy book from an iron box in the corner and put it on the table. He said to Abel, "The teacher is Master Robin, the dwarven forging master." That year, humans and dwarves reached an agreement to fight against the orcs. I was sent to the dwarves to learn forging because of the forging talent. It seems to be remembering the events at that time, and Master Bencham's eyes are a little confused, and he talks about the events in a way that is almost murmured. It was the most beautiful day, and I can learn new knowledge every day. The dwarf's forging technology has been uniquely forged through the dwarf's natural forging talent and tens of thousands of years of exploration. The most powerful dwarven craftsmen have helped the gods cast artifacts. In addition to forging ordinary weapons, Teacher Robin can also forge magic weapons. When I first saw magic weapons, I told myself that it was what I wanted to learn and the goal of my life. Teacher Robin taught me many things without reservation. When I learned this knowledge, I asked Teacher Robin to learn magic weapons, but Teacher Robin told me that I did not have the talent to forge magic weapons. Speaking of this, Master Bencham looked a little excited. He went on to say, "After the study, the teacher gave me the last hope is this magic weapon forging book. After I came back, I searched for the reasons why I could forge magic weapons. I finally found that only mental power can trigger the map of the magic weapon forging process, and the owner of the spiritual power has basically become a wizard. Who can learn to forge? Until I meet you." Hearing the word wizard, Abel's heart moved. Wasn't he always looking for news of wizards? This was the first time he heard the news of magic. "I'm old. I don't have the opportunity to build magic weapons in this life, but you are my student. I hope you can build a magic weapon." Master Bencham's eyes were full of prayer. "Master, I will do my best." Abel nodded earnestly. Master Bentham held the huge and heavy forged book of magic weapons into Abel's hands with almost reverence. Abel took the book, and it was very heavy in his hands. As the legend says, although the dwarves are short, they always consider themselves to be descendants of giants, so everything they have is as large as possible. And this book is the perfect embodiment of this tradition. When you open the page, the content in the book is also very direct. The first page is a fire magic weapon. The front and back of a sword are drawn in the middle. The above is a strange rune. There is a groove on the hilt, on which is written the installation of fire magic stones, and the last row writes the function of fire property weapons. The configuration of fire rune magic potion can provide fire damage to the weapon. The second page is the ice magic weapon. It also draws the front and back of a sword, the strange runes and grooves, but only requires the installation of water magic stones. The last row contains the functions of ice magic weapons, ice runes. The configuration of the magic potion can provide the weapon with deceleration and ice damage. The third page is an electric magic weapon, and the fourth page is a poison magic weapon. This book has 4 pages in total. Abel Tutsau made the dwarf of this book. The 4-page content turned out to be such a bulky book. However, I did not dare to reveal the pious look of Master Bencham. Chapter 23 Runes. As for the materials, I have prepared them and collected them for many years. Only recently have I found the perfect fire and ice magic stones. Master Bencham opened a box with all the materials he collected. This is it. Abel found himself very familiar in those materials, 3 rubies and 3 sapphires. He took the 6 gems out of the box and looked closely, and it was indeed he who sold them. Those gems. These are fire magic stone and ice magic stone. Such perfect magic stones are rare. I had good luck this time and bought them in Harvest City. Looking at Master Bencham's happy appearance, Abel carefully wondered if he put his own the gems are selling cheaply, but he is selling those magic stones as ordinary gems, so the question is how much gold coins are low. Abel does not intend to ask, because he is afraid that he will vomit blood after asking. Your future task is to use a pen to sketch those runes, whether it is the angle, the size of the power, or the thickness of the strokes. Master Bentham repeatedly emphasized, and then took out a pen from the box. Is this a writing brush? Abel was shocked again, something he was very familiar with. This is the writing brush, pen holder, and nib in the original world. This is an original writing brush. Brush pen, the name you call is good. Its name is Rune Pen. The pen holder is made of the forbidden magic wood. This part of the pen head is made of the softest hair in the back of Feng Lang. The wind attribute makes it easier for rune pens to conduct rune ink, and the forbidden magical wood can prevent the various subtle magical powers from affecting the production of runes. On hand. This rune pen is very difficult to master. It takes a lot of learning and practice to draw the rune lines correctly. You can try it first. Master Bencham found a bottle filled with ordinary ink, opened the bottle box and when he got to the table, he took out another piece of parchment paper and spread it on the table, encouraging Abel. Abel took the rune pen, naturally held the pen with his and ring finger, held the pen with his thumb, dipped it in the ink bottle, and gently dipped the excess ink in the bottle mouth, and glanced at the book. Rune, then wrote the rune on the first page on the paper in one go. Master Bencham was stunned by the sight. He has been practicing rune pens for more than 20 years. The posture of using the rune pens is not as good as that of Abel's first use, also summed up from countless repeated failures. Looking at the runes written by Abel, there may be a small gap, but the smooth lines, the straight places are straight, and the bends are smooth. These are no worse than those written by Master Bencham. As long as Abel practices for a while, he can surpass the masters. There was a strong jealousy in Master Bencham's heart, and the gods were too biased. The knight's ability did not say. He had never heard of any other level 5 trainee knights at this age. Only 1 month after learning the forging technique, you can forge a great sword. The mental power that kept Master Bencham regretted was also owned by Abel. This is the first time that I have run a rune. I am so skilled that I can compare with the efforts of others for decades. Master Bentham waved his hands weakly and said, "Go back and practice yourself." After speaking, Master Bentham drove Abel out of his room, leaving himself to calm the injured soul alone. Abel also saw that Master Bencham was wrong, and took a lot of things directly to the castle's own room, because the smithy had no place to practice runes quietly. If Abel knows what Master Bentham is thinking, he will tell him that you think too much. Writing brush, oh no, it is a rune pen. Abel has been studying systematically since elementary school in another world. I didn't leave it at work, so I wrote a few brush words to cultivate my sentiment. After spending a week, Abel has been able to fully grasp the 4 runes. Whether it is written larger or smaller, you can completely maintain the proportion, and when writing the runes, he also found the fire magic the runes are very familiar. This is very similar to the Chinese name La of Rune 8 #RAL in Diablo 2, except that there are a lot of connecting lines in the fire magic rune. Some are connected to the hilt and some are connected to the entire sword body, but the outline of the main body is still very similar. The effect of 8 #rune is +5 to 30 fire damage, which is similar to the effect of fire magic rune. Are the runes in this world related to the runes in the dark world? The rune system of the dark world has been lost in the legend. The rune system can only be realized by the rune stone made in ancient times. Then the runes in this world still exist. If we can master more runes in the future, can we also make the rune words in Diablo 2? However, it is too early to say these things. At present, Abel has only mastered 4 runes, and there are 33 runes in the dark that can be combined to achieve the language of runes. After carefully analyzing and identifying the 4 runes, he compared them with Diablo 2 and determined that they are Fire Magic 8 #rune, Ice Magic 10 #rune, Electric Magic 9 #rune and 7 #rune. Abel found a rune language from memory. If it wasn't for the fact that the rune language was usually the first one among the many rune languages, maybe he would hardly remember the existence of this rune language because of its ability. It is too bad in Diablo 2, not even ordinary low-level dark. Gold. This rune language is an ancient vow. Ancient vows. Materials required, 3 whole shield. Requires rune, 8 #+9 #+7 #. After successful production attributes. +50% defense. Anti-icing +43%. Antivirus +48%. Fire +48%. Anti-electricity +48%. 10% of damage is converted to magic. Maybe this can be made. Abel looked at this attribute, which is not very good in the game, but it is definitely a powerful shield in reality, so Abel decided to wait for the successful creation of a single rune magic weapon. Come and make this shield. The next day Abel put the rune pen and rune ink into the box, and came to the smithy. He found Master Bentham. "Master, I have mastered 4 runes, and I decided to start making magic weapons today. Master Bentham was completely immune to Abel's mastery of runes so quickly, and even a few days later, he could accept it, because Abel had been hit too many times, and he was gradually getting used to it. He took out 100 swords forged before. These swords forged by Abel were his own property. The martial knight had long stipulated that all the instruments forged by Abel belonged to him. As the heir to the castle, Abel also had the right to use iron or resources. After the forged swords were forged, they were thrown away by Abel in this operating room that has been designated by Abraham Master as Abel's exclusive operation room. If anyone outside sees everything here, they will be crazy and placed on the ground. There are more Bylien swords in the Harvest Shop weapon shop than Master Byshan. A master training weapon like Master Bensong used to supply those weapon shops every month, and forging masters like Master Benson there are only 3 harvest cities in total, and the output of these masters is very limited. You must know that if you have no mental power from 80 to 100, then you must rely on experience and mental calculations. The average master starts from 80. It is slowly forged a few days a day, and sometimes forged day by day. Only a blacksmith using mental power, such as Abel, can practice one-time forging from 80 to 100 at one go. Now Master Bentham's 100-month-old weapon does not need to be sent to another weapon shop, because in order to exchange for Joshua, Lord Joel took out a weapon in the most prosperous area of Harvest City. Pulai redeemed Joshua, and the 5 servants were freely given by the martial knights. Now the weapon shop, which is worth more than tens of thousands of gold coins, is bringing more than 500 gold coins to Harry Castle every month. Chapter 24 Ice Magic Sword. Abel took off the decoration of the Bylien Great Sword, leaving only the iron sword handle, the crown, and the hand guard, and the place where the magic stone was placed could only be the hand guard. Put the sword of the Bylien Great Sword into the stove, and then use the clamp to clamp the red sword that has been hot. Use a drill with a hole to open a suitable hole in the sword. Benson the Master was also very pleased with Aber's forging skills. An important reason for Abel to learn forging is to master his own strength, so when he's okay, he practiced various forging techniques in the operating room, each of which has different strength, so through this period of practice, Abel mastered these basic skills very well. Master, I want to make a great ice magic sword. Abel's choice of 4 magic weapons, because of material problems, can only choose one of fire magic weapons and ice magic weapons, and ice magic in Abel's knowledge weapons can slow the opponent's speed, coupled with the ice magic damage, I believe that the finished product can become a nightmare for all opponents. Master Benstam didn't speak. He watched nervously as Abel took out a rune pen, dipped it in rune ink, and began to draw a rune on the sword. Abel's hand is very stable. Many years of brush writing practice has also made him familiar with this soft rune pen on the head. It is different from writing with ordinary ink on paper. The process of writing was very laborious. Aber felt the resistance every time the rune pen moved a little on the Bylien Great Sword. This was the result that the wind wolf hair on the rune pen reduced some of the resistance. Sweat began to flow down Abel's head. This not only required hard work, but also consumed a lot of mental energy, because the writing requirements were made in one go and could not be stopped halfway. If there was a pause, the thickness of the ink would be different, the magic will be transmitted. In the unknown consequences. For a full half hour, the time spent drawing these rune lines in Bylien Daejian using rune ink was nearly 3 times slower than usual Abel practice time, but in the end, it was successfully drawn. Abel took out a sapphire, carefully placed it in the slot, and carefully reinforced the slot with a tool so that the sapphire would not move in the slot due to shaking or fall out directly. Let me see it. Master Benstam asked Abel for 100 practice swords, looked carefully, and said, "Your drawing process is faster than mine. The runes are drawn perfectly, magic stone. There is no problem with the mosaic, I think we can proceed to the next step." Seeing the affirmative look of Master Bencham, Abel had a slight smile on his face. The process of drawing runes consumed his spirit a lot, so he sat directly on the floor and rested for nearly an hour before his spirit was restored. Abel carefully moved from the edge of the sapphire, the edge of the ice magic stone that Master Benson called, along the lines of the rune, and a cold force followed the spirit and followed. The direction of spiritual power came over, carefully taking this cold power slowly along the rune stripe to the center of the rune. This process cannot be fast. If it is too fast, this cold power will appear leaving the team and returning to the sapphire, but at a slow speed, this power will freeze the mental power. After failing several times, finally at the 5th time, the spiritual force successfully introduced the cold power into the middle of the rune. the Bailian sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Abel seemed to hear the sound of the sword's body breaking. Almost without thinking, he threw out the Bailian great sword, and pressed Master Bencham, who was now in the god, behind the huge iron console. There was a loud bang, and Abel only heard the sound of breaking the air when the debris sprayed from his ear, followed by the sound of ding-ding hitting the object. After a while, the sound was finally over, and everything was quiet. "Come down." Abel slowly leaned his head out and looked at the explosion. The operating room was already a mess. There were holes in the wall. Fortunately, this operating room was made of megaliths. The utensils are all made of fine iron, except for the large pit on the ground. There is nothing to lose. Master Bencham also came back from the scene of horror and looked at Abel, both of whom had the feeling of the rest of their lives. "What happened? Is the master all right? Master, are you okay? Master, master." A loud noise came, the door of the operation room was opened, and the people in the smithy swarmed in. The sound just shocked everyone. The terrible sight in the room let the influx take a breath of breath. At a moment, everyone stared at Master Bencham and Abel with surprised eyes. What the two were doing was so powerful. "Don't say, don't ask, just go out." Master Bentham shouted loudly, drove everyone, and even his apprentice garden was driven out. "What's the reason?" Abel was a little surprised this time because he thought he had done a great job. The process went smoothly. Why did it explode at the last moment? Master Bentham picked up Run Moz and examined it carefully, smelled it with his nose, twisted it with his hands, and finally said with certainty, "Fu Mo is no problem. It is made strictly according to the recipe. I have run this. It has been produced for many years and is unlikely to go wrong. It was only a mistake in the process." Abel recalled his production process, except that it took 3 times longer to draw the runes than usual, and there was nothing missing. Thinking of this, Abel said with certainty, "It may take a long time to draw the runes." "Yes, after a long time, because the initial ink and the last ink are exposed for too long, the ink properties of the 2 periods may have changed, and the magic transmission was unstable, and it exploded." Master Bencham analyzing it, he studied this material almost throughout his life, and when Abel proposed the possibility, he thought of the cause of the error. "Can you use the spirit to draw the runes? Would that be faster?" Master Bencham asked. He had no mental power, so he could only ask Abel in this regard. "There should be no problem, that is, the consumption of mental power is a bit large, and the rest of the mental power needs more rest before it is guided." Abel thought for a moment and replied. "Once again, I found a great sword from the ground and punched a slot. The second time I had experience and was faster than the first time. The next thing is to draw the rune." Abel closed his eyes, let his thoughts go, and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes only had the sword in front of him. The sword was enlarged in his eyes, and every detail on the sword was enlarged a lot. Times, when the rune pen is drawn on the sword, when the rune ink is in contact with the big sword, the surface of the big sword and the rune ink are constantly fused, which is also the resistance. Tightly fit together and form a strange substance apart, and due to the guidance of spiritual force. The cooperation of Abel's power and rune pen reached the extreme, and the speed of drawing is very different from that just now. After a few minutes, the drawing was successful, and Abel, who was sober from the state of mental strength, was exhausted. After a 2-hour break this time, Abel recovered from weakness. The following spiritual power guidance process, with one experience, without any pause, led the cold power into the middle of the rune at once. There was a flash of light on the Bailian great sword. This time the light was not dazzling. The runes covered by the great sword started to shine, and the light gradually became darker and darker. Eventually the runes disappeared from the surface of the great sword. The practice of the great sword has returned to its original appearance. Except for the hole in the sword guard, the difference from the original practice of the great sword is no longer visible. Master Bencham took this great sword with trembling hands, tapped his finger on the blade, a cold light flashed, and then a layer of light formed on the surface of the master's finger frost. "Master, are you okay?" Abel asked exasperatedly at the frost on Master Bencham's fingers. "Haha," Master Bencham laughed wildly, tears were flowing from the corner of his eyes. He murmured, "I never thought I could see my disciples make magic swords in my life, and I fell asleep." Chapter 25 Blacksmith Master. Abel redecorated the sword's blade guards with a few ordinary gemstones, making it impossible to see the sapphire that provides magic to the sword inside. The repolished guards were equipped with curved decorative strips. Great sword replaced the scabbard inlaid with finely divided gems. This sword changed from a normal Bailian great sword into a luxurious version of ice magic Bailian great sword. The explosion the other day made Abel cancel his plan to make the ancient vows of rune language. At present, his defense ability is not enough. In the event of another explosion during the production process, he will be put in a very dangerous situation. Time passed quickly, and 3 months passed. Abel's daily life was very fulfilling. There were 12 swords in Bailian, one of which was a luxurious version of the fire magic sword and 2 luxurious versions of ice. The magical Bailian great sword, and 5 Bailian shields made of Bailian rough were also made. The Bailian shields were prepared in advance for the ancient vows of rune language. It's getting warmer in April, and the people in the smithy have already started working in the morning. Abel, today you and I went to the Blacksmiths' Union in Harvest City. Master Benson looked at Abel, who had forged another piece of rough and was recovering. What will the Blacksmiths' Union go to Harvest City? Abel looked at Master Bencham strangely. Master Bencham said with a look of excitement, after you made the magic sword, I applied for a master's assessment from the Blacksmiths' Union. Yesterday the news came from the Blacksmiths' Union. The master's assessment is set today. Master Shi. Abel knows that although Master Bencham is called a master blacksmith, it is just a name for the locals. Being able to make rough is only a basic condition for a master. A professional mastery skill is required to truly become a blacksmith master assessed by the Blacksmiths' Union, so Master Benson is just a prospective master. Congratulations on what I did. I applied it for you. Master Bentham patted Abel's head with a reassuring expression on his face, and then said, I have spent all my life on making magic weapons. Although I can't make magic weapons, I can't be a real master, but if you can make magic weapons, you can already become a blacksmith master. Abel didn't have much interest in becoming a master blacksmith, but thought that if he wanted to learn more runes, a master's identity would have more opportunities to access the runes, and with the strong recommendation of Master Bencham, he agreed, I'll leave as soon as I can. Abel moved 9 ordinary Bailian swords and a luxurious version of the fire magic Baijin sword from his dedicated operating room to Master Bentham's carriage. These big swords Abel prepared to throw to Harry's weapon shop in his own house, and the other 7 and the luxurious version of the fire magic Bailian sword are sent to Edmund Auction House. If these swords are thrown into the Harry weapon shop for sale, it will be the price of Bailian weapons has caused some shocks, and it will also cause suspicion of other weapons shops. This is not good for the weapons shops just obtained from Lord Joel to gain a foothold in Harvest City, and the benefit of being sent to Edmund Auction House is Edmund the Auction House has branches throughout the Principality. 7 great swords can be easily digested, and the luxurious version of the fire magic 100 swords is handed over to their Edmund Auction House for auction to obtain the maximum profit. Going to the Harvest City again with the carriage again, it was bumpy all the way. Abel had already planned, this time I went back to find a way to build a carriage with a shock absorption system. At more than 10 a.m., the carriage arrived the Blacksmiths' Union Harvest City chapter in the heart of Harvest City. The Blacksmiths' Union is a racial organization on the mainland. It was established by human and dwarf master blacksmiths 3,000 years ago. In the years that followed, even orc blacksmiths joined the organization, and eventually formed the current Blacksmiths' Union. The function of the trade union is to carry out professional appraisal for blacksmiths, to issue the corresponding professional rank medals, and to provide protection to blacksmiths who join the Blacksmith Union in mainland China. As soon as Master Benson took Abel into the union hall, a bearded dwarf came over. This was the first time Abel saw the dwarf, and he still did not keep an eye on the dwarf. Bentham, old friend, the union notified me when you received your application, and I will preside over the assessment. The dwarf opened his arms, and Master Bentham lowered his arms and hugged each other. Let go of the dwarf. Master Bentham laughed. I didn't expect the union to let you preside over the assessment. I still remember the scene when we were studying together with Teacher Robin. So many years have passed and you are still so young. Abel looked at the dwarf with a beard a bit speechless, and couldn't tell where Master Bentham was talking about youth. This is my disciple, Abel Harry. Master Bentham introduced the dwarf, pointing to Abel, who was standing aside. Master Bentham turned to Harry and said, This is Master Thorin Oakshield, my brother. Soren Oakshield jumped up and retorted loudly, It's Shige. When we were studying together, I was a young man, but you were a child, and of course I was a senior brother. Master Bentham glanced proudly at Master Thorin. Oh, I was older than you at that time, although I was a child. Master Thorin yelled with a fist. Abel finally understood the dispute between them. The dwarves lived a long life, generally reaching 500 years, while ordinary humans were only 100 years old. Seeing that he couldn't reach a result for a while, Master Solon turned his head to look carefully at Abel. "This is your disciple who applied for master appraisal. Is this too young? You only apply for master appraisal once in your life. Give him a chance." Several successive questions show that Master Thorin's distrust of Abel's being too young. Any skill of the blacksmith must be tempered by time. "I'm 60 years old now, and strength has been lost in my body. I have no ability to become a master in this life. I thought I would never have the opportunity to use this application qualification again, but..." Master Bencham looked proudly. Abel went on to say, "Since Abel has learned from me, he has done miracles again and again, and has the power of a master, so I came here." "Okay, you decide, let's get started." Master Thorin took the two of them to the inside. 3 mirrors were placed on the wall of the room, and there was a blacksmith's console in the middle. "It's a burning furnace." Master Thorin took out 6 rubies and placed them in a groove on the wall. The mirror surface was shaking for a while, and 3 figures appeared, 1 dwarf and 2 humans. Master Bencham bowed in front of the 3 in the mirror. "3 masters, it's time for the 3 masters." Seeing Abel's amazement, Master Thorin explained to Abel the process of applying for master evaluation. Master Blacksmith has 5 places in his lifetime to apply for master assessment. Senior Blacksmith has only 1 place in his life. After the application is approved, when the master was present, while 3 other masters remotely monitored the assessment process through the magic circle. This magic array can only transmit images and cannot transmit sound. It is produced by the masters of the magic family. "Let's get started," Master Thorin said to Abel after the explanation was clear. Abe didn't speak, bowed to Master Thorin first, and bowed to the 3 masters in the mirror. The raw materials on the operation table are fine products. Abel picked up a piece of fine iron from the operation table and threw it into the stove. After a while, he took the fine iron out of the stove and began to forge repeatedly. Skilled techniques and fast speed, but it took 80 hours to reach 80, and then it was 80 to 100. With the use of mental power, the forging speed of 80 to 100 is faster than the previous forging speed. Master Thorin's eyes have been a little different from the beginning. The ability to use mental power to forge skill in these masters' China is also rare. Most of the masters rely on experience to forge 80 to 100 exercises. The 100 practice was soon completed. After taking a break, Abel began to make the best sword. The time passed quickly, and the sword was formed, but Abel did not stop, and then opened the guard with a drill. A hole. This action made Master Thorin's eyes move, and he could not help turning to Master Bencham, with doubts in his eyes, and Master Bencham just nodded to him, affirming his thoughts. Master Thorin is a project that Bencham has been studying throughout his life. Although it is not possible for Bencham to make it himself, it seems that his disciples have fulfilled his wish. When Abel took out the rune pen, Master Thorin had already affirmed his ideas. Magic weapons, a high-end master weapon, are very precious in master weapons. Looking at Abel, who was completely immersed in the process of drawing the runes, the 3 masters in the mirror also found out what weapon he was going to make, and couldn't help paying more attention. The final mosaic of sapphire and mental power was very smooth. An ice magic sword has been completed. Although this sword has not been decorated, for these masters, the ice magic sword in front of it is already very good. It is enough to pass the assessment of the master blacksmith. Master Thorin turned his head to look at the 3 figures in the mirror. After the 3 masters expressed their approval with one nod, Master Thorin took out a medal from his arms, and said to Abel solemnly, "Congratulations, you Master Harry, congratulations on becoming the 36th blacksmith master of the Blacksmiths' Union." Master Thorin finished wearing the medal to Abel's chest, and stepped forward to embrace Abel. Abel also learned from the previous Master Bencham, and responded to Master Thorin's hug. Master Lin has treated Abel equally. The 3 masters in the mirror also gave a gift to Abel. After Abel's return, the image in the mirror disappeared. Chapter 26 To the Auction House. Master Bencham and Master Solon had an issue to discuss, so they agreed with Abel for 2 hours to the guild to pick up Master Bencham back to the castle, and Abel went to the Edmund auction house in a carriage. "I'm looking for Miss Yvette." Entering the Edmund auction house, Abel said to the waiter who had received him without seeing Yvette. Because Abel was brought directly to the Harvest City by Master Bencham from the smithy, and he was wearing work clothes made of grey cotton. He was also stained with Mars during the assessment process, and there were traces of fire on the cotton clothes. Coupled with the young age, the whole person looks like a civilian. The waiter did not discriminate against him, because the waiter saw Abel descending from a carriage. No matter what his status was, being able to sit in the carriage to the auction house was not his offend. Yes, so the waiter politely arranged Abel to sit on a chair in the reception hall and delivered a cup of coffee, and went upstairs to help find Yvette himself. "Who are you? How can even civilians sit at our Edmund auction house for coffee?" A sharp voice came, and Abel looked around, hesitating, only to find that he was talking about himself, and Abel was used to it. Knowing the identity of this world, no one has ever scolded him like this since coming to this world, cannot help but frown and look at the person who speaks. It is a thin man in his 30s. Like the body, the whole body is bent like a prawn. "Are you talking about me?" Abel asked very unhappily, with natural dignity in his tone. "It looks like it." The skinny man saw the blacksmith medal in front of Abel's chest again. When he saw the blacksmith medal he had never seen before, he couldn't help laughing. "Some brought a fake person here to cheat, and someone came to drive me out. Sir, please go out." The two guards came over and said to Abel, "If the Edmund auction house doesn't give me an account today, I will apply to my noble arbitral tribunal for my power." Abel took a white unicorn coat of arms from his clothes, took it in his hands, and showed it to several people. Seeing the coat of arms in Abel's hands, the two guards retreated hurriedly, and the skinny man looked pale. No one dares to counterfeit in this world, because counterfeiting heraldry is a mortal crime. The heraldry represents the identity of the nobleman, and only the nobleman and his successor have the right to use the family's coat of arms. The noble arbitral tribunal protects the rights of the noble. When the dignity of the noble is violated, the noble arbitral tribunal will come forward to safeguard the noble rights of the noble. This is a civilized statement, but the noble arbitral tribunal's practice is very cruel. Everyone will be burned to death for violating the dignity of the aristocracy. What's wrong? When Yvette stepped downstairs briskly, she saw the scene in front of her. When the two guards saw her, their bodies shrank back slightly. Yvette looked around and saw the clothes on Abel's body, understood the great situation, and said apologetically, "Hello, I apologize to you on behalf of the Edmund auction house." At this time, when Yvette's eyes glanced over the medals on Abel's chest, the eye suddenly solidified, and some incredulously asked, "You are the Master Abel? The 36th blacksmith master on the mainland who has just been appraised by the master blacksmith?" "Miss Yvette, I'm Abel. I didn't expect the news from Edmund's auction house was really well informed." Abel lamented the speed of the news, which was almost catching up with the spread of information on the earth in previous lives. "Master Abel, I just heard from the headquarters that you passed the assessment at the Blacksmiths Association of Harvest City. The headquarters specifically asked our branch to pay attention to you." Yvette glanced at the tall and thin man and said, "You, if you are treated unfairly, our auction house will give you an explanation." The tall and thin man who heard these words had completely slumped to the ground, and Yvette's words had determined his fate, but for these, no one would care about them except himself. Abel's intention to come to the Edmund auction house with the medal of the master blacksmith this time is that his 7 Bylien great swords and a luxurious version of the fire magic Bylien great sword will be delivered to AI in one identity. Demon auction house, so that the auction house can better publicize, so that these weapons reach the highest value. "Miss Yvette, I brought some forged weapons and I want to sell them to your bank for auction." After hearing Abel's words, Yvette's eyes brightened. This is a great opportunity. The work of the new master blacksmith is auctioned at Edmund Auctions, and this matter is handled by her again. This kind of performance will be her promotion was very helpful. "Thank you for your trust in Edmund Auctions. We will use the highest spec auctions to auction your work," said Yvette cheerfully. "There is only one condition, these weapons should not be auctioned in Harvest City." Abel put forward a condition. Yvette began to have some doubts, but then came to understand that there was a Harry weapon shop in the city, and Abel's full name was Abel Harry, and the weapon shop was owned by the Abel family. "Master Abel, there is no problem. I don't care where to auction Yvette. As long as this kind of thing is handled by her, there should be no credit for it." Several auction house guards removed several weapons from Abel's carriage at the door. Abel pointed to the 7 swords and said, "These are my masterpieces, they are all ordinary swords." Pointing at the luxurious version of the fire magic sword, said, "This weapon is a fire magic sword made using dwarf technology. After some decoration, I call it the luxurious version of the fire magic sword. This is a magic weapon. Of course Yvette knows magic weapons, but magic weapons are extremely rare high-end weapons, which are rarely seen in the headquarters of Edmund auctions. Yvette was curious to pull out the big sword from the scabbard. The big sword was a bit too heavy for a woman like Yvette. Yvette held the big sword in both hands and wanted to put the big sword on the counter to take a closer look. This action scared Abel, and Abel hurriedly called, "Be careful." White's hand slipped, and the fire magic sword fell from the hand to the ground. At the moment when the sword body was in contact with the ground, a red light flashed from the sword. With the sound of a dang, the sword had fallen to the ground. Look at the place where the great sword just touched the ground is already a scorching black, and the air is filled with the slightest burning scent. Abel stepped forward from the ground to pick up the fire magic sword and put it in the scabbard. Yvette was also stunned by the scene just now. If it was placed directly on the counter, then the counter would not burn one. The big hole is coming. Thinking about these, Yvette cannot help but pat his own chest. If you burn the counter of the auction house, I'm afraid it will be blame. Can't help but be afraid for a while. The power of this magic sword is really terrible. If this sword is cut on people, the consequences will be unimaginable. Master Abel, for these weapons, I will charge a commission of 2% of the total price. In order to thank Abel for reminding, Yvette directly reduced the commission to the minimum to settle. The 2% commission has already been settled. It was her greatest power. Miss Yvette, thank you very much. Abel has already asked about the auction details of Edmund's auction house and knew Yvette's kindness. Yvette went through the formalities for Abel, and the 700 swords and the luxurious version of the fire magic 100 swords remained at the Edmund auction house. Then Abel went to the hairy weapon shop and gave the 200 swords to the supervisor. He didn't bother. The supervisor of the weapon shop was the expert in business. It's almost time. Tell the driver to go to the blacksmith guild to pick up Master Benson back to the castle. Chapter 27 Wolf Cavalry. Half an hour away from Harvest City, Master Abel and Master Bencham were exchanging forging experience. In fact, it was basically Master Bencham who was instructing Abel. Abel's time for learning to forge was too short, although he learned quickly, and has become a master, but compared with Master Bencham in terms of experience, it is still a lot different. While chatting, Abel suddenly felt the carriage stopped and couldn't help but raise the curtain and asked, "What's wrong?" The coachman said in a horrified voice, "There is something wrong with the village in front. It seems something went wrong." Abel said to Master Bencham, "Master, you stay in the car, I'll go and see." Master Bencham laughed, "I am also a 5th level soldier, don't care about me." For Master Bencham, a 5th level fighter, Abel was very skeptical of his fighting ability. To know that even a martial knight, he must adhere to knight training every day to maintain and improve his combat power. But Master Bencham, Abel has known since the master, I have never seen the master practice martial arts. But Abel didn't insist, and when he came out of the carriage with Master Bencham, he saw a black smoke in the village in the distance. "I'll go and see." Abel turned back and took out the ice magic sword created by the blacksmith's guild. This sword had not been decorated before, and its appearance was ugly, but it did not affect its defense function. "Be careful," Master Bencham exhorted. Abel waved his hand, signaled that he knew, and walked towards the village. The closer he got to the village, the more Abel felt that something was wrong. This was no longer a fire. This was the whole village's house was lit. As he approached the village, Abel was stunned by the scene in front of him. All the corpses of the villagers were on the ground. Some corpses seemed to have been bitten by animals and became incomplete. What is even more horrifying is that Abel also saw the bodies of many children. The bodies of adults and children were distributed in all corners of the village. It can be seen that this is an unequal massacre, and it is a situation where one party has an absolute advantage. Next, an organized massacre was carried out. In the history of this world that Abel knew, even the invasion of other countries has rarely seen such massacres of civilians. Abel made a round in the village. There were no living people. It seems that these killers are very experienced, or are there any special ways? All the places where people are hiding are broken, and the people in them are directly killed inside. Abel never felt a sense of depression for a moment. Although this place was not the domain of his family's knighthood, he, as a human, still felt a sense of grief. When he came to this world, what he saw was a peaceful image. Even if he was attacked, he thought that just like the original world, there were always some people who would commit crimes. The scene he saw today hit his mind for the first time. This world is not as peaceful as imagined. A village was slaughtered near his home. What if it was his own family? What if the Bennett family? God, this is it. Master Bencham saw that Abel hadn't turned back for a long time. He was not assured, and rushed over. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. Master Bentham walked over to the corpse to observe the bitten corpse carefully, and said solemnly to Abel, who was approaching him, "It is the orc, this is the orc." Speaking of the wound of the corpse, Master Bentham said, "This is a bite of a wolf. There have been wolf cavalry here." The wolf cavalry is the main force of the orc empire. They are composed of werewolves and wolves. The characteristics of the wolf cavalry are very strong, fast and flexible, making the wolf cavalry one of the best cavalry in this continent. The wolf can adapt to the difficult environment. In continuous combat, the enemy can continue to fight after eating the killed enemy. Hurry back and inform the martial knights. Master Bencham thought of the presence of wolf cavalry, and at the speed of wolf cavalry, all villages and castles nearby would be in danger. Master Abel and Master Bentham quickly returned to the carriage, and the carriage drove towards Harry Castle with the full force of the driver. Simon is a werewolf, exactly a wolf cavalry, and his companion is a female wolf named Black Wind. Simon's home is on a barren plain. He has 200 acres of land. He has 9 siblings. He ranks second. The food produced by 200 acres of land does not meet the needs of their family. Simon has become the potential of the wolf cavalry, so his parents gave Simon a lot of resources, and finally made him a wolf cavalry, but the other siblings in the family could not eat enough. In order to provide sufficient land for his family, Simon made a decision to participate in the death trials. Soldiers who have participated in the death trials over the years can be rewarded with land, and the soldiers who can return are fully loaded. The gold coins and gems returned are enough to buy many fields. Simon tried his best not to remind himself of how many people can participate in the death trial every year, and he can only come back alive. He just hopes that he will be there. Simon felt unlucky. One night before passing the Budapest Mountains, he placed his companion Hafing in a barn in a military camp. There were many wolves at that time. I don't know which male wolf was in heat that day. After riding a flying beast through the Budapest Mountains, a team of 10 wolf cavalry set off together, and everything went smoothly. They avoided the town and attacked only small villages. Although not much was gained, successive victories let Simon be confident in his trial. Until one day, Simon discovered that his wolf was pregnant. The wolf is a creature with extreme loyalty. Its loyalty to the owner is unparalleled in all mounts. Only after the wolf was born did he get it at first glance. The creature that sees becomes its master. Originally, it was a very happy thing for a wolf to become pregnant. Whether it is to confess the Lord to his brother, or to transfer this right in exchange for a lot of resources, it is a wonderful thing. But here is the human world. Simon will always fight here. The pregnancy of the wolf will greatly affect the performance of Simon's power. In the previous village attack, although there was no resistance, the excessively violent movement made Simon's Black the Wind has a pregnancy response, and it is no longer possible to keep up with the squad's actions, and the other wolf cavalry of the squad are unwilling to put them at risk for Simon's sake. One of the main reasons why these squads can attack the human world is that the speed of the wolf cavalry is the key to determining whether they can survive. Simon stayed behind, alone with his constellation Black Wolf. He did not dare to enter the open ground, but could only hide in the jungle, waiting for the production of west wind. Simon hunts in the jungle every day. Each time he eats enough food for Simon and Black Wind to eat, he often wonders when he can own such a land, and he see and eat enough food. The richness of the human world is attractive. Countless orcs like Simon wanted to it and occupy it. Simon engraved a line in the tree every day, counting time. Now he just wants to spend 2 months in the jungle peacefully, then go to the meeting point to meet and return to the Orc Empire. Chapter 28 Preparation Before the War. Uncle Marshall, on my way back from Harvest City, I saw the village between the castle and Harvest City being attacked by orcs. Upon hearing the news, the Knight of Marshall commanded Steward Lincer immediately. The alarm is sounded and all villagers in the territory are required to enter the castle and verify the identity of all persons upon entering. Yes, Master. Butler Lin Sai agreed and trot out. Uncle Marshall, I have prepared a gift for you. It was originally prepared for your birthday, but now I hope you can increase your combat power in advance. Abel took out a luxurious version wrapped in soft leather ice magic practice sword. Upon returning to the castle, Abel took a luxurious ice magic sword from the operation room. This was originally a birthday gift for the martial knights, but the situation is not right now. The sword is delivered to the hands of the martial knights, and it is the most important to improve the combat capabilities of the martial knights. Another deluxe version of ice magic sword, Abel is also ready to wait for Bennett's birthday, and send the magic sword to his hands as soon as possible. Magic sword. The Knight of Martial pulled out the sword body, tapped his finger slightly, and hurried away the frost on his hand, said excitedly, "Ice magic sword, good thing." Turning his head to look at Abel, he said, "Bentham has been researching and making magic weapons. It seems he succeeded. This is my gift." How could it be Master Bentham? It was a shame for Abel to see that his gift was said to be someone else's. "Abel, you forged this sword?" the martial knight asked incredulously. Abel didn't speak, pointing directly at the blacksmith master medal on his chest. The Knight of Martial only found out that there was an additional medal on Abel's chest. "You are already a master blacksmith." Knight Martial was already skeptical of the world at this time. When was a novice blacksmith who was only 13 years old a master blacksmith? "This time I went to Harvest City for the master's evaluation." "Is this true?" The expression of the Knight of Martial slowly changed from horror to ecstasy, and he couldn't help laughing. "Haha, there is a master blacksmith in my family. I want the fullest set of magic armor. I want the strongest magic shield. I also need a magic knight gun. Yes, I want magic bows and arrows." Abel Khan looked at the martial knight who had gone mad, and walked out of the room without looking back. The requirements of the martial knight: it is estimated that the top blacksmiths in the blacksmiths guild must be assembled to fulfill his dream. As the bell rang, 20 cavalrymen in leather armor and lances riding war horses had assembled in front of the castle. The martial knight replaced his imitation Qiyang armor and rode his exclusive white warhorse, which is much stronger and taller than ordinary warhorses, is carrying a luxurious version of the ice magic sword, and holds a knight spear in front of the team. An orc squad has appeared nearby. "My soldiers, pick up your weapons and defend our homeland with me." With the words of the martial knights, the 20 cavalry group was very passionate. If you kill the orcs but merit, in the past, you had to go to the Miracle City to defend the fortress before. You could obtain merit, but now you have merit. Harry Castle's military strength is very powerful. This was Abel's first thought when he saw the situation in front of him. The cost of training a total of 20 war horses and cavalry was only the possession of iron ore. Only the master's smithy can afford such a strong soldier. Bennett Castle. Bennett took the parcel from the sweaty messenger, and ordered the housekeeper to reward him and return to the room. Open the package, which contains a large sword and 2 letters. One was written to him by the martial knight. The content is mainly to make it clear that the orc attacked the village, and he was asked to guard against the orc attack. And another letter was written by Abel, with the words, "Your birthday present came in advance." After extracting the big sword, the Bennett knight discovered the difference between the big swords. This is an ice magic sword of inestimable value. When the Bennett knight found that it was an ice magic sword, the first thing he thought of was how many gold coins did the second son adopted by someone else adopt for this gift, and when the second son learned that an orc was active in this area, the first thing he thought of was to send himself an ice magic sword, which made Bennett's knight heart feeling. If the knights of Bennett knew that the ice magic sword was forged by Abel himself, what color would his intestine, which had been regretted to give away for the second time, become? When Abel came to the smithy today, everyone, along with his elder brother Garden, saw him respectfully. First of all, he saluted and changed his name to Master Abel. This made Abel very headache, but now his identity it also keeps him from being too modest, because he now represents a group, the top blacksmith group on the mainland. Abel kept himself in his exclusive operation room. Abel has always had low requirements for equipment. Although he can forge 100 weapons, he has never forged weapons for himself. There is only one ice magic sword made in the master's rating. Why didn't Abel forge weapons for himself? One is that Abel himself is not in danger at present and has always thought that it will not be used. The other is that his body is still growing rapidly, and some equipment is now made too wasteful. As the body grows, whether it is height or hand length, it will change. Now if you forge equipment for yourself, it may not be suitable after 1 year. However, in the current situation, it is very likely that there will be a battle, and a battle between life and death. Abel decided to make some self-defense equipment just in case. Abel first tried an idea of himself. He put on thick gloves, put a ceramic bottle into the stove, burned it for a while, and then clamped it out with iron pliers. Then he used a basin filled with cold water. Almost at the same time, he poured the ceramic bottle poured in cold water into the Heradick Cube. After opening the Heradick Cube, Abel found that the ceramic bottle had not changed after entering the Heradick Cube. As if just after being taken out of the stove and poured in cold water, the time was still. When you look closely, you can still it was found that there seemed to be no cracks in the bottle. When Abel moved in his heart, the ceramic bottle appeared in his hand. At the same time, the ceramic bottle crackled into a pile and fell to the ground. Success! Abel rejoiced in his heart. The next step is to forge the magic sword. Abel is now very fast. On average, he can make a magic sword in about 5 hours. Now the first ice magic sword in his hand is in the process of making. Some runes were scrambled, and a lot of useless rune lines were added. These lines were intertwined and constantly intersected. When the magic power in the sapphire reached the center of the rune, a white light flashed, and Abel quickly turned the sword was stowed into the block of Heradick. The following time, Abel made a super large 100-level shield, a 30-centimeter thick 100-level shield. If Abel was not a 5th-level trainee knight, he really couldn't afford the shield. Abel took the shield and went to an empty warehouse in the smithy. He was inspired and came to the corner to block the shield in front of him. Then he took out the ice magic sword that had failed to make from the Heradick Cube. The moment he took it out, Abel threw the sword out and said in his heart, 1, 2, 3. At 3 o'clock in the mindfulness, there was a loud noise outside the shield, and then the shield seemed to be stabbed by countless arrows. After the stop, Abel poked out his head from behind the shield. This explosion was more than before that time was much more intense. First of all, I saw a shard of stone wall, and only a small hole was seen in some. When Abel saw his shield, he couldn't help but sweat. The dense shield on the Byllian shield was full of small pits, all of which were hit by fragments. The depth of the small pit can put a finger. If Abel was holding a shield that was not thickened, he might have been injured by the explosion of the sword. I didn't expect to just add some more rune circuits, the effect of the explosion would increase so much. If a large sword was thrown among a group of people, what would be the consequences? Abel could imagine the scene at that time, and absolutely no one could survive this explosion. Of course, this thing must be stored in the heraldic block, and this kind of weapon can only be used as Abel's secret weapon. Everyone who sees it must be a dead person. The heraldic block is Abel's most important secret. Bo's success was largely due to the help of the Heradick Cube. In the evening, Abel didn't go back to the castle to rest. He stayed up all night and made 3 explosive swords to store in the Heradick Cube, and Abel also studied how to protect himself. Abel thought of the grenade in the original world. This explosion is similar to the explosion of the grenade. According to the knowledge that Abel learned in the era of knowledge explosion, the safest place after the explosion of the grenade is the ground, although there are some effect, but the least attack. Then according to the principle of the oblique angle rebound shell of the tank in the original world, Abel made a much smaller shield that can be hung on the waist. At the moment of the explosion, a person can lie on the ground to reduce the number of attacks. Then use a small shield to bounce the shards at an oblique angle. Chapter 29 Large Trap. After returning to the castle in the morning for breakfast, after a 2-hour rest, Abel returned to his exclusive operating room in the smithy. In his previous life as a fitness instructor, he often went hiking with friends in the wild and had a lot of hunting experience. This time, Abel wanted to make large traps based on the memories of previous lives. As the wolf cavalry was introduced by Master Benson, it was fast and flexible, and it was difficult to trap them. The wolf cavalry was not enough in the case of siege, it is difficult to attack and retreat. It is very difficult to destroy them. If there is a trap, the wolf's feet will be injured at least as long as the trap is trapped. The speed of the wolf cavalry's wolves is offset, and the wolf cavalry is no longer a threat. The beasts and people in this world are much stronger than the beasts and people on the earth in previous lives. Abel estimates that only large traps can be created to cause damage to the wolf cavalry. The structure of a large-scale trap is divided into a large circle of compression spring, 2 pieces of toothed splint, plate machine, starter splint box and a chain. After the compression spring is strongly flattened, it is gently buckled with a trigger to form a huge rebound clamping force. Once the trigger is touched, the 2 toothed splints are released instantly, rebounded and clamped, and caught the prey. Because the 2 toothed splints have not been completely closed and have not been reset, the more the prey struggles, the tighter it gets. It is conceivable that if the wolf cavalry's wolves are trapped by this large trap, at the speed of the wolf cavalry, the trapped wolf's feet will cause the werewolf sitting on them to be trapped due to pain and the fixing of the chain. Throw it out. There are no such large traps in this world, and the placement of traps will not attract the attention of the orcs, plus some hidden means, they will not be found by the orcs. The process of making the trap is very simple, but the compression spring is more troublesome. According to Abel's memory, the steel used in the spring requires a higher carbon content to keep the steel elastic. Abbott's rough is tested. After several carbizing operations, many small samples are made according to different carbizing ratios. After testing, the best samples are found, and the production process is finally determined. Next, Abel made a large number of productions, made 10 compression springs, and saw that there are still more materials, and made a few large coil springs, which will be used as shock absorbers for the carriage upgrade in the future. And Abel did not make other accessories for the large trap, which took too much time. With the most demanding compression spring, other parts only need to be made of ordinary iron. This work is left to the smithy. Blacksmith helps to finish. Abel called his brother, Garden, and asked him to come out and make the required accessories in 2 days according to the size of the drawings drawn by Abel. Garden had no problem with Abel's requirements. He promised to call some of the best blacksmiths to work overtime. Early the next morning, when Abel came to the smithy, Garden told Abel with red eyes, "Master Abel, all the accessories are made according to your requirements and placed in your operating room." Abel was a little surprised. He thought it would take at least 2 days. "I didn't expect to make it all in one night," but looking at Garden's red eyes, he couldn't help saying, "Why didn't you have a rest last night? These accessories don't need to anxious to complete." Several blacksmiths heard that it was your arrangement that they did not want to delay, so the night was over. Garden did not say himself, but mentioned several other blacksmiths in front of Abel. "Let's rest first. The next time I forge the Bailian great sword, you and a few blacksmiths can watch it on the side," Abel said with a smile. "Thank you, Master Abel, I'll tell them now." Garden thanked Abel and turned and ran away. Abel walked into the operating room and saw a pile of accessories placed on the ground, which had been divided into 10 parts. From these details, it was enough to see Garden's carefulness. It takes some effort to assemble these large traps. Abel has never been weak. In half an hour, 10 large traps have been installed. 2 horses were brought in, and each of them immediately placed 5 large traps. After the binding was firm, Abel shook his hand to make sure there was no problem. Behind Harry Castle is a forest. Abel has been busy since he came to the castle. He has not penetrated this forest. He has heard that there are large beasts in this forest. Today Abel put the place where he tested the large trap settled in the forest. Although the castle is now on guard, when Abel took the 2 horses to go out, there was no guard to ask. Abel's current identity is different from that when he first arrived. Everyone has heard that Abel has become a master blacksmith in this world. The title of the master of any profession is the small group of people at the top level for this profession. These masters will be respected everywhere on the Holy Land. At this moment, when the sunlight was the best in the afternoon, the sun formed a patch of light through the gaps in the leaves, and scattered on the ground covered with fallen leaves. Abel's foot on it would make a dull friction sound. The bridle horse did not like the environment of the forest very much, and the horse snorted from time to time. After walking for about half an hour, Abel felt that he had penetrated into the forest. He did not see large beasts along the way, but the large beasts found from time to time indicated that there were large beasts here. There are no more here. People are smoking, and no trace of human activity has been found from 10 minutes ago. The place where the large-scale traps have been installed is because of the hidden damage of the large traps, so it cannot be placed in a place where there are people. Abel crouched down, looking for the beast's beast on the ground. The beast always liked to go back and forth from the same road. These grounds often trampled by the beast formed an insignificant path. Experienced hunters would follow this way comes to place traps. Although Abel had little experience, he was still trained in this area. After careful observation, he discovered an animal path. He immediately took 2 large traps from the owl, opened the jaws forcefully, and snapped the trigger. In the past, the placement of the 2 large traps is very particular. The placement of the beast path needs to measure the size of the beast. If the beast escapes the first large trap, it will be caught by the second large trap. Trapped in the trap. After the installation, Abel made a mark on the tree. One of the signs was that he would notice a trap when he saw the signs when he walked back here, and it would be convenient for him to come and collect this large trap. There are arrows on the marks that point to the direction of arrival, which makes it easy for Abel to find his way home in the forest. Continue to move forward. Every 10 minutes, Abel will find the beast way to install large traps. After walking slowly for more than an hour, all the large traps are set up. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and Abel was preparing to pack and go back to the castle. It was only 2 hours before it was dark, and when he went back, he could see the ground clearly. At this moment, there was a howl in the distance, and there was a kind of pain in the cry, and there was an angry emotion in it. There was a trap in the beast, and Abel immediately thought of the reason. In this forest, the beast can make such a sound. I am afraid that only his large trap. Tie the 2 horses to the tree. Abel hurried to the direction of sound. While running, Abel was also watching the surrounding environment, looking for signs he made. Don't get caught by his own trap. That's just a big joke. After 10 minutes of running, Abel found his mark in front, slowed down, and walked gently into the trap. Although the 2 large splinters had been closed, but there was no prey, Abel squatted down and touched the iron teeth of the splint with his blood. This must not be a beast. Although Abel did not know what triggered the trigger, but with the help of the beast's wisdom and ability, it is difficult to get rid of the beast without the help of a hand. If a powerful beast, it is to destroy the large trap, not just to force open the splint as now. Is it human? Abel shook his head. The voice just heard was clearly not a human voice. He was sure of this. Chapter 30 Werewolf Simon. 1 meter away from the large trap, Abel found blood again. He continued to search in this direction, and found another blood spot not far from the same direction. In this way, Abel traced along the blood stains. It can be seen that although the prey was injured, it was not injured too much. It may be just a leg injury. Abel found that the bloodstains had not disappeared along the way. It indicates that the wound on the prey's leg is not small, so it keeps bleeding. Abel's previous hunting experience told him that after the prey was injured, he would instinctively find his most assured and safe place to heal. This prey of somehow is probably the same. After following for 30 minutes, Abel suddenly found a fire light in front of him. Is it really a human? Abel is a little strange. This is not a place where ordinary people can live. Slowly approaching the fire, Abel saw a creature far away who was treating a wound on his leg. This creature had a wolf-like head, 2 canine teeth protruding outside, and the trunk was akin to a human, but the back it is more curved than humans, and is more than 2 meters tall. Beside this creature, there is a huge wolf lying on the ground to rest. The giant wolf's belly is very large, as if already pregnant. Abel had now determined that the creature in front of him was a wolf cavalry, and the huge wolf was the legendary wolves. Once again, Simon was out of luck. He hid in the jungle, away from humans, hunting every day to ensure that he and the wolf had enough food. This time he went out to hunt as usual, and the environment here was already very familiar, which made his vigilance much lower. On a road that he was very familiar with, on a road he had passed many times that he thought was very safe, stepped on a strange thing, and 2 huge bear-like clips caught his calf. He didn't quite understand what it was, but he knew it was human, and the pain and anger made him scream. Then he found that although this thing looked terrible, the damage was not particularly great. It did not pinch his leg bones, but the sharp serrations tore the skin and muscles of his calf, and it was easy to open the clip. Just pull the clip vigorously with your hand. The injured calf needed treatment, but the precious medicine was placed in the camp by Simon, so he could only return to the camp for treatment by holding his leg. While treating Simon, I thought that I was afraid to move to another place. Humans appeared in this place, and it was no longer safe. The production date of his zodiac Black Wind was just a few days ago, and he would move to another place at this time. It's best to leave tomorrow. The faster the time, the better. If Black Wind has produced a wolf, it will be inconvenient. Simon's nose smelled a different odor in the air. It was a human smell. Simon stood up sharply and looked around nervously. Abel was watching, and saw the werewolf standing up, looking for something, and found himself. Werewolf Simon's terrible smell found Abel's existence. This human being who harmed him, such a weak human being hurt him with such despicable means, and he must not let go of this human being. Abel saw that Simon had found himself, and rushed to himself, looking at the momentum. Abel knew that today is in trouble. At least the momentum of this werewolf is the combat power of the junior knight, that is to say the wolf knight already at least level 6. Don't look at Abel as a 5th level trainee knight, which is only 1 level behind level 6, but in the probationary period of 1 to 5 levels, all combative professionals can only have 1 combative power, and the combative power of first level is less, the fifth level is stronger, but they can only use combat gas to strike. Because the trainees at level 5 do not generate gas nucleus in the body, there is no way to continue to fight gas without gas nucleus. After using the gas in the gas vein once, it takes several days to recover before using the second time. Fighting strength is like an amplifier to power. If a professional has 500 pounds of strength, then after using fighting strength, he can double the power of 1,000 pounds. Level 6 professionals can use fighting strength to increase their offensive power, and the 5th level trainee has only 1 inch chance. This gap is not what the equipment can fill. If Abel then slashed with Werewolf Simon with a big sword, the only result is that Abel will be cut off and fly, and Simon is at most slowed by the frost on the ice magic sword. At this instant, Abel thought of this. He did not fight, and ran back, because he found that the werewolf's calf was injured, and he is likely to escape. Simon saw that this human did not fight with him, but instead ran away with his legs, and couldn't help yelling at the coward and the cowardly mouse, and now he couldn't care about his leg injury, and went straight to Abel. Originally, Abel thought that the werewolf's leg was injured, and he and the werewolf would definitely distance themselves. Who knows that even if there are injuries on the werewolf's leg, the fastest professional in the mainland is not talking about it. Since Abel, he has been drawing closer to Abel's speed. Abel measured the distance to the werewolf. If the explosive sword is used, the 3-second waiting time is likely to cause serious injuries or even death to the werewolf, but it may also be because the trees are all around. At the speed of the werewolf, the trees can be used as cover off most attacks. The explosion of the great sword is only one attack. If the werewolf is unprepared, the attack will be unsuccessful for the first time. When the werewolf is prepared, the second time is even more unlikely. Abel took the crossbow with the arrow from his waist, and shot back at the werewolf's head. The werewolf responded very quickly and avoided the crossbow, but this time, the distance was pulled away again. In the hand of Abel after launching his crossbow, there was no time to mount the crossbow again. Watching the werewolf chased it again, he threw the crossbow in his hand directly to the werewolf, and the werewolf's claws quickly caught in the air a few times. Already a pile of rubbish, this hand crossbow made by a dwarf was fired only once in Abel's hands and scrapped. Abel can only use trees to distance himself from the werewolf. By constantly changing directions, he can gradually maintain the current distance. As he ran, Yu Guang, a follower of the corner, found a familiar sign. It was a trap he had arranged. He changed direction and ran towards the trap. Simon was getting more and more frantic. The blood of the orc seemed to be boiling in his body. He yelled, the muscles of his whole body suddenly increased, and his body changed from 2 meters to 2.5 meters giant. The speed also seemed to be much faster than before. Abel had felt the sound of the werewolf's breathing behind him. Looking at the mark, he had arrived. He fluttered forward, holding his hand between the 2 traps on the ground, and turned one forward. I turned over the second trap, and just avoided a dew attack behind. With a howl of, Simon's calf was caught again. Because the chain of the large trap was tied to a tree pole during the flight, Simon's strong pulling force caused Simon to fall on the ground. Abel saw that the werewolf fell to the ground, without waiting for the werewolf's hand to pull open the splint. Abel had already taken out a large explosive sword from the heraldic box. In the white light flashing from the large explosive sword, Abel was lying on his back. On the ground, the light shield at the waist leaned in front of him. Simon saw a large white sword flying towards him. The speed of the large sword was not fast, which made him feel strange, but at the same time a sense of instinctive fear poured out from the depths of his body. Boom! A loud bang, Abel's shield in front of him jingled, and when everything was calm, he stood up. The werewolf caught by the trapped beast was covered with blood, especially his head. A blood hole in the middle of the eyes full of fear was bleeding out, and a piece of debris hit the key on the werewolf's head. Abel approached the werewolf. The werewolf who had transformed into a 2.5 meter body had died and his body had returned to 2 meters. As a result of the transformation, clothes made of fur had cracked and some things were exposed. Take out these things from the werewolf, a piece of parchment paper with some orc characters and a map, and a strange sign with a curved horn and a lion face carved on it, has a more developed muscular body than humans, hands with pointed claws, and hoofs with 2 toes. This is the beast god, the orc god, and the bottom of the brand is a star. If an orc is present, you will find the importance of this brand. This is an orc skill card. Each brand is sealed with a powerful skill, because most races in the orcs have no text. Use this type when the beast sacrifices. Way to save these skills, and the orcs learn their skills through special methods. There is a star at the bottom of this brand, indicating that this orc skill card has another learning opportunity. Although it is unknown where Simon obtained this orc skill card, the preciousness of the orc skill card is unquestionable. Chapter 31 Orc Skill Card. Aberko didn't know that this was an orc skill card, but this brand had a strange appeal to him. He took the brand in his hand and carefully observed that the brand seemed to contain a power. When Abel was agitated, he tried to probe the spirit into the brand. He closed his eyes and focused his mind to sense. The moment Abel's mental power entered the brand, he felt a rough energy. This energy was similar to his mental power, but was completely different from his mental power. At that moment, the rough energy suddenly poured into Abel's mental power. Abel had just wanted to recover his spiritual power, but it was too late, and that energy was connected with Abel's mental power. Aber changed, and he became a young werewolf, but Abel could not control the body, as if watching a movie, and it was countless times more real than the movie. The young werewolf came to a wolf, reached out and placed his hand on the wolf's head, and said strange words in his mouth, but at this moment Abel understood these languages, and had a real sense of mastering them. The werewolf language has a lot of words that praise the beast god, and there are some strange unknown tones, some like spells. These words and tones are connected. As the werewolf's mouth reads out, slowly the wolf's heart and the werewolf as if connected together, the werewolf can already feel the idea of the wolf, and the werewolf can also command the wolf in his heart. Then the werewolf rode on the seat wolf and galloped. After the run, the werewolf used his vigor to massage the whole body of the wolf. After the whole picture was over, the void in front of him suddenly began to shatter, and Abel felt that he was back in his own body, and his mental strength was recovered from the brand. The star at the bottom of Abel's hand slowly dimmed and eventually disappeared. Then the sign began to shatter. Abel was afraid that the sign would explode. This was the case every time his great sword exploded, throwing the sign from his hand. Go out, in the air, the brand is completely cracked, there is no explosion, it just dissipates slowly in the air, as if it had never appeared before. But Abel's mind had a bit more memory. There were two contents in the memory, one was the language of the orcs, and the other was the reinforcement of the mount. The orc language is an orc language. The orc skill card originally did not have this function, but Abel used mental power to connect directly to the orc skill card, and the content in the orc skill card was the orc language. It is made and converted into an energy form by the orc sacrifice. When Abel uses spiritual power to connect to the orc skill card and absorbs that energy, he is already in contact with the orc common language from the spiritual level and directly absorbs it. Be your own language. Mount augmentation is a skill recorded in the orc skill card. The orcs have an unparalleled talent for in-depth research on mounts. Although the name is common, mount enhancement is definitely one of the most basic and powerful skills of the orc empire. This skill you can link the user and the mount at the soul level, and improve the mount's ability through combat. At the same time, Abel also knew what the brand was, the orc skill card of the orc empire. The orc motivated the skill card with blood, and learned the content inside. It was not directly connected with spiritual power like Abel. If you made this piece, the level of sacrifices of the orc skill card is higher, so this behavior of Abel will cause unknown terrible consequences. Abel, who has mastered the language of the orcs, picked up the parchment and found that the parchment contained the time and place where the orc squad would meet with all other squads. This discovery made Abel very excited. Knowing the time and place of the rendezvous, as long as the army is organized, it can wipe out the orcs who entered the human world this time. In fact, such parchments should not appear on ordinary orcs, just because Simon wanted to leave the team and had to wait for the production of the wolf, so Simon copied this map before leaving the team. At this time, Abel remembered being in the werewolf camp. Looking at the sky, it was very late. His own horse was still at the werewolf camp, and there was a wolf back to the place where the horse was tied. The beasts here were hunted down by werewolves, so two stallions were chained here for such a long time, nothing happened, and they were eating the weeds on the ground leisurely. Abel looked at the werewolf camp not far away. The wolf seemed to feel that the owner would be in danger of leaving for a long time, and he was anxious to stand up. Looking at the wolf in the camp, Abel secretly unfortunately, there is no way for the adult wolf who recognizes the Lord to recognize the Lord again. The owner of this wolf is dead, and it has no value. Slowly approached the wolf, Abel took the ice magic sword from behind, and approached carefully. The wolf saw Abel, the master did not return, and the enemy returned, and his eyes were full of sadness. The wolf made a whimper, a plea in his sad eyes, and Abel was a little strange. At this time, the sky was a little dark, but with the light projected by the last rays of the setting sun, Abel found under the wolf. There was a small figure struggling from the wolf's body, just half of it. The wolf was giving birth. Abel stopped and did not expect that the wolf would produce here. Abel had heard of this creature, the fastest mount in the legend, the most loyal mount, and the Orc Empire was very controlled. Strictly, every pregnant wolf will not appear on the battlefield, let alone in the human world. The wolf in front of him actually has a child in the human world. Abel couldn't help thinking of the mount enhancement just learned. Having a perfect mount was the highest ideal of a knight. His heart was fiery, and the cub of this mount that was strictly controlled by the Orc Empire was right in front of him. According to rumors, only the creature that the wolf sees at first sight can become its owner. This has also led to few people in the human world hearing that humans can own this mount. For the people in this world, a good horse the mount is almost the same concept as the supercar on the planet. If you think about it, people on the planet are crazy about supercars, and you can know that people in this world are crazy about good mounts. The wolf saw that Abel didn't keep approaching, and focused on the cub that was being born. He could see that it was very painful, but he didn't scream, as if he was afraid to affect the children who are struggling for life. Under Abel's gaze, a new life appeared on the wolf. The birth process took a little too much energy, and his eyes seemed to be rejuvenating. The wolf glanced at Abel, turned back and put out his tongue on the young child's head and licked it carefully, slowly and carefully cleaning the child's fur from beginning to end, his eyes full of reluctance. Suddenly, the wolf stood up suddenly from the ground, and rushed to a tree that was many meters long and had a diameter of 50 centimeters. Abel saw the wolf stood up and thought he was going to attack himself. Prepared, but never expected that the direction of the wolf was a tree on one side. With a bang, the sound of the wolf's head crashing into the tree and the cracking of the skull immediately after the wolf fell to the ground bloody. Abel has never seen such a fierce and loyal creature. It has a motherly instinct, but it has an overriding affection on the original owner, so that it can leave the child just born, and end its own in such a tragic way. Life. Abel took the ice magic sword and dug it up in the ground. A short pit was dug out soon. He put the wolf's body into the pit and filled the soil back. This life deserves his respect. Abel don't want other beasts to harm its body. At this time, the little wolf had slowly recovered, making a milky sound, as if calling his mother. Abel crouched down and lifted the little wolf from the ground. The little wolf was covered with wet black fur, soft and very light. Abel was holding it carefully, and he didn't dare to use his hands. Afraid to hurt the little wolf, looking at this young life, Abel had a feeling of being a father. Chapter 32 Abel's Wolf. The wolf in Abel's arms seemed to find the feeling in his mother's arms, and he gently darted to Abel's arms with his small head, making Abel tickle. He couldn't help it. Gently stroking his hand on the little wolf's head, the little wolf kept raising his head in his strokes, as if hoping that Abel's caress would not stop. Abel stood up holding the little wolf and walked to the horse. Now that he has this little wolf, Abel doesn't want to spend the night in the forest anymore. There is no food to make the little wolf hungry. Castle only. When Abel approached the stallion, the smell of the little wolf made the stallion a little uneasy, and his forefoot kept stepping on the ground, looking very anxious. At this time, Abel remembered that for ordinary mules, the wolves were their natural enemies. From the instinct of life, the mules were afraid of such creatures. Fortunately, the little wolf was just born. This slight fear was in Asia. Uncle soothing, the two stallions gradually calmed down. Holding two stallions, Abel was holding the little wolf and did not ride a horse. Riding a horse in the forest is not a very safe thing. In addition, it has gradually started to dark. Although there are stallions, it can only going back. Fortunately, the weight of the little wolf seemed too light for Abel, and he basically let the little wolf lie in his arms very comfortably. As he was walking, Abel felt that the little wolf's mouth was close to his face, licking his face with his little tongue, and couldn't help looking down at the little wolf. A pair of clear eyes were looking at Abel. It turned out that the little wolf had opened his eyes, and Abel looked at the eyes of the little wolf. At this moment he felt the attachment of the little wolf, and he felt as if he had become everything of the little wolf, such a loyal creature, chose a loyal master from the first moment of his birth. Abel stretched out his other hand and put it on the little wolf's head. He recalled the mount strengthening. Although he didn't have the fighting spirit to strengthen the little wolf, he could use the mount strengthening to soul the little wolf. Hierarchical links. Abel's mouth said a strange orc spell, and there were a lot of words in praise of the beast god. If there were other people, such words alone could make Abel hanged by the human temple. Of course, it was first in someone. Under the premise of being able to understand, at this moment, Abel is indifferent in this uninhabited forest outside. Most of the skills of the orcs are full of respect and respect for God, because the skills of the orcs are taught by the sacrifices that worship the beast gods, and the missionary spirit of the sacrifices will be directly reflected in these skills. With Abel's spell, Abel felt a strange power in the void through the space, accompanied by the hand that was casting the spell on the little wolf's head, emitting a green light, and slowly the green light grew more and more large, surrounded Abel and the little wolf. In the green light, Abel felt the call of a weak heart. Slowly this feeling became stronger and stronger. The weak heart passed on to Abel with a simple joy. Here comes its love, a love that is pure to the extreme, without any hint of thought. Feeling this kind of love, Abel surged from the heart and moved from the soul. He used his love to reply to the weak heart. When the weak heart received his response, the joy of love passed into Abel's soul instantly. The green light was getting weaker and weaker, and disappeared in the air, but this kind of spiritual communication did not disappear. As long as Abel thought about the little wolf around him, he immediately felt the idea of the little wolf. Looking at the little wolf in his arms that was linked to his soul, Abel remembered at this time. What was the name of the little wolf? Looking at the black fur of the wolf seemed to be a doomed coincidence. The first name in Abel's mind was the Black Wind. He imagined that the wolf ran like a wind when he grew up. Your future name is Black Wind. Abel passed on this idea to the little wolf. The little wolf didn't seem to understand it. Abel's idea was too complicated for the born wolf. Since you have defaulted, then I will call you Hafen. Without feeling the negation of the little wolf, Abel directly decided the name. After walking back for a while, Abel came to the battlefield just now, and when he saw the werewolf on the ground, Abel remembered that this was a merit. If he threw it here, how would his merit be counted in case no one believed it? Throwing the werewolf's body on a horse on the ground, Abel took the horse, hugged the little Black Wind, and walked slowly in the increasingly dark forest. After walking for a while, Abel had to stop and make a torch with a branch. His luck was good. There were not many large beasts on this journey, except for a few snakes that gave him some trouble. It took hours to finally walk out of the forest. When the castle door was reached, the castle was different from the usual one. The torches on the castle were lit, and the guards were patrolling constantly. Who? The guard on the parapet found the figure in front of the castle and asked loudly. The guards patrolling around heard the sound and kept running towards this side. Several bows and arrows were already aimed at Abel. I'm Abel. Open the door and let me in. Abel brought the torch closer to his face so that the guards on the parapet could see himself more clearly. Master is back. Master Abel. A different cry came from the parapet, and the heavy gate of the castle was opened in a dull voice. Abel walked into the castle with 2 horses. As soon as he entered the castle, he found that there were dense tents in the open space in the castle. His entry caused the people in these tents to stick out their heads, and then heard countless people greeting him. Hello, Master. Master Abel. Master Abel. Abel looked carefully. These were the peasants of the territory. To avoid the orc team entering the castle, the order was issued when Abel left during the day. The armored martial knight was not asleep yet. Tonight Abel's failure to return to the castle made him very worried. After careful inquiry, he learned that Abel was out of the castle in order to test the newly made weapon, but it was not dark until dark. Back, the Cavaliers have sent several scouts to investigate, and there has been no news. The adoption of Abel on the one hand was for his castle to be inherited, and on the other hand to help his good brother Bennett solve the problem of the second son, but to be honest, just a few months after Abel's arrival in time, both the castle and the martial knights themselves benefited from Abel. During the raids outside Harvest City, the martial knights obtained a weapon shop in Harvest City. Now the weapons equipped by the knights are also magic weapons forged by Abel, and since Abel became a master blacksmith, the martial knight's status in Harvest City it has also improved, and everything is the change that Abel brought to Harry Castle. The Knight of Martial recalled everything Abel had done, and he was even more worried about his disappearance. At this moment, there was a lot of noise in the castle, and he was about to go out to check, but Steward Linser had walked in quickly. Master Abel is back, said the butler Lin Sai, panting a little, and the rare but rude steward was rare. Come back. The Knight of Martial hurriedly walked out of the room, and in the square of the castle, he saw Abel unloading a dead body from the urn to the ground. The martial knight took a closer look and asked in surprise, "How could there be a werewolf body?" When he looked up, the knight of martial saw the little wolf in Abel's arms, and was even more surprised. He pointed at the little wolf and said with a trembling voice, "This is a wolf cub." "Gosh, what a wolf cub, sigh, have you acknowledged the Lord?" As a knight who had returned from the orc battlefield, the martial knight was very aware of the rareness of the wolf cub, and he was astonished that Abel returned so late and brought back a wolf cub in the werewolf's body. The preciousness of the wolf pup martial knight knows better than anyone, and the werewolf corpse appearing at the same time as the wolf pup shows that this werewolf is at least a level 6 wolf cavalry strongman, let alone say that the wolf cavalry is difficult to kill death, just to say that none of the 6th level powerhouses can be resisted by Abel. How can they be killed? Abel did not expect that the reaction of the martial cavaliers was so great. A series of questions made him do not know how to answer it, so he first told the housekeeper Lincer who followed the cavaliers and asked him to help prepare some goat's milk for Black Wind. Chapter 33 Back to Fort. After returning to the hall, Abel explained the story in detail with the martial knights, and took out the parchment map. The martial knight who took the map carefully looked at it for a while. For the text of the orcs, the martial knight could recognize a part of it. The map knight could roughly guess what was written. "This is so important, Abel. With this map, we can stop the orcs entering the human world this time." The knight of martial held the map and paced back and forth in the room, thinking carefully how to maximize the value of this map. The orcs that appear this time are not expected to be too low. Although I don't know how many orcs, the wolf knights I met are all above level 6. Our castle does not have so many hands to stop them. Abel was worried. Said quietly, "Of course it will not be our castle to stop. I will give the map to the Lord. If this stop is successful and enough orcs are killed, you will be able to obtain a title." Knight Marshal said with excitement, then thinking of Abel's adventure, he said, "You can't go out alone anyway during this time. You must bring a team of guards to go out. Do and tell the wolf in advance. I will tell anyone in the castle who knows this to be kept secret." Marshal Knight sighed and said, "Although this level of horses already recognize the Lord, I am afraid there are some people not reconciled and want to grab it back to try. I listen to you." Abel knew that the Knight of Martial had a voice over the aristocracy. He was still young, anyway, and had a few years to wait for adulthood. In a few years, he was strong enough. Who can rob him? In fact, this is also the lack of understanding of the Blacksmith Guild by the Martial Knights and Abel. If Master Benson is here, he will tell them that this human world and this continent dared to rob one. What the price would be for a master blacksmith? Are there any of your large traps? The cavaliers of Martial were curious about the traps that could cause damage to the wolf cavalry. He knew the wolf cavalry's terribleness. Nothing. 10 of them were thrown in the forest behind the castle, but I made a mark and I will take it back tomorrow. Abel replied that he did not expect that the martial cavaliers would be interested in large traps. Can other blacksmiths copy it? Knight Martial said with interest. It's hard to imitate it. There is a component I forged in a special way. For the level of blacksmiths in this world, Abel now knows very well that the steel that can be used on springs is a special type of steel. A large amount of carbonization reduces the strength of steel, and it is necessary to ensure the elasticity of steel. Except for the dwarf master, it is estimated that no one in the human world can make it. Can it be made in large quantities? I think if the castle is equipped with such a large trap, it will increase the defense of the castle. Yes, as long as I make the key parts, the blacksmith of the other parts of the smithy have already made them, Abel explained. You have the time to build some key parts and equip the castle with large traps as soon as possible. Knight Martial demanded anxiously, and then said, tomorrow you tell the scouts, you don't want to go anymore. These days the blacksmith shop has also been transferred to the castle. Tomorrow you will not go out in the castle. Returning to the room at night, the butler Lin Sai brought the heated goat's milk, and Abel found a gerbil skin to feed the Black Wind and milk. A gerbil is similar to a mouse on the earth. The gerbil's cortex is very thin and soft. It is often made into small objects. Abel called the maid and told his idea to the maid. Soon the maid came. The finished product is a pretty but practical baby bottle with a pacifier. When the pacifier was placed next to Hafing's mouth, the already hungry Hafing bit his pacifier with his unshaped teeth and sucked the goat's milk vigorously. His small face was full of satisfaction. When he was on Earth, Abel didn't have a pet, and he didn't know what it's like to have a pet, but now he finally knows the thoughts of those who treat pets as their own children. Abel now has this feeling. That night, the Knight of Marshall sent someone to the Lord's house to send a map of parchment to Lord Viscount Dickens. In order to gain the trust of Viscount Dickens, it was handed over along with the werewolf's body. It should have been the Knight Marshal himself, but the Cavaliers are now in case it is necessary to stay in the castle. The next day, Abel got up and found the temporary blacksmith shop in the original warehouse behind the castle. Abel found Master Benson and asked the master to help make rough together. Then he called all the blacksmiths under the guidance of an experienced blacksmith to make other accessories together. The entire blacksmith shop began to get busy. Abel is very skilled in making large compression springs for large traps. At a rate of 15 per day, he has been making them for 3 days in a row, and the progress of other blacksmiths is not slow. After 3 days, all the accessories was complete, and under the guidance of Abel, a large trap was installed. The finished large trapper is black steel, and the serrations on the splint are shining with cold light. In order to have a better effect, Master Benson personally sharpened all these serrations. Once the serrations bite the prey, your body will cause great harm. Together with the 10 large traps arranged by Abel in the forest, all of them were found by experienced scouts based on Abel's mark. The Marshall Cavaliers tested the newly improved large-scale trap after the large-scale trap was built, pressing a section of the tree rod against the trigger, and the tree rod was cut deep into the blade. If this was the legs of the werewolves, wolves will reap the results of the wolves' loss of ability to move. This large trap is very satisfying to the Marshall Knights. In fact, the orc squad will not attack the castle if it does not operate with multiple orc squads. The high wall of the castle is not conducive to the performance of their cavalry. Forcible attack will only cause a large number of casualties, which is level 6 and level 7 the wolf cavalry couldn't get over the high parapet, and the orc skill level was not enough to create sophisticated siege equipment. The castle itself was designed to defend against this small-scale battle. Orc squads are generally targeted in villages that are not protected by high walls, where it is easier to achieve and will not cause casualties to the squad. The arrangement of the large traps is only to strengthen some of the dead ends of the castle defense. All the territorial residents are concentrated in the castle. The Marshall Knights put the large traps in the forest behind the castle with a foolproof mind, near the castle's protection. 30 meters outside the wall, there are tall trees, the view is blocked, and if the orcs want to siege, then trees are the necessary siege materials. Placing large traps there will prevent the orcs from making siege easily. The equipment will also alert the guards inside the castle to an enemy. After finishing all these things at hand, Abel finally had the opportunity to calm down and consider the last battle. For a long time, Abel believed that his strength was no problem to protect himself, but the battle with the werewolf made him understand the gap between him and the professional. The 5th level trainee knight and the professional are only 1 level behind, but due to the use of vindictiveness, the terrible vindictive bonus of full-time professionals almost crushes the apprentices. In the face of the injured werewolf, Abel had almost no ability to resist. In terms of speed, the werewolf suffered a leg injury faster than his speed. If it wasn't for luck, the victory or defeat of that battle would be difficult to say. The junior full-time professional can run his fight across his body to increase strength, while the mid-level professional can load his fight on the weapon. Just like the last battle of the Marshall Knights outside Harvest City, the glowing sword is the fight. As a result of the great sword, after the fighting is loaded, the weapon will be sharper, and the strength will also be increased, which is larger than the increase at the primary level, reaching 100%. Starting from high-level professionals, the fighting spirit loaded into the weapon can be used to launch mid-range attacks away from the body. At this time, the professionals can almost suppress hundreds of troops on the battlefield. Chapter 34 Compound Bow. Abel is going to use this time to strengthen his strength. First, in terms of weapons, this battle, if he has a long-range weapon, he can attack the werewolf from a long range, or he can block the werewolf from a distance. At least he can let the werewolf slow down. Abel thought a lot about long-range weapons, and the world's bow and arrow Abel also studied, but he wanted to make a 70-pound composite bow that he had used on Earth. The advantage of this compound bow is that under the condition of 80% labor-saving ratio, when you pull the full bow, you only need 14 pounds of pulling force to keep the bow in the full state. 70 times 1 to 80% equals 14. Users can divert their energy from pulling bows, so that they can focus more on aiming and adjusting their posture. At a 60% labor-saving ratio, a 28-pound pull force is required to maintain a full bow. The bow will store more energy, and the arrow will often shoot faster. These two states can choose the labor-saving ratio on the bow body, and adjust the high or low labor-saving ratio of the compound bow according to the actual situation. Because of his strong mental power, Abel now has a deep memory of the past. The components of the compound bow, and the size of the components, Abel remembers very clearly. The compound bow consists of the falling wheel, the power wheel, the upper and lower bow arms, the bow handle, the bow arm seat, the bow string sliding sleeve, the bow string shock absorber, the arrow table, the handle, the main string, the auxiliary string, the bow damper, the stopper and other parts. The composition, plus the attachment arrow stand, sight, hair spreader, shock absorber, peephole, wrist rope, etc., form a complete modern composite bow. Although the level of this world is limited, the people in this world can exert much more power than the humans on the earth. At least Abel has never heard of anyone in the world who can lead people to horses with a sword. Split in half. This is still the case when the martial knight is only an intermediate knight. If a more advanced knight would have any power, Abel is hard to imagine. Now Abel's power is stronger than that of most people on the earth. He is now only 13 years old. Abel now estimates that his strength is about 400 pounds or more. As on the earth, as a fitness instructor, he can only pull a 70-pound composite bow. A stronger compound bow cannot be pulled. So although the material for composite bows can't be found in this world, but because people in this world are more powerful, especially from Abel himself, making composite bows is for his own use, and it can be replaced with stronger materials. Don't worry about weight. Abel drew all components in the same way, dimensioned them, and considered what materials to use. With wheels and power wheels, Abel considered the use of bearings to support the rotation of the two wheels to reduce the friction coefficient in the process of movement and ensure the accuracy of their rotation. The two wheels were made of biley and rough. Abel didn't plan to do it on his own, because it was too time-consuming. His idea was simple: to dismantle two heavy bows. The production of heavy bows took a long time, and the materials were the best. Abel knew that in the warehouse there are a few 200-pound heavy bows, the strongest bows in the castle, but those bows are rarely used, because not many people can pull that bow. Only trainees above level 4 can pull it. Open, but pulling and aiming are two different things. After pulling apart, keep the same force for aiming, then the user's power must reach 300 pounds or more, to ensure that the heavy bow has enough power. So those heavy bows have been kept in the warehouse, rarely used. Only the weapon custodian in the warehouse performs some daily maintenance. Abel thought that if two heavy bows were taken apart, there would be a bow arm and two bowstring. Both the upper and lower bow arms use the bow arm portion of the heavy bow, and the two bow arms are glued together to obtain a stronger bow arm than the heavy bow. Like shock absorbers, bow dampers, and cord stoppers, these are all made of wood, and bow handles and arrow rests are made from rough. After Abel planned everything, he began to make a compound bow. Two heavy bows were found by Abel from the warehouse, and a bowsmith was found. Abel himself was not confident to make a qualified bow arm, because the bow arm is the main source of strength for the compound bow, and it is the guarantee of the power that can be exerted after the bow is finally formed. Abel believes that finding a professional is always better than failing slowly and repeatedly. The found bowsmith removed the two heavy bows with great pains, then cut them to the size required by Abel according to the drawings provided by Abel, and then glued the two arms with fish skin glue. The final product made Abel very satisfied. As for the shock absorber, bow damper, and cord stopper, Abel brought in a carpenter, and under Abel's guidance, he also met Abel's requirements. Slowly, every piece of accessories has been prepared, and the final bearing can only be made by Abel himself. It can be said that the bearing is the most important part of the mechanical equipment on the earth, and the production is very difficult. The bearing consists of an inner ring, a ball, and an outer ring. There is a raceway between the inner ring and the outer ring. The ball is on the inner and outer ring. Scroll between. Abel first made balls. It is very difficult to make with current technology, because there is no industrial machine tool, all are made in hand. Abel, a master blacksmith, is not under pressure. He first made a vernier caliper, then slowly forged a small piece of iron with a hammer. After making it into a circle, he continued to measure with a caliper, and then forged. Abel did not expect that a standard spherical ball would cost in so many hours. A small ball was made for a full half day. This ball is completely spherical in the measurement of vernier calipers. After completing the production of the first ball, Abel used a clay wet sand mold method, using clay and a suitable amount of water as the main binder for the sand, and made the first ball with 30 balls. Sand mold. There are only 12 per bearing, but Abel is going to make some spares. The original thought was that the most troublesome was to turn charcoal into iron. After asking Master Bencham, I knew that there was a special natural fire additive in the world. If you want to turn iron into molten iron, you can easily turn iron into molten iron by adding these natural fire assist additives in the heating process. Abel poured the molten iron into 30 ball sand molds, waited for cooling and took it out, then polished it, and finally got the perfect ball. Based on the size of the ball, Abel calculated the size of the inner and outer rings, and the depth of the raceway. These fine forgings were successfully completed with the help of Abel's mental power. The next step is to combine the inner ring and the outer ring with the balls. This is introduced in many physics lectures and documentaries. Abel took some ice from the ice cellar, put the inner ring in the ice, and then put the outer ring into the after a while in the stove, due to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. The inner ring, ball, and outer ring can be locked together in order. After the temperature is normal, Abel's desired bearing is made. Press down to fix the bearing in the completed fall wheel and power wheel, and install it step by step. In the end, Abel made the world's first compound bow. Since the compound bow could not be left empty, it was evening time, and Abel put away the compound bow. Early the next morning, playing with Black Wind for a while, Abel found 50 arrows from the warehouse and came to the archery range to test the new bow. Because this compound bow was too weird, Abel took the archery range empty. The first arrow was taken out, stuck on the arrow stand, and pulled the spreader hard. Abel never expected that the power required by this bow would be so great. The combined force of the two heavy bows was definitely more than 400 pounds. Bo almost exhausted his whole body to barely pull the bow away. After it was fully pulled out, he felt like he had no effort at all. As long as he spent less than 100 pounds of force, he could maintain the open position. Abel aimed the sight of the sight on the 50-meter arrow target, and lightly pressed the trigger on the spreader, and the bow struck softly, and the arrow flew out. The distance of 50 meters in the air was completely straight. The bullseye, and then after the bullseye hit a round hole, it continued to fly backwards, hitting a 30-meter wall behind it, and then fell to the ground. The 50-meter target is already the farthest target in the castle. Although Abel has tested the launch and targeting of the compound bow without any problems, the longest range is not tested. Abel was holding a compound bow, looking at the round hole in the center of the arrow target in front. Aber, who flew straight within a minimum of 50 meters, has never heard of this compound bow. This compound bow is already the most technologically advanced bow in the world. Chapter 35 First Shot. The rapid bell of dang 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 sounded. Abel was taken aback, picked up the compound bow and quiver, and hurried to the gate of the castle. When passing the square, the leaders on the square were a little panicked. I wonder what happened. From the side ladder on the side of the parapet, we saw that the martial knight in armor was already standing there, and more than 20 guards with lances were standing by the side. Seeing Abel's arrival, the knight of martial said with some worry, "Abel, why are you up here? It's dangerous here, you go back to the castle first." Abe probed out of the parapet, and as soon as he reached out his head, an arrow shot at him. He quickly retracted his head and shot the arrows that came. But just at that glance, Abel had seen more than 20 orcs outside the parapet. Some were wolf cavalry, and some were Tauren on fire. How could orcs appear here? Abel asked in surprise. There are almost 2 or 3 squads of orcs here. With these forces, they have the power to attack the castle. Knight Marshal sneered, and then said, "They look too small at Harry Castle. Where are the archers? Do they just let them shine outside?" Abel, who had just been fired, was a little annoyed. There are only 5 archers in the castle. There is a big difference in archery. 2 archers have been injured. They are not the opponents of these wolf cavalry who have been using bows and arrows for a long time. I have ordered them not to fight back. Knight Marshal pointed the 2 guards lying beside the parapet said with a mocking expression, "The walls of Harry's castle are not something these guys can break, they chose the wrong place. Do you have a bow in your hand?" Just now the Knight of Marshal discovered the compound bow in Abel's hand, and said questioningly at the strange appearance of the compound bow. "It's just finished, and it's pretty powerful." Abel took up the compound bow in his hands with a bit of ostentation. In this age of backward technology, he spent countless thoughts to create such a long-range weapon that surpasses the times, and can't explain to others. At this time, the inquiry of the martial cavaliers made Abel want to show off a little, but he only responded with a stubbornly faint response. The martial knight took the compound bow, and after years of experience in weapon use, he saw it and knew how to use it. He took an arrow from the quiver in Abel's hand, placed it on the quiver, and looked at the appearance of the dispenser. He couldn't help but smile and said to Abel, "You have a very good design. You don't need the power of your fingers to use your wrist. Power, you can pull the bowstring with almost no training." Then found the small trigger above, took a closer look and said, "No wonder you will become a blacksmith master. This little design can easily launch bows and arrows but will not hurt your fingers." The most difficult reason for archers to train is that each archer can only shoot 30 to 40 arrows at a time and rest, and the fingers of the archers are most vulnerable to injury. Once injured, bows and arrows can no longer be used. Talented people are difficult to find, so there are many guards in the castle, but the bow method is very rare. The martial knight put the spreader on his wrist, and pulled the bowstring with a force. The bowstring pulled apart only a little, and then the white vigor of the martial knight flashed, and the bow was completely pulled apart. The martial cavalier couldn't help but be a bit surprised at the strength of the bow. "I thought it would be easy to pull it out when I was just exerting it. Only 80% of the force was used. After I opened it a little, I could continue." In front of the adopted son, he was ashamed. The intermediate knight couldn't even pull the bow. In case Bennett knew that, he would laugh at him all his life. Then the cavaliers of Marshall found another thing that surprised him. After being pulled apart, he kept his state. This bow can be kept for a long time with very little force. He opened his eyes and looked at Abel and asked, "What about this bow?" For a while, the martial cavaliers didn't know how to ask. Everything about this bow broke his cognition of the bow. At this moment, the cavaliers thought that there were so many targets outside, and they could try the power of this bow first. The martial knight flashed out of the wall of the parapet, pointed his bow and arrow at a wolf cavalry, and when the trigger was pressed, the arrow flew over the wolf cavalry. The orcs under the parapet saw an arrow coming and were about to dodge, but the arrow's rate of fire was too fast and there was no time to react. The arrow had already shot, but this arrow did not hit any orcs. Fly over a wolf cavalry. The orcs outside the parapet screamed and pointed at the Knight of Marshall and laughed. A Tauren threw a flying axe at the Knight of Marshall, but was caught by the Knight of Marshall. The martial knight threw the catching axe to the ground, turned his head and said to Abel, "Why can't this bow shoot?" Abel stepped forward and pointed at the sight on the bow and said, "This bow has just been built and has only been fired at a distance of 50 meters. At a distance of 50 meters, the bow is attacked in a straight line." The martial knight knew why he missed the shot. According to past experience, the bow and arrow are aimed a little above the target, so that when the bow and arrow fly out, there will be a parabola, which can hit the enemy, but the bow and arrow a certain distance is a straight line attack, so he just missed the aim just now. He took another arrow out of the quiver, and the martial knight opened his bow, listening to the mockery outside, and once again reached out the dugout, aimed at the one who laughed the most, the Tauren, pressed the trigger, and the arrow was almost martial the moment the knight let go. The Tauren's head appeared. The Tauren's head was like a broken watermelon. The huge penetrating force opened a fist-sized hole in the Tauren's head. Then the arrow did not stop, flew to the chest of a wolf cavalry behind, and pierced deeply. The orc panicked, and no one thought of the archer who had just shot empty, but this attack was a double-edged bird. Arrow. Knight Marshall reached out to Abel. Abel quickly took an arrow from his quiver and gave it to the martial knights. The Knight of Marshall opened his bow again. The distance between these orcs and the retaining wall was about 50 to 60 meters. Almost as long as the bow was straight and aligned, they could shoot. The Knight of Marshall pressed the trigger again and was an orc. Fall to the ground. Without talking, Abel directly took another arrow and sent it to the martial knight. The martial knight then shot 3 arrows in succession. 6 orcs have fallen on the ground outside the castle. The remaining orcs have been scared and quickly turn around and run. The martial knight did not let them go, and took an arrow from Abel. The Tauren's horse was not as powerful as the wolf cavalry. At this time, the Tauren remained behind the team. The martial knight aimed at the last Tauren. At that time, the Tauren had rushed a distance of 10 meters and a distance of 70 meters. Marshall's mind secretly calculated that the bow in his hand was still aimed horizontally and did not count the parabola. What the cavaliers wanted was to shoot lower and thank the mount. You can also leave the Tauren in the same way. The Tauren without mounts can't run the bow in their hands. At a distance of 70 meters, there was an arrow in the head, and the Tauren fell to the ground. Up arrow, aim, 80 meters distance, press the trigger, the Tauren fell to the ground. Go up the arrow again, aim at a distance of 90 meters, press the trigger, and the Tauren fell to the ground. On the arrow again, aim, 100 meters away, press the trigger, and another Tauren fell to the ground. The Tauren who ran at the end had reached a distance of about 110 meters. Once again, press the arrow and press the trigger. This time the arrow hit the Tauren's neck. Martial Knight glanced at the scale on the sight. The next mark of the sight is up. The Tauren have been killed, and the slowest wolf cavalry has reached a distance of 150 meters. The Martial Knight placed an arrow on the arrow pad, pointed the wolf cavalry with the second scale of the sight, and pressed the trigger was an arrow in the head, and the wolf cavalry was thrown directly from the wolf by the huge impact. At this time, the wolf cavalry had already discovered the terribleness of the archer, and had already made the action of hiding arrows. They contracted on the side of the wolf, and their body was completely blocked by the wolf. At this moment, the wolf who was extremely loyal to them became a shield against the opponent's bow and arrow. The Martial Knight put down his bow and arrow. For a knight, he would actively kill the opponent's mount on the battlefield. Unless he was helpless, he would do so. The current Martial Knight is already 12 points for the results already achieved. Satisfied. Chapter 36 Ming Rob. Looking at the bow and arrow in his hand, the Martial Knight never expected that a castle crisis would be resolved with just a bow and arrow. Is this the true ability of the blacksmith master? Abel watched the look of the Martial Knight looking at the compound bow more and more addicted. That expression was very familiar to him, and it was this expression when the Martial Knight looked at his beloved armor. Abel's secret screaming was not good, and the Knight of Martial would not return the compound bow to him. Thinking, Abel reached out and wanted to take the compound bow from the Knight of Martial. The compound bow in the hands of the Martial Knight took root, and Abraham remained motionless several times. Abel, uncle treats you well, right? The smile on Knight's face reminded Abel of the big wolf he had seen as a kid and looked at Little Red Riding Hood. Abel shivered and nodded. Uncle Martial is very kind to me. Your Uncle Martial has never had a good bow. As an intermediate knight, I do and have a decent bow until now. I am embarrassed to take the bow out every time I go out. The Martial Knight was pathetic. Said. Abel rolled his eyes. Every time he went out, the Martial Knight wore the best clothes, a magic sword, and the brightest armor. Even the horses were stronger than ordinary war horses. Where would he take ordinary bows and arrows to go out? In the martial cavaliers that Abel knows, the height of the equipment is the most important. Unless ordinary equipment is required for combat, it will not be carried around. The martial cavaliers also know that this bow must be very difficult to make, but how can something that has already been obtained be delivered? This is not his style. Today's record is already against the sky. 12 orcs were killed outside the castle. This is not an ordinary orc. If it is an ordinary orc, how could the Martial Knight hide in the castle and dare not go out and fight? These are the least. Orcs of level 6 and above, each orc can fight with fighting spirit. As an intermediate knight, the Martial Knight can defeat the previous orc alone, but the orcs were originally stronger than the humans of the same level. Strong body and long the battle of the year made orcs more conducive to combat than humans, and the orcs were more like a combat machine. The cavaliers of Martial haven't remembered how many years without this refreshing feeling. Standing on the parapet, shooting at an orc, pointing at where to hit, this bow is like a messenger of death, and if it is clicked, it will die. Seeing that the 40-year-old Martial Knight was selling in front of him, Abel had a feeling of being defeated. He looked helplessly and distressed at the compound bow in the hands of the Martial Knight. This 400-pound super compound bow was off. He went further and waved his hand, and Abel said, "Uncle Martial, if you like it, use it." The Martial Knight laughed, pulled the bow apart, made an archery move, looked proudly at Abel, and said, "This magic bow can only be used by the most powerful knight. Uncle Martial, if this arrow is emptied, it will hurt many parts of the bow, and I will have no spare parts to repair it." Abel ignored the martial cavalier's actions that he thought were handsome, and pointed out the bow relentlessly. "Use is contraindicated." The Martial Knight laughed, slowly recovered his strength, and wanted to restore the bowstring, but the characteristics of the bow are also obvious. Use full strength when starting the bow. At this time, it is the same to restore the bowstring. The initial strength is not necessary. How much, but with the recovery of the bowstrings, the power requirements are getting larger and larger, and a bit of white light emerged from the body of the martial cavaliers. After the bowstrings were finally flattened, the martial cavalier wiped the cold sweat on his head, and looked closely. In fear with the bow, this sacred bow just grabbed can't be broken because of his handsomeness. Abel sighed and walked down the wall in depression. At this moment, he would go back to the smithy to make a compound bow, and make 2 more, one for his own use and one for his father Bennett. Abel I knew very well that since the Cavaliers of Marshall had this compound bow, it wouldn't take long for him to show it to the Knights of Bennett. If he didn't make one for the Knights of Bennett, Abel himself would be sad, though Abel knew that his father Bennett would not say anything, but his father would be very sad. Open the castle door for me, drag the corpse back, and pull the mount back. Knight Marshall commanded the attendant cavalry waiting inside the castle gate. After the gate of the castle was opened, 10 servant cavalry rushed out. 2 sorrowful wolves on the battlefield saw the appearance of human beings, and rushed forward to attack the servants. Just a few steps away, the 2 arrows flying out of the parapet shot through the heads of the 2 wolves, and the attendants looked at the Lord in shiny armor on the parapet with worshipping eyes. The strength of the Lord means that the security of the territory is also the guarantee of the attendant family. In addition to the 2 wolves that were shot, there were 4 blazes at the gate of the castle. The other mounts had already run with the orcs who fled. Only the blazes were not very smart. It is not loyal. The value of the 4 scorching cows is not small, and they can be used or sold after training. When the attendants took back the corpse and the 4 blazes, the Knight of Marshall had decided the fate of these blazes, and their carriages would be changed to ox carts, 2 for their own use and 2 for Abel. The Marshall Cavaliers felt that their arrangement had reduced the guilt of the arms of the adopted son. Even if the guilt was very small, the Marshall Cavaliers knew that since Abel could make such a bow, he could make it. Make a second one, but if you do'n't get this bow in your hands, Abel's temperament, I do'nt know when I will be interested in making bows and arrows. The crisis has been lifted. I believe that no more orcs will dare to come to Harry Castle to find him dead. The Marshall Knight ordered the guards to continue patrolling, and he can rest. These days, the Marshall Knight has kept his armor on his body and has been the master of the castle. The Cavaliers are under pressure. After the orcs appear near the castle's nobles cannot leave their castles. This is a war rule for all human beings. This war rule requires that when human enemies appear in the noble territory, the nobles must not leave the territory. Then it means that the nobleman gave up his territory. This rule does not include mutual human wars. When mutual human wars cannot be defeated, it is acknowledged that failure is recognized by everyone, and nobles are rarely killed in human wars unless there are very deep hatred, otherwise no one would violate the rules of the knight system regarding the treatment of noble prisoners of war. Abel returned to the smithy and began to repeat the work of making compound bows. The last 4 heavy bows in the warehouse were all requested by him. I believe that Marshall Knight will not have any dissatisfaction with this move of Abel. Another is making ball sand molds. This time Abeldo made some, Abeldo made 4, and even a few large springs. Abel prepared to transform a carriage by himself this time. Abel was full of shadows, used to the stability of the cars of the previous life, and the carriage of this life felt like dancing on the rocks. In 2 days, Abel spent all his energy on the production of compound bows. With the previous experience, the 2 compound bows made this time were more refined. Because the orcs were driven away, Abel could go out of the castle long-range shot of the test compound bow. The scale of the sight was improved. It was divided into 100 meters, 100 to 200 meters, 200 to 400 meters, and 400 meters away. The force of this bow was much worse. Abel estimated that the maximum range of the composite bow produced this time is at about 400 meters. The killing effect can no longer be achieved, and the enemy can be hurt at most. After 400 meters, the bow and arrow speed will slow down, and the enemy can easily avoid it. After completing these 2 compound bows, Abel was anxious to send the bow to his father Bennett Knight, and then proposed to the Marshall Knight that he wanted to visit Bennett Castle. Chapter 37 Send Bow. You're going to Bennett Castle now. It's not safe outside now. The Cavaliers of Marshall did not want to let Abel go out in this situation, even with a guard. This time they all appeared above level 6. Orcs, the guards can't withstand even an attack from an orc, and Abel is only a level 5 trainee knight, and his attack power is very low. Uncle Marshall, I must go, and you also see the power of the bow I made, and I will send the newly made bow to Bennett Castle. Abel explained to the Marshall Knight. Why Bennett doesn't have it, I have to ask you to give it. Knight of Marshall said with a bit of jealousy. This attack made me very uneasy about the security of Bennett Castle. I must go there and send my bow. Abel said to the martial knight in a firm tone. I'll go with you. Knight Marshal was a bit helpless. Compared to the security of the castle, he cares more about Abel's safety now. The castle has killed most of the orcs who have come to believe that no orcs will dare to die again. Uncle Marshal. Abel knew that it was not easy for the martial knights to leave the castle at this time. Although he went to another castle not far away, if he was found, he would lose the territory because of leaving the territory, and then in addition to the castle's defense also requires the command of the martial knights. It's okay. I'll change my clothes and accompany you. We can go back and forth in half a day. The Cavaliers of Marshall knew what Abel was worried about. As long as Abel is present, everything will be available as Abel grows, including larger territories and higher titles. It was already afternoon, and Abel changed into a leather suit and rode a warhorse, while the martial knight replaced his wind-fighting armor and replaced a humble leather suit with even his head on. I put on a hat with a covering function, wrapped my long golden hair, and didn't ride his own war horse, and replaced it with an ordinary war horse. Both horses were fed with oats to maximize their physical strength. Abel and the martial knight did not tell anyone, and everyone quietly left the castle during the happy celebration of everyone in the castle. There was no detour, and the two horses ran towards Bennett Castle in a straight distance. At this time, the Lord's territory between Bennett Castle and Harry Castle was no longer crowded. In wartime, these leaders would be concentrated in the castle, so Abel and martial knight did not meet anyone along the way. 2 hours later, Bennett's castle had appeared in the sight. Abel could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Bennett's castle stood very quietly in the golden setting sun. The castle's door was closed and the retaining wall could be seen faintly. The guard on board, everything shows that Bennett is very safe and has not been attacked. The arrival of the two horses made a rapid bell ring in the castle, and the bow above the gate of the castle can already see the figure of the bow soldier holding the bow. I'm Abel, open the door, Abel shouted. It's Master Abel. Someone cried out loud. Open the door. A deep voice came from the Knights of Bennett, and the castle door slowly opened. Abel and the martial knights had just entered the castle, and the gates quickly closed again. How dare you come to the castle this time? Knight Bennett said to Abel in a reproachful voice. Father, can you find a quiet place to talk? Abel glanced softly at the closely guarded martial knight. For Abel coming to the castle at this time, of course Bennett knows that there must be important things, otherwise he would not come here at such a great risk. Knight Bennett glanced suspiciously at the mysterious knight next to Abel, led the two into the reception room, and instructed people not to disturb. Father, this is... Abel was preparing to say who the martial knight was. Marshal, are you crazy? Leaving the territory at this time? Unexpectedly, Knight Bennett recognized Knight Marshal from the first glance. Hey! Do you think I want to come? Your silly kid must come here, can I not follow? Martial Knight took off the hat on his head, and flung the blonde hair that had been suppressed for a long time, very angry. Replied. You cried when something happened. Knight Bennett shook his head helplessly, then turned to look at Abel again, and asked, what is so urgent, why is it so ignorant, in case Marshal let people find that leaving the territory is troublesome? Father, I'll send you this. Then, Abel passed a compound bow from his hand. Bennett took the compound bow, played with it in his hands, and asked in amazement, just to send this? What's this? This is Harry Bow, my name. The martial cavaliers were very dissatisfied with Bennett's attitude towards Harry Bow. Abel couldn't help covering his head. The Knight of Marshall gave the Bow's name without consulting him, and still uses his own last name. Although Abel also has this last name, Abel can be sure that Marshall the Cavaliers are so named because of his own surname Harry. Come, you try to shoot an arrow. Knight Marshall enthusiastically gave an arrow to Bennett and enthusiastically instructed Bennett on how to aim and how to use the applicator. Shoot the wall, said the martial knight pointing at the opposite wall. This reception room is very large. In a nearly 40-square-foot room, the Knight Bennett is more than 20 meters away from the wall pointed by the Knight Marshal. The Knight Bennett did not say anything, his hands were loose, and his bow and arrow disappeared from the arrow stand. Then, a harsh voice came, and the three looked at the wall, and the bow and arrow had been inserted into the wall made of huge stones. The Bennett Knight looked at the arrows on the wall in amazement, took a few steps, came to the wall, and knocked on the wall with his hands a few times, as if confirming the authenticity of the wall, as if he had forgotten that it was in your own reception room. The arrow was pulled out of the wall by force. The arrow entering the wall was 2 points deep, and the iron arrow had been deformed due to the huge impact. This bow. Knight Bennett looked at Abel. Abel was about to speak, and the martial knight had taken the conversation and said, "You know, Abel is a master blacksmith." With that said, the martial knight stopped. Bennett Knight regretted that he had given Abel to the martial knight as an adoptive son since he learned that Abel became the master blacksmith. Now the martial knight talked about the Abel master blacksmith face to face, and immediately sank. It seemed that the expression of Bennett's knight was not seen. The knight of martial then said, "He designed and made a hairy bow for me to resist the orc attack. Just today, I shot 12 easily with a hairy bow. Famous orc cavalry, they are all orc cavalry of level 6 or higher." The knight of Bennett could not help but look at the hairy bow in surprise. At this moment, he already knew the reason why Abel took such a great risk to send himself a hairy bow. As for the knight of martial, based on his knowledge of martial, it's good to be able to believe half. However, old friend Marshall really said nothing to Abel. For Abel's safety, this can be done. Bennett believes that it is difficult to make such a decision if he is afraid. The Bennett knight pulled the bowstring again. He had discovered the benefits of this bow. It was laborious to pull, but kept effortless, convenient and better aimed, and the power was quite scary. The knight of martial looked at the knight of Bennett with a gleeful smile and said with a smile, "Forget to tell you, Cece, the bow of Harry cannot be opened." When the knights of Bennett regained their bows with resentment, the knights of martial couldn't laugh anymore, as if he had forgotten to open the bow himself. Abel and the martial cavaliers did not make more stops. After instructing the Bennett cavaliers on how to use this hairy bow, they quickly set off and left Bennett Castle. It was dark, but because of this road, the two were already very familiar, especially the martial cavaliers have run countless times. Under the guidance of the moonlight in the night sky, the speed of the two warhorses was not slow. Chapter 38 Matthew Castle. "There's a fire," Abel reminded Marshall as he looked away. "That's in the direction of Lord Matthew's castle." Knight Marshall glanced in the direction of the light and said with certainty, "Lord Matthew is the Lord located between the Knights of Martial and Bennett. The relationship between Lord Matthew and the Knights of Martial is generally because Lord did not recognize the status of the Knight Lord as a nobleman, although in the human world most people here acknowledge the fact that a knight with a territory is a noble, but this does not include some jazz with a land. Therefore, although Lord Matthew and Knight Marshall are neighbors, the relationship between the two is just meeting each other and saluting each other. Now the Knight Marshall saw the fire of Lord Matthew's castle, and hesitated to rescue it. First of all, the martial cavaliers cannot reveal their identity. If anyone is found to have left his territory, it will be troublesome. Secondly, the Knights of Martial wanted to protect Abel, and he was not sure if he could still rescue Matthew Castle. Abel didn't speak. Looking at the martial knight, the matter was left to the martial knight himself. Abel didn't know the Lord Matthew at all. He hadn't met or heard the two knights mentioned, so Abel is not so great in helping a stranger aristocracy. Only by guaranteeing his complete safety can he make some help. "Let's help them. You must not leave me. I can't come forward with this matter. You come forward as a master blacksmith," Knight Marshall ordered. "Okay, Uncle Marshall." Abe obeyed the arrangements of the martial cavaliers. Abel took Harry's bow from the saddle. Although he had some difficulty with Harry's bow, it was okay to shoot 3 or 4 arrows. At this moment, the martial knight also held the hairy bow, put the arrow on the arrow stand, and opened the bow string. At this time, the martial knight discovered another advantage of the hairy bow, which was particularly conducive to immediate use. Think about it. When using a normal bow, you need to control the horse with both legs, and then open the bow and keep holding it firmly before aiming. As for the hairy bow, as long as the bow is opened, it can maintain the bowed state with very little effort. At this time, you can use more power to control the horse and easily have enough time to aim and shoot. The speed of the two war horses was very fast. Abel first discovered that the castle was in a mess, and the 4 wolf cavalry outside the gate of the castle were hunting down the escaped people. When they heard horseshoes, the 4 wolf cavalry cried out loud. 2 wolf cavalry rushed towards Abel and the martial knights with their long swords. "One ahead of you, one behind me." Knight Marshall's voice came. Abel aimed at the first wolf cavalry and pressed the trigger. The head of the wolf cavalry immediately opened a hole, and then the wolf cavalry in the back fell down. It was the arrow of the martial knight. The 2 wolf cavalry, who were still hunting down the fugitives, spotted the situation, howling loudly, and Abel could understand the language of the orcs. This was calling his companions in the castle to meet the enemy. Abel and the martial knight did not stop their hands, and the subsequent attack caused the two wolf cavalry to fall to the ground. At this time, the wolf cavalry's wolves did not stop after the wolf cavalry died, and frantically attacked Abel, and the martial knight rushed. After the martial cavaliers shot the four wolves unhurriedly, they looked back at Abel and said, "See, no, this is the wolves. They are extremely loyal. You have to treat your Black Wind well." "Uncle Marshal, I know." Abel nodded heavily and saw the four wolves being shot. He didn't shoot just because of a bit of intolerance in his heart and his absolute trust in the martial cavaliers. At this moment, 6 wolf cavalry rushed out of Matthew Castle, and the wolf of the 6 wolf cavalry had large packages hanging on them. A chill flashed in the eyes of martial knight, and his mouth hummed quietly, "Look for death." These wolf cavalry even carried the looted property when they charged, and this greedy behavior also accelerated their demise. The arrows of Abel and Marshall's knights had been shot, and they had recently hit a distance of 30 meters from the two. All 6 wolf cavalry died on the road, including their wolves. Looking at the wolf cavalry dead on the way, the martial cavaliers sighed, "This is a 10-man squad. The orcs are very powerful. Unfortunately, they lack the protection of armor." A glance looked back and said, the guild's blacksmiths are strictly forbidden to make armor for orcs. And the orcs' own blacksmiths have no skill to make armor, so these orcs can only use our body to resist our bows and arrows. The panicked crowd of Matthew Castle slowly found that all the wolf cavalry who had attacked them were killed. The crowd slowly gathered. A middle-aged man in a suit came to Abel, and the martial knight then he acted like Abel's servant, standing behind Abel. "Hello, Lord Knight, thank you for saving us. I'm Ken, the steward of Matthew Castle." Although frightened, the etiquette deep into his bones made Ken very polite. He addressed Abel thanksgiving. "I'm Abel Harry, I accept your thanks, what about your master?" Abel showed great dissatisfaction with the master's absence after the rescue, and he and the martial knight risked to help Lord Matthew, but Lord Matthew did not show up at this time, which was too rude. "Master Abel, my master has been." Hearing this question, the steward Ken burst into tears, so sad that he could not speak, and the etiquette he had just shown was completely gone, which was too much for a noble steward. An incredible thing. Abel's name spread very fast in Harvest City, and the nobles basically knew that there was such a young blacksmith master living in the area of Harvest City. Abel had heard something wrong. Lord Matthew had an accident. He jumped off the horse and supported the butler Ken with his hands. At this time, Abel showed a steadiness far beyond his age. At the age of 13, his height was nearly 1.7. Already. As a nobleman who rescued Matthew Castle, Aberdeen can issue an order temporarily on behalf of the nobleman in the rescued territory. This is one of the noble rules. You now arrange for people to maintain the order of the castle. Lord Matthew's affairs will be called to the Harvest City to inform the city owner, and the city owner will decide what will happen in the future. Abel said to Steward Ken. "According to your will." The steward agreed to tears. At this time, the nobleman gave orders to make a decision, which will keep Matthew Castle stable, and there will be no mischievous people robbing. Abel didn't stay long. The calmness of Matthew Castle was restored in about an hour. The orcs' bodies were piled on the square in the middle of the castle, and Matthew's remains were placed in the hall. The bodies of other killed Matthew families it was also placed in the hall, and the bodies of dead leaders and servants were placed in the side chambers. All the warehouses were protected by iron locks, and Abel appointed a housekeeper Ken and 5 intact guards to protect the Matthew family's property and wait for the city mainmen to come to deal with the situation. Everyone in the castle of the Matthew family was killed. After these orcs rushed into the castle, they first sought the most gorgeous room for robbing, which directly led to the first people killed in the Matthew family. After everything was properly arranged, Abel offered to leave the housekeeper Ken, but the housekeeper could not dare to stop a noble, or a master, although at this moment he especially hoped that Abel would stay and wait for the city host to send someone. When they came out of Matthew Castle, Abel and the martial knight looked at each other. Today, the sight of Matthew Castle touched both of them greatly, and the Lord's family, which has been passed down for many years, disappeared due to an attack. If it was the Knight of Bennett or the Knight of Marshall, Abel couldn't imagine it, and now he has a deeper understanding of the cruelty of the world. The figures of Abel and Marshall's knights gradually disappeared into the night, but the steward Ken looked at Abel's back from afar, and his heart was full of gratitude. In this case, and in the case of only 2 knights rescue them next, this is the real knight. Chapter 39 Night Secrets. City Lord S. House. Due to the orc attack, Viscount Lord Dickens was a bit burned. As a big knight, Viscount Dickens would rather use a sword to slash those orc squads that entered the Harvest City, and did not want to be in the City Lord S. House. From time to time I heard the news that a certain castle or village was attacked by orcs. Yesterday, Viscount Dickens received the werewolf corpse and a map from Harry Castle. After translating it, he found that it was a collection map of the orc squad. The orc squad will gather in recent days. The beast was transported out of the human world, which means that this attack is about to end. If Viscount Dickens does not take action, the loss of this attack by the orcs will cause Viscount Dickens to lose face in the Principality and affect Viscount Dickens in Principality status. Today, Viscount Dickens has ordered an army of 1,000 people to go to the place marked on the map for ambush. This time he was a senior knight, and Viscount Dickens dispatched 3, plus 30 knights, 1,000. The elite army of the brigade, this strength is enough to fight a small-scale battle. According to the letter of the Knight of Marshall, this information was obtained after his adopted son Master Abel Blacksmith attacked a single wolf cavalry with a trap. Viscount Dickens was very pleased with the new Master Blacksmith who appeared in Harvest City. Interested to know that as far as he knows, the Master Blacksmith was awarded the title of Master for forging magic weapons, and Viscount Dickens has been considering whether to find the new Master for a magic weapon. Sir Lord, somebody came to Matthew Castle to report the funeral. Hearing this, Viscount Dickens knew that another castle was in trouble, and he said to the steward, "Let's get in." A full-fledged attendant came in a moment later, and the attendant came in with a cry and said, "Master Lord, Matthew, and the family owner were killed in the orc attack." The disappearance of a family is not a trivial matter. Viscount Dickens of the Matthew family knows that this family is very small, just a small family in Harvest City, but also has a history of hundreds of years, and the territory is not large, only for 100 miles, it is the smallest lord's territory. You need to make the situation clear. Viscount Dickens saw that the attendant did not know whether it was because of sadness or lack of experience, and did not directly clarify the matter, but spoke intermittently. This is also no way out. Under normal circumstances, if Lord Matthew wanted to report to Viscount Dickens, he would only send a housekeeper Ken, or go directly to the city's mansion. As a result of this attack, Steward Ken cannot now leave Matthew Castle, but can only send an attendant who usually speaks better. The attendant heard the meaning of the words of Viscount Dickens. At this time, he also remembered the explanation of the Steward Ken, and arrived at the city's main government house. He had to finish everything as soon as possible, and the Lord would not have time to listen to him slowly. In the evening, a team of wolf cavalry attacked the castle. At that time, the gate of Matthew Castle just opened, and the wolf cavalry broke into the castle. When the wolf cavalry entered the castle and killed, Master Abel passing by helped and accompanied the followers. This team of wolf cavalry was killed, and Master Abel stabilized the order of the castle. The steward asked me to report to the owner. The attendant finally made it clear. Viscount Dickens' eyes moved, and he was also able. This kind of saving the nobles in danger is appreciated by all the nobles and will be respected by the nobles. Although the life of Lord Matthew was not saved, the castle was kept intact after that. According to the custom of the orcs, all the people in the castle will be slaughtered, and then the castle will be burned with a fire. Master Abel's actions must be rewarded, as well as the map provided by Master Abel, and the results of the ambush. If the results of the battle are great, then the two things together, the prince's request for rewards, it is difficult to reject the principality. No one dares to reject this kind of merit, because once the king makes a rejection, then no one will fight for the principality next time. All nobles, including the king, know this, so although the king has been suppressing the aristocracy, but those meritorious deeds have never been prevented, but each time they were promoted according to regulations. "I'll send my hand down to Matthew Castle, you go back first," Viscount Dickens said lightly. After the attendant left, Viscount Dickens thought of Master Abel again. For Master Abel, Viscount Dickens firmed his attitude and must pay him well. Such a young master must have extraordinary achievements in the future. What do I need to help myself? In some places, I must help him with all my strength. Some of the current human relations may be of great use in the future. In fact, Abel won the title of Master Blacksmith. If placed in other principalities, the principality will at least take the title of a lord to buy up the master who grew up in his own principality, but the situation in the principality of Kamei is a bit special. The king here is noble, some natural defenses, and disparate titles like Abel, the king pretended not to know and ignore. In Heradick Castle, after returning to the castle, Abel first played with Black Wind for a while. The little wolf, Black Wind, recently gained a lot of weight because he ate very well. He ran around in Abel's room every day. Abel is not good at putting it on the square. These days, due to the orc attack, the square is full of leaders. Some of them are very hostile to the wolf. Abel ate dinner with the martial cavaliers. These days he was unable to dine with the martial cavaliers. After driving the orcs today, the martial cavaliers relaxed and had time to sit down and eat. After the two had finished their meal, the knight of martial called Abel to the study together. The maid poured 2 cups of coffee and brought it in. First, he added some spices to the cup of martial knight, and then prepared to add it to the Abel cup. Stopped by Abel. Abel, I have something to tell you, you decide for yourself. The knight of martial smelled the aroma of coffee, closed his eyes with great enjoyment, and seemed to be savoring the taste of coffee and spices, and said in his mouth. Abel couldn't bear to look straight at the martial knight enjoying the spiced coffee. Nowadays the nobles are spiced everything. Fortunately, the dishes on the table at Harry's castle rarely add spices, otherwise Abel will prepare started by myself. Uncle Marshall, you say. Abel, you have now become a master blacksmith. Forging has exceeded my requirements. You know that I am a descendant of the Harry family of Bagang City. I left the family after receiving the knight leadership, but the family's knight secrets in it's not closed to me. You are my heir. You can also learn the mysteries of family knights in Bagang City. Of course, there are some mysteries you can learn directly. Knight of Martial said to Abel formally. Abel had already learned some of the secret skills of the Bennett family, but he could not use these skills if he had not reached the level of a formal knight. If it wasn't for Abel's level 5 probation knights, the martial knight would not tell Abel these. The only mysterious technique that Abel can use now is Bennett's night breathing technique, which is the secret technique of accelerating the formation of chi pulses. The other secret techniques Abel has learned 3 types. One is night acceleration, which is a secret technique that uses the fighting spirit in the body to increase your speed. The second type is a night burst. This is an instant burst of power that increases by 3 times, but will weaken for the next hour. The third is strong defense. This secret technique is used by shields. You can use fighting spirit to connect the earth to the shields and obtain a strong defense against one side. Uncle Marshall, what secret skills do you have now? Abel is not afraid of mysteries, because of his mental power, he can learn any knowledge quickly. I have 2 mysteries here, one is that the knight is charging immediately, and the other is that the knight is accelerating. Knight Marshall explained, my 2 mysteries are only available with the help of a mount. At this point I disagreeing with the Knights of Bennett, he believes that the key to knights is balance and comprehensiveness, so he can master all kinds of weapons, such as big swords, shields, bows, night guns, axes, and almost all weapons that a knight should be able to use, and I am only good at riding, mastering the sword, bow, and night gun. I think the reason why a knight is called a knight is that he is riding on a mount, and the weapons that I have mastered are melee and melee. A gun, a bow at a long range, is enough, which is why I have obtained enough military exploits in the war to obtain a fiefdom. In fact, the Knight of Martial did not say that the Knights of Bennett was not low, but the promotion of Lord was too high. At the time, they were not enough to obtain so much. Chapter 40 Wizard's Message. Uncle Marshall, I have to learn both of these secret techniques. I have Black Wind. These 2 secret techniques are very practical. Of course, Abel knew the importance of mounts. Now that he has a top mount, he can't match it. Secret skills. The martial knight did not evade Abel, and clicked on a knight biography novel on the bookcase. The knight biography novel fell down inward, and then a sound of friction from the authorities split the bookcase into 2, revealing a secret room. Come in, here you also need to know, this is all the collection of Harry Castle. Martial Knight's voice is a little proud, everything here is slowly collected in these decades, usually not at all it will let people know that there is this secret room, let alone show it to others. This is a very painful thing for the martial cavaliers who like to show off. Today I finally found someone who can share. This secret room is very large. There are many weapons hanging on the surrounding walls. These weapons are orcs and humans. They even saw a bow with a typical elven style. The martial knight saw Abel looking at the weapons on the wall. Could not help but say, these weapons are the losers of so many years. After defeating the opponent, it is a noble habit to leave the opponent's weapon whether to kill the opponent or not. Many noble knights have this habit. This weapon collection is the favorite collection of every noble knight. In the middle of the secret room is a large long table with large books on the cover. These books have geography, agriculture, and some special non-combat secrets. For example, Abel saw a book that teaches people how to make book of cleansing water. Abel has heard that it is a kind of skin care lotion that women often use, but for the collection of martial knight, Abel rolled his eyes, and martial knight saw Abel's disdainful, could not help explaining, this is not an ordinary cleansing water formula, this is the formula of the elf nobles. You see how good the elf skin, I spent a lot of gold coins that year. Abel would like to say something to the knight of martial. The elves are naturally beautiful, even if they do not use this recipe, they are just as beautiful. Abel is helpless about the collection of the knights of martial. Finally, I saw 2 books on the far corner of the table. These are probably the secrets of the Harry family, but this position is too biased. From the perspective of the display, in the mind of the martial knight, the book toner formula is definitely more important than these 2 family secrets. Picking up 2 secret skills, Abel was about to leave the secret room. At this time, a square sign attracted Abel's eyes. The sign was engraved with some patterns. These patterns Abel looked familiar. It is a rune, but it is not known exactly what the rune is. He stepped forward and picked up the square sign. Abel looked up at the martial knight and asked, "Uncle Marshall, where did this come from?" "This was sent by one of my wizard friends, saying that crushing it when it meets danger can repel the enemy." Knight of Martial recalled. "Do you have a wizard friend?" Abel was a little surprised. He had always heard about the wizard, but he had never heard a detailed description of the wizard. "Yeah, that was when I was still in Gangba City. During a mission, I saved a wizard. At that time, his magic power was exhausted and he was facing a few prairie wolves. It is thought that he was thinking of the Wolverine at the time." There was a smile on the corner of Martial Knight's mouth, and then he said, "The wizard and I became friends. At that time, he was still a probation wizard, because I was going to the battlefield, and he paid a small price for this symbol. A placard, keep me safe." "Is there any difference between a wizard and a knight?" Abe demanded. "Difference? As long as wizards have magic power, their power is unquestionable, but their most enviable thing is life." There was a hint of envy in the eyes of martial cavaliers, and then he said, "The life of a junior formal wizard is it can reach 300 years old, and each level increases its life span, but our knights, even if they reach the big knights, can only increase their lifespan by 50 years. 300 years old." Abel's eyes burned with strong yearning, and he hurriedly asked, "How can I become a wizard?" Becoming a wizard is not easy. First of all, there are middlemen. Wizards have basically no connection with people in this world. They are high above them. They rarely ask about family, country, and race. Ordinary people have no way to approach them. There is no such thing as being a wizard, then there must be qualifications. Wizards place the most emphasis on qualifications. Everyone who wants to become a wizard must pass the assessment. Only those who pass the assessment can become wizards. Seeing the longing in Abel's eyes, the Knight of Martial could not help laughing. "I knew that the life of a formal wizard was 300 years old. I also asked my wizard friend to help me become a wizard, but I failed the assessment." Knight Martial's face was a little dark, but he soon smiled and said, "If you want to participate in the assessment, you have to wait until the age of 15 to participate. Then I will go to my friend to help you. If you can pass the assessment, then your achievement will surpass all knights." This is the most joyful thing Abel has heard these days. If you become a wizard, on the one hand, you can live long, and on the other hand, the town teleportation book in the block of Heradick. In the book, there must be magic, and you must first become a wizard. "Why must I be 15 years old to take the test?" Abel asked impatiently. "I heard that because 15-year-olds can't understand the mysteries of magic, and the body hasn't grown to absorb magic." Knight of Martial saw Abel's mind, and then said, "You just have to wait until 15. I'll take you when I am 3 years old. It will take some time on the road. After arriving in Bagang, I will live for a while and learn some secret skills in my family." I was about 15 years old then. Abel listened to the words of the martial cavaliers, knowing that the cavaliers cared about and cared for himself, even taking this little time into consideration, and he was preparing to put the rune card in his hand. "Collect this rune card and see that you are very interested in it. I don't need it now. It has been thrown here for years. It is also a waste to put it." The Knight of Martial waved and motioned to Abel. "Rune cards are closed." "Thank you, Uncle Marshall." Abel happily stowed the rune card, which will be very helpful for him to study the runes. "What are you polite to me?" Knight Marshal patted Abel's head intimately, and they left the secret room. Back in the room, Abel found out that there were still 10 days for the Marshal Knight's birthday. The original birthday gift had been given to the Marshal Knight in advance, but if there was nothing to say about the birthday of the Marshal Knight, it would be impossible to justify it. The preparation of gifts is about to begin. Abel practiced the night breathing technique in the bedroom for a while, and analyzed the battle today. The orcs are maneuvering without armor, let alone shields, because they want to move quickly in the human world. The compound bow, where the famous hairy bow given by the Marshal Knights, showed its strength. In this world, except for finding anti-sky materials, it is impossible to make a 400-pound bow. The reason is that the material of the bow is so long that it cannot take 400 pounds of pulling force. Only a short bow arm material is used, and other places are made of steel. The two worlds have different manufacturing techniques, which has made today's hairy bow killer exist. As long as the opponent has no armor and no shield, then unless the opponent is extremely powerful, he will be killed by hairy bow, but the initial strength of hairy bow is too high, and Abel 5 trainee knights can barely use it. Of course, the most important thing is that Abel finally got the exact information of the wizard and was able to participate in the wizard's assessment. Although the assessment will take 2 years, he decided to train more knights in these 2 years. He believes that no matter where he is powerful. Your body is necessary. Chapter 41 New Runes. Abel took the rune card from the arms of Marshal Knight's secret chamber today. According to the Marshal Knight, this rune card's role is to repel the enemy. Only 4 #rune nef fits this description. For #nef nafa shocks the enemy, plus 30 defense against long-range attacks. This is the first time Abel has seen a rune in this form, which is very similar to the rune stone in Diablo 2, but the rune stone in Diablo 2 is inlaid to play the role, and the rune card in front of it is. There are 2 very different ways to make a crushing work. Abel picked up the rune card and studied it carefully. The material used to make the rune card was unknown. It looks like stone but not stone, and wood and not wood. If there is no place to ask, it is unknown. The rune writing above is almost the same as that of the dwarf's magic weapon forging book, except that there are fewer rune circuits and no gems to excite. I don't know what way to provide energy. Originally, Abel had a contemptuous idea of the technology of the world when forging weapons and making some items. Now he has seen the use of runes again, and the legendary 300-year-old life of the wizard, all of which made Abel understood, the civilization of this world has developed in another way. According to Abel's ideas, the smartest researchers in the world probably don't have the idea of studying the equipment used by ordinary people, let alone the items that improve the daily life of ordinary people. Think about it, there is basically a lighter with one hand on the earth. Wizards in this world estimate that as long as their hands are stretched out, there will be fire. So why should they study the lighter? It is just researched and it is convenient for them to use. I heard from the martial cavaliers that wizards basically do not ask ordinary people, and it is difficult for ordinary people to contact them. In fact, Abel did not expect that the rune card that he did not seem to be eye-catching was also a valuable item for apprentice wizards, and the wizards used very expensive things. Aber slowly drew the runes on the rune card onto the parchment with a rune pen, carefully checked every detail, and strived for perfection. The next morning, after performing basic night training, Abel ate breakfast, and entrusted the dark wind to the butler Lindsay, and then went to the temporary blacksmith shop. The martial cavaliers have decided, wait for the orc assembly time on the map, and then announce the end of the orc attack, so the castle is full of leaders. These days the servants are very busy, so many people have to prepare 2 meals. In this world, except for the rich and the nobles, most people have 2 meals. After a large amount of tax has been paid on the output of the land, there is not much that can be left to the principality. The harvest city is here, the granary of the principality. As Abel walked across the square, someone occasionally bowed to him near the makeshift tent. Abel nodded to these people with a smile. This move led to the flow of legend among the people that the successor of the Lord, Master Abel, was kind people who are peaceful, and caring for the people. These people are full of hope for the future. Into Abel's own operating room, Abel took out a forged sword with a great fortune, and the groove had been made on the hilt. Abel analyzed the raw materials of the 4 runes recorded in the magic weapon forging book. Most of the basic materials are the same, except that fire magic runes have added fire attribute plants, while ice magic runes have added some ice attribute plants. Electric magic rune ink added the blood of electric eel, poisonous magic rune ink added the venomous snake venom. For the runes with a knockback function, Abel wants to keep the same basic materials in these 4 runes, and remove other materials with special properties. The materials are all here. Master Bencham has collected various materials for many years, especially after Abel successfully forged a magic weapon. Master Bencham has hanged various materials in the Mercenary Guild. Mercenary Guild missions can get more fresh materials. Aber is not the first time to prepare rune ink, but this time there is no detailed configuration instructions, only to explore according to the experience of the previous configuration, eliminating several materials, and thus changing some balance in the configuration process. If the new rune ink is correctly configured, then it is necessary to find a new balance point of these materials. 1 soul loss herb, 1 bread tree fruit, 20 drops of bitter almond oil, 12 drops of holly oil, 10 drops of jungle frog blood, 8 drops of rosemary, 12 drops of eucalyptus, 5 drops of lemon essence, pure water. All the materials were taken out, and every time one of the materials was put, Abel had to think twice about the fusion time of the previous material, the time of the later release, and the amount of firepower. It is still simple to judge the success or failure of Fu Mo. The magic formula of Abel's hand is one of the world's wizard-like formulas. If the configuration is successful, it will emit a faint white light at the moment of success. When you see the white light flashing, it means that Fu Mo has been successfully configured. Repeated experiments, Abel adopted a method commonly used by previous scientists, that is, recording. Abel timed with an hourglass, and then recorded the time of each step and related content in each experiment. In the next experiment, according to the previous record to make a small change, Abel was very patient. In one day, although Fu Mo's configuration was not successful, Abel's configuration level has made great progress. Looking at the materials was only enough for the test of tomorrow and one day. Abel found the butler Lindsay and asked him to arrange for some materials to return to the Mercenary Guild. The configuration on the second day was relatively smooth. At the 86th time in Abel's experimental record, Fu Mo flashed a white light. Abel couldn't help admiring those who developed the 4 Fu Mo. It is a new formula, just removing some of the materials in the formula, and comparing the previous formula, as well as scientific experimental methods, it took 86 times to succeed. Those formulas that use more materials and have no contrast, Abel, it is difficult to imagine how much time it took them to study. Looking at the Renemo in his hand, Abel's heart is full of a sense of accomplishment. If the experiment is successful, the value of the Renemo in his hand is higher than the value of the 4 Renemo, because the Renemo in his hand is a rune with no special attributes. Ink, it should be used more widely. Taking out the rune pen, Abel began to draw the runes. Each rune Abel was clear in his chest, and his mental strength was released. Every detail on the Bailian sword was magnified many times. The rune pen was smooth on the back of the sword. The ground is moving, and the original rune circuit missing the connected gemstone energy in the original rune also added the energy rune circuit according to the 4 complete rune maps. Abel found that with the writing of runes and forging the Bailian great sword, mental power is often used, and now his spiritual power has grown a little. For ordinary people, it is impossible to know the growth of his mental power, but it is still a very small growth. However, after Abel wrote a good rune, his mental strength would be exhausted in the past. After writing this time, his spiritual strength still has a little bit left. This discovery made Abel very excited. He has always relied on the help of somehow spiritual power, and he has not found any practice methods of spiritual power. With the study of runes, his spiritual power is also increasing. The less it is used. In particular, after Abel found that the runes in his hand could be combined into the rune language, Ancient Oath, because the runes were to be drawn at one time, the 3 runes in the Ancient Oath, composed of those 3 runes, his spiritual power is not enough to draw it all, and now there is finally a glimmer of hope. Abel knew that he was only 13 years old, and that his mental strength should be able to grow with his age. In addition, now that he had found a way to exercise his mental strength, the rune language, Ancient Vows, must be able to come out. In the choice of placing gemstones in the groove, Abel chose a diamond composed of 3 diamonds. This kind of gemstone most loved by ladies in this world is a symbol of love and loyalty. Abel chose a diamond because it has no attributes and is the most peaceful of all gems. Chapter 42 Attributeless Magic Sword. Carefully put the diamond into the groove, and then the most important spiritual guidance is. Abel's Heradick Cube now has 2 explosive blasts, a book of teleportation in the town, which used an explosive blast in the forest against Wolf Rider Simon, which has not been completed, so there a sword can be placed in one location, and if it fails, Abel can throw the sword into a Heradick Cube. Mental power guidance. Abel, who has had many times of experience, guided the power in the diamond to slowly move to the center of the rune. After guiding for most of the time, he found that the rune just written seemed to be unable to bear this power. The place where the runes intersect began to turn red slowly, and then the runes at the intersection slowly melted. Abel's guiding power disappeared after the runes melted. This failure is not the same as past failures. According to the performance of rune just now, Abel's judgment is that there is something wrong with run MO. Abel did not think that the rune ink configuration just failed, because the rune ink flashed a white light when it was made, indicating that the rune ink configuration was successful. Is it that the level of run MO is not enough, or is the energy of the diamond too strong? Aber thought to himself that Fumo's material was already the best material he could get, and he didn't know where to get the better material. Abel then thought, why in the dwarf's magic weapon forging book, the magic weapon forging rune map and rune configuration of various attributes are available, but should be a simpler attributeless rune map and rune configuration not appearing in it. In fact, the dwarf does not put the forging method of the non-attribute magic weapon into the magic weapon forging book, because the material required for the non-attribution magic weapon rune ink is too difficult to obtain. Most of the materials are produced only by the wizard. This also limits the production of attributeless runes. Attribute rune only needs the energy of one attribute, while non-property rune, although it is said to be non-attribute, is actually a kind of neutralization attribute that includes all attributes. Although it looks more peaceful, its power is also more ambitious and ordinary. It is difficult for the rune ink material to pass these powerful energies, and the rune melting phenomenon in Abel's production process also appeared. Abel took the rune card from his arms. This rune card can stimulate non-attribute attacks, then it shows that this rune can be used, that is, he does not know what rune card is written in. After the rune is written, it automatically becomes the existence of energy, and the rune can also be displayed on the rune card. It is estimated that there is a special energy that is supported by the energy that Abel did not understand. At this time, Abel's light moved. Since the potion can be synthesized to obtain a higher level potion, can the Renemo? At this moment Abel's heart was fiery. For the two exploding swords in the Heradick Cube, just find a place to throw them away. Abel didn't care about the loss. Now he wanted to create a new one. Magic sword. Abel's method of dealing with the two exploding swords was very simple. He found a place outside the castle, dug a deep hole, threw the two swords into it, and then he was done with a bang. Back in the operation room, Abel took the town teleportation book out of the Heraldic Cubes and carefully put it in the iron chest. The most important thing for Abel was the Heraldic Cubes and the town teleportation books, unless they were to synthesize items. Otherwise, Abel normally puts the book of town teleportation in the block of Heradick, which is the safest place. Then he took out the materials and according to the new formula, Abel made 3 non-attribute rune inks, put the 3 non-attribute rune inks into the heraldic block, pressed the synthesis button, a copy of the non-property rune ink disappeared, and a copy of rune ink appeared in the space at the upper left corner. Succeeded. This success broadened the prospects for the use of heraldic cubes. What Abel did not know was that the value of this Renemo was much higher than he thought. The dwarves would pay a lot of preciousness for such a Renemo. The ore is exchanged with the wizard. Pick up the newly run rune ink, which is placed in a dark-style crystal bottle. The wall of the bottle flashes blue light from time to time. Abel knows from previous experience with synthetic medicaments that this is an intermediate rune ink. The original rune ink seems to be primary rune ink. He also took out a semi-finished product, a rough sword with no runes, and Abel, who had experience, wrote faster this time. The writing of intermediate runes took more mental energy than the elementary runes. Abel after writing, I had the feeling of weakness that couldn't stand after writing the first rune. After a rest, when the spirit was restored, the diamond was placed in the groove, and then the final spiritual power was guided. This time the mental power guidance, Abel obviously felt different. At the beginning, he did not expect the speed of the guidance to be so fast. The energy emerging from the diamond seemed to be on a highway and rushed directly to Abel's mental power. Fortunately, Abel's response was quick and he accelerated the movement of mental power. It took almost a quarter of the time to complete the guidance process. Abel stared intently at the magic sword in front of him, a trace of blue light flashing. This blue is a little different from the blue of the ice magic sword. If you compare it carefully, it will flash with the bottle of intermediate rune ink like blue. The blue light moved over all the rune lines and eventually disappeared slowly. Abel looked at the magic sword in his hand. Is this a success? This blue light, is this sword one level higher than the original magic sword? No one can answer Abel, and now he is the only one who is studying and experimenting. Abel took the non-property sword in his hand and waved it. He didn't feel that it was different from the original sword, and it was no different in use. The sword that was used for fuel was chopped. The strange thing was that the sharp sword itself was sharp. Chopping the wood into 2 sections did not inspire any other effects. Abel put the town teleportation book back into the Heradick Cube, and walked out of the operating room with the newly created magic sword. Where is Uncle Marshall? Abel stopped the busy butler Lindsay in the lobby of the castle. Master, the master is in the training room. After thanking the housekeeper, Abel went straight to the training room. The steward Lin Sai smiled and looked at the figure of Abe's departure. To the young master, Lin Sai very much agreed that the 13-year-old young master did not have the exaggeration of ordinary noble teenagers. Everyone knows the genius of the young master, but how many everyone knows the effort behind the young master's genius? Lin Sai has seen many aristocratic teenagers. No one has worked as hard as a master. Even after becoming a master blacksmith, the master worked hard to forge in the smithy whenever he was free. Lin Sai knew that many outsiders didn't know. Things such as the martial knight's favorite ice magic sword and the terrible hairy bow that saved the castle were made by Master Abel, and those large traps now in the forest are already caught a few large beasts who wanted to enter the territory. Perhaps after Master Abel's adulthood, the Knight Cavaliers would become Lord Harry and even higher. In the face of such a super genius young master, maybe everything will become a reality. Abel didn't know what Steward Linser thought, and now he was thinking about finding the martial knight and testing the role of the new magic sword with the knight. As soon as I walked into the training room, I heard the sound of a screaming big sword wafting through the air, and saw that the martial knight was practicing knight basic swordsmanship, chopping from top to bottom. Abel didn't bother the martial cavaliers, watching the cavaliers training quietly. It's just a simple hacking action. Every sword of the martial knight feels like it's exhausting. This is completely different from the theory of Abel's strong three-pointer. When cutting, there was no room left. Abel changed his mind and wondered what would happen if he was opposite the martial cavaliers. The powerful mental power made Abel simulate in his mind that he was standing opposite the martial knight, thinking about how to deal with the martial knight's chopping. Chapter 43 Repel Enemy. When the martial knight's chopping was at the top, Abel was locked with a powerful momentum. Abel's evasion intention was completely suppressed by this momentum, and then the great sword cut a perfect arc in the air. Wutsai found that there were only 2 ways to choose, to resist or to retreat. The silhouette simulated by the mental force in Abel's mind crossed the sword and resisted, and as a result, the powerful force of the martial knight broke the silhouette. Abel sobered up from the simulation. At this time, he seemed to know that the force of this world is different from the previous life. The use of cold weapons has reached a level of complexity in the world because of the long-term cold weapon wars. Realm of work. Of course, this is inseparable from the orcs, the biggest enemy of human beings. If human beings do not wave their weapons as hard as possible, they may not even cut off the skin of the orcs. Orcs are more flexible and faster than humans. In order to survive, humans will martial arts is simplified to the extreme. At this time, Abel found that although he had reached the level 5 trainee knight, his understanding of swordsmanship was still very lacking. The sight of Marshall's knight training this time gave Abel's mind a new perspective on the training of knights. Abel, what's the matter with me? Knight Marshall had stopped the great sword in his hand at this time, and couldn't help asking when Abel was coming. Oh. Knight's voice made Abel sober from his thoughts, and he said, I'm going to test the sword. The Knight of Marshall lighted up, staring at the large sword in Abel's hand, and asked, try this sword. What's the function? The martial knights are aware of the 2 magic swords made by Abel. His favorite is the ice magic sword in his hand. Although the fire magic sword has a higher attack power, it gives the enemy's ability to slow down is much more practical than adding some fire attack. Now Abel's testing of the magic sword is not one of those 2 magic swords. It is a brand new magic sword. This idea excites the Knights of Marshall. Knowing the ice magic sword, Harry Bow these have improved the combat effectiveness of the martial cavaliers many times. Abel now thinks that the function of the rune is to repel the enemy, but cutting the wood has no effect. Is it because the wood is not the so-called enemy, and it will only show its true function if it fights with creatures? So Abel found the martial cavaliers. Uncle Marshall, I cut you a sword. You try to defend with a sword. No problem. The cavaliers of Marshall are still very confident in their strength, and the power of Abel's test sword is not a problem. Be careful. Abel lifted the big sword after he said it. Just now he saw the chopping action of the martial knight. At this moment, when the big sword was lifted, the process of the mental simulation just appeared in front of him. Running at high speed, Abel's momentum is also changing. It seems that the great sword is already integrated with his body at this time. The face of the martial knight on the opposite side changed, and he felt he was facing a huge sword. This is the sword potential, which is only possessed by sword masters who have practiced for many years. The martial cavaliers thought that his sword power was a sword breakthrough 5 years ago. He knew that Abel hadn't practiced swords for a long time. He took over the training of Abel with the Bennett Cavaliers before taking over the training. Abel seems to have entered the state of the first rough practice. The immature vindictive spirit of the whole body slowly gathered, and the radiance of the vindictive spirit flashed all over the body. At this moment, Abel seemed to become an indomitable. As the sharp edge of the sword reached its peak, all of Abel's fighting spirits rushed to the great sword at this moment. Although the fighting spirit could not enter the great sword due to insufficient level, the great sword was quickly cut off under the acceleration of the fighting spirit, and the air in the chopping of the great sword, it sounded like a thin piece of parchment, making a tearing sound. The martial cavalier muttered secretly, no one hardwired the sword. As an intermediate knight, he could take the sword, but then he had to use his fighting spirit to fight hard and become a middle-level knight trained all year. It took a fight, and that was a full-force attack, and it was difficult to hold his hands without hurting Abel. Leaping back, the martial knight avoided Abel's sword. Abe's hacking seemed to have exhausted his whole body. The big sword couldn't hold it, and the clang fell to the ground. Abel also sitting on the ground with one buttock, he kept breathing heavily. The trainee knight can only use his fighting spirit once. Although the trainee knight will not hurt the root of the trainee knight, it will take several days to recover this consumption. Abel had just inexplicably grasped the immature sword power, and the fighting spirit of the whole body was detonated by the power of the sword power, which burst out in an instant. What's the matter? Aber was already awake from the feelings he had just sat on the ground, and he asked a little bit hesitantly. The martial cavaliers had a feeling of being stupid like a pig. The 13-year-old boy in front of him learned the sword power in one epiphany. For himself, he practiced swords for decades like a day. He learned it only in his 30s. There is also an epiphany that I have grown so big, and this guy in front of me has seen 2 epiphanies according to the knight's own eyes. Why is there such a big gap between people? The thoughts of the cavaliers of Marshall turned, but in the end they were occupied by happiness and joy. The boy in front of him was his heir, the genius of the Harry family. Your epiphany again. Knight Marshall said with gritted teeth. No wonder it's so tired, every time. Abel's voice was helpless, as if epiphany had made him sick. The cold light flashed from time to time in the eyes of martial cavaliers, and his fists were squeezed, considering whether to go up and beat the kid up. This is typical of being in a blessing. How did you back away? Was it cut off by the sword just now? Abel asked with surprise when Marshall's position changed. You're crazy, I won't accompany you crazy, I retreat myself. Knight of Marshall did not notice where the surprise in Abel's tone came from, and answered directly. The disappointed Abel stood up and found that his energy seemed to recover a bit. His fighting spirit was unnecessary. The veins in his body had become empty, but as long as he had strength. Come on again, this time I cut directly, you can stop it. Abel raised the big sword again, this time because the strength did not recover, the big sword looked weak when raised above his head. The martial cavalier made a defensive move, placed his sword across his chest, and gave Abel a look, signaling that he could begin. The big sword was chopped down. This time the chopping speed of the big sword was very slow. The Knight of Marshall had a feeling that it didn't take much effort to block the sword, as long as it didn't move. The 2 big swords came into contact. Abel's big sword hit the big sword blocked by the martial knight. There was not much sound, because there was not much strength. The face of the martial knight easily blocked Abel's sword. The strength of the sword was very small. When the martial knight was about to laugh at Abel, an irresistible force came from the sword of Albert. Strength doesn't have any harm, but it has a kind of mountain-like pressure, people can't help but step back, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the martial cavaliers took 10 steps back to stop. The relaxed expression on the face of martial knight disappeared, replaced by indescribable astonishment. He was 100% sure in his heart that the power just now was not issued by Abel. He also knew in his heart that Abel's body had no power. The strength made the martial cavaliers feel small. This feeling martial cavaliers has not experienced for a long time. The last time I faced a cavalier's long time, but this time the feeling is stronger than the cavalier's long. This martial knight's inexplicable power is actually the power of the rule in the great sword. The repulsion of the enemy in the rune is a kind of forced repulsion. No matter how powerful the enemy is, this power must be repelled from the rules. This power is too high-end for Abel and for the martial cavaliers. What is the function of this sword? The knight of martial stared at the big sword in Abel's hand, with an urge to grab it. Should it be to repel the enemy, just as if he were just repelled? Abel looked happily at the big sword in his hand. This time he was sure it was a success. Chapter 44 Test Sword. The martial knight yelled, spreading his spirits throughout his body, and his sword did not flash his spirits, which was afraid of shocking Abel. Try again. Regarding the collision just now, because the martial knight did not use fighting spirit, there was still a bit of dissatisfaction in his heart, or that an intermediate knight had a keen confidence in his fighting spirit. Abel glanced at the vindictive martial knight, and was considering whether his sword would be shaken back. He was still very weak at this time, but looking at the firm eyes of martial knight, Abel also taking a deep breath, he lifted the big sword over his head again. This time Abel did not use the power of the body to hack. He was really uneasy watching the martial spirit of the knight of martial. He knew very well that the professionals in this world are not as careful as those on the earth who practice martial arts. At this point, the point here is to use a wooden sword to cut people down, and injuries are inevitable. With its own gravity, the big sword gently cut to the martial knight's great sword, and even the martial knight felt Abel's perfunctory. The great sword of martial knight collided with the great sword of Abel. This time Abel's great sword didn't rebound because of the lack of force. After the collision, the great sword didn't even rebound. On the sword, when the martial cavaliers were about to say something, the huge unstoppable force appeared again. Although the martial cavaliers wanted to use their fighting spirit to fight this power, how could the human's fighting spirit resist a mountain, and the martial cavaliers felt like this now. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. This time the martial cavaliers were shocked another 10 steps, almost the same as the situation just now. Even if the martial cavaliers had been fighting, and Abel did not spend a little effort, this could not change the fact that they were shocked. Abel, in fact, I am very good at using double swords. The knight of martial looked at the magical sword in Abel's hands with a jealous voice, and said in a voice trying to lie to the children. This magic sword is very important to improve the strength of the martial knight. Imagine that when the martial knight fights with his opponent, knowing that the opponent will be repelled in advance, then he can make a judgment in advance and proceed to the next lore, and when the opponent is caught off guard, the possibility of a move is very high. Or there is another situation, that is, the martial cavaliers encountered an unmatchable opponent. As long as they can retreat 10 steps from the opponent, the martial cavaliers can escape from the sky. This magic sword is the life of a knight. It is usually not used, and it is carried on the body. When it is critical, it saves lives or defeats the enemy. Anyway, the weight of a large sword is not much for an intermediate knight. Uncle Martial, here you are. Abe said nothing, and threw the magic sword directly to the martial knight. The rune of this magic sword was provided by the martial knight. The knight helped him so much, a magic sword it was nothing. Abel went on to say, this rune on the great sword is the one on the rune card you gave me a few days ago. I changed to the magic sword and it worked well. The knight of martial only felt a chaos in his head. The rune card had been thrown in the secret chamber for more than 10 years. Just a few days ago, he gave it to Abel, and Abel came up with this magic sword with the same effect. But can magic swords and runes be the same? The rune card was crushed and launched, but after crushing, it disappeared, and the magic sword, every time the sword is wielded, it will play a role. And this magic sword is so powerful. Although the magic weapons that martial knights have heard before have various effects, they are basically inseparable from the 4 effects of ice, fire, electricity, and poison. Martial knight, the magic weapon that forcibly retreated his opponent, has never heard of it in decades of cavalry. The martial knight looked at Abel in front of him, and he could create such a powerful magic weapon based on a rune card. Such a person can no longer be said to be a genius. The martial knight has no idea how to describe Abel. In his heart just keep telling myself that you must send Abel to the wizard, so that an unparalleled genius should not fall into the world. Uncle Marshall, you move on and I'll go first. Abel looked at the Marshall Cavaliers as if he was thinking about something, so he didn't bother him, and turned to leave. Abel, take a good rest for a few days. You must not use any more fighting spirit these days. Knight Marshall came back to God and warned Abel. The first time the trainee knight used the fighting spirit to excite all fighting spirits in the Qi vein. After this kind of excitation, the Qi vein only had empty shells. After a few days of rest, the Qi vein naturally recovered, but if the second time during this period if you use it for the second fight, then the Qi Mai itself is consumed. At that time, there are no empty shells. Without a foundation, there is no recovery. You can only practice from the beginning. Of course, Abel knows this. He is going to do nothing at this moment, and go back to his room to draw runes and exercise his mental strength. After the departure of Abel, the Knight of Marshall held a large sword with no attribute magic in his heart. There was an impulse to rush to Harvest City and to slash with Viscount Dickens. Of course, that's just a beautiful fantasy of the Marshall Knights. There is a difference of 2 large levels. As the Knight's chief, Viscount Dickens can definitely beat the Marshall Knights to fine teeth. The front is no good. Starting from the Knight Captain, the Knight can form a set of combative armor outside the body, all kinds of powerful attacks will be weakened, and ordinary attacks can't shake the combative armor at all, just like a powerful weapon like the Haribo the person is definitely a nightmare, but for advanced professionals, the danger is very small. The Marshall Knight took the attributeless magic sword in the training room for a while, and initially mastered the performance of the sword. It was found that the shock ability can only be issued when the enemy was confronted. Like, with the 2 magic swords crossing one behind the other right behind him, at this moment the Marshall Knight can't wait for the Orc's attack to end soon. He went to Bennett Castle to find the Bennett Knight. Fencing. And Abel was returning to the room, sitting on a chair, thinking whether to forge a super magic weapon. Now he can upgrade Rune Mo to a high-level Rune Mo, and use it as a source of energy. There is also a perfect sapphire on the body. In theory, it should be possible to use a perfect sapphire as the power source, and use a higher level of rune ink to draw a rune super ice magic sword. Abel was thinking about this in his heart, and can't wait to try it immediately, but now his frailness makes him dispel this idea, and he has to wait for his health to continue his research. Take out the rune pen and dip it with rune ink. Abel began to draw the rune on a rectangular wooden block. This is the method that he can think of to train the spiritual power. Only using the rune ink can make the spiritual power more perfect. Normal ink the exercise effect is not achieved at all, but waste some waste. Steward Linser has retrieved a pile of materials from the Mercenary Guild. Abel again saw his 5-digit gold coin in the Heradick box. Counting, can't help but chuckle, there are too many gold coins, and the small vault is very substantial. Rune pens sometimes run away from the dragons and snakes on the wooden blocks, sometimes flowing. This is a fire rune that Abel is very familiar with, and his mental power is constantly consumed. When the drawing is completed, Abel feels that the runes are on the wooden blocks. After the writing was finished, it seemed that something was attracted to the air, and then the wooden block slowly burned from the rune lines as if it had been burned, and finally the entire wooden block became a piece of charcoal. The rune can automatically absorb the energy in the air. This is the first time Abel drew a rune on a non-metal, and he did not expect such a state. The rune is actually a very unstable magic symbol. If the material in the rune ink and the steel surface have formed a stable balance, then the rune will slowly accumulate energy over time, and eventually either the material is damaged or it is an explosion of energy. Abel only had rune ink that could work on steel. There was no rune ink for other materials. Abel didn't know it, but Abel didn't care about it. He just used this exercise as a means to train his mental strength. No need to make anything. Chapter 45 Big Trouble. Abel felt something biting his foot, and looked down, and the black wind of the small body was making a biting motion on his foot, and he was very happy. He took the black wind from the ground into his arms, and gently stroked the soft fur on the black wind. The black wind now looks a bit like a puppy. He eats a lot of food every day, although the black wind is still small, but the gold coins consumed every day are already comparable to an adult. Warhorse. After being disturbed by the black wind, Abel no longer had the mind to continue to exercise his mental strength. The exhaustion and weakness of his body led him to take the black wind to the bed, put him in his arms and prepare to sleep, and the black wind struggled to come out of Abel's arms. At this moment, his energy was very vigorous, and he didn't want to sleep at all. He finally felt that the master's hug was not so strong. He got out of the master's arms and turned to see that the master was asleep. Near noon the next day, Abel felt itchy on his face and opened his eyes. The little wolf Black Wind was licking Abel's face with his little tongue, and saw Abel open his eyes and gently I called Abel twice, and Abel knew that the Black Wind was hungry by the link of the soul. Normally, the servant would come to feed the Black Wind in the morning, but today Abel is very rare and did not get up early, so the servant did not dare to disturb Abel. Black Wind this was starved. Ringing the bell on the bed, the maid came in after a while, because Abel was usually very busy and not very much in the castle, and Abel's young age, so Abel's maid usually had to do other things. Unlike other aristocratic teenagers, maids are young and beautiful, and they only serve one person. Instructing the maid to take care of the dark wind, Abel took a shower and asked the maid to call the butler Lindsay. "Master, are you looking for me?" Butler Lindsay asked, as usual, wearing a straight butler dress. "I want to ask you to help me do one thing," Abe said, and gave the money bag with 2,000 gold coins prepared in advance to the housekeeper. "Then, I want you to help me buy a luxurious carriage." Butler Lindsay's eyes were full of doubts, because the castle did not lack carriages. One of the two carriages was reserved for martial knights and the other was reserved. He thought Abel didn't know these and said, "If you need a carriage, if so, there is a carriage in the castle." Abel saw the housekeeper misunderstand what he meant, and explained, "I need a luxury carriage for retrofitting. I want to get it as soon as possible, because I want to complete the retrofit within 10 days. At this time, the butler Lindsay understood Abel's meaning and smiled with a comprehension. "Yes, I will arrange for someone to buy it, and it will be quietly delivered to your operating room." Aber could see that the butler already knew it was a birthday gift for the martial knight, and thanked the butler with a smile. "Trouble you." After the housekeeper left, Abel stretched his waist, punched his fist a few times, and felt that his strength had basically recovered. This body was fine as long as it was not fighting, and he decided to test his previous thoughts before the carriage arrived, try to make a super ice magic sword. After coming to the makeshift smithy in the castle, greeting other people in the smithy, and greeting Master Bencham, Abel went into his workshop. Closed the door of the operation room. Since Abel became a master blacksmith, no one has entered the special operation room of Abel without his consent. Even Master Bencham is like this. The blacksmiths are full of respect for Abel, the young master. Although he wants to be guided by the master, he does not want to disturb the work of the master. Master Bencham actually wanted to talk to Abel today. In the morning, he met the knight of martial in the castle. When he saw the knight carrying two large swords behind his back, he knew that something must have been new to Abel. The work, based on the master's knowledge of the martial knight, allows the knight to carry two large swords on his back. The quality of that sword must be very high. The knight can ignore others' ridicule. But when he saw Abel's eager expression after greeting him, he didn't bother Abel, and he could see that Abel was now in a high forging period. It has been rumored that whenever someone becomes a master blacksmith, there will be an outbreak for a period of time. Better works and newer technologies have appeared in large numbers during this period. Some people call this situation thick accumulation, and some people think that the former blacksmith in order to become a master and purposefully forge, and after becoming a master, you can play more freely, so this situation will occur. Master Bentham believes that Abel's current state is that of an erupting state of the master. He doesn't want to disturb the most brilliant state of a master in his life, although the master is just 13 years old. Now Abel has rarely forged a pure Byllian sword. The rough space of the magic sword is in the operation room, that is, the groove is finished, and the rune is not drawn. Take out 3 copies of the ice rune ink and place it in a Heradick Cube to create a medium-level ice rune with a blue arc of light. Then he took out the rough sword, and drew the rune pen with the intermediate ice attribute rune ink to draw. When the mental power was about to run out, the rune also just drew successfully. After a rest, Abel waited for the mental power to recover. Looking at his mental power, Abel carefully found that his mental power seemed to have increased again. This increase is not obvious, but only as his number of mental powers increased, his mental power increased. The degree of familiarity with him is getting higher and higher, and this increase has made him aware of it. Take out the dazzling perfect sapphire from his arms, put it into the card slot, and gently strengthen it with tools, then the spiritual guidance. After entering the rune, the spiritual power slowly approaches the perfect sapphire through the energy rune circuit that connects the sapphire. With diamond-guided experience, Abel knows that he must be very careful at this time. The stronger the gem energy, the faster the energy speed. Fast. When approaching the perfect sapphire flashed a touch of blue light, and an icy bit of energy rushed towards Abel's mental power. Abel's mental power was still a little far away from this energy, and he felt that there was never danger. His mental power told himself that if this energy is allowed to come into contact with mental power, it may cause mental power to be severely damaged. This premonition allows him to drive the spiritual power with all his strength. At this time, there is no need to guide, but to let that icy energy chase the mental power moving fast along the runes. Abel was already sweating at this time, and he never felt the tension, making his mental force move twice as fast as usual, and the cold energy following him was also a step away. In the rune circuit, this short distance became a race of life and death. Finally, Abel's mental power returned to the center of the rune. The cold energy also entered the center of the rune. The energy was firmly locked by the rune as soon as it entered. A little strange fluctuations slowly stabilized this energy. Then, from the hilt of the sword, from the loop of energy to the center of the rune, a blue light flashed in turn. Just when Abel thought he was about to succeed, the Bailian great sword seemed to be unable to withstand the impact of these energies. The cracking sound. While hearing the cracking sound, Abel threw the great sword in front of her into the Heradick Cube almost without thinking. Everything in the Heradick Cube was static. After the great sword was thrown in, it had stopped changing, as if time had been frozen. Feeling the cold sweat on his head, Abel stabilized his nervous heartbeat. This was a life-threatening problem. Thinking that the explosive sword was used to make ordinary gems, it has the power. Now this one is made of 9 ordinary gems. What is the power of the perfect sapphire if it explodes? Abel has a creepy feeling just thinking about it. What kind of shield do he have to use to stop the explosion? Or just find a city wall and try to stop it? That is a great sword, a sword made by the strongest material that Abel now knows, can't withstand the impact of this energy. What about the big sword in the block of Heradick? Abel was big at the moment. Although the time of 3 seconds was not short, it was not long. The idea of digging a big hole in the past was not dared to try it. In case the explosion is too powerful, the earth and stones are flying. It will also hurt him. Chapter 46 Ambush. After absent from the blacksmith shop, God's unwilling Abel went straight to Marshall's night study. The reason for being here is that Abel wants to check the map to see where there is a place to safely dispose of the super explosive sword in the block of Heradick. That's how Abel defined the big sword that failed. Think of the power that can't be resisted by the practice of steel. This super explosive sword is really a headache. If you want to share it with others, I believe it is a bunch of advanced when the knights are together, they can't stop the power of this thing. I don't know how the knight's long combat armor is defensive, and how long can I persist under this explosive sword? Abel thought about it in his head, and kept looking on the map. He finally saw a place called Ansa Valley, a day's ride from the castle, and the map showed that there were cliffs. Destroy this super explosive sword. After 2 days of rest, when the Chimai completely recovered, Abel and the martial knight said that they would leave the castle to go out and do something. For the safety of Abel equipped with the hairy bow, the martial knight did not have to worry, as long as he did not meet the intermediate the above professionals will not have life safety. In addition, Abel, who is already a master blacksmith, also has the right to freely control his own time, and he has not received information about the orc attack in the past 2 days. All the phenomena indicate that this attack is about to end, so Marshal the Cavaliers did not stop Abel, but asked him to be careful. Abel took 2 war horses this time. One horse immediately prepared the war horse's food, which were all high-quality soybeans and oats. One war horse rode on his own. As Abel rode out of the castle, an ambush in the Nai Valley was unfolding in the direction of the Ansa Valley to which Abel was going. The Siluyan Knight is a senior knight and a lord. He has followed the Viscount Dickens for many years and led an elite team of thousands. Although he has a distinguished status, due to the lack of warfare in these years, it is difficult to obtain military achievements. It is just a lord who has no fiefdom. He yearns for fiefdom and inherits the title. He has been anxious to participate in the war to obtain sufficient military exploits. But Harvest City is located in the hinterland of the human world, and it is very safe geographically, except for some small-scale battles. It has always been a place of peace. A few days ago, the Knights of Siloyan received an order from Lord Viscount Dickens and asked him to lead the elite group of thousands of men to the Aoi Valley to ambush the orcs. After receiving the order, the Knights of Siloyan were abnormal excited, sending out so many soldiers, and also arranged 2 senior knights, 30 knights ambush with him, this time the number of enemies should be very large. The Bernard Knights and Hope Knights were born of broken nobles. When the clan inheritance reached their generation, they could not be inherited because of relegation. The radiance on the ancestral shield was dim. Although they had the knight training talent, but now they can only become family knights of Viscount Dickens. Although the family knights are treated very highly, they cannot be inherited. The two senior knights have been looking for opportunities to restore the glory on the ancestral shield. When the three senior knights met, they knew each other the opportunity to win the battle. 30 knights, 1,000 elite soldiers each had a fire in their hearts, and when they set off, they were fighting spirits. Everyone looked forward to meeting the orcs. World War I. Now that the brigade has arrived in the Valley of the Nile for 3 days, the scouts have all sent out to investigate. Everything is ready, just waiting for the orcs to appear. The Siluan knight was sitting on a stone, looking down at the map of the Valley of the Nile. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, 2 of which were steep hills that were difficult to climb, and a lot of thorns. These 2 sides are 2 dead ends. Now the troops of the Siluan ambush were on top of the last hillside, which was very gentle. Newspaper. A scout jumped from his horse and reported loudly in a military salute. The Siluan knight turned to look at the sweaty scout, and asked, "What did you find?" A small group of orcs appeared to the south, heading for Yenzhong, and expected to arrive in 20 minutes. "Keep on exploring," said the Siluan knight, waving his hand, and then looked at the deputy and ordered, "Let everyone use concealer." Taste masking powder is a kind of medicinal powder developed by humans and orcs to cover their own odors. The orc's sense of smell is extremely sensitive. The smell of humans is like a beacon of the sea in the air. In countless years of war, humans suffered heavy losses due to the smell of orcs, and after studying with pain, humans developed this kind of taste masking powder, which has become a standing strategic material of the army. The army began to act in an orderly manner, no one spoke, and silently sprinkled the odor-protecting powder on the body, and the horses were sprinkled with the odor-proof powder. Report. Another scout discovered the situation and reported, a small group of orcs were found to the east and arrived 25 minutes later. Newspaper. A team of orcs was found to the north and arrived 20 minutes later. Scouts kept coming back to report, and there was a smile on the face of the Knight of Siluan. Finally, he did not wait for 3 days. He looked back at the senior knights of Bernal and Hope, and said with a smile, "It's coming, Lord. The adult's information is really accurate. It's true that I can grasp the position of the orc concentration point." Knight of Bernal replied with a smile, his eyes full of desire for battle. There was an orc squad at the mouth of the valley. At that time, it was a team of wolf cavalry. When they came to the valley, a wolf cavalry rushed into the valley, investigated, and after confirming their safety, they waved to the other wolf cavalry. The squad entered the valley. At this time, at the top of the mountainside, everyone in the hidden army held their breath, lest they scare these wolf cavalry, which will affect the ambush plan. This is all a battle, and an orc will enter the valley. A military exploit. Time passed slowly, and the orcs in the valley gradually increased. A small team entered the valley, and the orcs who thought they were safe had already started a bonfire and started eating barbecue, talking loudly about their respective. The mission communicated the joy of the robbery success. Some orcs brought out the robbed wine and burned the meat, and the valley became a sea of joy for a while. When the orcs in the valley reached more than 160, the orc squad could no longer be seen. At this time, the orcs seemed to have discovered that the assembly number was complete, and they all stopped talking. They found that the orcs could come back to gather this time. Fewer than that. In the past, 500 orcs were dropped into this area. At least 200 orcs could be returned in the past years. This time, there were only 160 orcs. The sadness began to spread. Many orcs found that their friends and brothers had not returned. The valley was still quiet just now, but the orcs were still fighting races. The sadness was only a moment. Then the orcs pressed their own. The team started the whole team, and the appointed time was about to come. The Knights of Siluan observed the situation in the valley. According to the information given by the city owner, this is the assembly point for the orcs. Now it seems that they have assembled. Then he turned to the deputy and said, "Go and inform the squadron of the valley mouth." "Yes, sir." The deputy took out a piece of parchment paper, wrote the contents of the order, stamped the official seal of the brigade, sealed the envelope with an encrypted wax block, and arranged for the commander to send the order to the valley mouth. When the commander had left for more than 4 minutes, a huge group of birds flew in the sky. The number exceeded 20. When the Siluan knight saw the birds in the sky, he could not help exclaiming softly, "Heavenly! This is the return point of the orcs." Then Soluyan turned to the deputy and asked, "Is the order just too late to recover?" The deputy shook his head with a wry smile. "It should have begun now. If these heavy finches can be left behind, it would be a great achievement even if only one is left." The knight of Saloyan stared at those heavy finches in the sky with jealousy. If he knew that the strategic flying beasts of these orc empires would come here. Even if the orcs below have run out, as long as they can leave a heavy sky tit, it is also a great fight. Chapter 47 Impact and Defense. The barnacle is a strategic weapon of the orc empire. Its outstanding load capacity and wide back space allow this flying beast to transport more than 5 orc heavy cavalry at one time. This flying beast has always been the most precious of the orc empire. Transport flying animals. If it wasn't because of the timid nature of the heavy sky bird, it was easy to be frightened, and once it was frightened, this flying beast would have become a heavy flying ride. Even so, with its unparalleled load-carrying performance and super-long flight range, the Sky Queen plays an irreplaceable role in the Orc Empire army. The flying ride is mentioned here. The flying ride is like the war horse of the human world and the wolf of the wolf cavalry. It is completely different from ordinary flying beasts. The flying ride can directly participate in the battle. The human world except in the kingdom of St. Ellis outside of a griffin flying riding squadron, there has never been a second flying riding force. The reproduction of barnacles is very difficult. The fall of each barnacle is a great loss to the empire, so it is very difficult for humans to see such huge and incomparable traces of flying animals. At this time, at the mouth of the valley, above the 10-meter wide valley, a boulder rolled down, and Taniguchi's squadron started the operation of closing the valley. The loud noise shocked the orcs in the valley. Just now they found that the joy of the Sky Queen was interrupted, and some of the orcs began to attack the valley mouth. Following the boulder, there was a large amount of wood that was drenched with tinder oil. When the orcs were about to rush to Taniguchi, a rocket ignited Taniguchi's wood, and the sky-high fire completely sealed Taniguchi. In the sky, the heavy stopped preparing to fly downward when they saw the situation on the ground. Fortunately, they were far away from Taniguchi. If they were closer, if these heavy were frightened, I wonder what would happen. The manipulators sitting behind the heavy sky are soothing these beasts. Among the chaotic orcs, a squad consisting of 10 wolf cavalry was somewhat different. 1 wolf cavalry in the middle wore a black one-piece armor, and the other 9 wolf cavalry were full-body leather armor. "Young master, the situation is not right, we were ambushed by human beings," said a wolf cavalry with a sullen expression. "Take my token and let everyone listen to my orders." Young master looked calm, and the predicament in front of him didn't seem to have much impact on him. "The wolf family token is here," all the orcs listened to the order, and gather by squad. The wolf cavalry held up the token and shouted loudly. All the orcs stopped the commotion, and no matter what race the orcs found, they quickly found their squad. "I am Fowler, the 6th son of the wolf family, and all the orcs listen to my orders, and they are all quiet." Fowler watched with satisfaction all the orcs obeyed his orders, and then said, "We are the most powerful orcs, despicable humans surrounded us with tricks, and now we have only one way to go, and that is fighting." Fowler looked up at the heavy that was circling in the sky, and said aloud, "The flying beast that takes us home is right above our heads. The flying beast can land only by defeating the enemy. Do you want to go back alive? Then fight, Beast God is with us, and the orcs will prevail. The orcs will win." The emotions of the orcs were mobilized. Although there were only 160 orcs, their voices were very loud. For a while, the echo of "Orcs won" continued to be heard in the valley. The Soluyan knight watched the situation in the valley and said to the 2 senior knights around, "Originally we wanted them to mess around for a while, our attack could be smoother, who knows that it calmed down so quickly, but it's still a battlefield." "Orc." The knight of Bernal touched the hilt of his sword handle and said eagerly, "Master, can you attack?" The Soluyan nodded to the deputy, and the deputy stepped forward and commanded aloud, "The shield goes forward, the gunmen follow, and the archers prepare." With the order, the 800 soldiers here quickly began to form a battle formation. 150 shield hands holding tall shields pressed the shields in their hands into the ground and held their arms against the shields. They were the first line of defense of the position. Behind the shieldmen are 200 pikemen, 5 meters long spears, and pointed and slender gun tips made of fine iron, which can easily pierce light armor. The pikemen hold the gun, the tip is outward, and the tail keep your feet on the ground. From the front of the team, this is a tortoise with spines, and the main attack method in the team is 450 archers. These archers use a long bow, a simple and practical bow and arrow. At this time, the orcs had been organized, and the 160 formations of all orcs of level 6 and above were the most shocking. The front was the thick-skinned bearman riding a giant bear, followed by the tauren riding a blaze. Finally, there were wolf cavalry. These wolf cavalry surrounded Fowler to protect him. When the orcs' impact formation approached the human defense formation of 150 meters, the deputy had already raised his left hand, and the archers were automatically divided into 3 rows. The 150 archers in the first row squatted down and gave arrows to the longbow. First discharge. With the command of the deputy, 150 archers in the first row stood up and shot the bows and arrows that had been pulled out into the sky. Second emission. Just after the first row of archers fired the bow and arrow, they squatted down to take out the arrows in the quiver, while the second row of archers stood up and shot the bow and arrow in their hands, then squatted down. Third discharge. The third row of archers got up and shot the bow and arrow, then squatted down. In this way, I saw 3 rows of archers constantly firing bows and arrows, and the bows and arrows in the air also flickered, and the interval was almost invisible. The bow and arrow flew down in the same way, causing damage to the orcs in the impact formation. Orcs continued to fall from the mount and were subsequently trampled by the mounts that followed them. At this time, the orcs only accelerated to approach the opponent. There is a chance of winning. In the short distance of 150 meters to 50 meters, the orcs have left more than 40 orcs who do not know their lives and deaths. The spearmen in the front row can already see the sharp teeth of the orcs, and the collision between the 2 teams is about to begin. Fight. With Fowler's drink, all the orcs glowed white. Finally, the 2 teams collided. The dense lances of humans pierced the orcs' bodies. Some of the lances were broken in the orcs' bodies due to excessive power. The frontline shield suffered heavy losses and the orc cavalry's impact. It is very powerful in itself, coupled with the aggressive multiplication, the shield hand is constantly hit by the impact force. At this moment, there was a light before the battle, the orcs' blood and the humans' blood were intertwined, the orcs howl, the humans shout, interspersed with various screams and moans, it seems that here has become. The orcs who rushed into the human defense circle began to take advantage after losing more than 30 orcs. In this short-range battle, the orcs have an extremely powerful advantage, a huge difference in speed of power, plus levels the drop in height made the next battle almost a one-sided slaughter. Under the command of Fowler, the orcs rushing out of the siege did not fall in love but moved forward quickly. The deputy stood on the left side of the 3-row archers, staring blankly at the battle in front, waving his hand and shouting, "Change the knife." The archer silently dropped the bow that had lost its function in his hand, pulled the saber from his waist, and his eyes were full of the belief of mortal death. Their mission was to use every human life to consume the orcs' combat power. The deputy also pulled the saber from his waist. At this time, the orc had penetrated the first line of defense of the human and rushed towards the archer's battle line. The orcs were stimulated by blood, their natural fighting instincts had been fully excited, and their eyes had a strong desire for blood. The archers in front of them were like lambs to be slaughtered. Before the orcs rushed up, the front archers had already rushed up. They used their bodies to hold the legs of the orc mounts to slow down the impact speed of the orcs, so that other archers could attack the orcs. The deputy rushed up, followed by the last 2 rows of archers. The madness of the archers did not block the orcs' footsteps too much, and finally the human defense line was completely penetrated by the orcs. Chapter 48 Knight's Charge. When the orcs screamed out of the human defense line in excitement, facing the direction of the sun, a 33 knight group had completed the process of jogging and accelerating. While the orcs rushed out of the human line, the speed has also reached its peak. As the arrows of the Knight's Charge formation, the Siluan Knight is at the front, and the Bernard and Hopper Knights are close behind. The Siluan Knight yelled, "Loyal." Then the white fighting spirit of the Siluan Knight emerged, and then all the knights excited their fighting spirit. The Siluan Knight then called, "Honor." The fighting spirit of all the knights began to merge. Even the 30 middle and low-level knights were blessed by the charge formation, and the fighting spirit began to spread out of the body. Sacrifice. More and more fighting spirits began to be transmitted from back to forward with the charge formation. Heroic. A lot of fighting spirit was gathered on the 3 senior knights. Mercy. 3 senior knights began to appear combative armor that only the knights could have. Spirit. With the acceleration of the knights, the white fighting spirit on the trio's fighting armor became more and more powerful, and finally the fighting armor of the three men was integrated into an arrow. Honest. As more and more fighting spirits were transmitted by the 30 knights, the arrow became larger. Just. Finally, the front of the charge formation was covered by a huge vindictive arrow. The knight's charge formation is a powerful ability for human beings to survive in this world. The knight charge is a gathering of knight spirits. The formation of more than 10 formal knights can launch the charge formation. The more knights join, the stronger the power. According to the legend of the Holy Land Current, when loyalty, honor, sacrifice, heroic, pity, spirit, honesty, and justice come together, the human knight will have no can stop. If an assaulting knight group wants to defeat him, he can only wait for him to stop the assault, which is how countless enemies describe the assault formation of the knights. Those soldiers who have just used the defensive formation to block the orcs' impact are to allow their knights to have enough time to use the assault formation. Although the assault formation is very powerful, it will only play a role on the regular battlefield. The long launch time and the obvious iconic fighting effect also allow opponents to have enough time to react when they notice that the cavaliers are ready to launch the charge formation. "This is a knight's charge, run away!" Fowler called out loud. At this moment his calmness was completely gone. Some of them were just scared in the face of the strongest attacking battlefield of human beings. But the orc cavalry, who was slowed by the defensive formation, could still escape the cavalry charge that the knights had launched. The white combat arrows resemble a sickle, harvesting the already trembling orc cavalry. Protect the young master. The wolf cavalry still held most of their combat power at this time because of the formation. They rushed forward frantically, using their own bodies and their lives to cover the young master Fowler's retreat. Fowler's 9 wolf cavalry had lost 2 in previous battles, and the remaining 7 wolf cavalry wrapped around Fowler and withdrew. For Wolf! With a howl, a famous wolf cavalry rushed to the front of the cavaliers. Although this was futile, the wolf cavalry continued to yell at the cavaliers. "Damn humans, I will lead the army to kill them." Fowler said a meaningless curse. Orcs and humans are not the same. Human nobles are usually inherited by the eldest son, while orcs have just been able to inherit the title. As the 6th son of the wolf family, Fowler participated in this newcomer trial in order to compete for the inheritance of the family leader. Every year, the Orc Empire puts a lot of young warriors into the human world, and the empire can be reused for 3 months in the human world. The main reason is that the orcs are too capable, and the resources of the Orc Empire are limited, especially the resources consumed every year by. The orcs of training make the Orc Empire feel like a sloppy bucket, so there is a death trial, and of course there is a nice name, newcomer trial. There are 2 senior wolf cavalry around Fowler. Such advanced combat orcs rarely appear in such trials because advanced combat is an important combat capability for any country. The senior wolf cavalry came to the human world just to protect Fowler. A senior wolf cavalry howled loudly into the sky. With the blessing of blessing, the voice clearly transmitted to one of the barnacles hovering in midair. The manipulator understood that this required him to lower his altitude. The manipulator knew that there was a very distinguished orc in the team to be returned this time. Before being here, he was told that he must take back the orc. At this time, when he heard the signal from below, the manipulator tapped focusing on the neck of the sky bird. The sky bird crossed an arc in the air, and quickly reduced its flying height, which was only more than 20 meters away from the ground. One of the 2 senior wolf cavalry grabbed Fowler's arm, fought with a full force, and screamed. Fowler was thrown into the sky by the 2. "I'll take good care of your family." Fowler yelled to the 2 senior wolf cavalry in midair, and then the huge figure of the sky sparrow appeared under Fowler, holding him up. At the same time, the cavalry's charge formation was approaching 2 senior wolf cavalry. The 2 senior wolf cavalry flashed a strong fight, their faces showed a reassuring look, the targets they protected were safe, and the family will also have the care of the young master, and everything is worth it. Almost like the mound of waves washing the ground, the 2 high-level wolf cavalry were struck by the huge charge in an instant, and the stronger the power, the greater the rebound force given by the charge formation. The 20-meter-high barnacle was startled by the ground knights and flew up quickly. In the knights, a sky-roaring spirit was aroused. It was the time when the Siluyan knight saw the Sky-Long Queen not far from the ground. It gathered all the knight's sky-high fighting spirit. It's not slow, but the vindictiveness is quicker, and it is close to the barnacle in the instant. Fowler on the back of the Queen Sparrow felt in danger, gnashing his teeth, took a rune card from his arms, and crushed the thrown fighting spirits with force. The rune card turned into a white shield, but the 33 the knight's combined fighting spirit broke through the shield after being blocked by the white shield. Although the shield did not prevent the fighting spirit, it still weakened the fighting strength by more than half. The remaining fighting spirit disappeared after cutting a slender wound on the heavy bird. The injured barnacle fluttered in panic, flapping its wings in panic, and flew straight forward. Nothing could be used to pacify the manipulator. The scared barnacle did not follow the prescribed route. At this time, other Heavy Sky Queen manipulators found that the targets to be retrieved had been killed, and the Heavy Sky was getting more and more irritable in the battlefield, and they began to manipulate the High Sky to return. "Let him run away," Knight Saloyan said with annoyance. "This running werewolf must have an extraordinary status. Just now all the wolf cavalry blocked them like crazy. The last two senior wolf cavalry would rather die on their own, and they would send the werewolf to the Heavy Sky tit, and the Heavy Sky could take risks." Flying low to pick up the werewolf, everything shows the extraordinariness of the werewolf. "Clean the battlefield," said Bernal, a senior knight. There are nearly 160 orc cavalrymen of level 6 and above, including 2 senior wolf cavalry. The 200 soldiers defending Taniguchi were recruited to help clean the battlefield and treat the wounded. Whether dead or alive, all the orcs on the ground have their heads cut off, all of which are military achievements. "My lord," the statistics came out. A bandaged deputy came over, and said with a heavy expression, 1,000 soldiers, in addition to 200 defensive Taniguchi, 302 died, 54 were seriously injured, and 5 were light hurt. "Report it, leave some of the loot to their family." Sailor Knight said helplessly, "War always kills. These are the elite soldiers trained by his men for many years. It is not a problem to deal with ordinary orcs, but to deal with these orc cavalrymen above level 6 are difficult to resist. This is also the result of the orcs wanting to rush out of the siege and inadvertently fall in love." Chapter 49 Big Harvest. Abel was riding a war horse, and the vacant war horses were equipped with top-grade horses. The 2 horses were fast, and Abel had no intention of admiring the roadside scenery along the way. He also took the map out of his arms and carefully checked the terrain. The map of this world makes people feel at first that they don't care about the details. Yes, there is basically no detail on the map, but a line is roughly drawn, and the significant geographical features nearby are marked on the side. The map in Abel's hands is already a map dedicated to the aristocracy. It is the best map in the world. Below the map, there are large explanations, such as a sign on the map, and if the same sign is found below the map, then it is the interpretation of this sign. Like the river that Abel passes by now, the river on the map is marked with a sign, and the same sign at the bottom of the map reads, "Deepwater Crossing." And Abel looked up at the river in front of him, which was better said to be a stream, and constantly groaning towards the map. What year's map is this? Should be changed to, water depth, careful wet shoes, is similar. Looking at the map again, there is a dwarf mountain in front of it. Looking up, I can really see a dwarf mountain. Fortunately, the mountain has not disappeared. This time the map is right. Abel took a map for fun, and looked at the surrounding environment. This was the first time he had traveled so far alone, but he didn't want to accidentally lose his life. There was a sound of agitating air in the air. Abel looked up at the sky, and a huge bird fell from a high altitude to the hill in front. Abel's curiosity suddenly got hooked, so the big bird exceeded all his imagination, whether in this world or the last world. Never seen such a big bird. This bird is almost equivalent to the last world airliner. Driving the war horse towards the low mountain, 10 minutes later, Abel reached the foot of the mountain and threw 2 war horses at the foot of the mountain. He took Harry's bow and carried the ice magic sword on his back and went up the mountain. The war horse is different from ordinary horses. You do not need to tie it in the wild. The war horse is trained not to leave the place where the owner places it. The ordinary carnivorous beast war horse can also be driven away, and the 2 war horses are safer together. The dwarf mountain was not big, but it was only in the middle of it that he knew what it meant to run a dead horse. Abel walked from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, and it took a lot of time to reach the top of the mountain. At this time Abel heard the cooing cry, and some people were talking in beast words. He was startled in the heart, the orc. Abel observed the wind direction. The last time it was discovered by the werewolf because of the smell. This time when he encountered the orc again, he had experience and found the location of the downwind to prevent his smell from spreading to the orc. When is it possible to continue flying? A beastly voice retorted. It may take 2 days, sir. Another humble voice came. 2 days, I have to stay in the human world for 2 more days. I feel uncomfortable when I stay 1 more day. You give me a quick cure. The voice of reprimand came. Yes, sir. Abel carefully extended his head. Although it was in the downwind position, he still held his breath. Who knows whether the 2 orcs can hear well? The first thing that caught the eye of Abel was a huge bird. It is worth noting that there is a huge wound on the side of the bird's body. Of course, this wound is almost 2 people's length, but for this bird, it was just an ordinary wound. There was blood leaking out of the wound constantly. A werewolf in a leather coat carefully poured some medicine powder on the wound. The werewolf on the side flashed Abel's eyes. This must not be an ordinary werewolf. This is the first time that Abel has seen an orc in armor. This strange black armor specially made for werewolves has no shiny surface. The feeling of smoothness indicates that the material of this armor is not ordinary steel, because there is no shiny and smooth feeling that the surface of the armor is not painted, that black is the color of the material itself, and this pure black material, Abel is the first see you once. The werewolf seemed very anxious, urging as another werewolf dealt with the big bird's wound. You're dealing with the wound here, I'll find something to eat. The werewolf in black armor said, turning and heading for the other side of the mountain. Abel glanced at the werewolf who was dealing with the big bird's wound. It seemed that it would take a long time for the big bird to leave, abandoning the idea of continuing to look in place, and quietly follow the black armor werewolf in the distance. The werewolf in black armor was Fowler, who escaped from the Valley of Nye. The serious Skylark's injury along the way was more serious without rest, and he could not fly anymore. He could only find a hidden place. Stop and wait for the to raise their injuries. Fowler's loss was very big this time, and the guards and wolves who had followed for many years were gone, but for him who came from the wolf family, as long as he can return to the family, all this is nothing. At the foot of the mountain, Fowler stopped and looked around. This act scared Abel into thinking that he had been found and hid behind a boulder. On the way, Abel did not suffer hard to track Fowler. He tried to pull Harry's bow several times and shot the werewolf with an arrow. But Abel's heart always felt a kind of hard-to-shot armor. As Abel's mental strength improved, he became more and more convinced of his feelings. Slowly poked his head and saw that the werewolf began to take off the armor. After the armor was taken off, it was easily folded into a rectangle. The werewolf pressed it a few times, and the rectangle seemed to be fixed, was picked up by the werewolf and carried his back. Abel put Harry's bow back on his arrow and pulled it apart, thinking in his heart, this is your own death, and you can't blame me. What happened next didn't occur to Abel, and saw the werewolf take out a necklace from his chest and chant a spell in his mouth. With regard to the spell, Abel had already touched it. With Abel's mental power, in this scope, the spell that was moving in the werewolf's mouth was recorded in Abel's heart. The typical orc style of the spell, there are a large number of sentences praising the beast god, mixed with some weird pronunciations, although it is a little weird, but Abel feels that when the spell is completed, the pressure of the soul that appears in the sky is almost still. Then the necklace flashed a green light, and the light grew stronger, and soon wrapped the werewolf's body. When the light dissipated, the werewolf that appeared in Abel's eyes had become a human body. The special werewolf's arched back was gone, and his height was lower. The hair on his face and the sharp mouth became a human image. Treasure. Aber flashed a red light in his eyes, his heart moved. This treasure appeared in front of him and was still in the hands of the orc, and he could just grab it. Harry's bow was filled silently, and Abel aimed his crosshair at the werewolf's head. After thinking about it, he shifted to the werewolf's heart again. This werewolf didn't seem to be an ordinary person, but his skull was a victory. With a bang, it seemed that the arrow was going faster than this sound. The werewolf was shot into the heart by an arrow with almost no response. The necklace flickered a few times, and the appearance of the werewolf changed from human to werewolf. Abel stepped forward and approached the werewolf carefully. After confirming that the werewolf had been killed, he began to scavenge from the werewolf. The first one is the necklace, carefully removed from the werewolf's neck. The necklace is a circle made of unknown materials. On the side is carved the beast and the human of war. The second piece is the armor. Abel lifted the armor with his hands. It is really too light. It is estimated to weigh only 5 pounds. This is almost no weight for the knight. He stabbed it gently with a fine iron dagger. The armor, without any marks at all, added some strength, and stabbed it again, still the same. After a few passes, Abel almost stabbed, and eventually Abel gave up testing the ability of the armor. If you want to test, you must find a keen knight who can test. There is no way for a trainee knight like him to get this armor. Fortunately, in my heart, I fortunately believed in my own mental strength and did not attack the werewolf wearing the armor. Fortunately, the werewolf killed himself and took off the armor. Fowler was really killed unjustly. He just wanted to go to the human village to eat something but didn't want to attract the attention of others. If he grabbed some food, if it was found, a large number of knights came to investigate. It was a trouble, so he used the treasures in his family and wanted to become human and buy some food. The armor on his body was dedicated to the werewolf. To become a human being, he had to take off the armor. As a result, Abel had a big advantage. In the end, Abel found a bunch of things from the werewolf's arms, including 2 rune cards. This was a surprise to Abel for 12 points, and some jewels, and finally a familiar orc skill card. Chapter 50 Transfiguration Necklace. The runes on the 2 rune cards are the same. I don't know which rune Abel put away and planned to wait for the castle and forge it on the big sword, and then test the effect. Abel again took the orc skill card, which is the same as the one Abel used before. This orc skill card is also engraved with the beast god. The bottom of the orc skill card is a star. It can be seen that it is another use. Orc skill cards that will disappear once. Of course, Abel will not waste this opportunity. He will explore the spiritual power into the orc skill card, and the spiritual power will be connected with an energy. With the previous experience, Abel knows that this is the heritage of the orc skill card. With a flower in front of him, Abel felt that he had become a middle-aged werewolf riding on the back of a wolf, holding a spear. According to the information passed from the heritage, this orc skill card recorded the werewolf royal while the wolf cavalry gun skills of the Fu family are different from the human knight gun skills learned by Abel. Each shot of the werewolf royalty has a short spell, probably because it is the skills of the royal family. There is no praise to the beast in the spell. Words, but very concise mantras. As the spear in the middle-aged werewolf stabbed along with the various jumps of the wolf, Abel calculated the next 11 shooting poses, each of which perfectly matched the wolf. With the middle-aged wolf population in the spell, every time the pike stabs, it will make a burst of sharp sounds. The message from the orc skill card tells Abel that the strength of these spear stabs is not a weak and combative bonus, and anyone's combativeness is limited. The long-term combat mainly relies on personal strength, only fighting will erupt when needed, and this werewolf royal gun skill has no time limit, as long as there is physical strength can be used. Although Abel has learned the knight skills of the Bennett family and the Harry family, but those are basically combative skills. This is the first time he has seen non-competitive combat skills. Using spells and combining the corresponding stab actions can be long-term ability to double the power. There seems to be some sort of opportunity between Abel and the werewolf, and the orc skill cards won twice are both werewolf skills. Seeing that the orc skill cards eventually dissipated in the air, although Abel did not know the value of this combat skill, he still knew the importance of the werewolf royal heritage, let alone the inheritance of the royal family, which is the inheritance of ordinary families, and not others. What you can get. That transformable necklace, Abel had no time to study it. There was an orc on the mountain to dispose of it. Abel hung the necklace around his neck and stuffed it into his clothes. Abel was very surprised by the black armor. The removed armor can be fixed into a rectangle by a few hidden buckles, which is convenient to carry. This clever concept makes it difficult to imagine that this is an armor made for orcs. Facing the body of the werewolf on the ground, Abel raised the great sword in his hand. Although he came to this world and killed a lot of orcs, he also saw a lot of corpses, but he was asked to put a corpse's skull. It was still a bit difficult to cut down. Thoughts formed in another world have changed a lot in the past 2 years, but those thoughts will still affect Abel's behavior. Just like now, people in this world think that cutting off the head of an enemy can manifest themselves fighting power, and in another world, insulting corpses. Forget it. Anyway, Abel made a decision in his heart. He grabbed the body with one hand, held the black armor in his other hand, and returned to the top of the mountain. When he reached the top of the mountain, Abel still chose the downwind position, and he could see the situation of the big bird from a distance. At this time, the wound was treated well. The wound medicine effectively covered the wound and no longer bleeds out, and the wound was asleep because of the exhaustion of flying after blood loss. The manipulator werewolf was setting up a tent, completely unaware of Abel's arrival. Put down the corpse and armor on your hand, Take out the hairy bow, put the bow on the arrow, and the arrow shot towards the heart of the werewolf's chest. The werewolf turned around at a fast speed, and the turn of the werewolf did not let him escape his doom although the arrow did not hit the heart directly. The arrow opened a hole in the werewolf's chest, and the arrow branch directly penetrated the body. From the position where the arrow passed, the werewolf's lungs and spine were shot through. The werewolf who fell to the ground did not die immediately. He struggled to reach into his arms and took out a sign. When he was about to crush, Abel found his movement. The second arrow shot directly through the werewolf's head. With a loose hand, the sign fell to the ground. After Abel shot and killed the werewolf, he looked at the big bird. There was nothing to disturb its rest. Abel came forward lightly, came to the werewolf, and kicked werewolf. This werewolf has more vitality than Abel imagined, was shot through the lungs and spine, and was able to take things out of his arms. Pick up the sign that throws the werewolf on the ground. There are 3 orc characters on it. Abel recognizes these 3 characters as spot larks. There is also a number 36 below. Some diamonds are set on the back. Some are for Abel to see. The unintelligible rune line stretched out from the diamond position and surrounded the entire back of the sign. Abel looked at this brand. He didn't know its function, or its initiation spell, but his research spirit appeared again. Since there is no spell, it is directly connected with spiritual power. In this respect, Abel has as a rule of thumb, the orc skill card can only be used through the combination of tedious spells and other requirements. He can only use mental power. Lightly stretched out the mental power towards the brand. Just near the brand, a white light flashed on the diamond, and then the white light began to swim along the lines of the rune, but in a flash, the brand was surrounded by white light. Intertwined, the brand issued a strange detection wave, which scanned Abel's whole body. Then Abel felt the sign came with 2 orc words, rejected. What do you mean? Refuse. Abel can feel that this brand must be very important to the orc, and it is so important that the werewolf had to destroy it just before his death. The test just proved that mental power can activate this brand, but the brand itself has a security mechanism, and the detected wave Abel also felt. It seems that the wave can detect that Abel is not an orc but a human, so he was rejected startup requirements. Is there really no way out? Abel felt uncomfortable like a cat's claw at this moment. If this brand could not be opened, he would be dead. The thought of looking at it, but it could be opened but could not pass the test, was a step away. Abel thought to himself, if I were an orc, I would pass the test. Thinking in his heart, suddenly before his eyes lighted up, Abel remembered the necklace that could transform into his chest. The necklace could turn a werewolf into a human, so could he turn a human into a werewolf? Give it a try. Abel took out the necklace, recalled those spells, and filtered them carefully. There was no problem in memory, and the spell was complete. Abel looked around. It was very safe here. The 2 werewolves chose here for no reason. The hills were not high, but there were many trees. They were tall trees that could block the top of the mountain. The camp chosen by the werewolves on the top of the mountain was an empty lot. He took the transfiguration necklace out of his clothes, put one hand on it, and Abel's mouth began to chant the orc spell. With Abel's spell, the power of coercion appeared in the sky again. It seemed that the spell connected the extraordinary life, a kind of high-level life that Abel couldn't understand. Just a little pressure gave Abel a kind of heart from the bottom of his heart. Deep fear. A green light flashed on the necklace, and the light became stronger and stronger, soon covering Abel's body. Abel felt that the necklace gave him 3 choices: orcs, humans, and elves. Abel imagined the look of the werewolf that was killed, and in a moment, Abel felt the pain of a torn muscle in his body making him helplessly whisper, and then the bones kept ringing. Her height continued to rise, her body grew gray-brown hair, her face began to deform, and her teeth grew wildly. With the disappearance of the green light, Abel has become a real werewolf, and even he himself feels that the organs in the whole body are different from the previous ones. This is so amazing that Abel can't help but sigh in his heart. After using the necklace, Abel also knew some information about the necklace. Chapter 51 White Sky Bird by Yun. The Transfiguration Necklace is a treasure of the wolf family of the werewolf family. It was a magic item made to facilitate the family members to travel around the continent. It is usually given to the most important juniors in the wolf family. The dispel spell of the Transfiguration Necklace was also passed along. Abel then thought that he only knew the conversion spell, but did not know the dispel spell. Fortunately, these magic items will load some information about the magic item into the item. If there is really no way to change it back, Abel estimates that he can only live in the Orc Empire. He told himself in his heart that he must pay attention to these details next time. I picked up the sign with the heavy bird on it again, and the mental power was connected again. This time there was a wave of detection. The wave quickly scanned Abel's body. When the brand passed his mental power, then the brand passed his mental power and asked if he denied the Lord. Looking at the werewolf on the ground, Abel knew that this was the original owner of the brand. If the werewolf is not dead, I am afraid that no one can use this brand. Recognize the Lord. Abel replied mentally. The brand flashed a white light, and Abel felt that the brand and himself seemed to have a slight connection. This connection was very similar to the connection between him and the wolf Hafen. At the same time, a package of information also passed through his mental power. Passed to him. The brand is called number 36 Control Card, which is directly under the command of the Orc Army's Heavy Beast Transport Brigade. Each control card can control a no sign, the owner of the brand can drive the no sign. According to the information in the control card, the feeding of the larvae is very simple. The larvae basically eats everything, and its digestion ability is very strong. Generally, it can find food by itself. Due to its large size, there are almost no natural enemies. These Orcus empires are usually stocked in the mountains and forests, and they can be summoned directly through the control card when there is a transportation task. Abel carefully and mentally checked the number 36 control board of the Lark, and found that in the middle of the rune inlaid with diamonds, there was a very weak soul wave. When Abel spiritually connected the soul wave, the heavy sky bird suddenly woke up. Zontiank ignored the original owner who had died on the ground, but looked at Abel with his eyes, with curiosity and tension in his eyes. At this time, Abel felt this curiosity and tension through the soul wave connected to his spiritual power. Could not help but reach out and want to pat the head of the heavy sky tit, but the heavy sky is too large, too high, Abel's hand is out of reach. It seems to sense the meaning of Abel. Heavy sky will had reached him, closed his eyes, waiting for his tap. Abel caressed Lark's head. At this moment, Lark's heart was full of joy. It seemed to have a lot of ideas to share with Abel, and Abel quietly controlled the number 36 through the Lark. Communicating with the heavy sky bird. Zontiank talked about the pain of its wound, the unpleasantness of the food today, and the anger of being wounded. Although the meaning was not clear, Abel was understandable by his mental strength. All transporting barnacles have a master controlling manipulator. These manipulators can only passively command barnacles through control cards. Barbary birds are also life. They also have their ideas and emotions. They also need the owner's consolation. Other manipulators simply can't understand heavy tits. Only Abel, the manipulator, can connect to the soul integrated with the larva in the control card through spiritual power after recognizing the Lord, and then they can communicate with each other. Therefore, this larva shows the master's infinite favor. You are so big and so white, it looks like a white cloud in the sky, just call you White Cloud. Abel gave the heavy sky a name. The name Zontiank seems to like it very much, and the meaning of happiness and approval is passed to Abel through the control card. Looking at Bayun, Abel couldn't help but fantasize about flying in the sky with a white cloud. He had flown in airplanes and played hang gliding in the past life, but flying on a bird had never thought of it before. It looks like we're going to stay here for 2 days, and when you're done, let's go home together. Bayun nodded in response to Abel. This exchange made him very happy and was able to share his feelings with the host, which made it show excitement like never before. Wait down, I'll take the horse down the mountain. There was a burst of attachment and perseverance in the control card. Abel laughed and soothed Bayun for a while, letting it rest quietly, and then got up and went down the mountain. Reaching down the mountain and seeing 2 warhorses, the 2 warhorses showed a posture of alertness. Abel was a little strange and couldn't help looking at him. Oh my god, he forgot to restore the werewolf state, but fortunately he was warhorses. See. Taking out the necklace, the spell will be lifted, and after a green light, Abel returned to human form. Although the 2 warhorses wondered why the weirdo just became the master, they approached Abel proactively. When Abel returned to the top of the mountain with his 2 horses, he saw Bayun's head turning around. When he saw him coming back, he kept groaning and seemed very happy. Bayun didn't care what Abel looked like. He felt his master through the induction of his soul. The 2 warhorses seemed to be frightened by this huge bird, but good training made them just stop, didn't run around, and kicked their forefoot slightly anxiously. After patting 2 war horses, Abel immediately took off the refined horse material and ate some horse materials. The 2 horses also adapted to the presence of the white clouds and began normal activities. I want to stay here for 2 days. Fortunately, the werewolves have set up their tents. 2 tents, one is very ordinary. It is estimated that the werewolf was wearing a leather armor. The sentinel quickly backed up when Abel approached, and the other was very luxurious. The inside is also very clean. Although it is not big, but enough for 3 people to sleep side by side, he is not quite sure what materials are used, but it is certain that this tent must be very expensive. Abel in the tent was thinking about how to explain the 2 days late when he went back. Baiyun must not let people know that he was stalked in the forest behind the castle. Anyway, he could summon it at any time because there was no rune pen in Fu Mo, coupled with the lack of blacksmith tools and stoves. Abel, accustomed to doing research every day, was a little helpless. Otherwise, this time to promote the junior knight. Anyway, it has been many days to reach the level 5 trainee knight. Abel looked at the 6 bottles of mastery chi condensate in Heradick's Cube and thought. Recalling the words of the knights Bennett and Marshall, the first requirement for the promotion of the formal knight is to fully fill the chi pulse with sufficient chi. The more these chis, the easier it is to promote, and prepare a bottle of intermediate, gas condensate potion. Conditional equipped with a bottle of advanced, gas condensate, to drink in advance during promotion is also an important way to increase the possibility of promotion. The promotion of formal knights is not easy. There are many trainee knights stuck in this level. It is said that younger level 5 trainee knights are more likely to be promoted successfully, and correspondingly, the older they are, the more difficult it is to promote. Abel touched his chin without a beard. Was he 13 years old enough? The chi in the chi mai is directly filled with the master chi condensate. Is this also true? Others use intermediate or advanced, gas elixir, and they have 6 bottles of master S gas elixir, which is far more than others, right? Thinking of all these conditions, Abel can meet or exceed. There is no reason that his promotion will be unsuccessful. Thinking of this, Abel took out 6 bottles of mastery, gas condensate, from the Heradick Cube. After thinking about it, he took out the control card, and sent Baiyun a message that should not be disturbed. If a creature appeared, he would drive away the message. After receiving the reply, he was confidently preparing for promotion. With the existence of such huge and terrible creatures as Baiyun, even large beasts dare not come, and here is far from the nearest road. Abel thinks that he should not be so unlucky, and humans will come to disturb him during his promotion. Chapter 52 Promoted to Full Knight. Taking a deep breath, Abel recalled the experience of the 2 knights again. The more gas in his body, the better the gas. Then drink it. Abel picked up the master level, condensate potion, with a dark golden arc of light. He poured it into his mouth without thinking about it. Another bottle was poured, and another bottle of condensate potion was poured into his mouth. 6 bottles later. The master level chi condensate all entered Abel's stomach. He couldn't help but suffocate. He could drink the master level potion and snored, but no one except Aberna. At this time, the gas condensate potions in Abel's stomach began to rebel, and a large amount of chi rushed to his chi pulse. At this time, he had no other thoughts, and he was running the night breathing technique with all his strength, and the chi in chi pulse was constantly compression. But how? Can his compression speed be faster than the speed of the gas pulse in the air? Abel felt at this time as if he had become a pressure cooker, and his stomach began to bulge. If it was not tied by strong flesh, the stomach would explode directly. At this time, the 5 branches of the air veins in his body began to retract under strong pressure. The air in the air veins was constantly compressed and the density became higher and higher, and then a large amount of air continued to flow into the air intake pulses, making the air veins. After the compression, the vacated part is filled again, and once again, it is forced to be compressed under the pressure of the body. At this time, Abel was like a balloon. As long as there was a slight poke of external force, it would explode. He felt dangerous. He had already run the night breathing technique. At this time, he had no other way but to rely on night breathing. However, the effect of night breathing is already a slap in the water, and blood begins to flow out of the corners of Abel's mouth, which is the strong pressure on the internal abdomen that hurts the internal organs. Abel's bones were trembling and creaking, and he felt that if he didn't want to do anything else, he would confess it here. Do not. With the roar of Abel, his powerful mental power surged out. At this moment, under the mental power, he imagined his chi pulse as a rough steel bar, and the mental power became a hammer. With the command of consciousness, the hammer formed by the mental force struck one of the 5 chi pulses. The chi in the chi pulses was compressed by half, and then replenished at a rapid speed. Abel ignored this pulse and replaced it with another pulse. The chi in this pulse was compressed by more than half. Without hesitation, he changed another pulse. When the 5th pulse was tapped, the veins just filled up, and Abel started another round of beating from the first vein. A strange balance appeared in Abel's body. The chi in the chi pulse was compressed by the hammer composed of mental force, and was filled by the chi generated by the 6 bottles of master chi condensate. The 5 chi pulses were continuously compressed in turn. Top up. At this time, Abel couldn't feel his body, and all his sensations had disappeared. All the mental power was concentrated on the chi vein. Chi was in his eyes a rough piece of steel, and his mental power turned into iron. The hammer is not directly hitting the air vein, but in accordance with the direction of the air vein, each stroke can compress most of the air in the air vein to the middle 5 air vein connecting parts. If anyone is on the side at this time, you will find that Abel is in the state of epiphany at this time. In this state, people rely on the most direct instinct of the body, without worry, without imagining the consequences, and without hesitation. This instinct is the instinct that humans can survive from ancient times to the present blood, beyond the imagination. After each stroke of Abel's chi, the compressed part in the middle will feed back a strange energy to the body. This energy is the energy of promotion. After each trainee knight is promoted to become a formal knight, his body will exceed the trainee knight. Many important reasons are the role of this promotion energy. And the promotion energy not only promotes Abel's body, but also his mental strength. Just in his percussion, he is improving himself in all directions. He is not aware of all this. After Abel's mentalized hammer was hitting the air veins, due to the influence of the reaction force, the mentalized hammer was becoming more compact, as if it was also passively compressed. How much gas can be generated by 6 years of practice, it is estimated that no one can know, but Abel in the state of epiphany knows that, for a whole day and night, if it is not mental power, it is also promoted during the percussion process. As a result, he may not be able to hold on for so long. This is Abel's longest epiphany. Now Abel's mental power has turned into a golden hammer, and the chi in the chi pulse has not been replenished. 6 bottles of master-level chi potions chi has finally been consumed, and his chi vein has become a crystal jewel with a large fist. His body has been promoted for a long time and his energy has been enhanced. His skin has a faint golden color. The bone marrow is as pure as jade and as hard as iron. Abel opened his eyes and took a breath. It was good to live. At that moment, he thought he couldn't keep it up, and he was alive. Awake, what Abel wanted to do was to find his father Bennett and adoptive father Marshall Knight, and ask them what the more gas is, the better. He only used 6 bottles of mastery, gas condensate, and almost hung up. Fortunately, I only brought 6 bottles of master-level, gas condensate, with him. If Abel understood the words of the 2 knights, 60 bottles of master-level, gas condensate, would be poured into his mouth. Standing up, Abel found that there was a thick black shell on the skin. This was all the impurities discharged after the energy was raised. When he stepped out of the tent, Abel took off all his clothes. Anyway, there was no smoke, and he was not afraid to be seen. Here. Abel made various movements to stretch his body. The black shell on his body kept falling to the ground, exposing white skin. He had been knight training and forging in the past 2 years. His skin was a little black, but at this time the skin is paler than ever before, just like the baby's skin. But when you press it on it, you will find that although it is soft, it is very tough. When you look closely, the skin flashes a light golden color from time to time. How about the speed? Abel thought about kicking hard, and the man had flew straight out, rushing towards a big tree with a man in his arms, and he instinctively blocked his hand in front of him. With a bang, Abel was already hitting the big tree, and the big tree broke off from where he hit. In a loud noise, the big tree more than 10 meters high fell to the ground. Baiyun was awakened from his sleep by this voice. When he woke up, he saw the owner and stood up happily. The injury on his body seemed to be unable to hinder his movement. He gently approached Abel with his head and motioned for Abel to comfort him with his hand. Abel was amused by its appearance. Such a huge creature making such an expression was really very funny. He reached out his hand and stroked his head very gently. At this time, Baiyun could not help but look at the big tree on the ground, and then glanced at Abel. Abel could directly feel Baiyun's meaning without going through the controller mentally. He was asking if this tree was for him to eat. is it? Aber couldn't help nodding, and saw Baiyun happily eating the whole branch of the big tree into his stomach, and a big tree left only the middle pole for a while. Abel also found that his mental strength was many times stronger, and the mental strength could communicate directly with Baiyun. Although he did not know the specific value of the mental strength, he believed that there should be no problem in drawing 3 runes at the same time. Next, Abel moved his body very carefully, trying to grasp the huge physical changes brought about by the promotion. The first feeling was that Harry's bow was too light, and it was almost effortless, so he pulled it open, and there was ice magic. The big sword is too light, making him a little accustomed to him. He is accustomed to using heavy weapons. Holding the big sword feels like holding a toothpick. After returning to the castle, the first task is to make a big sword again. The Knight of Weapons is also called a knight. Abel is even more afraid to use previous Taijiquan to practice his own grasp of power. The concept of power in this world is completely different from the previous life. If the power in the body loses blast and fierce, then the knight attack will also a lot of losses. Previously, Taijiquan was used as an apprentice to knights, which affected the nature of strength. It was only changed after a long time of forging. Chapter 53 Fly. Finally became a junior knight, Abel looked strangely at the place where the air veins in his body disappeared, and a one-punch-sized pale golden diamond-like gas core appeared. The problem was that the Bennett and Marshall knights and Abel explained the knights. When it comes to a gas nucleus, the appearance described is very different from this gas nucleus. According to the description of the 2 knights, the gas core of the junior knight is a piece of liquid water polo the size of a walnut, and if Abel's current gas core is taken out, it can be sold directly as a gem. After the junior knight has a gas core, he can construct air pockets in his body. 5 air pockets are built on the initial body. For each air pocket built, the level of the knight is increased by 1 level. When it reaches level 10, the 5th, the successful construction of an air pocket is a quasi-intermediate knight. The intermediate knight must begin to construct air pockets on the limbs and head. For example, after the air pocket on the left hand is successfully constructed, you can use this air pocket to transfer the fighting energy into the weapon, which is the weapon that can only be possessed by the intermediate knight. At this time, the intermediate knight is already very powerful. After the weapon is blessed, the weapon can be made sharper, and it is easier to put its own combat into the opponent's body. The nature of vindictiveness is exclusivity. When one's vindictiveness is in his own body, he can strengthen himself, but if it penetrates into other people's body, it is a disaster. Terrible corrosive force, and violent destructive power can instantly destroy all the organizations in the other person's body. There is only one way to solve this problem, which is to expel the vital energy from the body. It can be expelled with its own vital energy and expelled with expensive drugs, and it can also be expelled if you have a strong body. After the intermediate knights constructed the air pockets of the limbs and the head, they began to open a total of 10 air pockets in the body connected to the air core. During this period, the air core also became more and more important as the level of the knight grew. It gets bigger and more stable. The fighting gas communication between the air core and the air hole makes the fighting gas have a high-speed channel. At this time, the senior knight can call more fighting gas through the fighting gas communication, so that the fighting gas can be attacked from the body, and the senior knight's fighting gas is separated. Body attack: the more the fighting energy in the body is cleared, the longer the attack distance. Abel tried to mobilize the pale golden nucleus in his body, and a vindictive spirit emerged from his body. He was surprised to find that the vindictive gas was also pale golden. When he went back, he must ask the martial knight. The vindictive color could not be concealed. It will definitely be discovered, and you must ask for it before using it. Withdrawing his vindication, Abel tried to control the strength of the big tree around him. At first, he accidentally exerted too much force and knocked the tree down. As time passed, slowly he was able to initially control the storm. Power. Taking something to eat from the war, Abel gave birth to a bunch of bonfires and made some simple food. Strangely, he hasn't eaten for nearly 2 days, but his body still doesn't feel hungry. At this moment, I think of eating things just feel empty in the belly. Baiyun wasn't too afraid of the fire, and when he saw the bonfire, he curiously reached out to see what Abel was eating. A Burko couldn't give it the food in his hand, and tossed it into his mouth. It was estimated that it would be gone without taste. After eating, Abel carefully checked Baiyun's injury. The good thing is that Baiyun was not too badly injured by the fight, but the nature of the fight was a bit troublesome. But because Baiyun's body is huge, the recovery ability plus special the drugs, those fighting spirits have been discharged. and the wound has been healed. Thinking of being able to fly immediately, Abel's heart was fiery, expressing the meaning of flying to Baiyun. Baiyun murmured excitedly. In the past 2 days, he had enough on the ground, except for eating. All fly in the sky. On Baiyun's body, Abel found a human seat made by the orcs for Baiyun, with a driver's seat on the back of the head, a seat belt attached to the leather saddle, and a huge skin tied to Baiyun's body. It has a cabin and also has a seat belt attached. It has 5 seats and 5 riding positions. When Abel drove the 2 war horses onto Baiyun's back, it took some effort. In the end, the human war horse was not as flexible as the orc's mount. In the end, his strength increased, and he directly held the 2 war horses on Baiyun's back. On the seat, he fastened it with a seat belt and he sat in the driver's seat. "Take off, Baiyun," Abel commanded. Baiyun's long moan, the huge wings spread, the open space on the top of the mountain was completely covered by its wings, the wings flapped downward, and the turbulent airflow caused the sand and dust on the ground to be blown to the sides, compared to Baiyun's body, but it seemed very lightweight, and Abel sitting on its back was already in the air without too strong a sense of ascension. After seeing the direction, Abel decided to go to the Ansa Valley and throw the super-explosive sword in the block of Heradick. As the plan was placed in the block of Heradick, there was no way to synthesize the rune. "Target the Ansa Valley." Abel pointed in the direction of the Ansa Valley. Although Baiyun couldn't see his finger, Baiyun knew his meaning very well through the mental force. Turning in the direction, he flew towards the Ansa Valley. The white clouds flew very high. When Abel looked down at the scenery on the ground, he found that the smaller objects on the ground were no longer visible, and only the larger roads, rivers, mountains, and clouds in the sky passed by. "It feels amazing." Abel found that one of the problems was that his eyes were uncomfortable being blown by the wind, especially the speed of Baiyun was very fast, which made the wind on Baiyun's back very strong. The 2 war horses in the roofless cabin were better. Although he was scared to lie on the bottom of the cabin, he did not dare to look up. Abel's location was the most affected by the wind. He would not be able to see the surrounding scenery with his eyes unless he blocked it with his hands. "When I went back, I would make the pair of flying glasses," and Abel resented. By the way, the telescope must also be made. With the telescope flying on Baiyun's back, you can see the details on the ground. In Abel's cranky thoughts, the Ansa Valley had already appeared under Baiyun's body. Baiyun turned his head and murmured to Abel, reminding him of his destination. Abel lowered his head and observed the situation in the Ansa Valley with God's vision. Finally, he found the cliffs marked on the map. He couldn't help but be glad that there were white clouds. If he found this location by himself, I don't know how long it would take. Pat Baiyun's neck gently, Baiyun grasped Abel's meaning, and descended slowly. After coming off Baiyun, Abel felt that he must be very embarrassed at this moment. His hair was all messed up by the strong wind. A lot of black hair was scattered on his face. He managed his hair with his hands. Abel sent Baiyun far away. Instructions. Baiyun shook his huge body, spread his wings, and took off from the ground before Abel was aware of it, leaving Abel covered with sand and dust in place. The dust was gone, and Abel's hair that had just been cleaned was scattered again. His face was covered with dust, his expression was helpless, and the fruit he had planted had to be eaten with tears. Seeing that Baiyun had only seen a small white spot in the sky, Abel walked towards the cliff and extended his head. The cliff was so deep that Abel's eyesight couldn't see it at all. Abel has been active for a long time, and the following is the escape time. He doesn't want to affect his speed because of this. 3, 2, 1, throw. Abe meditated to the countdown in his heart, and took out the super-explosive big sword inlaid with perfect gems from the block of Heradick, threw the sword, and ran back. Abel was almost certain that he had never been so agile. He only wanted to run fast. He even threw an ordinary explosive sword and kept counting the explosion interval seconds in his heart. He just ran for life. About 3 seconds later, under the cliff behind Abel, a huge explosion sounded, followed by Abel was shaken to the ground by a strong ground vibration, countless stones, tree fragments flying to the sky with the explosion, and because of gravity the reasons are scattered all around. Abel, who was knocked to the ground, felt that he was constantly hit by stones on his head. Fortunately, he had been upgraded to a formal knight, and his body had been transformed through the day and night of promotion energy. These stone fragments falling from the sky did not how much damage he caused. The explosion stopped, and Abel stood up patted on the dust, and today he is very close to the dust, and has been covered several times. Chapter 54 Pale Gold Fighting. As soon as the explosion stopped, Abel felt anxiety coming from the sky. A huge white cloud swooped down at almost full speed in the direction of the explosion. When he saw some embarrassed on the ground, but Abel was safe and sound, Baiyun then his mood settled. This move of Baiyun made Abel very happy. The heavy sky bird is a very timid creature. Baiyun can rush in the direction of explosion for his safety, which is almost beyond the heavy sky bird's instinct. Behaved. Abel looked at the white cloud that landed on the ground, walked a few steps, reached forward to soothe it, and it also extended his head to Abel's hand in coordination. At this moment, the connection between Abel and Baiyun seemed to be closer. Back to the cliff. At this time the cliff has collapsed nearly 10 meters. This power is far beyond Abel's imagination. That super explosive big sword powered by perfect gems can be comparable to aviation in another world bomb. If it doesn't explode as soon as you take out the Heradick Cube, then this thing can really become a big killer. If the ability to extend this explosion time to 6 seconds or more in the future can be dropped on Baiyun, then it can really be used as an aerial bomb, and the research spirit in Abel's heart will start to emerge again. Go home. Abel jumped to Baiyun's back, sat down at the manipulator's position, fastened his seatbelt. Baiyun's huge and lightweight body once again emptied, and the dilapidated cliff on the ground became smaller and smaller. Abel took 6 to 7 hours to ride a horse. Baiyun flew in less than half an hour. Abel instructed Baiyun to land in the forest behind the castle. He found an empty space in the forest and Baiyun landed smoothly. Baiyun was instructed to move freely, and 2 werewolf bodies were tied to the backs of one of the war horses. Abel led the 2 war horses back to Harry Castle. Master Abel is back. When he arrived at the castle, the gate of the castle was open. It seemed that the panic caused by the orc attack had ended. The leaders had returned to their homes. The guards who guarded the castle saw Abel and loudly cheering. "Abel, why did you come back?" The cavaliers heard his voice, walked quickly out of the door, and saw Abel say a little bit blamely, "Uncle Marshall, it's nothing, just accidentally promoted, it took more time." Abel figured out a reason on the way, although this reason was not sufficient, but he did not lie. Indeed he was in Baiyun recovery time. Increase your level from trainee knight to junior knight. Have you been promoted to a formal knight? An incredible look emerged from the face of Marshal Knight. This is not as simple as upgrading from a level 4 trainee knight to a level 5 trainee knight. Each time a big promotion, the knights must be prepared very long time, whether physically, psychologically, or auxiliary. At this time, the Marshal Knight was embarrassed to think about how old he was before becoming a junior knight, which would make him feel self-conscious, and with this genius, he was constantly hit. What happened to the werewolf body? Knight Marshal asked, looking at the werewolf body on the horse. Meet it on the road and solve it smoothly. Abel didn't explain too much. This time he took the big advantage. If he could talk less, he would say less. The Marshal Knight beckoned to Butler Lin Sai and said, "Send these 2 bodies to the city's mansion, and report to Abel." "Yes, master." Commander Linser lifted the 2 bodies off the horse. "Come in your study, I have something to ask." Abel saw the attendants and guards gathered around him when he found him coming back. He has been out for almost 3 days, and the Knight of Marshal was anxious for 3 days. Abel disappeared completely after returning, and finally relieved everyone. "Is it a matter of promotion?" The Marshal Knight took Abel and hurried to the study. Marshal's Knight study is the safest place in the whole castle. Since Abel proposed to talk to the study, it must be said that he did not want to let others know. "Say, what's the matter?" Entering the study, Marshal Knight said after closing the study door. Abel didn't speak, and directly ran his vindictive spirit, and the pale golden vindictive spirit burst out, reflecting the study into a golden color. The Marshal Knight was stunned by Abel's pale golden vindictiveness. He magically wanted to touch the pale gold with his hands, but stopped in the air, and murmured in his mouth, "The legend is true, it is really golden." Fighting. Looking at the appearance of the Marshal Cavaliers, Abel asked anxiously, "Is there no problem with my vindication? How can this color be?" "What is this color?" "This is God-level vindictiveness. Gold is the color of the gods. Legend has it that the blood of the gods is golden, and only those who are favored by the gods will emit golden vindictiveness." Amazed, the news of his promotion to the formal knight just struck him once, and then struck again. What good is this fighting? Abel heard that it was related to the gods, it must not be a bad thing, and then asked. Benefits. Is it invincible? Knight Marshal replied angrily when he saw Abel's greedy look. Is this good? I'm also invincible at the same level with the hairy bow. Abel said with some disappointment at the benefit. When you reach the high-level knight, the current power of the hairy bow is not enough. When the knight is long, the hairy bow will be useless. And in the Legend of Golden Fighting, you can increase the fighting power by 4 times. Are you saying it is good? Then how much increase can my pale golden spirits achieve? Abel asked vigorously for knowledge. Try it and you will know. Don't fight with me, hit me with half of your strength, and let me know how much your half of your strength is. Martial cavaliers are experienced, and those who have just been promoted want to know their exact strength. This method's simple and practical. It doesn't matter here. Abel turned to look around the study. The study was large, and the materials were placed in a bookcase on the wall. The middle was very spacious. It's okay, you punch. Cavaliers said with confidence. Coming. Abel punched out with half of his strength, and the martial cavaliers used half of his strength to block it, but when his hands met Abel's fist, a huge force came. The martial knight quickly increased his strength, only 80% of the energy was urgently added, but this was completely useless. At this moment, the cavaliers felt like a ball. They were blown up into the air and flew out for 10 meters. The bookcase stopped, the bookcase made a huge crackling sound, and then fell to the ground, all kinds of books and materials scattered on the ground. Abel! The knight marshal yelled. Fortunately, Abel did not use his fighting spirit. This hard power did not hurt the knight, but the pile of books and documents on the ground did not know how long to organize. The information here can only be he sorted it out by himself, it was all a family secret and he couldn't fake it. I told you to use only half of your strength. How much strength did you use? The martial knight growled. Uncle Marshal, I really only use half of my strength. Abel rubbed his hands and looked innocent. How is it possible that the promotion of energy can actually increase the power, but it can't be so outrageous? The Knight of Martial looked unbelieving, and then asked, how long have you upgraded the energy? I don't know how long. Abel really didn't know how long, just knowing that Bai Yun's injury had been cured after he was promoted. How could you not know? Knight Marshal was already a little mad at this moment, and the boy's innocent expression made him angry. I seemed to have an epiphany when I was promoted, you know, there is no time to perceive epiphany, Abel explained. When I heard the word epiphany, the cavaliers of Martial already knew that Abel was wrong, but when I heard the words, you know, I felt like countless horseshoes stepped on. What do you know? Okay. Take another punch with 10% strength, remember that it is 10% strength, don't get it wrong, Knight Marshal warned carefully. Rest assured, although I'm not too strong in power, I should not go wrong. Abel's tone was very serious. The martial knight heard Abel's statement and silently increased the 60% power originally intended to use to defense. Abel's fist seemed to be weak. Seriously, a force of 10% was the power to gently wave his hand. When the fist hit the defensive martial knight, the knight's body shook slightly. Chapter 55 Power Increase. Martial Cavalier rubbed his hands behind his back and said, it's very powerful, and it's almost 200 pounds. Abel's current skin, muscles, and bones have undergone a long-term transformation of promotion energy. Although it is 200 pounds of force, can a 200 pounds of force emitted by would be the same as a 200 pounds of force hit by an iron rod. That's why the martial cavaliers felt pain. Strength was just one of the reasons. It was more because Abel's body was too strong. Your power is comparable to those giants in the Orc Empire. Knight of Martial whispered the monster in his heart and said in his mouth. You're going to hit another punch with fighting spirit, Knight Martial said, taking out a shield from the corner of the wall in front of Abel's stun and blocking him. A pale golden spirit broke out, and Abel's boxing was in the middle of the shield. The shield made a dull sound. The martial cavaliers just stood still this time. But the martial cavaliers knew that it was different from the previous one, although it was also a light shake. The previous time was empty-handed. Which knight would fight empty-handed? Only a knight with a weapon is a real knight. The second time he held a shield in his hand, and also used the cavalier's standard shield to resist. In this case, he was beaten and shook his body slightly. 700 pounds. Martial Knight gave an affirmative answer, then said, 3.5 times increase. Looking enviously at Abel in surprise, the cavaliers of Martial added, power plus vigor and multiplication. If you have a good armor, then I don't know what can stop your offensive footsteps. really. Abel's heart was full of excitement, and finally he could have some sense of security in this world. Don't be too happy. Knight Marshal looked at Abel's expression and slammed, you are compared with ordinary people. If you are facing a wizard, you want that wizard to be magic. Exhausted wizard. I will be a wizard. Abel said in a very determined tone as he looked at the martial knights. No longer bothering the martial knight to clean up the materials on the ground, Abel quickly left the study in a resignation, while the martial knight faced a pile of books and materials waiting to be sorted out. Abel returned to the room and was entangled by the black wind as soon as he entered the door. The little spirit of the black wind came from the thought that he hadn't returned for a few days after he walked away. Abel took the small body of the black wind. Black wind, like a puppy, licked Abel with his tongue. Abel thought that he was already a junior knight, and that mount augmentation could also be used. While the wolf is still small, using mount augmentation during its growth will make it grow stronger. Hold the little wolf black wind, and the black wind shook his body playfully. Abel said a spell in his mouth. In the next moment, the situation of each part of the black wind's body appeared in his mind, and he would be holding a pale golden fighting hand. As the spell was massaged on the body of Hafen, Hafen's eyes closed comfortably. The fighting spirit is very exclusive. Corrosiveness and destructiveness make fighting spirit not suitable for strengthening other creatures, while mount enhancement is that the orcs use magic spells to communicate with the beast god, so that fighting spirit is removed from the corrosive and destructive effects, and fighting spirit treats the mount as a user. Strengthening your body, the effect of this strengthening will not be immediate, but long-term use will greatly change the mount. After a 15-minute mount strengthening operation, Abel felt that the connection between him and the black wind was closer, and he picked up the sleeping black wind and gently put it on its small bed. It's also dinner time. When Abel walked into the restaurant, Martial Knight saw him and waved to him. I just forgot to tell you that Edmund's auction house has heard that all your weapons have been auctioned out. It's time for you to pick up gold coins. Okay, Uncle Marshall. The other thing is that Lord Viscount Dickens invited us to the Lord's house. The information last time was very useful. It is estimated that we talked about how to divide the battle. Knight Marshal said with a laugh. I don't know if he is enough to win the title. Abel said worriedly. In this world, a person's military exploits are a major crime if others take the lead, and will be looked down upon by all nobles, and they will still be punished by the state. So the map that Abel found and rescued Matthew Castle with the martial knights are all it is strictly distinguished, but the military achievements generated by the information on the map are negotiable. This is why Abel's identity is different. The Lord Viscount Dickens did not want to offend a young master blacksmith. If he was replaced by another person, Viscount Dickens would not discuss it with him. The martial cavaliers generally guessed the thought of Viscount Dickens. This kind of show was only necessary for them to accept it, so he said, relax, Viscount Dickens is a just city lord, and you deserve a lot of war merit. Then go tomorrow. Just go to the Edmund auction house to get the gold coins. Abel said of the Edmund auction house, he thought of the supplementary medicine for formal knight training. When he was an apprentice knight, he could use the supplementary medicine. A lot of time has been saved, this time just to see if there is any auxiliary potion for the official knight. Abel ate delicious dinner. Returning to the familiar castle made his appetite wide open. At this moment, Martial Knight was thinking about changing the recipe in his home. In the past, in order to take care of Abe, the trainee knight, many meats were in the food. It was purchased in consideration of the needs of the apprentice knight. Now Abel is already a junior knight. The effect of these ordinary carnivores is very small, and it needs to be replaced with the meat of a beast. Because the castle's recent income is good, whether it is a smithy or a weapon shop in the city, it has brought a lot of income to the castle, so raising 2 knights in a castle is not a problem. The most expensive thing is weapons and equipment. Because Abel is a master blacksmith himself, he doesn't have any weapons. As long as he spends some energy, he can build them. And the armor does not have to worry. The 13-year-old Abel's body has not been finalized. Now it is not necessary to change the armor after making it for several months. It is better to wait for Abel's body to be made before it is more cost-effective. Now there is no war. Armor not much use. The Knight of Martial Thought could not help but think of his own weapons, cannot help but be proud. The castle now has increased income, and his weapons do not need to spend gold coins, which knight can equip 2 magic weapons. When Abel is free, then ask him to help him forge a magic armor. That can only shine the red sun armor, left to the old guy in Gangba City. If Viscount Dickens can give Abel a knight title, and it is better to have a territory, then this branch of the Harry family will be even stronger. The more I thought about it, the Knight of Marshall couldn't help laughing out loud, so that Abel, who was eating a lot, looked a bit, and felt that the Knight of Marshall today seemed particularly excited. Is it really too heavy in the study? The dinner ended in the careful consideration of Marshall Cavaliers and Abel, each considering his own. Back in the room, the black armor of the warhorse has been sent to the room. Abel practiced the night breathing technique for a while, and now he gets pitiful with each practice. Basically all the knights are becoming this situation will be encountered after the formal knights. Each promotion from the junior knight will take a long time in years, but the accumulation of less will become more and the accumulation of sand will become a tower. These weekday exercises will eventually become the next time. Cornerstone of promotion. The following morning, due to the hot weather, the Knights of Marshall and Abel set off in a carriage very early, and the sunlight had just begun to heat up when they reached Harry Castle's courtyard in Harvest City. After taking a break in the other courtyard, the Marshall Cavalier attached great importance to the invitation, and asked the housekeeper Robin to prepare for bathing early. After bathing in the other courtyard, he and Abel put on their gowns. Go to the house. Chapter 56 Reward. Against the hot sun overhead, the carriage passed through the main road of Harvest City. The boulevard was very flat, but the high temperature after the sun also made the avenue a soldering iron. Marshall Knight and Abel sat in the carriage. In the middle, he wore a luxurious dress, and soon he was already covered with fine sweat. At this moment, Abel missed the car of the previous life by 12 points, although it was not very good, but there was suffocation in cold weather and air conditioning in hot weather. In Abel's trough, the carriage gradually approached the main city house. When the carriage stopped slowly, the driver said loudly, "Master, Abel, the main city of Harvest City has arrived." Hearing the coachman's words, the Marshall Knight tidied up his gown, took out a towel from the cabinet in the compartment, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and handed Abel a towel, saying, "Today is an important day, put your head on sweat and dry, don't be rude." When the Marshall Knights and Abel stepped off the carriage, the huge high wall of the city's mansion greeted Abel's eyes. The last time I came here at night, the city's mansion seemed more magnificent and aggressive during the day. Seeing that the Marshall Knight and Abel got out of the carriage, the housekeeper in a housekeeper's dress, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried forward and bowed to the two, saying, "Salute to you, dear Marshall Knight, dear Abel Master, I am here to welcome the two adults here at the orders of the Lord." Since Abel was the adopted son of the Marshall Knight, in this formal occasion, he was presented by the Knight of the Marshall. The Cavalier bowed slightly and said to the city manager, "I'm very glad to see you. I and the adopted son Abel are honored to be invited to meet Honorable Lord. Abel bowed slightly following the Marshall Cavaliers, thanking the steward. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, through the huge courtyard, although the fountain in the middle of the courtyard is not as bright as at night, it seems that there is a little bit of coolness under the sunlight. After entering the hall, Abel really felt bursts of coolness. The huge rocky walls of the hall completely blocked the heat outside. After walking through a long corridor to a gate carved with the goddess of harvest, the housekeeper stood and said softly to Knight and Marshall of Marshall, "This is the reception room, the Lord is waiting for you." When I saw Viscount Dickens again, Abel felt more deeply than when he came last time. The powerful force from Viscount Dickens' body was like a volcano. Although it did not erupt, it just stood in front of him. Feeling heavy pressure. "Master Abel, have you advanced?" Viscount Dickens knew how powerful the fighting in his body was against the knights, but the young master blacksmith in front of him appeared to be controlled by his fighting pressure, so that he was very surprised. You must know that Viscount Dickens' combative coercion is only aimed at the formal knight. Those experienced knights cannot feel this coercion. Abel's performance shows that he has become a formal knight. "Yes, Lord." Abel bowed slightly, humbly, and replied with a fancy gift in the air with one hand. Viscount Dickens secretly rejoiced that he did not treat Abel in combat merit, let alone a genius in the Principality of Kamei. Even the entire human world is rare. It turned out that Abel handed him over as a master blacksmith. Not only was he talented in forging, but also talented in knight practice. Viscount Dickens pointed to a knight on the side and said, "This is the Knight of Saloyan, and he is leading the army by this siege of the orcs." Knight of Saloyan gave a gift to Knight of Marshall and Abel. The opportunity to make a contribution was provided by them. The Knight of Saloyan always wanted to thank him in person. This ceremony is the sincere gratitude expressed by Knight of Saloyan. Regarding the goodwill of the senior knights in the military, both the Marshall Knight and Abel also responded quickly, and the atmosphere on both sides seemed very friendly. The fighting skill is very high, 159 formal orc cavalry, 2 of which are senior orc cavalry, and wounded a heavy sky tit. Viscount Dickens said with a smile. It turned out that the heavy sky was wounded by the army. At this time Abel knew the origin of Bai Yun's injury, but fortunately did not expose Bai Yun. Viscount Dickens turned to look at Abel and said, "Master Abel, the 2 corpses you sent yesterday were identified by the Knights of Saloyan. One of them escaped from the siege. Protected by high-level orc cavalry, I also sent this battle to the Gangba city headquarters overnight, and the military department raised your reward from the master. Large cities such as Harvest City have their own formations that transmit information in the Blacksmith's Guild. The report of military exploits will be given due rewards after verification, and for the military exploits reported by the great city masters such as Viscount Dickens, reply the speed is very fast." Hearing the increase in the reward, Abel couldn't help rejoicing. Fortunately, he didn't bother to throw away the 2 corpses, and they really played a role. Knight Marshal, due to your heroic actions, rescued Matthew Castle and killed several orc cavalry in the process of guarding Harry Castle. The Principality of Carmel Principality awarded you the title of Lord. Viscount Dickens announced solemnly. Everything is for the Principality. Knight Marshal looked solemnly, thanking him half-knelt. Knight Saloyan, due to your proper command and killing 159 orc cavalry in the battle against the orcs, you will have your own coat of arms for 100 miles in the land of the Carmel Principality, Viscount Dickens continued. The Knight of Saloyan was half-knelt with tears in his face. We must know that from the unfinished land to the Lord of the land, it was a world of difference. From then on, the Knight of Saloyan formally stepped into the realm of the nobles and became a true nobleman. At last Viscount Dickens looked at Abel with a smile and said, "Master Abel, you have provided accurate information for the orc encirclement and rescued Matthew Castle. You have killed the orc cavalry several times. In view of your outstanding achievements, the Principality of the Cameron Army will the original Matthew Castle territory is conferred upon you and granted you lordship." Abel couldn't help but disbelieve his ears. The reward was a bit heavy, but looking at the smiling expression of Viscount Dickens, he somewhat understood that it was Viscount Dickens who had made a great effort in it, and it might be on the military side and the king's side. Do not want to offend a master. Abe learnt from the martial cavaliers and said on his knees, "All for the Principality." The Knights of Saloyan looked at Abel enviously. The reward given by the military to Master Abel was rewarded according to the highest standards. Like this highest standard, only members of the royal family would be able to enjoy it. Rarely non-royal members can enjoy. Viscount Dickens raised Abel with a smile, and said, "Is that you Master Abel or Lord Abel?" After that he couldn't help laughing. Indeed, for a blacksmith master like Abel, the status of a blacksmith master is far higher than that of a lord in the whole continent, but Abel is too young now and has not yet traveled to the mainland. His master is still famous. It is only a medal of the Blacksmith's Guild. Only when a lot of Abel's works appear on the mainland will this reputation really settle down and become Abel's real fame. You still call me Abel, the master and lord are just titles. Abel replied with a smile. Only people like Master Abel who don't care about wealth and status can make such achievements. Viscount Dickens said with some sigh, and the Knights of Saloyan on the side also deeply agreed. Viscount Dickens went on to say, "After 2 months of God's birthday, all 3 of you will arrive at Gangbata City to attend the ceremony of honoring, and never be late. In general, the title and title of the reward, after the title and the title are already rewarded, but if you want to be officially recognized, you must go to the capital city of Gangba, accept the king's award, and express to the king thanks and show loyalty to the principality." When he left, the Knights of Saloyan took the Marshal Knight and Abel. Now it is Lord Marshal. Be sure to find a place with them to celebrate. Marshal Knight dodges, but can only agree. Of course, Lord Marshal among them also wants the idea of associating with the Saloyan Knight, but Abel declined politely. Chapter 57 Training Elixir. Abel beckoned and stopped a carriage and said to the Lord, "Please take me to the Edmund auction house." The Emperor is very respectful to this young and polite aristocrat. He just saw the young aristocrat just came out of the city's main government house, and he knows that the people who can go in and out there are distinguished people, so he worked very hard. Take out the footstool and let Abel step on the carriage. Although Abel could go up with a single jump, he accepted the good intentions of the Lord. Abel also increasingly found that he had slowly begun to be assimilated by the world, and gradually used to his noble status. The carriage was running very smoothly. After getting out of the car, Abel threw out 2 silver coins, and signaled that the extra amount was a tip to thank the imperial service. Ever since Abel revealed the coat of arms at the Edmund auction house, everyone at the Edmund auction house has remembered this young noble master blacksmith, so when he just stepped off the carriage, he had been entertained. The waiter stepped forward to guide him to the VIP area and delivered good coffee. Dear Master Abel, dear Lord Abel, welcome to the Edmund auction house. The beautiful Yvette came to the VIP area with a smile and bowed to Abel. Edmund's news has always been so fast. I only knew it just now, and you already knew it. Abel laughed after getting up. You are a distinguished guest of Edmund Auctions, and the headquarters attaches great importance to you. Yvette said to the waiter on the side, and the waiter walked to Abel's side with a silver plate, which was a piece of money. Yvette pointed at the money bag and said, "This is the last time you commissioned us to auction weapons for a total of 22,000 gold coins. The headquarters waived the formalities for you. Your weapons have received a lot of money in Gangba City. People are welcome. The auction price of that magic weapon has reached the highest price in recent years." After receiving the money bag from the waiter, Abel found that the money bag was a bit small and light, and it was unlikely to hold more than 20,000 gold coins. Although I knew that Edmund Auction House could not go wrong with this, curiosity was still there. Ask him to open the purse. Inside is a dark gold card with a pattern of countless gold patterns on it. There are 22,000 digits in the middle. The other ones have no signs. He looked up and looked at Yvette questioningly. What is this card? Yvette explained with a smile, this is a magic gold card, which can only be owned by those who have a distinguished status and have passed the review of the Continental Chamber of Commerce. This is our application for our Edmund auction. It is available in all large stores across the continent. You can use or remove gold coins. Please drop your blood on it. This card can only be used by you alone. Isn't this a bank card? It is still a bank card that recognizes the Lord by blood, and with the improvement of Abel's identity, the social level he has contacted with has also increased. Some things he did not know before are now gradually understood. It turned out that there was no magic around, just that the identity of Abel or Lord Marshal and Knight of Bennett did not reach the level of contact with magical services. After receiving the needle that Yvette handed over, Abel used some force to break through the skin of his finger and drip blood on the magic gold card. The magic gold card's dark golden light flashed, and the recognition of the Lord was successful. Abel put away the magic gold card and bowed slightly to Yvette. Miss Yvette, thank you very much for everything that Edmund auctioned me, and I believe that the friendship between us will continue. After hearing Abel's assurance, the smile on Yvette's face grew stronger. Edmund's auction house worked hard to communicate with this new master blacksmith. At least in the human world, only magic weapons are available. Abel can forge it alone, but the magic weapon of the dwarven master is not there strong in the Principality of Kame, but in the entire human world, only the second and third class auction houses can represent it. Ms. Yvette, does your auction house have a supplement for official knights? Abel thought of his own situation and had to take the wizard test in 2 years. Now it is the most important thing to fully improve his ability. So the auxiliary potion that the formal knight could use became his hope. There are 3 kinds of auxiliary training medicaments that can be used by formal knights: hemolysis potions, blood tonics, and sacred potions. Yvette introduced and took out a piece of parchment to Abel. Instructions for the medicament, which one do you need? Abel took the parchment with the description and efficacy of the 3 potions. The blood melting potion is a kind of formal knight training, which converts the blood in the body directly into the potion that is stored in the body. This potion is used to exchange blood for the fighting gas to accelerate the gathering of the fighting gas. Blood. The second blood replenishing agent is born for the blood resolving agent. After using the blood replenishing agent, the lost blood will be replenished after taking the blood replenishing agent. Of course, this supplement is also limited. Each bottle of blood is used for medicaments. You need to take blood replenishers every day for 10 consecutive days, and then rest for 5 days before you can use the blood clot. In other words, blood clotting agents can only be used once every half month, while blood supplements are only used to replace the blood lost by blood clotting agents. The third type of Wawa elixir is used to help compress the fighting spirit. Although each knight will compress the fighting spirit during the practice, this process is very slow. After use, it will save 30 days of compression, and the interval between each use is 5 days. Abel thought, I don't know if this elixir potion has any effect on his pale golden spirit. I wonder if raising it to the master level can help him improve his combat level. Although his spirit is called a level combat, it has not really reached God. The level of aggressiveness. Yvette saw that Abel was very concerned about Ninghui pharmacy, and said with a smile, There is a legend about Manhwa pharmacy, saying that if you drink millions of bottles, then you can raise your fighting spirit to the level of fighting spirit. After speaking, Yvette also laughed, not to mention how many gold coins are needed for 1,000,000 bottles of essence of Hua, and not to mention the side effects of essence of Manhwa, just to say that 1,000,000 bottles of essence of Hua are placed in front of you and let you drink. What year is it going to drink? I will ask for some of the 3 medicines at any price. Abel decided to buy each and go back to try the effect. If there are effects, then buy more. These 3 medicaments are primary medicaments. Due to the problem of materials, it is difficult for master pharmacists to refine intermediate formal night medicaments. Therefore, on the mainland, formal night medicaments are basically primary medicaments. Wait explained very clearly that she did not want Abel to have a wrong understanding for this reason. Yvette went on to say, 50 gold coins per bottle of blood fusion potions, 10 gold coins per bottle of blood replenishing potions, and 100 gold coins per bottle of Manhwa potions. Abel couldn't help but stagger. The potions of these formal knights were several times higher than the price of the knights when they were trainees. If you really want to improve the knight level through potions, it is really not affordable for ordinary nobles. Give me 27 bottles of hemolysis potions, 270 bottles of blood replenishers, and 162 bottles of condensate potions. Abel was about to buy a 1-month supply. 27 bottles of 1,350 gold coins for hemolysis, 270 bottles of 2,700 gold coins for blood replenishment, and 162,200 coins of Manhwa medicine, a total of 20,250 gold coins. Yvette's mental calculation was very fast. Junko said 3 the respective value and total price of each medicine. Abel didn't expect to just empty the magic gold card he just got by just buying the potion, and took out the magic gold card from his arms and handed it to Yvette. Yvette took out the same magic gold card and docked 2 cards. Abel felt that the magic gold card came with a query: agree to pay 2,250 gold coins. Abel said to himself, agree. He saw that the amount in the magic gold card that belonged to him changed from 22,000 to 1,750, and put away the magic gold card. Abel couldn't help but be full of longing for magic again. This time Yvette prepared 2 large boxes for Abel. The boxes were lined with soft red silk to protect these potions. Chapter 58 Chamber of Matthew Castle. On the return journey, Lord Marshal and Abel first went to Matthew Castle. From then on, the territory surrounding Matthew Castle already belonged to Abel. This part of the Night Collar to the east and the middle of the Hairy Night Collar to the west, up to 100 miles of land, together with everything in Matthew Castle, lost the owner because all the heirs of the Matthew family had died. It was conferred to Abel by the principality, and also allowed Abel to have a coat of arms. The design of the coat of arms can now begin, but after going to Gangba City to participate in the ceremony of honor, it will be submitted to the Noble Management Department for final approval. Sent to all noble management departments across the continent for record. The carriage came to the door of Matthew Castle, but the steward Ken was already waiting at the door. There were several guards and a group of servants standing behind him. All eyes were full of confusion about the future and fate. Since all members of the Matthew family were killed, these people are waiting for the principality's decision. Yesterday, the city's main government has sent someone to announce that Lord Matthew has changed its name to Lord Abel. The castle and all the land belong to Lord Abel. The castle has since changed to a new owner, and these servants who live on the castle, the guard and even the steward were worried that the new owner would drive them out of the castle. Lord Marshal didn't get out of the car first, but said to Abel, "This is your castle, let's go and meet them first." Abel said with a smile, "This land is the land of the Hairy family. Although it will have 2 coats of arms, it will always belong to the Hairy family. In this world, the lord of each noble territory, regardless of the size of the territory, will have a coat of arms. When the territory is lost, the coat of arms will be retracted. Each noble will learn the knowledge of the coat of arms and recognize all the coats of arms. Those who have no territories are respected like the nobles of the territories, but who have no territories and no coats of arms are born inferior to the nobles of the territories. Abel now has a coat of arms, and as the heir of Lord Marshal, he will have another coat of arms. When Abel has his own children, 2 of them can inherit the coat of arms, territory, and title." The smile on Lord Marshal's face was even stronger. Abel was his adopted son and the son of his best brother. At this time, Abel had clearly defined the territory as the territory of the Hairy family, making him happy. The driver opened the door and Abel stepped out of the carriage first. Butler Ken stepped forward and bowed to Abel. "Dear Lord Abel, your castle welcomes you." Ken, I'm glad to see you again. Abel continued with a smile. Take me to see the castle. I can't wait. It's my honor. Steward Ken then saw Lord Marshal come down from the carriage and bowed quickly. Dear Lord Marshal. Lord Marshal waved and smiled and turned to Abel. Visit this castle together, but Matthew never invited me. I heard Lord Marshal say that the steward Ken did not answer because Lord Matthew had not had much contact with Lord Marshal before, and he also looked down on Lord Marshal, who was a knight at the time, but the steward of the former owner did not facing the new castle owner. Abel's impression of Ken, the housekeeper, is very good. He is even more impressed when he sees Ken's present attitude. The day before yesterday, when rescued Matthew Castle, it was already dark. Some buildings of the castle were burned by the fire. Today Abel found that everything in the castle has been restored. Because the castle was built by megaliths, the fire did not burn down the house, and you can see that the servants have worked very hard these days. In addition to the traces of fire on the outer wall, the disaster of that day is no longer visible. Looking at Abel's view of the castle, his expression of satisfaction on his face could not help but refresh his spirit. The efforts of these days were recognized by the new owner. He introduced the castle's voice to be more humble. Said, Dear Lord Abel, all the property here has not been touched, the city's government requires all property to be sealed up, and you will accept it when you arrive. Abel understood that this was a good show of Viscount Dickens. As a city master, Viscount Dickens did not take the property of a lord into mind. It was very cost-effective for him to pay Abel with these things. In the storeroom, Abel saw a few huge wooden boxes made of iron and wood. The boxes were sealed by the city's government. He didn't take a closer look and said directly to Ken, Ken, can I trust you? At the words of Abel, Ken knelt on one knee and said solemnly, Yes, Lord Abel, I give you my loyalty. I accept your loyalty, you are the steward of my castle, and we will be the family in the future. Abel said, holding up his hand and raising Ken. Thank you. Ken was already in tears, thinking he was going to lose everything, but now he got it again. The servants and the guards are your responsibility. Who is willing to stay, who wants to leave, whoever can stay is up to you. Those who leave are 5 gold coins per person, and I can help Lord Matthew for them. It's the right choice. Abel didn't want to worry about the trivial things in the castle. It was the right choice to leave professional matters to professional people. Master, I will arrange these properly, and the final result will be reported to you. Ken is very grateful for Abel's trust. The relationship between the steward and the master in this world is very close. Being able to get a position as a steward is equivalent to I will live with my master all my life. As the manager who is second only to the master in the castle, this position is very high. Coupled with working for such a young nobleman and blacksmith master, the future is bright. Lord Marshal watched Abel handle these things without speaking. This is Abel's castle. He didn't want to get involved in Abel's affairs. At this point, he was very clear. At the same time, he also told Abel the ability to handle things is very appreciated, and I am glad that Abel can find a suitable housekeeper. When several people entered the study, Ken took a wooden box from the bookshelf and said, There is a secret room here. The opening method is in this box. I will avoid it first. After Ken retreated from the study to the door, Lord Marshal was about to exit the study, but was stopped by Abel, and he smiled, Uncle Marshal, let's visit Lord Matthew's collection. Okay, a rare opportunity. I also want to know what the collection of other nobles is like. Lord Marshal did not quit. Opening the wooden box, Abel opened the mechanism according to the records above. On the wall of the study, a hidden door was opened, and the two walked into the secret room. This secret room had a long staircase going down, and the staircase was very dark, but it had no effect on the two formal knights of Abel and Lord Marshal. Along the stairs, they entered a particularly huge room. This room visual inspection reached 20 meters wide and 50 meters in length. 5 night pearls were inlaid on the roof, reflecting the entire room very bright. In the middle of the room are 2 neat rows of wooden display cases filled with various items. The surface of these items is very clean, indicating that the owner takes great care of these items and often cleans them. When Abel stepped forward and looked closely, he found that every item was individual instructions are written on the parchment in front of the item. Looking at the 10 rows of display cabinets on the left and right, Abel couldn't help but talk about Lord Matthew's family collection. If the Lord Viscount Dickens saw so many collections, would it be hard to say whether it would be tempting to say, let alone other, just talking about the 5 night Pearls overhead. If Lord Matthew dares to put them in the castle hall, it is estimated that all robbers on the mainland will be attracted. Although Abel didn't know much about the history of this world, the huge historical collection here also made him an eye-opener, whether it was a treasure of a certain country or a weapon of a famous general. Look at their collection room, then look at our castle's collection room, look at their collection, and then look at our collection. Abel said to Lord Marshal. Lord Marshal crossed Abel with his eyes and looked at the collection room again, saying, "How many years have my collection been collected? How can this family have been collecting for hundreds of years? How can it be compared?" Having said that, Lord Marshal secretly decided to go back and rebuild his own collection room according to this collection room. This comparison is too shameful. Chapter 59 Iron Meteorite. As he walked and visited, Abel became more and more rejoicing. This is the heritage of a family. Like Lord Marshal, a collection of decades cannot be compared with a family collection of hundreds of years. But as a traditional little aristocratic family, although a lot of valuable collections, Abel did not find a knight's secret skill, which also reflects the scarcity and preciousness of the knight's secret skills. The monopoly of the knight's secret skills of the great nobles is also one of their own status kind of protection. Abel couldn't estimate the value of all the collections in this collection, but Lord Marshal estimated from his experience that all the collections here should be worth more than 100,000 gold coins. Visited all the way, when reaching the innermost part of the collection room, a round black stone with a diameter of about 1 meter was placed in the corner. This is it. Abel hurried forward. He was familiar with the black stone in front of him. It was one of Master Bensom's important collections. It was said to have been obtained during the study of the dwarves. It was a finger-sized piece. Iron meteorite, even such a small piece of iron meteorite is also regarded as treasure by Master Bensom. Every time I talk to Abel, I use a very proud tone to say how few iron meteorite is, and most of the iron meteorites are owned by dwarves. Abel, what's wrong? Isn't it just a stone? Lord Marshal asked strangely, seeing Abel so caring about a stone. Uncle Marshal, you said it was a stone. If Master Bensham was here, he would break your head. Abel grinned at Lord Marshal. If he can beat me, let's say, what is this? Lord Marshal continued with a laugh, laughing. Iron meteorite. Abel's answer was very concise, but the tone was very heavy. It seems that only such a strong tone can show the value of this iron meteorite. What does an iron meteorite do? Lord Marshal was not a true blacksmith, and did not know the importance of iron meteorite. The legendary weapons used by gods are made with this. Most of the legendary weapons and equipment of Master Dwarf also use this as a raw material. Abel explained. Lord Marshal's eyes stared to the fullest, and he pointed at the iron meteorite unbelievably. How much is it worth? Have you heard of anyone selling legendary weapons? Abel asked in return. Lord Marshal understood Abel's meaning. Abel was a master blacksmith himself. Of course, this top-level weapon material was left to him to build. In this world, in addition to the artifacts used by God, the most top-level weapons and equipment are the legendary weapons with long history. These weapons and equipment have been very powerful once they have been manufactured, and have been precipitated by time. After many years of inheritance, these weapons and equipment it is famous all over the world. The biggest feature of legendary weapons and equipment is their durability. There are many powerful weapons that have lost their glory after decades of use, just like Abel's magic sword created by 100 rough forgings, although powerful, but after decades of use with the wear of the sword body, the magic sword will also be scrapped. The weapons and equipment forged by the iron meteorite will not wear out after hundreds of years of use. Although it cannot be worn forever, it can also be passed down for thousands of years. If Abel uses this iron meteorite to forge a magic weapon, it may become a legendary weapon. After many years, take this iron meteorite back to Harry Castle. Lord Marshal also thought of being able to see a weapon that might be legendary, because this castle does not have blacksmith tools, so this iron meteorite must be brought back to Harry Castle to be forged. Some anxious, he stepped forward and hugged the iron meteorite, trying hard to hold it. Lord Marshal's face was flushed, his body began to flash white spirits, and the iron meteorite finally left the ground and was hugged by him. My God, this is almost 1,000 pounds. You can take it yourself. Lord Marshal put the iron meteorite back on the ground again, and said with a little anger. Abel stepped forward and lifted the huge iron meteorite from the bottom with one hand. He pinched his hand and said with certainty, it's really heavy, more than 1,000 pounds. Lord Marshal looked at Abel silently. This kind of humiliating behavior made Lord Marshal very uncomfortable. His strength is about 600 pounds. After running a fight, he can reach a strength of 1,200 pounds, but this iron meteorite is a round stone, there is no way to grasp, so Lord Marshal is so strenuous. Only Abel, whose strength exceeds the iron meteorite too much, can hold this huge iron meteorite with one hand, and can easily walk around in his hand. Let's go, it's been a long time here. Lord Marshal no longer wanted to stay in this collection room, and had been hit here several times. Abel's footsteps were heavy. When he walked out of the back room, he felt the ground tremble at every step. Fortunately, the castle was built of megaliths, and the strength was nothing to say. Ken saw Abel and Lord Marshal come out of the study. Although he was a little surprised by the huge stone that Abel was holding, his good cultivation did not show him much surprise. He said, "Master, next you want to don't you see the guards and servants in the castle? No need, you can arrange these things." Abel's thoughts were now on the iron meteorite in his hand, but there was no thought to control the castle. Lord Marshal said with a smile, "Ken, we still have business today. I will leave everything to the castle, and I will arrange the treasurer to come and assist you." Ken understands this arrangement very well, so that the Lord's assured finance officer and a housekeeper in charge of all matters cooperate and restrict each other. This is the normal state of noble management. Abel found that the carriage could not eat the weight of the iron meteorite. Fortunately, the butler was willing to experience it enough, so that he could set up an ox cart and use 2 cows to pull it, so that this iron meteorite could be slowly pulled away. If the weapon is forged and the weight is not reduced, I am afraid that only a huge giant transporting beast like Bayun can quickly take away the iron-forged weapon. The ox cart is very slow. The carriage of Abel and Lord Marshal can only follow the ox cart slowly. This is not a long way. Abel and they walked for half a day, and by the time the castle was dark. Hearing the news, Master Benson ignored the darkness and could not wait to ask Abel to see the iron meteorite. Abel led Master Benson to the newly built blacksmith's workshop in Abel in the castle. Lord Marshal became the master of the blacksmith for Abel. He specially vacated a large warehouse, which became an independent operation room for Abel, because the temporary blacksmith shop has moved back to the iron ore field following the calming of the storm caused by the orcs. The smithy went. Any idea that Abel had before had to travel a long way to the smithy to experiment. Now with this independent operating room, he can easily carry out his own experiments at any time. On the central ground of Abel's independent operation room, there was the iron meteorite that was brought back. Master Benston was holding the light and carefully touching the surface of the iron meteorite with his hands. It seemed that he could not see clearly. Take down the oil lamp from the lamp holder, and shine back and forth on the stone. Master Benston looked for a long time, almost flipped the entire meteorite up and down, and finally murmured, "Yes, this is an iron meteorite. I have never seen such a huge iron meteorite when I was a dwarf. What kind of weapon do you think this iron meteorite is suitable for?" Abel had some doubts about the handling of this iron meteorite. What he wanted most was to forge a super heavy giant sword, which was basically nothing in his hands. It is comparable. In my opinion, your level is still improving now. You can't find the second one of this iron meteorite, and wait for your level to be higher. Master Bentham knows Abel's level very well, he believes that Abel is still ascending and forging it now is a waste of such a good iron meteorite. I obey your opinion, leave this iron meteorite first. Abel thought of his recent surge in mental power, and he can find runes from time to time. When he can master more runes, his mental power is also stronger. At this time, after experimenting with the method of making rune language manufacturing equipment, then using this iron meteorite to make an extremely powerful rune language is the best choice. Chapter 60 Taking Medicament. I played with Black Wind for a while at night, used mount enhancement, and gave Black Wind a massage with vigor. Abel looked at the Black Wind and said in his heart, "Grow up quickly, be very, very strong, and your task is to be able to hold me in my arms easily." The Black Wind being enjoyed suddenly shivered, and could not help but open his eyes, looked at the host in doubt, and asked what happened to the host, how could it suddenly feel the chill? Abel was amused by the stupid look of Black Wind. The recent growth speed of Black Wind has been significantly improved, which shows that mount strengthening is very effective. If the orc sacrifice sees the growth of the Black Wind, he will be surprised at the growth speed of the Black Wind. This is because Abel's pale golden vindictiveness is more powerful than ordinary vindictiveness, so the strengthening effect of the mount is also more obvious. After handling the Black Wind, Abel asked Black Wind to play on his own, and he was about to start synthesizing potions. From the box full of medicaments, take out 27 bottles of hemolytic medicament, 270 bottles of blood replenishing medicament, and 162 bottles of Hua medicament in front of him. Abel empties the Heradick Cubes and puts 3 bottles at a time to synthesize. From the primary medicament to the intermediate medicament, the medicament in front of it turned into a medium medicament with a blue arc of light, 9 bottles of intermediate hemolysis medicament, 90 bottles of intermediate blood replenishing medicament, and 54 bottles of intermediate condensate syrup. From the middle-level medicament, the high-level medicament was synthesized again, and the medicament in front of it decreased again, all of which became high-level medicaments with a golden arc of light, 3 bottles of advanced hemolytic medicament, 30 bottles of advanced blood hydrating medicament, and 18 bottles of advanced condensate medicament. In the end, the high-level potions were synthesized into master potions. These potions with a dark golden arc of light, including 1 bottle of master-level hemolysis potions, 10 bottles of master-level blood supplements, and 6 bottles of master-level condensate potions, were collected by Abel. Stand up. Taking out the masterclass hemolysis potion, Abel closed his eyes, poured the potion into his mouth, and the night-breathing operation started. He immediately felt that the blood began to boil, and as the blood boiled, the blood began to decrease, and the blood in the blood was silky. The pale gold vindictiveness began to gather. Although the number was not too much, it also increased 10 times as usual, and this collection took a long time. About half an hour, Abel had begun to feel the dizziness caused by lack of blood. He was taken aback. This is different from what is described in the description. It is not that the blood will stop when it is reduced to just enough. How can it keep decreasing? Abel quickly poured a bottle of blood replenisher into his mouth. After the bottle of the master-level blood replenisher entered the body, the state of blood boiling was worsened like pouring a barrel of oil, but Abel's dizziness began to improve. A bottle of blood replenishing agent lasted for another half an hour, and the feeling of dizziness and ischemia began again. Drinking a bottle of master blood replenishing agent again, just like the engine was full of oil, the boiling again intensified, just like this bottle. The bottle of the master-level blood replenisher was drunk by Abel, and the pale golden spirit in his body became more and more. The spirit began to concentrate and compress in his chest. When the last bottle of blood replenisher was consumed, Abel's chest appeared. Got the first air pocket. Although this air pocket is formed, there is not much fighting spirit inside. If there is no medicine to help, it will take years to supplement these fighting spirits alone. Abel didn't expect that this mastery of hemolysis potions is so strong. If there is not enough blood supplements, I am afraid that he will be the first knight to be squeezed out by masters of blood clot. Abel doesn't know if anyone has ever drunk this masterclass hemolytic agent in history. According to Mizivet of Edmund Auctions, because of raw materials, the highest level hemolytic agent in the world is only intermediate level fusion. Blood potion, then this bottle of potion that Abel drank may be the first bottle of mastery blood melting potion in history. Thinking of Abel here cannot help but fight a shiver. If luck is worse, I am afraid that his own ending will be miserable. Abel found that the ratio of the hemolytic agent and the blood-enriching agent is still the same. The ratio of 1 to 10 is just that the master agent eliminates the hidden dangers in the original agent, does not cause drug resistance, and exerts its efficacy at one time. After using 1 bottle of master hemolysis pharmacy, use 10 bottles of master blood enema to supplement it. Abel figured out that the cost of this training was more than 4,000 gold coins. If the master potion can be used every day, then the gold coin spent will be an astronomical number, and whether the Edmund auction house has enough inventory to providing him and buying so many potions would make people doubt that it was a headache for him. Then take out the master-level Manhwa medicament and pour it into the mouth. After the Manhwa medicament enters the body, it quickly forms a heat stream rushing to Abel's gas core. Under the perception of Abel's mental power, the density of the gas core is slightly the austerity of this magnitude, if it were not for his mental power perception, would really not be felt. Let's try another bottle. Rest assured that Abel, the master class of elixir produced by Heradick Cubes, has 12 points, and once again pour into a bottle. Under the mental strength, the gas core has a slight tightening. Putting the remaining 4 bottles into his mouth, Abel felt it with mental strength. At least 100 bottles of this kind of medicine would cause qualitative changes. These 6 bottles of master batch of Manhwa spent Abel's 1,600 gold coins, then 1 bottle is 2,700 gold coins, and this number is multiplied by 100, so 270,000 gold coins will be lost. Regarding this figure, Abel had the urge to call Bayun to rob. Although he had artifacts such as Heradick Cubes, there were too many synthesized things, and it was a big trouble to sell them. Some people suspect that the ensuing troubles will come. Abel decided that in addition to some necessary training and experiments, the rest of the time would be used to forge weapons and sell them to make money. Only forging weapons to make money is the fastest and the most clear way to make money. Abel gradually entered dreamland in his wild thoughts. In the dream, he got a treasure, which was full of potions. He spent all his sleep in synthetic potions, so it was easy to synthesize all potions into master potions. At this time, it felt itchy on his face. Opening his eyes, Hafen was stretching his tongue and licking his face. Oh my god, it's almost a dream. Even in a dream, I worked hard all night to synthesize it. As a result, I didn't drink a bottle, Abel thought, holding the black wind with one hand, and started to dark with his hands. The wind's belly was scratching, while the black wind twisted the little body and evaded hard. After playing with black wind for a while, Abel started the night practice every morning, and then had breakfast. Abel came to his own independent operating room in the castle. With more and more secrets, he has begun to pay attention to some details, the Heradick Cubes often used in his forging process, and some special technologies of another world do not want people to discover, so Abel decided to build in the castle in the future this operation room is completed. Entering the operating room, Abel found a gorgeous carriage parked in the operating room. Lindsay moves quickly. Abel whispered softly. Step forward and take a closer look at this carriage. The body of the carriage is made of whole wood. The surface of the carriage is engraved with the pictures of the heroic battle of the first king of the Principality of Kamei. The four sides of the carriage are engraved with 4 famous battles. China is very popular. The interior wall of the carriage is lined with soft padding, and the outside is wrapped with delicate animal skin. The seat is also soft. From these aspects, it can be seen that the designer of this carriage has already considered the issue of shock absorption. The wheels of the carriage are made of whole wood. The outer ring is surrounded by a thin layer of iron sheet to protect the wooden wheels. The middle axle is forged from all iron. For this carriage, Abel is still very satisfied, at least no need to worry about decoration, as long as some modifications can be done. Compared with those who disassembled cars in the previous life, Abel's disassembly was extremely simple. First, loosen the buckle of the wheel. The carriage was lifted off the ground just by gently lifting him, and the wheels were unloaded. Down, then unloading the other parts by 8 pieces, and finally this gorgeous carriage was disassembled into parts of the ground. Chapter 61 Super Ox Cart. First of all, to solve the vibration problem of the carriage during the traveling process, Abel added 4 sets of thick springs as the shock absorber to the part connecting the front and rear axles with the carriage. For the production of these springs, Abel can be sure that at the current level, it would not be possible to make such spiral springs unless he has unparalleled strength and spring steel manufactured according to previous memory. The spring steel was thrown into the furnace, slowly forged into a thick and long iron bar, and then the iron bar was bent around an iron bar. Because there was no tool, it could only be operated by hand, and Abel's great power was exerted at this time. Function, although this spring steel is not as hard as Byllian iron and steel, but it cannot be bent by manpower. If Abel's body was not promoted by the crazy promotion of energy all day and night, he would not be able to do this job. Each group of 4 springs was fixed at the bottom of the carriage with iron plates on one side, and one end was fixed to the axle. 16 springs used Abel's time and energy. After the shock absorber is successfully manufactured, it is Abel's most important part. For the production of this part, Abel has prepared 20 pieces of rough to make rectangular thick iron pieces. It is only Abel's behavior to make iron pieces from Byllian rough. This semi-finished material that is used to create various weapon armors is like a treasure in the hands of any blacksmith. This iron piece is equivalent to 1 great sword value. First draw the general position on an iron piece. Abel tossed the iron piece into the stove. After the iron piece became hot, clamp the iron piece with iron pliers and use a slotted solder to cut out the iron piece. There is a groove, this is the place to prepare the gem. All 20 iron pieces were grooved, and the iron pieces were thrown into the water for cooling. After cooling, the iron pieces were dried with a cloth. The next step was to depict the runes. The rune that Abel is going to draw is an ice magic rune. For this rune, he is very proficient, but the rune ink used this time is a synthetic ice magic intermediate rune ink, considering the elementary rune ink. The energy channel is very fragile. Use intermediate rune ink for safety reasons. This is to be placed in a carriage. Safety is the most important. In the end, it is a carriage that he rides. The intermediate rune is synthesized by himself, and it does not cost much. After Abel's mental strength improved, the runes were already very easy to draw. After using the mental power control to draw 5 runes continuously, he felt that his mental strength was discontinued. He took a short break for a while and then drew 5 rune. 10 ice magic runes are all drawn. Abel took out the fire magic intermediate rune MO and then drew all the last 10 iron pieces into fire magic iron pieces. Install gems, 10 sapphires and 10 rubies in the grooves of the iron plate. These gems are all synthesized by Abel, and the cost is very low. Next, Abel built 2 cabinets with ordinary iron, and fixed the cabinets on both sides of the carriage. The doors of the cabinet were all densely drilled with small holes. Abel imitates the fan sheet, and the middle is fixed to the cabinet with a bearing connection. The way to rotate the sheet is to use a conveyor belt to connect to the axle. Next, arrange 10 ice magic iron pieces neatly in front of the fan page, and fix it. A handle is added to the outside of the cabinet. Pull the handle. There are 10 options for the handle. With the first step, the handle is pulled. The iron and wood connected to the handle contact an ice magic iron piece to stimulate the freezing effect. Adjust the gear position. As the gear position increases, the iron wood in contact with the ice magic iron piece increases, which stimulates the freezing effect. It is even stronger. When the carriage is moving, the axle rotates, and the fan sheet is driven by the conveyor belt. The sheet blows the cold air generated by the freezing effect excited by the 10 ice magic iron sheets through the small holes in the cabinet door. This is the ice magic refrigeration air conditioner designed by Abel. 10 ice magic iron pieces made by the same manufacturing technology as the ice magic sword. According to the auction price, one magic sword is worth 20,000 gold coins, so 10 that's 200,000 gold coins. Of course, if it is really worth it, there is also the value of using intermediate rune ink. These magic iron pieces use intermediate rune ink. Because of the scarce raw materials for making intermediate rune ink, the value of this rune ink is inestimable. Then 10 fire magic iron pieces were put into another iron cabinet, and the fire magic heating air conditioner was made in the same way. The entire air conditioning system is worth more than 400,000 gold coins. Abel is already considering whether to promote this type of air conditioning system so that the air conditioning system of a carriage is enough for his own training. Where the axle of the carriage is connected to the wheel, the original process is a direct connection method, with some lubricant added in the middle. This method is very backward technology in Abel's view. All 4 wheels are installed in the middle. With the bearing, when the wheel is gently turned by hand, the wheel can easily turn many turns. It is estimated that this improvement can make the horses pulling the cart more labor-saving and faster. The improvement of the wheel also lies in the improvement of the outer ring. Abel uses multiple layers of animal skins on the wheels. The outermost luxuriously uses the top animal skins to make the outer layer. These animal skins were found from Marshall's collection. Because the area was too small to make leather armor, he threw it in the warehouse and this time he used it to make the outer layer of the wheel. After the entire carriage was assembled, this super-luxury carriage was successfully converted. Abel called a carpenter from the castle and wrapped the 2 air-conditioned shells with wooden cabinets to make 2 tables. There are 2 rows of soft chairs, with 2 wooden tables on the sides and 2 air conditioners below the wooden table. This carriage or ox cart, because it will be 2 scorching oxen, and it will take Abel 3 days. It will be a birthday gift for Lord Marshall. I believe that such a cart will allow Lord Marshall. Satisfied. Next, Abel took out 2 identical rune plates from the werewolf. The above were runes he had never seen before, but according to the Saloyan knight who surrounded the orcs, the werewolf was being rune cards were thrown during the attack, which greatly weakened the fighting spirit of the 33 knights. From the memory, Abel clearly knew that there were not many runes that could reduce the attack in Diablo 2. Listening to the effect described by the Knights of Saloyan, Abel guessed that the 2 rune cards might be the same as the rune used. The cards are the same, so it is most likely a 12 #SOL soul rune. 12 #SOLL soul. Plus 9 minimum damage. Offset physical damage 7. Although it is not known how much physical damage 7 is in reality, the fighting strength of the 33 knights is also weakened a lot. Abel remembers the wound on Bayun's body and looked at it for a long time, but it did not go deep. In this case, it is estimated that the attack power and physical damage of 30 formal knights below the junior level are almost equivalent. I don't know how powerful the knight is, but this rune can completely defend the senior knights and the knights below the high level. Use this rune as a shield, which is Abel's idea. Although there is no way to make such a powerful equipment as rune language, then this single rune magic weapon can still be made. Although Abel rarely makes shields, but with strong power and increasing control and mental power, making shields is not a problem. Abel chose a knight shield, also known as a kite shield. This medium-sized shield with a flat top and a pointed bottom is the most commonly used shield for knights. The surface is painted with the coat of arms of the knight, which is both practical and beautiful. Abel chose the best quality iron ore from iron ore. This time he is going to start forging from scratch. This is the first time he has made rough casts after his strength has grown. This time Abel used a 100-pound hammer for forging. This is also no way. The previous 30-pound hammer felt like holding a toothpick in his hand, although the 100-pound hammer seemed to him it's still too light, but this is already the heaviest and biggest hammer. From the first practice to the 80 practice, Abel forging was very easy. After the 80 practice, Abel found that without mental strength, strong power can still forcibly roughen the rough billet. Using this unreasonable way, Abel directly builds the rough to 100 drills. At this time, he is not satisfied with the 100 drills. Since he can forge the 100 rough drills without using mental energy, how much will the mental power be used for forging? What about rough? Chapter 62 Rough Forging. Just do it. Abel wrapped his rough again with his mental strength, because he did not use normal methods to practice his practice. Under the influence of mental strength, he felt that he could continue to forge 100 pounds of iron. The hammer was lifted high and dropped again, and the rough billet was thrown into the stove, and it was taken out again and again and again. Practice 101, Practice 102, Practice 103. Practice 120. At 120 hours, Abel found that this rough was no longer refined by forging. This structure was tighter and harder than the original Bylien rough. He called this rough directly as 120 rough. From rough to shield forming, just tap slowly. A typical knight shield is made by Abel, and a groove is cut in the inside of the shield to place a gem. Rune Abe chose intermediate attribute rune ink, and the rune drawing is very easy. Abel, who has had experience in transforming runes several times, does not modify the rune body this time, but adds an energy rune circuit. It is connected to the groove, and there are 4 ready-made examples for reference to the energy rune circuit. This rune drawing can only be successful once. Putting the diamond into the groove as a source of energy, using the spiritual power to guide the rune was successfully excited in a burst of white light. Although the function of this shield has not been tested, this time the production was very successful. Put the shield on the ground. Abel struck directly with a hammer, first hit with a force, that is, 200 pounds of force. When the hammer hit the shield, a white light flashed on the surface of the shield. It was directly offset. Abel used 60% of his strength again. This was already the power of the Midnight Knights fighting outburst. This attack was again offset by the white light flashing on the surface of the shield. Seeing such a powerful shield, Abel was excited in his heart. The hammer in his hand could not help but use his full strength. The force of up to 2,000 pounds hit the shield directly. Only a loud noise was heard and the shield was smashed into the shield. In the boulder-paved ground, this attack was not completely mitigated. Abel didn't know what level of knights could give out 2,000 pounds of power, but this shield was enough for the knights to use in battle. In addition, Abel also found that the shield made of 120 rough was also beyond the imagination. Under this great force, although most of the physical damage was offset, the place where the hammer and the shield touched did not even have any traces, which shows how hard the shield is. The power of magic weapons is the magic effect. This time the magic effect offsets physical damage and matches the shield. As long as the energy in the diamond that is the source of energy is not consumed, this magic effect will always exist, although the shield can't offset magical attacks, but apart from the magical effects attached to several magical weapons he forged himself, Abel hasn't seen magical attacks for so long. The magic shield to offset physical damage has been created, but it is still very ugly. The shield surface is bright, plus the leather lining has not been made. However, Abel also had some doubts. During the build process today, he forged a 120 rough. This is slightly different from Master Bensum's statement. According to Bensum, the rough is up to 100. He decided to put this. The shield was shown to Master Bencham, and the black armor in the room also required Master Bencham to identify the materials. Back in the room, Abel took the black armor and rode away to the smithy on a horse. "This is your new work." Master Benstam looked at the shield in Abel's hand and took it with curiosity. "This material." The first time Master Bencham noticed the difference in materials, looked up and asked Abel, "Is this refined from ordinary iron ore?" "Yes, I choose the best iron ore in the mine," Abel replied. "It's impossible, although this material is not comparable to iron meteorite, but it is definitely more than ordinary practice. What method did you use to forge it?" Although Master Bencham knew that asking others directly, it was not very good. Even if the other party is his own disciple, his strong curiosity and love of the blacksmith profession made him ask this question blurtly. "This is the material obtained in the 120th practice." Abel told the truth. There is no need to conceal from Master Bencham, unless there is a special secret about himself. 120 practice. How could it be 120 practice? At this moment, Master Bencham felt deeply that everything he had learned was shattered. He did not doubt what Abel said. First, Abel did not need to talk to him. Lying. The second is that the material of the shield in front of it is really different. "I'll forge it for you once in person." Seeing the change in Master Bencham's expression, Abel directly asked for forging. Come to my operating room." Master Bentham grabbed Abel and pulled him into his own operating room. Master Bencham picked out a pile of iron ore for a while, found the best one, put it on the console and said to Abel, "This is the best iron ore here. Can you use it?" "No, I'll go to the mine again." "That's fine." Abel reached out and threw the iron ore into the furnace. When Abel removed the 100-pound heavy hammer from the side, Master Bencham's eyes were frozen and he refined it with a 100-pound hammer. "This has never been done. I heard that someone could do this, because the 100-pound hammer is only used by blacksmiths to flatten large curved irons, not for scouring. The number of swings required for 100 refining is more than 1,000 times. How many people can hold such a heavy hammer?" But when Master Bencham saw Abel pinching iron ore from the furnace for forging, he found that Abel's use of the 100-pound hammer was much easier than using a 30-pound hammer himself. And listening to the sound of the hammer between the hammer and the rough, it can be known that Abel used a lot of power. Bentham knew about Abel's power. Although the power was great, it had not yet reached that level. In other words, Abel's power was greatly enhanced. From practice 1 to practice 80, Master Bencham watched Abel's forging and could not help nodding. These were all taught to Abel, but now Abel's technology is not inferior to him. But when he saw that during the 81 exercise, Abel did not use mental power, nor did he forge the texture along the texture based on his experience, but increased his strength and forced the forge. At this moment, Master Bencham felt that it was not watching a person forging the rough, but watching a far stone monster hammering the ground. With each hit, the master felt the ground tremble. The rough, which should not have been refined by violence under this violence, continues to be refined, and refined one after another. Until 100 hours of training, Abel began to use his mental strength. This is also the reason for his lack of experience. If the experience is sufficient, he can still exercise without using his mental strength. With the end of Abel's last hammer forging, the rough on the operating table has been refined 120 times. Master Bencham looked at the rough and could not speak for a long time. "How big is your power in the end?" Master Bentham finally remembered an important question. If this technology is used by others, it must first have power. What kind of power must be achieved to create such a 120 rough? So he asked Abel. "About 2,000 pounds, Abel said softly, afraid that Master Bencham would be scared. 2,000 pounds. Master Bentham whispered in his heart, "Monster. If you don't use fighting power, how much power?" Master Bencham suddenly thought that Abel was a knight, and that strength was a bonus. 2,000 pounds is the case without fighting, Abel explained, but he didn't dare to say the number with fighting bonus. He was really afraid to scare Master Bencham. "Hey," Master Bencham sighed and shook his head helplessly, "let alone a blacksmith and a few knights who can reach this power. It seems that I can use this method to forge 120 rough. It was only Abel. Chapter 63 Dinner. At this time, Master Bentham turned the shield and found that a diamond was set behind the shield. He couldn't help asking, "This shield is a magic armor?" "Yes, my newly developed armor can offset some physical damage," Abel explained. "Your current level is far better than mine," lamented Master Bentham. The master did not know how powerful it was to offset a certain amount of physical damage. If he knew, it would never be such an easy expression. "I've got a pair of armor. Can you see what the material is? Abel took out the black armor and sent it to Master Bentham. At this time, Master Bentham discovered that Abel also took another piece of equipment and took the armor from Abel. The difference between the appearance and weight of the armor made the master almost use the wrong power. Holy Wolf's favor. How could this armor be in your hands? Master Bentham asked in horror. This is my trophy. I went out and killed a werewolf a few days ago. The armor I got was called Holy Wolf's Grace, ? Abel wondered why Master Bentham was so frightened. Answered in the field. This is the relic of the wolf tribe. If the wolf tribe knew that the armor was here, they would do everything in their power to retrieve it. Master Bentham continued, I told you about legendary equipment a few days ago, this armor is legendary. Master Bentham recalled, it is said that the werewolf totem Holy Wolf killed a black dragon cub and was hunted down by the black dragon family. He was seriously injured and escaped the hunt. When the Holy Wolf returned to the werewolf family, he returned the corpse and the orc craftsman made this armor from the skin and scale of the black dragon cub. The werewolf you killed this time should be an important figure of the werewolf royal family. Abel remembered the werewolf royal skill, wolf cavalry gun skills, and could not help but have affirmed Master Bentham's statement in his heart. The best way now is to seal this Holy Wolf's favor, and don't let anyone know that you have this armor. Master Bentham proposed. Abel knew that this armor was such a dangerous thing. Of course, he had to heed the advice of Master Bentham. The werewolves were among the top super clans in the Orc Empire. They had countless high-level combat power. Think about being werewolves. As a result of the family hunt, he could not help but fight a shiver. It turned out that Abel still wanted to wear this armor when he was transformed into a werewolf, and his own safety could be protected. Fortunately, first come to ask Master Bentham for advice. If you really wear this armor and appear in the Orc Empire, then it's true it is the act of seeking death. With the armor, Holy Wolf's favor, back to the castle, this time Abel didn't dare take it directly in his hand, but instead found a box to put in it. Once back in the castle, he put the box into his own operation. In the warehouse, he only has the key, which is a very safe place. As time went on, the atmosphere in the castle became more and more enthusiastic, because Lord Marshall's birthday plus his and his adopted sons were captive at the same time. Together these three happy events, Lord Marshall was preparing to host a grand ceremony in the castle on the birthday. The dinner invited the nobles of Harvest City and nearby lords. Of course, the Knights of Bennett were also invited. In addition to taking the time to comfort the lonely white clouds in the forest in the past few days, Abel forged weapons in the operating room in the castle and prepared to hand them to Edmund Auction House for gold coins. Of course, he did not forge all magic weapons. If a large number of magic weapons appear on the market, it will inevitably affect the price of magic weapons. Edmund's is only an auction house in Kamgong. The consumption capacity of Kamgong is limited. Abel is prepared to provide 10 120 swords and 2 magic weapons at a time. I believe these are far more than ordinary weapons, will definitely get the favor of the market. On June 10th, the entire Harry Castle was renewed on this day. The huge red heraldic blanket that can only be hung on the castle's retaining wall will make the castle look fiery red from a distance. The roads in the castle are cleaned with water. After that, the servants had put on brand new clothing, and the attendants and guards had put on their best equipment. Harry Castle was ready to welcome the guests. Although it is a dinner party, from noon, guests are constantly coming. Busy servants can be seen from time to time in the castle. Every guest today is very important. With the improvement of Lord Marshall's status, the level of communication has also begun to rise. Although it is only the Lord, in a country where the Lord of Carmel is difficult to obtain and more difficult to promote, Lord's status is already very honorable. Being a lord of the territory, this status made him one of the top noble circles in Harvest City. Abel had put on a gorgeous noble dress early, because he had not participated in the honor ceremony of the king and did not wear a coat of arms on his chest, but except for the coat of arms, his dress was sewn entirely in accordance with the identity of the Lord for this evening, Lord Marshall. Specially invited Ms. Canty, the best tailor in Harvest City, to the castle to customize it for Abel. Although Abel was very annoyed by the tedious wearing of this kind of clothes, in this hot weather, this multi-layered dress always made him feel like he was put in a sealed pocket, but according to Lord Marshall, the nobility is important. It is not how many gold coins you have, but how honorable you can be. Abel's understanding of this sentence is that he must face his life and suffer sin. Of course, he can only say this in his heart. Lord Marshall's emphasis on this birthday can be seen from all aspects. Red wine is a 10-year red wine produced by the Principality of the Thundering Kingdom, which is scheduled many days in advance by commercial firms in Harvest City. Even the tableware for dining is newly bought silver tableware. Food is prepared by chefs specially invited to Harvest City. In general, Harry Castle has insufficient heritage. Compared to those castles that have been around for hundreds of years, Harry Castle still looks too young. Although Marshall came from a large family, since he independently established the castle, Lord Marshall the Harry family-in-law is no longer related to the Harry family in Gangba City. The long distance also makes the two families not closely related. In this case, Lord Marshall was very strict about this dinner. He is a respectable person and wants to do everything best. Uncle Marshall, why don't I transfer some servants from Abel Castle? Abel has discovered that due to the dignity of today's guests, every guest has to be followed by a dedicated servant, which has caused understaffed. He asked Lord Marshall. Okay, Abel. Lord Marshall had already noticed the situation, and quickly agreed. You should know that the servants in the castle cannot be directly used from ordinary people. Each servant has to undergo special learning. The servant represents the descent of the master. Every nobleman will have a special training for the servant. Method. Both of the carriages in the castle were heading towards Abel Castle. Before the evening arrived, ensure that enough servants were available in the castle. As night came, Harry Castle was brightly lit, and Lord Marshall stood at the door of the hall inside the castle, welcoming all distinguished guests. Abel stood beside him, with a smile on his face, listening to him whisperingly introducing these guest identity. Dear Master Benson, here. Dear Bennett, here. Butler's voice came from outside the castle gate. When Abel heard it, he hurried to meet the castle door. Father Bennett had to greet him personally. Although Master Bentham was working for Lord Marshall's smithy, he was very famous in Harvest City and was Abel's forging teachers. Abel respects him very much. Master Father, Master, welcome to today's dinner. Abel had arranged for someone to drive Lord Marshall's birthday present, and 2 super ox carts pulled by 2 angry cows would pick up the Bennett Knights first, and then Master Benson. The Bennett Knight first got out of the car. When he saw Abel, a smile of relief appeared on his serious face, and he nodded to Abel, followed by Abel's mother, Nora, who had not seen her second son for some days. At this moment there are already some hazy eyes, only because of this occasion can I hold back the excitement in my heart. Next to the car was Abel's elder brother Zach, who jumped in front of Abel and hugged him, but stood side by side with a gentle cough from Bennett. Abel couldn't help but laugh a little. Brother Zach was still so afraid of his father and chuckled. He said to Zach, Dear brother, if you can become a formal knight, then I will send you a full set of knight gear to celebrate. Zach's eyes brightened and he laughed and said, Abel, that day won't be long. You need to get ready early. Master Bencham finally got out of the car and said to Abel with a smile, This car is not bad. I see and feel bumps when I sit on it, but if you bring me a birthday gift to Lord Marshall, will you let me? Is he unhappy? Uncle Marshall will blame me if there is a car not to pick you up, Abel replied, holding Master Bencham. Chapter 64 Prince Wyatt. Abel did not introduce the function of this super ox cart to Master Bencham. He did not want to deprive Lord Marshall of the pleasure of receiving the gift, so Master Bencham did not know the value of this ox cart, but thought that Abel has modified the shock absorption, and the master believes that Abel has this ability. When Abel sent his father's family and Master Bentham into the hall, and just returned to Lord Marshall, he heard Lindsay's voice outside the castle. Master Solon Oak Shield arrives. The master did not know the Lord Marshal, but the Lord knew that Master Thorin was the judge of Abel's master blacksmith, and he also sent an invitation to the master blacksmith. He originally thought that Master Thorin would not attend the dinner. The invitation is only a courtesy. You should know that dwarves rarely attend human banquets, but the Master Solon is still here. It may only be because of the importance he places on Abel. Welcome, Master Thorin. Abel stepped forward and said sincerely. Hello, Master Abel, although the Lord and the fiefdom of human beings are not much to you, I still bring the blessings of the Blacksmith Guild. Master Thorin's attitude is very clear, and his arrival is clear to everyone. The ground showed that the Blacksmith's Guild stood behind Abel. Master Thorin, you will stay in the castle after the banquet. I want to ask you some things. Although Master Benson studied for a while in the dwarves, he was not the master of the dwarven blacksmith. In the heart of Abel for some questions, I still want to ask Master Thorin to understand that I originally wanted to wait for Master Thorin after everything has been busy recently, and this time Master Thorin came in person to give Abel the opportunity to ask Master Thorin make your own demands in advance. Of course you can, Master Abel must have some wonderful ideas, and I will definitely stay. Master Thorin understood in his heart that Abel must have had some new achievements before he asked him for advice. Master Thorin, I am very happy that Abel can share his forging experience with him. The Lord of the Harvest City, the distinguished Viscount Dickens arrives. The four princes of Kamei, His Excellency His Highness Prince Wyatt George. The voice at the door shocked all the guests. The Lord and the four princes of the principality came to the dinner together, and the news shocked everyone. The Lord of the city rarely attends dinners of others, let alone leave the Harvest City to other people's castle to attend the dinner. And His Royal Highness the four princes of the Principality of Carmel, how could such a distinguished person come to attend a lord's birthday dinner? Lord Marshal and Abel, who were their masters, had quickly walked to the doorway. At this moment, 2 carriages were parked at the doorway, and 8 knights followed them. The owner of the carriage had got out of the carriage and was looking at the castle. His Lord, His Highness Prince Wyatt, Harry Castle welcomes you, said Lord Marshal, bowing salute to the 2. I heard that on your birthday, I brought a small gift to congratulate myself. Viscount Dickens said warmly and handed a small box. Lord Marshal took the box, opened it, and said, I didn't invite you because I knew you were in control. It was my fault. In the box is a medal with a portrait of the goddess of harvest on it. This kind of medal was made by a senior priest in the temple of the goddess of harvest. The process of making the rich medal is cumbersome. Only one can be produced every few years, but at the same time countless lords want to obtain the rich medal, in order to obtain the protection of the land of the goddess of the harvest, so it is even more difficult to find a medal. Of course it is not difficult to obtain the medal of richness as Viscount Dickens, but Viscount Dickens gave this gift very carefully. Thank you for the gift, it is so precious. Lord Marshal put the gift in the box and closed it, with a smile on his face. Prince Wyatt saw Viscount Dickens deliver the gift to the Knight of Marshal in his presence, and his face was a bit ugly. Although he came with Viscount Dickens, he had no relationship with Viscount Dickens. Well, or in the Principality of Kamei, the relationship between the royal family and all the great nobles was very tense. Although the identity of Prince Wyatt is noble, this premise is that with the reign of his father, King Spender George, if King Spence dies, he will be expelled from the palace as the four princes. A noble title would be given, no territory, and his descendants could no longer use the surname George. If the descendants of Prince Wyatt do not get enough military exploits, the ultimate fate is that his descendants will become civilians. Therefore, every prince except the great prince tried his best to obtain military exploits, because while they were princes, there was a master guard sent by the king, and their chances of obtaining military exploits were much greater than ordinary people. A few days ago, when Abel commissioned Edmund's auction of magic weapons to be auctioned in Gamba City, Prince Wyatt was playing in the south and heard that it was too late to return to participate in the auction. There are not many such magic weapons in the human world. As a junior knight, Prince Wyatt has a great effect whether it is for his own use or for rewarding his subordinates to buy people's hearts. This time when he came to Harvest City, he thought about meeting Master Abel, buying magic weapons in person, and just in time for the castle's celebration dinner, he came to Harry Castle with Viscount Dickens. But in a hurry, he did not bring a gift with him. The value of his belongings was either too high or too low, and there was no suitable gift to give. Furthermore, the practice of Viscount Dickens was clearly to combat royal prestige. The last name of Harry also made Prince Wyatt unhappy. The Harry family in the capital city of Gamba, the Principality of Kamak, is one of the major families in the principality. The opposition to the royal family has been made public, and the prince has just known that Harry's castle, where Master Bo is located, is exactly the branch of the Harry family in Harvest City. Knight, Marshal, come in a hurry, without a present, please forgive me. Prince Wyatt bowed slightly with a smile. Abe watched Prince Wyatt's polite smile showing pride and called Lord Marshal a knight. Although he had not been officially honored by the royal family, according to the noble tradition, it should be changed to call Lord. His Royal Highness Prince Wyatt, it doesn't matter. Your arrival is Harry's greatest honor in itself. Lord Marshal said with a smile on his face, though he was a little unhappy. The 2 distinguished guests were welcomed into the lobby, and the atmosphere in the lobby was immediately warm. The nobles who thought they were higher came forward and talked with the Lord of the city and Prince Wyatt, and those nobles who were not qualified to talk with the 2, it is also full of joy. This is the biggest talk. I can tell others that I once had a dinner with the Lord of the city and His Royal Highness Prince Wyatt. What a great honor. Master Abel, I'm here to buy a magic weapon. While Abel and Master Soren were talking about forging, Prince Wyatt came over with a glass of red wine. My magic weapons were commissioned by Edmund Auctions. You can buy them at Edmund Auctions. Abel didn't want to ignore the prince, and he didn't want anything about the prince, plus the prince's attitude towards Lord Marshal just made Abel very unhappy, and he declined politely. The dwarven Master Solon frowned at this time. His prince's request was unreasonable. Although the master blacksmith's works were also sold in private, they were all friendships between close friends. The master blacksmith also lived. The experimental materials consumed by the master are astronomical figures, and it is the results of these experiments that support the improvement of the master level of blacksmiths. 10,000 gold coins, buy a magic weapon for you. Prince Wyatt did not seem to see Abel's attitude of refusal, and directly offered the price in a proud and somewhat charitable tone. Abel couldn't understand how a prince would make a direct offer on the occasion of a dinner. This was a very rude act, and even the dwarven Master Solon, who was not talking, was a little surprised. Chapter 65 Valuation. Do you know the auction price of my magic weapon at the Edmund auction house? Abel asked, looking at the self-righteous prince a bit silently. No more than 10,000 gold coins, right? Prince Wyatt apparently did not know the auction price, and found that it seemed that his bid was lower. He said in a strong tone, the price at the auction is an artificially high price. I have bought from you as the prince, and there are already 10,000 gold coins. Prince Wyatt thought that although Abel was a master blacksmith, he was too young and was so frightened by himself that he might accept the price. The dwarven Master Solon couldn't help it now, and his low voice came from the beard on his face. Are you threatening a master of the blacksmith guild? Or is the Principality of Kamai thinking that the master of the blacksmith guild is insufficient to be respected? Prince Wyatt then found the dwarf Master Solon next to him. The figure of the dwarf master was too short, and was blocked by Abel's figure, so that people could not notice him in the first place. No, Master Thorin, I didn't mean that, Prince Wyatt quickly explained. Prince Wyatt doesn't have much money, and King Spoon's health is not good. Prince Wyatt has little time for power, so he has recently been crazy about earning gold coins in the country of Carmel. In order to make life better in the future. In order to protect his property, he must recruit masters, and Abel's magic weapons are the dream equipment of all knights. With magic weapons, enough high-level knights can be recruited to serve him. These reasons led Prince Wyatt to make a frenzy of threatening Abel, as if he was a dying struggle before losing his power, and he had somehow lost his reason. Master Abel's work is worth 20,000 gold coins, but you want to forcibly buy it with 10,000 gold coins. You want to bully Abel young men to threaten him as the prince of the king. Do you want to feel the anger of the blacksmith guild? His voice grew louder, and finally roared with a roaring voice. This is no longer Aber's own thing. To threaten the master blacksmith in front of the representative of the blacksmith's guild is already a contempt for the entire blacksmith's guild. The blacksmith's guild will not tolerate such behavior. The roar of the dwarven Master Solon shocked all the nobles who participated in the buffet dinner. When he heard the actions of Prince Wyatt, everyone's face showed an angry look. Who is Abel? He is the pride of Harvest City, the youngest blacksmith master on the continent, is a respectable lord of merit. Viscount Dickens was also very angry at this time. He brought Prince Wyatt to the dinner. This behavior of the prince made him shameless. The most important thing for the aristocracy was decentness. Master Thorin, I just don't know the real price of the magic weapon, but I have doubts about the price, and I didn't mean to offend Master Abel. Seeing that things were a little overwhelming, Prince Wyatt said palely. If King Spoon knew that Prince Wyatt had offended the blacksmith guild, he would surely drive the sun out of the palace for the first time, and even the title might not be granted. Then Prince Wyatt would become ordinary from the prince at once civilian. This is the result that he can't bear. Anyway, but the attitude of the aristocrats in Harvest City does not matter to him, and the aristocracy is not in harmony with the royal family. Master Abel, how to deal with this? Although the dwarven Master Solon represents the blacksmith guild, but this is Harry Castle, he still has to ask Abel's attitude. Master Thorin, today is Uncle Marshall's birthday. Since His Royal Highness wants to buy it and does not know the value, then I will take out a newly forged magic weapon and give it to you for pricing, and your Highness Prince will purchase it at the price. Abel, recently the two forged magic swords are both made with 120 swords and used intermediate rune ink. The output of magic effects is more stable and the service life is longer. Soren, who is a dwarf master, will surely knowing the value of these two magic swords. Abel did not want to create a gap with the royal family on the occasion of the award, so he sold a magic sword at a normal price to break the matter. Master Abel, it's up to you. The Dwarven Master Thorin thought that Abel didn't want to cause trouble for the Blacksmith Guild, so he wanted to resolve this contradiction, and could not help but admire the young blacksmith master. Abel waved to butler Lindsay, and came to his operation room with a magic sword, and for a while, Lindsay walked in with a knight's sword. Master Thorin, this is my most recent work, please correct me. Abel motioned to Lindsay to give the magic sword to the Dwarven Master Thorin. The aristocrats on the side looked at this magic sword with great curiosity. The magic sword with 20,000 gold coins was more valuable than a castle, which made the nobles watching the whole thing very excited. The Dwarven Master Thorin took the magic sword. First, he closely observed the blade of the sword, and then flicked his finger on the sword. With the flick of the finger of the Dwarven Master Thorin, a blue light flashed. There was a layer of frost on his fingers. Flicking your finger, Dwarven Master Thorin bounced off the frost on his finger and turned to look at Abel with curiosity. Your achievement is more amazing than your age. This ice magic sword is better than my tribe. The works of the masters of magic weapon forging are much higher. Although the material is forged from ordinary iron ore, the texture is more than 100 exercises. The nobles around were quietly listening to the introduction of the Dwarven Master Solon. This was a rare opportunity to hear a Dwarven Master evaluate a weapon. The Dwarven Master Thorin bowed slightly to Abel. Fortunately, Master Abel, you have found a way to forge stronger steel. I will propose to the Blacksmith Guild to record this achievement in the Blacksmith Guild Hall of Honor. Inside. The Blacksmith Guild Hall of Honor is the sanctuary for all blacksmiths on the mainland, where the achievements of all blacksmiths to improve forging technology are recorded. The records there are circulated by countless people and recited by bards on the mainland. I was thinking about discussing this technology with you after the dinner. Abel said with a smile. The Dwarven Master Solon said with joy, I am honored to discuss with you. Picking up the magic sword again, he said to Steward Lindsay, please give me a piece of wood. After a while, Lindsay asked his servants to send a 1-meter-long stake to the Dwarven Master Thorin. The Dwarven Master Solon picked up the magic sword and slashed a sword on the stake. The strength was not great. The sword only penetrated the depth of the stake by 1 centimeter, and the frost surrounded the stake. The rune ink formula you use is very special and the effect is much higher than ordinary rune ink. I have seen the magic sword you made before, and I have also tested the magic sword made by my master. The magic sword you have forged now, the sword magic channel is much stronger and more powerful than those great magic swords. Can you know the formula of Fu Mo? This. Abel was having a hard time answering this question. Intermediate rune MO was synthesized from Heradick Cubes. I'm sorry to have embarrassed Master Abel, but I took the liberty. The Dwarven Master Solon touched his beard a little embarrassed, asking about other people's formulas. This request is really unreasonable, but he saw the magic sword. I couldn't help but blurt out the effect, and he regretted it. After asking. Prince Wyatt's face was a little gloomy. The words of the Dwarven Master Thorin made him feel that the master was clearly targeting him, boasting about this magic weapon to increase the value of the weapon and let him spend more gold coins. The Lord Viscount Dickens then smiled and interjected, Master Thorin, how much is this magic sword? The Dwarven Master Solon then remembered that he still needed to evaluate the value of this magic weapon. He estimated it in his heart and said, this ice magic sword, I was valued by Thorin Oakeshield as 50,000 gold coins. As the Dwarven Master Solon's evaluation ended, the nobles looked at the magic sword with surprise, with envious, greedy, longing and other expressions in their eyes. And Viscount Dickens came forward curiously, took the magic sword, waved it a few times, and turned to Abel and asked, Master Abel, how many have you made this time? Can you give me one? Chapter 66 Birthday Present. Viscount Dickens, if you need this magic weapon, I can transfer it to you. Prince Wyatt had already said a little flush before he could answer Abel. Prince Wyatt did not bring so many gold coins with him this time, and although his status is noble, he has not reached the point where he can enjoy the magic gold card. If he is the heir of the principality, he can still pass the magic gold card. Review, but the unstable 4 princes like him may become an ordinary noble at any time. I won't be loved. If Master Abel doesn't have a ready-made magic sword, I can wait for Master Abel to forge the next time. Viscount Dickens least liked others to call him Viscount. This is known to everyone in Harvest City. In fact, Prince Wyatt's title to him made him very unhappy, and he could also feel that the prince was likely to have insufficient gold coins, which would make the prince shame, and it did not matter if he got the magic weapon later. Viscount Dickens took the magic gold card from his arms and said, "I can pay first, Master Abel." This time forged 2 identical magic weapons. "Since the lord of the city needs it, the other one is yours." Abel turned to Lindsay to send another magic weapon. Abel's operation room is not accessible by anyone. In addition to Lord Marshal, only the housekeeper Lindsay can enter and exit the castle. When the value of magic weapons is known, Lindsay decided to add it at the door of Abel's operation room. "Get out of the post." Lindsay moved quickly, and another magical sword was already in the hands of Viscount Dickens. Viscount Dickens held the magic sword in his hand and waved it twice, and happily extended the magic gold card to Abel. Abel also took out his magic gold card from his arms. The 2 cards were opposite. The number jumped instantly from 1750 to 5175. Abel now lacks gold coins, and never had so many gold coins in his hands, but thinking that the 270,000 gold coins is just a number of gold coins needed to cultivate the required potions, the rate of earning gold coins is still too slow. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Prince Wyatt. The price of the magic weapon was set by the dwarven Master Solon. Viscount Dickens agreed and bought it. Only Prince Wyatt did not say it now. "Master Abel, can you discuss it with you alone?" Prince Wyatt said to Abel in a dry voice. "His Prince Wyatt, please here," Abel said, pointing to the reception room next to him. When Abel and Prince Wyatt returned, they both had smiles on their faces. Abel's smile was from the heart, while Prince Wyatt was a bit bitter, and his eyes flashed from time to time. Fierce light. Abel, who was super mental, now clearly felt the evil intentions of Prince Wyatt, and had some vigilance in his heart. "This magic sword is yours." Abel gave the last magic sword to Prince Wyatt. The drama scene at the Harry Castle dinner gave all the aristocrats who participated in the dinner a surprise and shock. The surprise was that the Lord of the City and His Royal Highness both attended the banquet, and what shocked a piece of Master Abel's work could be of value. As high as 50,000 gold coins. When all the guests left the castle with satisfaction, only the dwarven Master Thorin and Master Bensom were still talking. They were planning to stay at night for a forging exchange with Abel. The guest had just left. Lord Marshal had asked a little impatiently, "What good does His Royal Highness give you in exchange for a magic sword?" "His Prince exchanged me for a magic sword with a yard of 1,000 square meters on Triumph Avenue in Gangba City," Abel said. "The courtyard on Triumph Avenue?" Lord Marshal's eyes brightened, and then haha laughed and said, "It's the best place in the Principality. It's very cost-effective to exchange 50,000 gold coins for a courtyard of 1,000 square meters. I just wanted to resolve it sooner, so I agreed." Abel was not afraid that Prince Wyatt would exchange himself with a low-priced yard, so the prince would risk offending the Blacksmith's Guild. "What about my birthday present?" Lord Marshal was very envious of the latest magic sword. After listening to the introduction of Master Thorin, you can see that the new magic sword is more than the previous magic sword. "Uncle Marshal, how could there be no birthday present for your birthday? You have already prepared it. Let's go and see it together." Abel led Lord Marshal to the square, and Master Bencham saw that Abel was going to see Lord Marshal's birthday present, and he also pulled up Master Thorin to visit. "That's it." Lord Marshal looked at the ox cart in disappointment. The 2 scorching oxes were his and Abel's trophy. The cart was also the best carriage in Harvest City, but far from his imagination. "Abel made a lot of modifications to the car," said Master Bencham on the side. "When he used this car to pick me up, I found it very smooth. Not bad." Lord Marshal was a little relieved. Although his intermediate knight's body didn't care about the bumps, it was better than the ordinary carriage, and Abel must have taken some care. When Abel saw the tangled face of Lord Marshal, he knew that Lord Marshal was hitting his magic weapon, and laughed. "Uncle Marshal, come in and see." 4 people entered the carriage together. The 4 people in the spacious carriage were not crowded. Even if they were 2, there was no problem at all. Lord Marshal saw the tables on both sides at a glance and said, "Good idea, added 2 tables, where you can put some fruit on top, is very convenient." Abel sneered at Lord Marshal and said, "Knowing your hobbies, how could I just change this?" Lord Marshal looked indifferent. The greatest happiness in his life was to find his wife. The greatest happiness was to guard the castle he and his wife built together. The greatest luck was to accept Abel as an adoptive son. A hobby is to like showing off. With such a good adoptive son, how to do it without showing off? Abel pointed to the switch next to the table and said, This is the controller. There are 10 gears in total. The table on the left is used to regulate the air conditioning of the cabin, and the table on the right is used to regulate the hot air. Has this feature? Lord Marshal asked incredulously, touching the switch at the table on the left. Master Solon and Master Bencham looked curiously at the two cabinets that could regulate the temperature of the carriage. The legendary device that used magic to control the temperature really appeared in front of the eyes, which surprised both masters. The car has to move and turn on the controller to better transfer the temperature, Abel explained. What else to say? Hurry out and try, Lord Marshal yelled impatiently to the driver outside. As the two blazes started to run, Lord Marshal and Master Thorin both found that the car's stability was beyond their imagination. At this time, just after attending the dinner, the four of them were a little hot. Lord Marshal moved the left switch to adjust the air conditioning to the maximum. The car could not be seen in the car. The fan blows the cold air from the 10 iron pieces pressed by the ironwood into the compartment. This is incredible. Master Thorin exclaimed first. How did you do that? Master Benson asked politely. Really enjoyable. Lord Marshal sighed. It was very simple. Abel opened the door under the wooden table on the left to reveal the iron cabinet inside, and then opened the iron cabinet door filled with small holes. The scene inside surprised the three of them. This is a magic sword. Although Lord Marshal was sure it wasn't a magic sword, what was the difference? It just looked different. Your thoughts have left me speechless. Master Thorin also looked at the 10 iron pieces in the cabinet with a little speech. This carriage makes Marshal sit a bit wasteful. Master Bencham's tone was full of envy and jealousy. Is that the same on the right? Lord Marshal asked. Yes, just the fire magic stone. Abel opened the cabinet on the right. When the cabinets on both sides were opened, Master Thorin was already stunned by the tyrant's style, and Master Bencham quietly discussed with Lord Marshal about the future car rental. Chapter 67 Tyrant Marshal. Master Thorin was really stunned by Abel's big hand. He crouched down and observed the magic iron pieces in the cabinets on both sides. He stood up for a long time and shook his head and sighed. Master Abel, you are right, the foster father's love is beyond my imagination. The quality of the 20 magic iron pieces here can be used directly as a magic weapon, and the quality is the same as the 2 magic weapons sold today. Hearing Master Soren's professional comment, Lord Marshal's mouth could not help but grinned again and asked with a big laugh, according to Master Soren, the bullock cart that Abel sent me is worth at least 1 million gold coins. Master Benstam reached out and patted Lord Marshal's shoulder, and said in a ridiculous tone, then you have to be careful, you shouldn't take away such a great wealth. Lord Marshal raised his head proudly, and laughed out loud. If you know the weapon I have on my body, you won't say that. As long as you are not a knight of this level, it is not easy for me to stay. Abel shook his head, and his uncle Marshal turned on the show-off mode. Even if he attended the dinner, the 2 big swords that he carried did not leave. According to Lord Marshal, the knight's weapon left the body is coming. Master Benson and Master Thorin were in front of each other, and could not help but look at the 2 big swords that Lord Marshal was carrying. These 2 swords were too conspicuous. At the banquet, everyone didn't ask them out of courtesy. Speaking of it, the 2 masters immediately became interested. Both masters know that the best weapon Abel will use or leave to his family, and the 2 weapons that Lord Marshal never leaves should be Abra's forged products. Let's take a look. What kind of weapon makes you so arrogant? Master Benson's friendship with Lord Marshal for many years, there is no need to politely reach out and say. Seeing the 2 masters so interested in their weapons, Lord Marshal is extremely proud. Although Master Bencham is not a real master, he is also one of the best forging masters in Harvest City, not to mention the real ones from the Blacksmith's Guild. Blacksmith Master Thorin, he is a master from the dwarves recognized throughout the continent. The 2 big swords were taken off from the back, and one of them was placed on the carriage table, the other was caught in his hands and he refused to put it on, turning his head to Abel and dissatisfied. My ice magic is big, the sword is not as good as the iron bar used in the car, how can you let me get it? Master Benson and Master Thorin smiled at each other, and Abel reluctantly said, I'll make another one for you these days, and you will use this sword first. The 2 masters looked at the magical sword on the table and gave each other a modest gesture. Master Thorin pulled the sword out of the sheath. The great sword was pulled out, and Master Thorin flicked his finger on the magic sword. The strange thing was that this magic sword was no different from the ordinary sword, and there was no response. In addition, Abel used the ornament to decorate the sword. The inlay hole in the handle blocked it. After seeing the great sword on one side, Master Bentham turned around strangely and asked Abel, "Is this a magic sword?" "Of course, this magic sword only responds to attacks. Master Thorin's bombardment is not a real attack," Abel explained. "What magical property is this big sword?" Master Thorin cared. "There is no magic attribute, only the ability to repel the enemy." Abel explained again. "Impossible, this is impossible." Master Thorin murmured a bit, then took the magic sword and said to Lord Marshal, "Lord Marshal, please get out of the car with me to try this magic sword." Effect. Master Thorin, "No problem." Lord Marshal said, opening the door and jumping off the carriage. When everyone got out of the carriage, Master Thorin chopped the magical sword to Lord Marshal, who had already made a defensive posture, even if it was already prepared. When Lord Marshal intersected the two swords, Master Thorin's big sword flashed white. However, Lord Marshal retreated involuntarily 10 steps before stopping his body. Master Thorin, as if still uneasy, exchanged his sword with Lord Marshal, and tried again. This time Master Thorin, like Lord Marshal, was also repelled 10 steps. "This is a golden weapon." "Oh my god, Master Abel, you created a golden weapon. Do you know what it means? We only have 2 top blacksmith prospective masters in the Dwarven clan who can build weapons of this level." Sorin the Master went on in excitement, "You have become the top forge master on the continent, or a quasi-guru." For Master Thorin's words, Abel did not have much excitement, because his goal was no longer the promotion of the blacksmith level. The wizard had become his primary goal, everything else was not too important. Master Bentham looked at Abel, and it was achieved step by step from the complete novice to the master. Now that Abel's level has once again improved, he can't help but sigh, "Abel, you are growing too fast. I can only look at you from afar, hoping that you will not disappoint your forging talent." "How much gold is this magic weapon worth?" A voice interrupted the words of the two masters. Lord Marshal asked curiously. When Master Thorin heard Lord Marshal measure gold weapons with gold coins, he couldn't help but stare, but thinking that this was Abel's adoptive father and the owner of the golden weapon, he shook his head helplessly and said, "The golden weapon, the value is hard to say. There are very few auction records in history. Most of them are private transactions. If you really want to give a price, the lowest price is more than 200,000 gold coins." Lord Marshal shook his body with a little dizziness. This price shocked his mind again. When was the value behind the gold coin already calculated in 10,000? Think about the castle's income, think about his decades of deposits, even the odds of this magic sword are far worse. However, Lord Marshal thought that this magic weapon was his own, and Abel was his heir, and his mood was all right, his body was standing upright, and his strength was strong. It turned out that Abel wanted to give his new shield to Master Thorin for judgment. Now it is just a non-property magic sword made before that will surprise Master Thorin. If more magic weapons are taken out, it seemed a bit too public, and Abel also found that he had underestimated the value of these weapons, so he decided not to show other magical equipment to Master Thorin. After returning to the castle, Abel remembered the evil intentions of Prince Wyatt, and uneasily called Lord Marshal, and came to the castle's special operating room together. "Abel, what's the matter?" Lord Marshal asked strangely. "Uncle Marshal, I don't think that Prince Wyatt's affairs will stop there. You must be careful during this trip." Abel whispered his concern. "Rest assured, the sword in my hand is not afraid of him." Lord Marshal said indifferently, he was not an ordinary knight who could return alive from the orc battlefield, his glory was obtained through the orc corpse. Looking at Lord Marshal's appearance, Abel was even more uneasy, took the created magic shield from the console and handed it to Lord Marshal, saying, "This shield is for you, and you will carry it with you these days." After receiving the shield, Lord Marshal looked happy. The weapons made by adoptive sons were all treasures. After all, these things were all Abel's. With this mentality, he never refused what Abel sent him. "What level of shield is this?" Lord Marshal asked. "According to Master Thorin, this is a golden level shield." Abel thought for a while and expressed his opinion. "How's it going?" Lord Marshal asked with concern. "It allows you to offset the aggressive attacks of the least advanced knights," Abel explained. "Then what am I afraid of? Let the Prince Wyatt come. I have 2 pieces of equipment of 200,000 gold coins, plus a carriage of 1 million gold coins. The prince compares with me, and buys magic of 50,000 gold coins. How can a guy who doesn't have any gold coins pay me?" Lord Marshal did not expect how many gold coins were in his own wallet at this moment, and the superb equipment of his whole body had made him higher than Budapest. Chapter 68 Prince's Assault. In the superior rooms of Cosmo Hotel, the largest hotel in Harvest City, Prince Wyatt sat gloomily on a stool, and the coffee in front of him was already cold. "Your Highness, don't be mad." Senior Knight Guard L. Thorpe carefully comforted Prince Wyatt aside. He and 3 other senior knights also attended yesterday's dinner, but because of their non-noble status, only able to dine with other attendants at another place. A group of country guys laughed at the descendants of Royal George. They forgot who was the owner of this country. Prince Wyatt's anger that was suppressed at the banquet was ignited by the comfort of Elthorpe Knights. The thought of the sarcastic gaze of the nobles of the Harvest City, the deliberate provocation of the Lord Viscount Dickens, and the disregard of Abner's attitude made Prince Wyatt, who grew up in flattery from countless people, extremely angry, and he could not care about the nobles. Ironically, you can tolerate the provocation of Viscount Dickens, but he most cares about the disregard of Abel, who was just 13 years old. "Elthorpe, what if I kill Abel?" The Elthorpe Knight was the confidant of Prince Wyatt, so Prince Wyatt spoke his thoughts directly. Prince Wyatt's idea surprised the Knight of Elthorpe and quickly advised, "His Highness, Abel must not move, because that will cause great revenge by the Blacksmith Guild." Without this breath, I'm troubled. Prince Wyatt looked at the Elthorpe Knight opposite him, and said, "Abel can't kill, what about Marshall?" "His Highness, will the Blacksmith Guild be angry with you for a lord, besides that Marshall has only encountered a thief attack, which has nothing to do with us." Knight of Elthorpe humbly lowered and said softly, "It's up to you," Prince Wyatt said resentfully. Knight of Elthorpe looked at Prince Wyatt with some embarrassment. He went to attack an intermediate knight by himself. Although he was a high-level knight, he was not sure that he would win an intermediate knight to defeat his opponent and kill his opponent. Different. If you let Marshall run away, it will be difficult to try to kill later. Unlike the Knights of Elthorpe, who closely followed Prince Wyatt, the other 3 senior knights belonged to the Kingdom Guards, and they only performed their duty to protect Prince Wyatt. If they were required to attack an aristocracy, it would be completely wrong. Too likely. Seeing the embarrassed look of the Knight of Elthorpe, Prince Wyatt sneered, "Take 1,000 gold coins and see 3 of them who would like to go with you. You bring the magic sword and let Abel's adoptive father die under the great sword he built." "That's okay, 1,000 gold coins is enough to impress those greedy guys," Elthorpe Knight said easily. The dinner at Harry Castle was over, but Lord Marshall couldn't stop. He wanted to visit the old friends of Harvest City and exchange some knighting skills with some knights. The reason is almost all people in the castle know. In the morning, Lord Marshall set off in a bullock cart and went to Harvest City. Recently, he liked riding in the car. The 2 scorching fires have become very windy, but compared to the feeling of sitting in the car, the scorching fires are not important. The sun was a bit violent. Lord Marshall hung the cold wind to 6th gear, squinting his eyes, enjoying the rare coolness of summer. If there was another glass of red wine, it would be perfect. He wanted to add a wine cabinet to the castle once he returned. "Sir, someone is blocking the road ahead." The driver trembled, and the ox cart stopped slowly. Lord Marshall, who was enjoying it, was shocked, remembering Abel's warning, and could not help but pull out the magic sword with a shock effect in his hand, grabbed the shield with the other hand, and the person flashed out of the car. The Knights of Elthorpe originally wanted to directly kill Lord Marshall, who was not prepared, but the senior knights who came with him did not agree. As a knight of the Kingdom Guard, he followed the rules of the knight and would not attack unprepared enemies. Elthorpe Knight had no choice but to block the carriage's way and carry out a frontal assault. The high-level knights around Prince Wyatt. Lord Marshall recognized the 2 knights on the opposite side. When welcoming Prince Wyatt, these were 2 of the 4 guard knights of Prince Wyatt. "I give you a fair chance to duel, and I am ordered to take your life." Knight of Elthorpe held a sword in one hand, drew an arc in the air, closed the sword to his side, and made a knight salute. "Fair, you have tarnished the knight's dignity." Lord Marshall looked at the 2 senior knights on horseback, his face full of sarcasm. Knights of Elthorpe thought that Lord Marshall was just an intermediate knight. It was easy to defeat him, but to prevent him from escaping, neither of the 2 senior knights dismounted. Although the coachman was scared at this moment, he also understood that he would only survive if Lord Marshall defeated the opponent. If Lord Marshall failed, then the opponent would never give him this littleman a chance to report. So the driver he didn't say anything, fearing to disturb Lord Marshall. Elthorpe's legs had a horse belly, his horses hissed, and their strong legs kicked to the ground, accelerating sharply. Immediately, the Elthorpe knight also gave a loud shout, and his fighting spirit flashed, and then the great sword in his hand was also wrapped in fighting spirit, and began to split at 5 meters from Lord Marshal. The strength of the fighting spirit and the impact of the war horse have a tendency to go forward. Defense. Lord Marshal yelled and gave his safety to believe in Abel, believe in his magic shield. The standard knight defense action has been used millions of times, and it has resisted the enemy's attacks countless times on the battlefield. This deep bone defense move, with Lord Marshal's roaring left-hand magic shield forward, leaning forward, bending his front legs, straightening his hind legs, and preparing to resist as the impact of the opposite Elthorp knight approached. Attack. With a clang, Elthorp's greatsword has been split on Lord Marshal's shield. According to his estimation, the power of this sword should be able to split Lord Marshal's defense, followed by a stormy speed. Attack to solve battle. Lord Marshal's charge and aggressive attack on the senior knight was very clear in his mind about the power, so the defense action was almost full force, but what he didn't think was that when the opponent's great sword broke on the magic shield, he almost I can't feel how much force is being loaded on the shielded hand. Blocked, the Elthorp knight passed along with the horse's charge and Lord Marshal staggered. He was surprised to see Lord Marshal who didn't move. He had a magic sword forged by Abel. The magic sword worth 50,000 gold coins was returned in the courtyard of the Triumphal Avenue in Gangcheng, but it was this magic sword that did not repel an intermediate knight. At this time, he began to doubt whether the sword in his hand was a fake. Elthorp knight was a little stunned, but Lord Marshal did not. He could grasp every opportunity to give the enemy a fatal blow after the war. He was not focused during the battle, which was a death-seeking behavior. Lord Marshal flashed his spirits, and turned back and rushed to the Elthorp knight. Although not as fast as the war horse, the momentum was not bad at all. In the call of another senior knight watching from the side, Elthorp knight suddenly wake up. Lord Marshal was now approaching the front of the war horse, and his right-handed sword was swept gently. Elthorp's knight reacted decisively, holding the sword in front of him, blocking the blow, and letting Elthor knight strangely. The power of this blow was very small, and it felt like the force of an ordinary person's waving hand, followed by a mountain-like force pushing him. Lin Chan led him back involuntarily. Under the knockback effect of the Knight of Elthorp by the magic sword, the defense of the Knight of Elthorp was fully opened. All this was expected by Lord Marshal. This sweep of Lord Marshal had no power at all the power is on the legs. At the moment when the Elthorp knight receded, Lord Marshal exerted his strength. The shield was behind his predecessors. The calcium carbide flashes had reached the Elthorp knight. The magic sword, a flash of cold light penetrated into the gap between Elthorp's knight's armor and the waist. Where the interface between the armor, if it was not the defense was broken, it was impossible to be attacked. Chapter 69 Victory of the Gold Knight. The power of this sword is very large. The intermediate knight can already penetrate the sword into the sword, and with the magic sword of Elthorp's senior knight waist, a lot of corrosive and strong destructive fighting gas poured into Elthorp knight's body, let him lose his combat power in an instant, and fell off the horse. Attack. Another senior knight roared, and a long white fight erupted from his great sword. This is a senior knight fighting off-body attack. Although a senior knight has this ability, an ordinary senior knight it is rarely used, because this kind of attack is too combative, even if it is as strong as a high-level knight, it cannot sustain the attack. Defense. Lord Marshal also gave a loud shout. Contrary to this momentum, the offensive spirit hit the shield, which also did not put any pressure on Lord Marshal. At this time, Lord Marshal was already confident. The equipment of more than 400,000 gold coins allowed him to be an intermediate knight, and he could easily withstand the various attacks of the senior knight. The senior knight on the opposite side saw that Elser knight was almost stabbed by Lord Marshal with no ability to fight back. However, he was not the same as Lord Elsher at this time, and did not understand Elser. Before the Cavaliers were defeated, he would not be in close contact with Lord Marshal. But the senior knight's fighting spirit could not carry out such fighting remote attack for a long time. At this time, he could not help but retreat. The prince's request was to return the gold coins at most. The senior knight suddenly strengthened his attack, his fighting spirit flickered back and forth in the air, and he kept on attacking Lord Marshal, while Lord Marshal's standard defensive action was constantly changing the defense direction. Unless the attack is a knight leader, relying only on the combat strength of senior knights is not enough to support. Suddenly, the senior knight quickly turned his horse's head, and the horse began to run away with the urging of the senior knight. Lord Marshal was a little stunned, but this is a senior knight, How could he escape? Without immediately chasing it, Lord Marshall's legs could not run the 4 legs of the steed, and although Elthorpe's steed was present, the strange steed needed to run in. Lord Marshall came to the ox cart, put his weapon in the car, replaced Harry's bow, and pulled the bow and arrow. At this time, the senior knight had run about 100 meters, and Lord Marshall's hand loosened, along the arrow disappeared from the bowstring and then appeared behind the senior knight. The power of a senior knight is not just a powerful fight. There is also an instinctive danger warning. This arrow is almost impossible to be avoided. When the senior knight is about to shoot into the back of the knight's body slightly turns, and the arrow the branch passed through the right arm of the senior knight, hitting the head of the war horse. The forefoot of the war horse was soft, and the senior knight flew forward, rolled forward, and stood up from the ground again. His body didn't stop. His whole body was agitated, and he ran into the woods by the road, leaving only the blood from the right arm and the body of the fallen horse. This was almost instantaneous. Before the second arrow was shot, Lord Marshall could no longer see the shadow of the senior knight. Harry's bow is still too weak. Lord Marshall concluded that the miss was that the Harry's bow had a force of only 400 pounds. If it had a force of 500 pounds or more, that senior knight would not be able to run. But Lord Marshall forgot that the strongest bow in the world is only over 200 pounds, and only Abel's modified compound bow can have a force of up to 400 pounds, and it can give him more power to aim and shoot. Lord Marshall could not catch up, and did not want to go after it. This time, the 2 senior knights escaped with injuries and even the mounts were left. The result has been very good. Walk to the Knight of Elthorpe. At this time the Knight of Elthorpe had no breath, and Lord Marshall saw the magic sword on the ground at a glance. Isn't this the magical sword created by Abel? Lord Marshall looked at the magical sword with surprise. As a trophy, he had decided to leave the magical sword for his own use, which was better than getting one from Abel. Too much, when talking to friends, the 2 methods of obtaining are very different. After tying Elthorpe's warhorse to the ox cart, the Elthorpe knight's body was placed on the warhorse. Lord Marshall did not go to his friend and drove directly to the city's mansion. When the senior knight of the Kingdom Guards covered in blood returned to the Cosmo Inn, the waiter helped him to Prince Wyatt's room. Seeing 2 senior knights going out, only one came back with injuries, and Prince Wyatt couldn't help but anger. "Knight Elthorpe, why are you back alone?" "His Royal Highness, the attack failed. Elthorpe was wounded and I didn't know how to die. I was lucky enough to come back alive." Kyle's senior knight's face was covered with sweat, and he used vindictive rushing after injury to make his situation not optimistic. If he can't take good care of him, he may not even be able to protect the high-level realm, but he is the guard of the prince. The rules of the knight make him must. I came back to report, so I forced the injury and hurried back. Waste, 2 senior knights go against an intermediate knight, why don't you die on the battlefield? Prince Wyatt threw the red wine in his hands on the senior Kyle in a roar. The other 2 senior knight guards saw the crumbling Kyle knight and couldn't help rushing forward to support him. The 3 eyes looked at each other, eyes full of dissatisfaction, anger, and sorrow against Prince Wyatt. The knight's loyalty comes at a price, loyal to those who can make them loyal, and Prince Wyatt doesn't care about Elthorpe's life or death, but only thinks that the 2 senior knights did not complete his task. All gave birth to a sad sentimental rabbit. "How many people are your opponents?" Prince Wyatt asked as if he had not seen Kyle Knight's weakness. "Only Lord Marshall." Kyle Cavaliers reluctantly replied. "Why is Marshall so powerful? He can defeat 2 of your senior knights with an intermediate knight." Prince Wyatt asked incredulously, and remembered again, staring at the Kyle Knight resentfully, "What about Thorpe's magic sword?" "My Highness, I was in a hurry to get out, and the magic sword could not be recovered." The knight's face turned paler after being questioned by Prince Wyatt. "You did not bring back the magic sword of 50,000 gold coins." Prince Wyatt flashed a few thoughts in his mind at this time, and looked at Kyle Knight with skeptical eyes, but saw the wound on Kyle's body, could not help snorting. Prince Wyatt suddenly thought of something and murmured, "Marshall alone defeated 2 senior knights, so if I stay here, will he find them? Not many guards around me, damn, I should bring more escort." Regarding the attack on Lord Marshall, Prince Wyatt was not worried about it. A lord, not only did not say that he died, but what would happen if he died. Now he was most worried about whether Lord Marshall would be impulsive to harvest the city. "Look for him, this person around him can't stop Lord Marshall. Get your horses right away, and we'll leave immediately." Prince Wyatt shouted to the 2 intact senior knight guards. His Royal Highness, Kyle Knight's injury is afraid that he cannot ride a horse," said a senior knight, pointing at Kyle Knight. "Leave him down, give some money to the waiters, and tell them to take good care of him, and we'll leave." Prince Wyatt glanced at the Kyle Knight, and could not help but feel cold. If Lord Marshal killed him, will it become like this? The practice of Prince Wyatt made the two senior knights very chilled, and after resolutely returning to the capital city of Gangba, he resigned and returned to the Kingdom Guard. Such a highness is not worthy of their protection. Shortly after Prince Wyatt's departure, Lord Viscount Dickens took someone to the Cosmo Inn and found that Prince Wyatt had already left. Viscount Dickens took the Kyle Knight who was dropped by Prince Wyatt. Chapter 70 Hunt. The assassination of Lord Marshal by a senior knight sent by Prince Wyatt was not as quiet as Prince Wyatt imagined. Prince Wyatt was the son of King Spen George. The tense relationship between the royal family and the aristocracy. As a knight who was captivated for martial arts, because his adopted son Abel was also capped for martial arts, and the identity of Abel's master blacksmith, this hairy castle in Harvest City was owned by the Principality of Kamei. The aristocracy rejoiced at this small family of two with unicorns. As the coat of arms appeared, two lords, and all were lords who were given territories for their merit. The aristocratic knights even took the martial knight as their idol. It is to be known that there will be a knight who was given the title of knighthood in the Principality of Carmel in almost 4 or 5 years. Almost every knight worked hard with the goal of the knight. Lord Marshal fought with the orcs when he was young. He was confiscated and became a knight in the field because of his heroic combat. He perfectly demonstrated the brave in the knight's code. Courage is the source of knightly fighting and a member of the knight's blood. His love for his wife, his love for life and death, is guarded in the castle where his wife was buried, and he keeps the "I swear I will love you to death" in the Knight Declaration. He killed 20 orcs with one person, killed most of them, and protected the castle. He rescued Matthew Castle and killed the powerful enemy several times with his adopted son Abel as a knight. Everything of Lord Marshal was noticed by the world because of the title, and more people paid attention over time. At this time, Prince Wyatt sent a senior knight to kill Lord Marshal by the Harvest Lord Lord Viscount Dickens and submitted it to the aristocratic arbitral tribunal, and the two senior knights involved in the killing were handed over by the city lord to the aristocratic arbitral tribunal. It was reported that there was an uproar in the aristocratic circle. The reason why the aristocracy called it aristocracy was because the aristocracy was distinguished and respected. In the aristocratic circle, there is hatred between the nobles, which can be resolved through formal duels. The duel invites noble people to be arbitrated, and private attacks on the nobles are felonies. If it is an ordinary person, it is a felony to show vindictiveness in front of the nobles. On the battlefield, if a noble is defeated, as long as he officially requests the treatment of noble prisoners of war, no noble will violate the rules of the knight system. All these rules and laws are for the protection of the nobility. But now a lord who has just been honored for merit will be assassinated by members of the royal family. This behavior makes all the nobles angry. The noble arbitral tribunal collected all the evidence and notified the major nobles, and in the capital the 4 nobles of Gamba City, led by the hairy family of Lord Marshal's mother, asked King Spender George to severely punish Prince Wyatt George. Abel was sitting on Bayun's body at this time, and Lord Marshal was attacked. After hearing about it, he dived into the operation room and made 4 explosive swords. He even took the books that were never transmitted from the town. When it came out and put it in the box, 4 blasting swords filled the Heradick Cubes, took a spear from the weapon rack, and called Bayun in the forest behind the castle. "Bayun, fly faster today." Abel patted Bayun's neck and said quietly. Bayun screamed, signaled that Abel knew it, and then flapped his wings. Bayun knew the eagerness of his master, raised the speed to the highest level, and passed through the cloud with a large body and scattered it. Abel guessed that the 3 of Prince Wyatt were riding horses and must want to return to Gangba as soon as possible, so after the direction was determined, he carefully looked at the ground. At this time, Abel regretted that he did not complete the production of the telescope as soon as possible. If there was a telescope, it will be much more convenient. "Her Royal Highness, take a rest, the horse is tired," a night guard said to Prince Wyatt with some distress. Looking at the sweating body and the snoring war horse, Prince Wyatt nodded and said, "It's a long way from the Harvest City. Marshal won't chase after I come, just rest here." Because they were in a hurry, the 3 men hurried on their way. The servant and the carriage did not keep up, and they all returned to Gangba City by themselves. One of the 2 night guards lit a bonfire, and the other hunted. The senior night hunting was really overkill. In a while, 2 hares and a pheasant had become food on the fire. When I get back to Gangba, I will immediately mobilize my staff to settle on Harry's castle. Prince Wyatt swearing at the bland food. The two senior knight guards were silent, eating food silently, and no one paid attention to the words of Prince Wyatt. Prince Wyatt has seen the silent protest of the two guard knights. He is very dissatisfied with the attitude of the two knights. He thinks that he usually does not give less reward to these knights. These knights are fully responsible for his life. Prince Wyatt is noble, but as a four-prince, there are 3 older brothers, and a few better brothers below, so in the royal family, Prince Wyatt is not loved by King Spoon, and his mother's premature death also allowed him to be raised by a housekeeper. The steward who had been obedient to him made him an arrogant habit, and the education of the royal family did not change this habit of deepening the bone marrow. Prince Wyatt behaved politely during the smooth sailing, and when he felt hurt by himself, he recklessly. Until then, Prince Wyatt thought that it was because of Abel's mistake that this series of events had caused him to be so embarrassed, so Abel must pay the price. The royal warhorse is the best warhorse selected by Kame country, but it was a half-day gallop. Bayun flew for nearly an hour before catching up. Looking down from the sky, Abel recognized Prince Wyatt and 2 high-level knights, Prince Wyatt's unique royal-style clothes, and the golden armor of the Kingdom Guard. Abel took the chest necklace out of his clothes, put one hand on the necklace, and began to sing the ancient orc mantra, and soon the green light enveloped him, the green light dispersed, and he had become a werewolf. He instructed Bayun to dive in his heart, the Heradick block mark on his hand began to flash, and Bayun's body drew a beautiful curve and rushed down. Attention, there is a situation. The senior knight felt very sensitive, and the reaction to the attack had become the body's instinct. The 2 senior knights flashed their fighting spirits, their bodies flickered, and they were already blocking Prince Wyatt. It's a barnacle, it's an orc attack. The knights have seen that the attack came from the sky. A huge giant flying beast is exactly the orc's barnacle. At a distance of 20 meters from the ground, Bayun started to rise upwards, and Abel had already taken out the 4 explosive big swords in the static state of the Heradick Cubes within half a second and threw them to the ground with all their strength. 3 people. Beware of the hidden weapon. Defense. Because Prince Wyatt is behind him, the 2 senior knights can't give in. They can only use the big sword to fill the fight with the fight. Although the big sword's body is not wide, the trained senior knight it is not believed that the 4 hidden weapons in the sky have the ability to break through their defenses. 1, 2, 3 Abel, who controlled Bayun's ascension, meditated in his heart. With the 4 loud sounds, the dust and gravel on the ground were scattered with the shock wave of the explosion. Abel sat down on Bayun and looked down. When the dust was blown away by the wind, the golden armor on the 2 senior knights was already covered with scars, and red blood was flowing along the wound, each of the 2 senior knights. There were at least 10 wounds on the body, but the powerful vitality of the senior knight kept the 2 standing in place and maintaining a defensive posture. Go down. Abel commanded Bayun in his heart. About 10 meters off the ground, Abel jumped down from Bayun and walked towards Prince Wyatt with a spear. The injuries on Prince Wyatt were very minor. The main injuries were blocked by the 2 senior knights in front, but the wound on the left leg was also bleeding. For what happened just now, Prince Wyatt, still ignorant, never returned to God. Chapter 71 Kill the King. It's a werewolf. One of the senior knights saw Abel's changing werewolf and sang loudly. As he drank, the blood on his body accelerated again, but he didn't seem to care about it, and turned to the other knight. Shouted, "Take your highness first." The senior knight rushed to Abel with a grudge. He knew that if he didn't take another blow, he was afraid that the injury would make him unable to fight back. This is the first time that Abel has faced a high-level knight. Although the wolf cavalry gun skills of the werewolf royal family wolf family have left the power of the wolf, there is not much power left, but there is also a halftime bonus. Abel made a strange orc howl in his mouth. By howling, the wolf cavalry spell was blessed to his spear, and with the forward stab in the 11th style, he met the advanced knight. How powerful the senior knight is, Abel doesn't know, but according to the inference of Lord Marshall's intermediate knight, the power of the senior knight will not exceed 1,000 pounds, and the combat strength will reach 2,000 pounds. This kind of power can destroy almost everything in front of him. Abel's strength was about 2,000 pounds. After the incomplete addition of the wolf cavalry gun skills reached 3,000 pounds, and the opponent's senior knight had been injured, it was doubtful whether he could reach 2,000 pounds. When the spear and the big sword collided, the high knight's big sword was directly hit, and the long gun did not stop. The gun body flashed a strange green light through the High Knight's armor, just like breaking a thin piece of cloth. Then, the green gunpoint penetrated directly into the body of the Senior Knight, and then wore armor. Alberta sighed, picked the Senior Knight at the tip of his gun, and threw it vigorously in the direction of Prince Wyatt. Another Senior Knight, who was covering Prince Wyatt's running towards the warhorse, heard the sound, and when he looked back, he saw his companion's body being picked up. The Senior Knight did not expect that in just a few breaths, even the injured Senior Knight could not be killed immediately. At this time, the companion's body had flew closer, and the Senior Knight did not use a sword. I was afraid to destroy the companion's body, so I tried to block it directly. The moment the corpse came in contact with him, he finally understood why his companions would be spiked. This power was too great. The Senior Knight's body flew almost 10 meters flat, and he would limp toward Wyatt, the warhorse. The prince fell to the ground. Abel, holding a spear, walked towards Prince Wyatt step by step. The spear accompanied the howling in his mouth, flashing green light from time to time. The Senior Knight who had stood up was blocked by the sad reminder of Prince Wyatt, and Prince Wyatt was smashed to death and fell to the ground and fainted. The Senior Knight's eyes flickered and he whispered, "Are you a werewolf of the wolf family?" The wolf family's wolf cavalry gun skills are not secret. Except for the wolf family's lineage, other orcs will be hunted down by the wolf family if they learn, and the wolf family's wolf cavalry gun skills are 11 in the battlefield between orcs and humans. Countless humans died under this gun technique, and the green gun body and howling in mouth have become the symbol of this gun technique. Abel didn't bother. He didn't want to talk at this time. Whether it was orc or human language, he didn't want to stop the spell in his mouth. He was 2 levels behind the Senior Knight, but Abel was more powerful, but he had a combat literacy and a true knight. Compared to that, it is still a lot worse. It has been more than a year since Abel's cavalry training began, and he has become a full-fledged knight in a shorter time. This high-intensity battle, for his novice, dare not be a little slack. The Senior Knight felt that his power was continuously lost with the loss of blood. At this time, he could no longer drag his time, and a vengeance flew outward with a large sword. This was a long-range vindictive attack by the Senior Knight. Abel Fay stepped back. For this kind of high-level knight's vindictive long-range attack, he had no better way. He could only use the green spear to keep away the vindictive vengeance while avoiding the retreat. Fortunately, this was due to the weapon skills inherited by the werewolf royal family are really well-deserved. When the white spirit is close, Abel's green rifle can always fight the spirit and let him calm down. The Senior Knight's attack is getting weaker and weaker. The blood on his body has already bleed too much. The fierce attack coupled with the use of vindictiveness made the blood flow faster. Finally, when the vindictive attack was used to strike Abel again, the vindictive spirit suddenly stopped. Naturally, Abel would not let go of this opportunity. The green spear made a sweep and struck out the high-level knight, but Abel did not step forward to check, but walked towards Prince Wyatt. Prince Wyatt now woke up quietly, and opened his eyes to see a terrible werewolf face. "No, no, don't kill me." At this time, everything in Prince Wyatt's mind was unimportant. Before life and death, his ugliness would be revealed, and he begged for mercy. Abel couldn't help it at this time. He is now a werewolf. In the human world, an orc is almost the same as a public enemy and asks an orc for mercy. Abel has never heard anyone do this. Prince Wyatt was a knight. As a knight, he begged the orc for mercy. Abel couldn't help but think of the word treacherous, who betrayed humanity and committed unrelenting people. "My dear prince, everything you did to my adoptive father, I responded with your life." Abel's wolf-shaped mouth spit out the words of humanity. You are human." Prince Wyatt had understood at this time, and then exclaimed, "You are Abel, that Abel, I can hear your voice. Looks like I'm about to die." Abel's wolf showed a murderous face, and the spear in his hand stretched out against the top of Prince Wyatt's throat. "Don't, please, don't kill me." Prince Wyatt was startled by the cold of the gunpoint, begging softly, and then shouted, "I don't know you, I really don't know you. Be a good person in the next life." A green light flashed from the tip of the gun, and Prince Wyatt's throat was pierced. The plea of supplication on his face was gone, and he was out of breath. Looking coldly at Prince Wyatt on the ground, Abel shook off the blood on the tip of the gun and came to the Senior Knight who was shot more than 10 meters away. At this time, the Senior Knight had not yet awakened from the coma. Abel low after a physical examination, there was no danger to life, and then Bayun was called. On the return journey, Abel asked Bayun to fly as high as possible. After an hour, Abel appeared in Herrick Castle, and rarely went to the smithy to exchange some forging experience with Master Bensham. The news of Prince Wyatt's death was soon brought back by the waking senior knight. King Sven George was overly sad because of the accidental killing of the 4 princes and fainted. The appearance of the werewolves also made several nearby towns hesitate for a moment, and a large number of guard tasks caused mercenaries in several cities to make a small fortune. Nobles are always filled with glee and joy when they talk about Prince Wyatt, but the noble arbitral tribunal did not stop because of the death of Prince Wyatt, and according to the deities of this world, the guilty person would not sin is eliminated, then his soul will not return to the kingdom of God. Therefore, the assassination of Lord Marshal finally took out a property of Gamba City worth 100,000 gold coins from the property of the deceased Prince Wyatt and gave it to Lord Marshal for atonement. May his soul return to heaven. Lord Marshal said solemnly when he received the estate document, as if he had forgiven Prince Wyatt's crimes, and said this sentence to make Prince Wyatt's soul peaceful. The words of this palace moved the secretary of the palace, who was very impressed by the legend. The humble, heroic and fair Lord Marshal is indeed well deserved. Only Abel knew that Lord Marshal was pleased with the 100,000 gold manor, and the annual output would bring a huge income to Herrick Castle. With the end of this incident, it seems that everything has returned to its original point, and everything has returned to peace. But this time the conflict between the nobility and the royal family aggravated the contradiction between the two. Fortunately, King Spender George's body improved, and the conflict on the surface of the kingdom sank again. Chapter 72 Forged Armor. In the room of Abel on the side of Herrick Castle, in addition to his daily night training, he stayed beside the wooden table on the second floor. A dozen parchment papers have been used, all depicting this world and various armor styles in the previous world. Parchment is very expensive. The price of 2 pieces of gold coins for this kind of paper made of lamb cake makes most people use it carefully. Of course, there are also low-priced parchment papers. The so-called parchment paper of 5 silver coins, in fact, it is made of rabbit skin as a raw material, but nobles will not use this kind of paper. The lamb cake leather is delicate and smooth, which is conducive to writing. What's more important is that the nobleman's decent make them not even poor. Those fake parchments. The material of the writing quill pen is the thickest feather on the tip of the adult male goose's wings. After removing it, use steaming to remove the fat from the feathers, insert the tube head into the hot sand and wait for natural cooling. In order to strengthen the feather tube, finally cut out the nib obliquely, and cut a centimeter vertically at the nib to become a quill pen for writing. Abel was already familiar with the use of this primitive writing instrument. For the invention of paper, he knew the history of civilization in the previous life. He would not invent this kind of invention that changed the course of civilization. In the previous life, when the great power of the East invented the paper, introduced into the West, Western education has made rapid progress. The knowledge originally held in the hands of a few people has become knowledge that is easily accessible to the general public, and changes have taken place. In this world, tens of thousands of years of history of the Holy Continent have continued. He did not believe that no smart man would invent cheap paper similar to straw paper, but he had not heard of it. Only from history, there is very little in this world. With change, civilization is almost at a standstill. Abel is very satisfied with his current social status. In this world, he only cares about his family and friends in this world, plus the secrets in him, so that he will not try to create such inventions that change the course of civilization. The main reason why he stayed in the room for 3 days was to make armor for the king 2 months later. As a knight who was awarded due to military merit, the armor showed off the power to ordinary people during such a major ceremony. Meng, a way to show the nobility to the nobles, and to show the king his bravery. On dozens of parchment papers, drawings of several types of armor that Abel had learned were drawn, but he was not satisfied with this kind of armor without characteristics. Abel is still very young, and his body is not open. Even because of long-term knight training and the strengthening of becoming a formal knight, his height is already much higher than that of people of the same age. At present, his height is only 1.7 meters. This is the height of ordinary people, but the knights are different. They eat the best food and perform the most perfect training. Generally, they must reach a height of about 1.9 meters, so a piece of armor is normally 1.9 meters. Height to make. He is only 13 years old now. He only needs to make a suitable temporary armor for his armor, but Lord Marshal loves knight armor. The imitation Qiyang armor on his body is often taken out and wiped. Although that armor is in Harvest City is already a very dazzling armor, but Gamba City, the capital of the Principality of Kame, looks a bit shabby. Abel wanted Lord Marshal to wear one of the coolest knightly armor in front of the friends and family of the Harry family in Gamba when he was most proud of his life. In the previous world, the level of production of armor is similar to the level of this world, but under the rapid development of modern civilization, those armors in various movies and animation works have been drawn by designers to be extremely cool. Countless cosplay fans we used a variety of materials to restore those armors, and released many design drawings, and even some CAD models. With the improvement of Abel's mental power, those memories that have been seen before can now be clearly recalled as long as they calm down. Among the memories that have been baptized by countless information in the modern network, a large number of different memories have appeared. A variety of armor styles. The elegant elf-style armor in The Lord of the Rings perfectly reflects the elf's slender figure and neutral beauty. The elf-style pattern makes the armor look extravagant, but the biggest problem with that armor is that it is not enough protection. Abel vetoed without hesitation. In the Final Fantasy Warrior's blue suit with long horns and a right-angled shoulder, it looks very brave when worn, but the design close to the body gives Abel a headache. How to go to Lord Marshal? He was asked to take off his clothes and measure his body size. While other blacksmiths were still thinking about how to turn the armor design on a limited number of drawings into a finished product, Abel was choosing to pick and choose among countless armor designs. A set of armors emerged in the mind, and even a large number of CAD modeling and dimensional drawings clearly appeared. This is a set of Gold Saint Seiya's armor design drawings and a set of 12 armors. In particular, Taurus armor has two forms. One is a Taurus standing on 4 feet on the ground, and the other is a Taurus heavy armor that is hung on the body and protected in layers. Taurus armor is divided into helmets with horns, double shoulders with hitting horns, breastplates, backs, waists, arms and legs, shoes. Abel all used 120 rough for forging. Because of the ready-made drawings in the brain, the forging was very smooth, and the thickness of important parts of the forehead and back armor was particularly strengthened. In the end, a bunch of gray-black parts were scattered in the operating room. On the ground. Looking at these gray-black armor parts, Abel felt that there was a big departure from the imaginary golden armor. The color of iron forged from the current iron ore is this gray-black, the quality is superior, and this color really makes it as difficult to accept the armor made from it. There are some tools that Abel made in this operating room, such as a machine that will use the sanding and polishing of the iron surface to drive the belt with the pedals, and the grinding turntable to rotate rapidly. When grinding, put a round grindstone on the turntable. If polishing is needed, replace with animal fur and fix it. The time that Abel made this machine instead of manual sanding was many times faster and the effect was better than manual sanding. The parts on the ground were first polished one by one and then polished. All the parts soon became smooth and shimmering. Although the color was still not so good, it was much better than before. Among the materials to be used below is a poisonous mercury. For his own safety, Abel put on a homemade mask. Take out the gold foil purchased by butler Linsai, cut it into thin strips with scissors, put it into a crucible and place it on the stove, then pour mercury and stir with a gold rod. When the gold foil strips are completely dissolved in the mercury, pour into a cold water pan to cool, and get silvery white mud like gold mud. Abel had a clever move when he saw the silver white paste like gold mud. This kind of paste is also considered a liquid. Wouldn't a better gold mud be obtained if this gold mud was synthesized? The rich and willful Abel filled the silver white mud like gold mud into 3 bottles, put them in the Heradick Cubes, and clicked the synthesis button. The gold mud in the 3 bottles disappeared, and one appeared in the Heradick Cubes. With a dark-colored crystal bottle, the slime-like gold clay inside has changed from silvery white to dark golden. Abel took out the dark golden gold mud from the Heradick Cube and looked at it carefully. I don't know how the Heradick Cubes distinguished the levels, but he knew that the bottle of gold clay in his hand was definitely the best and the most perfect. Of gold mud. The gold mud is mixed with salt and alum to make a liquid evenly wipe the surface of Taurus armor parts. He then baked the parts one by one on a charcoal fire, turning while baking, and over time, the surface of the parts began to glow gradually, like a layer of mercury. Continue to bake, the mercury continuously evaporates, and the gold mud layer gradually turns into gold. I wonder if it is because of the synthesis of Heradick Cubes. The final color of the gold mud is a particularly dazzling gold, which is almost perfect without processing. Mirror surface without any flaws. Regardless of the cost, Abel carried this method of gold 3 times, and finally got a finished armor full of golden light. Fill the excess gold mud solution into a bottle and seal it, so that it can be used to maintain the armor when it is scratched. the production of the main body of the armor has been completed. Then Abel drew the 12 #soul rune with a rune pen on the inside of the chest and back and set it with diamonds. The next step is to ask the tailor and the tanner in the castle to make the inner lining of the armor. After all is over, this picture of the Taurus armor Abel took 10 days to complete. This is the longest production time since he forged the equipment. Pieces of equipment. Chapter 73 Earn Coins. Then Abel spent 3 days helping him to forge a set of equipment, including an armor, a shield, and a night gun. The armor is forged using the world's traditional drawings, and the outside is painted with blue paint, which is also in line with Abel's current age, and the 12 #soul rune is also drawn and set with diamonds. Although he killed Prince Wyatt's case has been blamed on the werewolf, but he is still worried that the royal family will retaliate because he is the source of the incident, and necessary protection measures are still necessary. The rune 12 #soul was also drawn on the shield and set with diamonds. The surface is the coat of arms of Harry Castle, the red base, and the white unicorn on it. After the honor is finished, Abel can apply for his lord's coat of arms. At that time, he will wear 2 lord's coats of arms, the blacksmith master's medal, to attend formal occasions. The night gun is an enlarged version of a large sword with a length of 5 meters, a square with a winger, a thick upper tip and a lower end, and a bottom extended protective support with a handle inside. This is not the kind of one-time wooden night gun. Abel is powerful. The night gun made of 120 rough weighs 300 pounds, plus the 4 #nef symbol is drawn. The effect of Wen's shock to repel the enemy, the spear is like a nightmare to any enemy. It can be imagined that during the battle against Abel, the enemy was added by Abel's power and runes every time, and kept retreating. Each time he retreated, Abel used the night skill, Night Rush, with the night mount acceleration, leaving room for acceleration. The next attack will be more fierce. Under this attack, the enemy will not be able to escape, and can only be attacked again and again until the end. Although Abel has simplified his armor and added the original ice magic sword, the total value of these equipment is still an astronomical number if purchased outside. It would be nice if the Black Wolf Black Wind can grow up faster. Abel lamented that it would be perfect if he wore these equipment while riding the Black Wind. The mount enhancement of the little wolf Black Wind once a night made the Black Wind start to grow rapidly. The stage is growing up almost every day. In the early morning, Abel took 2 ice magic swords and 2 fire magic swords to the Harvest City in a carriage. Due to fear of the orc attack, Lord Marshal forced Abel to travel with a small team of 6 people. Guards composed of junior soldiers. Although these junior soldiers are more powerful than not knights, they can also fight with each other. Each soldier is an old soldier brought back by Lord Marshal from the battlefield. His age is in his 40s. Warrior's most powerful period. Abel couldn't explain to Lord Marshal that there were no orc attacks. The lesser people knew about the attacks on the royal family, the better they were pushed to the werewolves, so now they can only go out with a team of cavalry. Once again at the Edmund auction house, the waiter saw the coat of arms of Harry Castle on the carriage far away, and when Abel got out of the car, Miss Yvette was standing in front of the car waiting for him. Edmund Auction welcomes you, Lord Abel. Miss Yvette bowed her knees, and now her attitude towards Abel is more and more respected. This miraculously rising teenager is now famous in Harvest City. He rose up and became a model for educating children in every family, and Abel was also fortunate to be a child of someone else's family. Miss Yvette, thank you for your welcome. Abel waved and asked a guard of the guard to remove the 4 magic weapons wrapped in animal skins from the carriage and return to the court. After seeing the parcel, Miss Yvette was full of excitement. Since Lord Marshal was attacked, and then Prince Wyatt was killed, the magic weapon worth 5 gold coins forged by Master Abel in the whole incident became focus in the eyes of all nobles. Lord Abel, please enter the VIP room. Miss Yvette invited Abel to enter the VIP room during the ceremony. A guard carried the package and followed it, and placed the package on the table in the VIP room. Shirley retreated. Although Miss Yvette was very anxious to see the magic weapon sent by Abel, she still politely poured coffee for Abel. After waiting patiently for a few sips of coffee, she asked, "Do you have anything to do at Edmund Auctions? I was very satisfied with the last cooperation. This time I brought the latest forged magic weapon." Abel said, stepped forward and opened the package on the table, exposing the 2 ice magic swords and 2 fire magic weapons inside. Sword. Is this the kind of magical sword purchased by Prince Wyatt and identified by Master Thorin Oakenshield? Miss Yvette asked with great concern, and the headquarters has urged her many times to try to make this magical sword the auction of Edmund Auction House. Abel's magic sword is the hottest topic recently. Nobles will spend a lot of money to get this magic sword, even if it is not a knight, for decent will also buy. Yes, these 4 magic swords, 2 ice magic swords, and 2 fire magic swords are all made with 120 swords. Abel replied. Lord Abel, the magic sword is delivered to Edmund Auction. Please rest assured that each sword will not be lower than the Master Thorin Oakshield's valuation, and we can guarantee it for you, and your auction fee will be free. Mizivet actually does not have this power, but the news from the headquarters made her want to retain Abel at all costs and gave her the greatest power in this matter. Edmund Auctions does not need to make money on the auction of the magical sword forged by Master Abel. When it earned the fame, it had benefited Edmund Auctions greatly. In the future, with the reputation of Master Abel, in the future, as long as Master Abel can be retained, the Edmund Auction House will become more and more famous with Master Abel's fame. I'm very satisfied with your service, Mizivet. Abel accepted Mizivet's kindness with a smile. Since the ice magic sword was sent to the auction for the first time, Abel explained to Mizivet the effect of the ice magic sword. He flicked the sword face with his fingers, a blue light flashed, and a layer of frost on his fingers. Abel said, the ice magic sword can attack the enemy with 2 effects. One is to slow down, which can slow the enemy's speed and attack speed due to the power of frost. The second is ice magic damage. This kind of damage, the power is not great, but if the ice magic sword breaks the defense, the ice magic power is more difficult to remove from the body than the fighting spirit. Well, a powerful weapon. Although Mizivet is not a professional, she knows the performance of many weapons at the auction house. What this kind of weapon that can slow down the opponent means in battle is very clear in her mind. Mizivet, I need to buy some more medicines. Please give me 27 bottles of hemolysis medicine, 270 bottles of blood replenishing medicine, 162 bottles of condensate medicine. Abel is going to purchase another month's volume, which is already a lot. Lord Abel, I'll send you these potions at once, for a total of 20,250 gold coins. Mizivet had some doubts on her face, but it quickly disappeared. At this moment, Abel looked in her eyes and sighed in her heart. Sure enough, his purchase of a lot of night potions was very noticeable. Fortunately, this time he was only a cavalier for more than 2 years. Although it was more, it did not cause much surprise to Mizivet. Soon, more than 400 bottles of medicine were delivered in a leather dome box. After Abel settled the bill with the magic gold card, the number in the magic gold card was reduced by half, showing 31,500 gold coins. He can buy up to 1 month of usage before waiting for the next auction. Of course, the dosage for the past 2 years is only for other knights. For Abel, this is only 1 day's consumption, but Abel is not too anxious now. His promotion speed has been very amazing, even the potions he bought now. He was not prepared to take it immediately, and slowly stored more medicines, waited for a reasonable time, and then found opportunities to use it continuously. Chapter 74 Bad News. When Abel came out of the VIP room, the whispers of discussions caught his attention, and several businessmen chatted in the rest of the auction house. Have you ever seen Lord Marshall's golden suit? I haven't seen it. I've heard people talk about it these days. I have seen it, and my eyes were all flowering. Just yesterday, Lord Marshall wore his golden armor to harvest the city. When he got off the horse-drawn carriage, I seemed to see it. A ray of sunlight, the armor shining so brightly as to see people. Isn't the armor of the Kingdom Guard of Prince Wyatt George's guard some time ago also golden? How can it compare? The gold armor of the Kingdom Guard is like brass made of Lord Marshall. When Abel heard this, he already knew that his dear Uncle Marshall was wearing Taurus armor to show off in Harvest City, but what the businessman said was true, there was indeed a lot of gold armor in the Kingdom Guard. It is for brass to appear golden. Although the protection of the armor is reduced, the decentness of the kingdom is the most important, and a little defense is not important. Lord Abel, it would be very welcome if you could put the same golden armor of Lord Marshall on the auction. Mizivet offered softly. Abel chuckled and waved his hand and said, that set of armor took too long and took a lot of my thoughts. I will not make a second set for the time being. In fact, Abel has already decided not to sell the works identified by Master Thorin Oakshield as gold equipment, because from the words of Master Thorin Oakshield, he can feel that the materials for making gold equipment are more precious. If sold, it will make people wonder about the source of his material, and the high price of golden equipment. Not many people can afford it. Hearing the dodge words in Abel's mouth, Mizivet didn't persuade much. In the warm farewell of Mizivet, Abel left the Edmund auction house to meet with the guards. Then Abel ran through all the shops selling pharmacy in Harvest City, and separately purchased a second group of pharmacy that can be synthesized once. Only 1,250 gold coins remained in the magic gold card. "Master, I'm looking for you everywhere, and I want you to meet him. He's waiting for you in another courtyard." A knight attendant, Elliot, rides on horseback and dismisses. "Elliot, how did you find me?" Abe arched slightly, and asked strangely after the gift. "Master's guard and cavaliers have all come out to look for you. I first found you," the cavaliers, Elliot explained. Seeing Elliot's anxiety, Abel was surprised that Lord Marshal was so anxious to find himself, and quickly returned to the carriage, under the protection of the guards, and hurried to Harry Castle's other courtyard in Harvest City. "Abel, you are finally here." Lord Marshal walked a few steps with a gloomy complexion, and said Abel, who had just pulled off the carriage. "Uncle Marshal, what happened?" Abel asked quickly. "Do you remember Senior Celulian?" Lord Marshal asked without answering Abel. "Yes, of course, he led the beasts of the orcs, and won a great victory, and was sealed by the knights of the territory." Although he only met once, Abel was impressed by the high-level knights of Celulian, who was a gentleman. "Knight. He's got something wrong," said Lord Marshal in a deep voice, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Since seeing him last time in the city's main residence, Lord Marshal and the Celulian senior knights have gathered together several times. "Very good friend. A senior knight of Celulian is a senior knight. There are not many senior knights in Harvest City, not to mention that a senior knight of Celulian is a general commanding the elite army of 1,000 people. What can he do?" Abel looked at Lord Marshal in doubt. Salian Yen Knight was busy with the construction of his territory recently. He had just been repaired in the territory and was attacked by the werewolves. No one in the castle could escape. A servant who entered the city and found a grin when he returned. The attack was reported to Harvest City, and by the time the reinforcements arrived, the battle was over. The senior cavaliers of Celulian had their heads removed and the head was taken away by the werewolf. Lord Marshal gritted his teeth and finished the whole thing. Is the werewolf's revenge? Abel was a little surprised, when he thought of the extraordinary wolf family werewolf. Was it the wolf family to get revenge? From the traces left by the castle, only one orc participated in the battle, and all were wolf cavalry. The wolf cavalry capable of killing high-level knights is not an ordinary wolf cavalry. Lord Marshal looked at Abel and continued. This must have been a revenge from the werewolf. The last siege was sure to involve the werewolf nobles. As the high-ranking Celulian commanded the battle, he and all the people in his castle were slaughtered. "You mean, our castle is also in danger?" Abel finally knew why Lord Marshal was so eager to find himself. "Let's return to the castle soon and strengthen the defense against the werewolf attack." Lord Marshal's voice was very calm, but the murderousness implied in the middle could be clearly felt by Abel, who had experienced life and death struggles. "Can you ask the Lord to send some knights to help us defend?" Abel felt very dangerous to the wolf cavalry who could break into the castle and kill the high-level knights. Although he was not afraid of these wolf cavalry, ordinary people in the castle could not stop him. To keep the wolf cavalry from attacking, more manual defense is always good. Hearing this news, the city owner has summoned all the knights that can be mobilized together with the high-level mercenaries in the mercenary guild to prepare for the defense of Harvest City. The Lord is worried that the crazy werewolf will use Harvest City as a target, so at present there is no way to send someone to help us. Lord Marshal understood the plan of the city owner, but was very dissatisfied with the city owner's approach of not sending people at all. The transfer of some knights in Harvest City will not have much impact on the defense of Harvest City. Lord Marshal does not believe that the werewolves will send a large number of high-level werewolves to the deepest part of the human world. If the werewolf actions fail, the losses of these high-level werewolves will deal a blow to the position of the werewolves in the Orc Empire. Whether orcs or humans, they are very valuable for advanced combat power. The resources used to cultivate each advanced combat power, even some small and medium-sized families, are extremely strenuous. So the reason why the orcs will throw a large number of newborn orc warriors into the human world, but rarely put advanced combat power into the human world. The orc's fertility is very strong, and the resources of the Orc Empire are very limited. Each year, a large number of orc warriors conduct life and death trials for resources. The Orc Empire also uses life and death trials to eliminate some of the orc warriors, reduce the consumption of resources, and can also select fine tax soldiers to expand the army. According to Lord Marshall's estimation, there will not be too many high-level wolf cavalry who come to the human world this time. Knights such as the high-level Saloyan knights cannot use war horses in the castle. Maybe good training makes him stronger than ordinary soldiers, but the horse-fighting ability of the knight is not good, and the wolf cavalry has the strongest mount on the ground. As long as there are 2 senior wolf cavalry, Saloyan can be advanced. The knight had nowhere to run. The strength of a knight is that the more the number of the knights, the more powerful their power becomes in a geometric way. 1 knight can face 1 wolf cavalry. As long as 10 knights give them charge time, they can easily defeat 50 wolf cavalry. The single knight's survivability is greatly reduced. Abel was preparing for the next possible battle. He said to the knights, Elliot, please help me buy a lot of small gems and send them back to Harry Castle immediately. While saying that Abel was pressing from inside the clothes, he actually pressed his hand on the block of heraldic, took out 500 gold coins from it, put them in a money bag, and took the money bag to the Elliot knight attendant. Yes, master. Knight Elliot's servant did not ask about the role of these gems, but immediately took the gold coins and left on horseback. When Lord Marshall and Abel returned to Harry's castle, they found that the castle was all safe, looked at each other, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. On the way back, they had been worried whether the castle had been attacked. There is no need to worry about Abel Castle. Only a few people, such as the city main house, Harry Castle, and Abel Castle, knew that the former Matthew Castle had become Abel Castle. Before there was no official award, others only knew Abel. They will be granted territories. Chapter 75 New Features in Heradick Cubes. Abel returned to the room thinking about any way to resist this revenge from the werewolf family. He knew that even if he surrendered the Holy Wolf relic of Holy Wolf's favor, it would be difficult for the werewolves to stop revenge. Ask the Elliot knight servant to buy small gems. Abel is going to supplement the already blasted out sword in the block of Heradick, and he made the worst plan to make a super explosion made of perfect gems. Great sword, when necessary, this super explosive great sword can be destroyed with all the enemies. Of course, this is just Abel's worst plan. Now it's a matter of time. He had some ideas about the blasting sword before. He wanted to test whether the blasting sword can prolong some blasting time, but he has been busy with other things recently. Too much consideration for this study. Well. 3 knocks on the door gently. Abel knew it was the maid's knock. Professionally trained maids have fixed rules for knocking on the door. On weekdays, 2 are normal requests to meet. Knocking on the door. Today, knocking on the door 3 times just now is important to find him. Come in. Abel said, looking at the door. Master, Lord Marshall is waiting for you in the downstairs lobby. The maid bowed her knees. Abel heard the news, disregarding the maid in a disrespectful manner, and quickly walked down the stairs. Hello, Master Abel. As soon as Abel stepped down the stairs, a group of neat voices came into his ears, standing behind Lord Marshall with 20 fully armed knights wearing the Harry family knights medals and saluting him uniformly. Greetings. Abel looked carefully at these knights. Each of the knights was over 40 years old. From the perspective of momentum, they were all the most sturdy junior soldiers. Abel never thought that Harry Castle had such a knights team. Of these knights, Abel had only seen 3 or 4 of them, none of the other knights had seen them. Knight attendants were originally prepared for knights. Few were over 20 years old. They followed the knights to learn their knighthood, and served the knights, maintaining their weapons and taking care of their knights. Because of the special identity of the knight servant, far more noble than ordinary people, a large number of soldiers became knight servant for this identity, and the knight also needed these forces to help himself, so now the knight servant has become a noble higher than the guard private. Armed. Abel, all the knights here are brought back from the orc battlefield. Brothers who were born and died together, they gave everything to me, and I trust them like brothers. Today the castle is in crisis. You are my heir, and I will hand this team over to you, and I hope you will arm them as much as possible. Lord Marshall said solemnly. Lord Marshall was afraid that after the danger arose, Abel could not master the main combat power of Harry Castle, so he explained in advance. Abel turned to look at the 20 knight attendants and asked softly, "Can I trust you?" Abel's voice was not loud, but every knight attendant in the hall heard it very clearly. They knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, "Master, dare to serve the Harry family." From just calling Master Abel to now calling Albert, these 20 cavalry attendants have sworn allegiance to Abel, the heir to the family. This world's oath of allegiance is a very important decision, and few people will violate their oath. Abel pointed to Elliot, who was familiar with him, and said, "Elliot, come over and take off all your equipment. I'll check it first." The named knight Elliot stepped forward, politely saying, "Yes, sir." After speaking, the knight Elliot took off his equipment piece by piece and placed it in front of Abel. Abel first picked up the hat and looked at it, and tapped the hat lightly. The dome hat, which was glued together by 3 pieces of iron, was also called a skull hat. Then he picked up the leather armor. These leather armors are relatively heavy. They are full of small pieces of iron inlaid. This is a typical inlaid armor with good defense ability. The right-hand weapon is an 80-handed one-handed long sword. Take a look at it and you will know that this sword is a disciple of Master Bensum. The work of his brother Garden is very forged and the quality is very good. The left hand is a round shield, which is also made by 80. It is also the work of Garden. The round shield is not large. Holding it in hand will not affect the attack of the one-handed sword, and it can effectively protect the important position on the body. Everyone put down the sword and the shield. Elliot, you'll find 2 people to take the sword and the shield to my operating room. Abel ordered. The quality of the weapons and shields equipped by these knight attendants is very good, and they can basically meet the requirements for drawing runes and changing them into rune equipment. Farewell to Lord Marshal. Abel took the rune pen and rune ink from upstairs, and brought a large bag of small broken gems brought back by the Elliot knight's attendant to the operating room together. In the operating room, the Elliot knight servant had placed the one-handed sword and the buckler neatly in the empty space of the operating room, while the Elliot knight servant stood side by side, waiting for Abel's order. "When I'm making magic equipment, don't let anyone bother me," Abel said. "Yes, Albert." Immediately after the Elliot knight servants went out, they called all the other 19 knight servants to the door of the operation room. They didn't know whether the process of making magic weapons by Abel was dangerous. Holding their corpses, otherwise no one would be able to access this operating room. In the operation room, Abel first synthesized a bunch of small broken gems into ordinary gems. He found that the Knights of Elliot purchased these gems at a much lower price than himself. It seems that the aristocracy is still very disadvantaged when buying items. One thing. From the rubies with the most gems in the pile, a perfect ruby was synthesized, which is used to make a super explosive sword. Abel began to make magic weapons officially. This was the first time Abel used rune-drawn weapons to draw runes. Before that, all his magic weapons were drawn using his forged equipment. From the ground, he held a forged one-handed sword from Garden. Abel carefully observed the small differences in the sword with mental strength. There were some small flaws, but the impact was not great. I saw some leftovers from the previous days. The item messed up the console a little, and with one move of his hand, the one-handed sword was stowed into the Heradick box. After clearing up the clutter on the operating table, Abel's mind sank into the Heradick block and was preparing to take out the one-handed sword from the Heradick block. The astonishing scene made him take out the one-handed sword. The movement stopped. When Abel's mental power stayed on the one-handed sword in the block of Heradick, a set of words appeared on the surface of the one-handed sword, which was Chinese. Abel almost cried at this moment. How familiar text! For such a long time, he almost forgot the previous world. There was a kind of fear in Abel's heart. Fearing that time would let him forget something, forget the parents of the original world, forget the friends of the original world, forget all of the original, some friends' faces he could not remember, and he was especially afraid of one day, he can't even remember the appearance of his parents. This Heradick Cube that came to this world with him was his only sustenance for that world, and it was the foundation of his life in this world. With Heradick Cubes around, Abel felt that there was another the world is supporting him. The appearance of Chinese this time also shows that this Heradick block really came with him from the original world. It was previously doubtful, but now it is positive. The Chinese are written in white. One-handed long sword, common. One-handed damage, 2 to 3. Durability, 24 of 21. Abel was surprised to find that Heradick Cubes can display weapon properties. Although not as complete as shown in Diablo 2, this world is the real world and a completely different world from the world in the game. It can display these. It is very rare. But why didn't the equipment put in before show attributes? No one answered Abel, and he carefully analyzed the reasons and found that there would only be 2 points. One might be that the weapons that he had forged before were put into the Heradick Cube. Another possible reason was that his mental strength was so strong later, you can activate more of the functions of Heradick Cubes. Chapter 76 Busy and Chinese. Abel fetched his ice magic sword and threw it into the Heradick block, and concentrated his energy on the ice magical sword of the Heradick block. A message appeared on it. Frost Sword, Common. One-handed damage, 3 to 7. Durability, 24 of 24. Plus 1 to 2 ice damage for 2 seconds. Among them, the words, Frost Sword, Ordinary, are shown in bold and blue. Unlike the one-handed sword that was just white, the original one-handed sword was white, and this ice magic sword is blue equipment, which is magic equipment. Seeing the prefix, Frost, before the great sword, Abel saw the obvious Diablo 2 naming style. Frost means cold damage. Unfortunately, the properties of the original 10 #Thulshur rune are: adds 3 to 14 ice damage. Effect lasts 3 seconds. 30% increase in anti-icing. However, due to the writing of rune ink and the material of the great sword, only 1 to 2 ice damage was retained, and the duration of the effect was less than 1 second. Abel now does not know how to improve the effect of the rune. The new discovery provided Abel with power. Abel clamped the one-handed sword with iron pliers, put the hilt in the stove, and after the hilt became red, he used the iron pliers to grow one-handed from the stove. The sword was clipped out, and a groove was made in the hilt with the tool. Then there were tedious 19 repetitions. All 21-handed long swords were grooved. Because time was tight, Abel had no rest for almost a moment. The process of drawing runes is very smooth. Abel's mental strength has been greatly improved. Every 5 one-handed swords are drawn, and only 1 break is required. 20 one-handed swords are used for 1 night, including breakfast. I didn't bother to eat, and it was not finished until noon. At noon, in the restaurant of Harry Castle, Abe, who has been busy since yesterday, is sitting at the large dining table and eating a large amount of leopard meat. Lord Marshal understands Abe's rude behavior when he eats, and does not speak, just he smiled and watched Aber's gobble eating, which was rarely rude. Uncle Marshal, I'm just a bit hungry. Realizing that Lord Marshal's gaze was noticed, Abel then found himself rude. The way of eating at the nobleman's table required that he must be elegant, and this way of eating was really rude. Abel usually pays great attention to these details. It has been 2 years since he came to this world. From the beginning of the alert to this world, it has gradually integrated into everything here. Today's disability is because of a lot of work. His spirit is very bad. Due to the heavy consumption of mental power, the mind can no longer tell him in time. It's okay, you're really like a child now, Lord Marshal said with some sigh. After Abel came to Harry Castle, everything he showed was very mature. He never let Lord Marshal worry about it, which also made Lord Marshal less fun in educating children. He often talked to friends when he came to Abel. He always said that Abel was too obedient, so that he could not erect the majesty of adoptive father. In Abel's mind, Lord Marshal and Knight Bennett have similar status. It can be said that Abel did not show much resistance in the matter that Bennett gave him to Lord Marshal for adoption. The reason is that in the subconscious, Abel didn't want to completely replace the previous Abel, but when he came to Lord Marshal, he really became a new Abel, one of his own. Uncle Marshal, I'm no longer a child. Abel emphasized somewhat that 13-year-old is already a teenager here, and he doesn't want others to call his child, which is also a manifestation of Abel's true integration into his current status on the earth in previous lives. Abel, the adult, would never say such a thing. Yes, you are no longer a child. Lord Marshal said with a laugh. How's the production progress of the magic weapon? Lord Marshal asked with some concern. Looking at the current situation, it is estimated that the werewolves will come to attack Harry Castle in these 2 days. According to the news from the scouts, a small step of wolf cavalry appeared outside Harvest City, as if they were investigating Harvest City. Only the experience of Lord Marshal can be seen. It was just a trick used by the werewolf to hold back the harvest power of the Harvest City. I believe that Viscount Dickens, the lord of the city, could also see it, but he was afraid that he would not dare to harvest the Harvest City authenticity. Only the Harvest Defense City. In fact, Lord Marshal was somewhat wronged with Viscount Dickens, because Viscount Dickens truly felt that the existence of the werewolves at the same level as the Knight Captain appeared outside the Harvest City, so Viscount Dickens did not dare to send staff help Harry Castle. Similarly, the captain of the other wolf cavalry did not dare to show up easily, because as long as his werewolf at this level shot, Viscount Dickens had to fight against him. This was the duty of Viscount Dickens as the Harvest City, and he enjoyed bringing him the glory and wealth of the same time. It also guards the Harvest City from being attacked by masters of his level. In the same way, if the Lord Viscount Dickens reinforces Harry Castle, he will also fight the Wolf Captain for a life-and-death battle. How can Viscount Dickens, who has been in control for many years, personally risk for a castle? 21-handed swords are almost finished, and they should be delivered to the Cavaliers with their shields tomorrow morning, Abel said, stopping his knife and fork. So fast. Pay attention to your body. Although time is tight, your body is important. Lord Marshall's attitude towards Abel's crazy work was helpless. It's nothing, and it didn't help you make that bullock cart. Abel wiped the greasy stain on the corner of his mouth and smiled. Cough. Lord Marshall was slightly flushed with Abel's words, and he coughed twice, then said, I'm also familiar with my weapons and armor these days. I believe that as long as it is not too great, the werewolves' offense will not be successful, and they will pay their due price. Seems to be thinking of the Knights of Celuyan, Lord Marshall added. 2 senior knights, Bernal and Hope, have also been attacked, but fortunately, they have prepared in advance. The senior knight just suffered some injuries and has returned to Harvest City. The werewolves are too arrogant. Abel said angrily. This is also the depth of the human world. It should be the safest place in the human world, but the continuous orc attacks have made people in this land tremble. I heard the news that the masters of the Principality of Carmel have received orders to be forwarded to the Harvest City. The fastest batch will come in 3 days. As long as they can persist for 3 days, things will change. Lord Marshall said. Finally, there is good news, but only 3 days later, the werewolves ran out long after the attack, so they couldn't hurry up. Abel complained. This is already the fastest speed. The master of the nearest city, Shidwa City, came here day and night, and the 3 days were already very fast. The other masters of the big city, along with the kingdom of Gangba City, came to spend it. More time, of course. This is the fastest time to summon masters to rescue. I heard that the werewolves killed Prince Wyatt George, which made King Spend George very annoyed. I heard that the werewolves began to attack again, so directly order emergency rescue in nearby big cities, Lord Sher explained. Abel couldn't help but have a strange smile in his heart. Killing Prince Wyatt George himself to marry the werewolf, and King Spend George sent a rescue to avenge the prince, and the rescue was to kill his son people. After eating Chinese food, Abel ordered the kitchen dinner to be taken directly to the door of the operating room. He would take it out by himself, and then return to the operating room to work. The sapphire was placed 20 times, the spiritual guidance 20 times, and the 21-handed swords all succeeded without a failure. Placing one of the one-handed swords in the Heradick Cube, the mental power was concentrated on the sword, and it emerged. One-handed long sword, common. One-handed damage, 2 to 3. Durability, 24 of 24. Plus 1 to 2 ice damage for 2 seconds. The words one-handed long sword, ordinary, are in blue, which is already magic equipment. Chapter 77 Dress Up. End of Part 1, see you in Part 2 in the next video. Thank you for watching the channel.